This young man is Q-Do, who has been reincarnated on the Pioneer planet for 18 years, and finally, Q-Do has been waiting for this day. The day to enter the virtual world and register as a player. The profession selection formation is starting up. Welcome player Q-Do as he enters the virtual world for the first time. Do you want to start drawing your profession? Begin. Q-Do prays to the ancestors to bless him with a good profession. The system is drawing the profession now. The game of chance begins. Congratulations to the player for drawing the hidden job of spellcaster. You are the soul summoner. The young man is extremely excited. This is truly amazing. An extraordinary legacy. Soul Reaper is an extremely rare profession, with only a few people in the entire world. When the soul staff is swung, countless high-level soul creatures are summoned from the gates of hell. With enough mana, one can stand against an army alone. Normally, being able to draw such a hidden profession means you're a 1 in a million lucky person. Q-Do eagerly opened his attribute interface, hoping for the best but often feeling disappointed. Name Q-Do, profession Necromancer. Realm Apprentice, level 1. Strength 10, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit no mana, value 10 out of 10, Life points 10 out of 10, Experience none, young man can't believe it and shouted Spirit of a Necromancer is 0. What use is that initial attribute points are randomly assigned based on the player's profession. Maximum value for each is 10 points. The most important for a Necromancer is Spirit. If it's below 5, then what's the point of playing this game? The system asks if the player wants to start drawing the initial talent. Q-Do, desperate and indifferent, thinks, draw, what's there to lose? It's just that even if I get an S-rank talent, it won't make any difference. The system is drawing a talent. Congratulations to the player for drawing the Brave Heart talent of the Mage, unknown level, rewarded with 10 free attribute points. The Brave Heart of the Mage will help Q-Do gain free attribute points by killing enemies in close combat when detected. The only active effect allows the player to increase other attribute values by the same amount as one attribute. But before using this effect, the player can only lock one attribute. From one shock to another, just when Q-Do was feeling down, he gasped in surprise. What? Am I seeing this right? Free attribute points are extremely hard to increase, usually only gained through leveling up. At other times, increasing attributes can only be done through personal cultivation. Although this talent's active effect can only be used once, it can raise all attribute points equally. The passive effect of the Brave Heart allows free attribute points to increase by killing enemies in close combat. If Q-Do uses the active effect now, he could become an all-around hexagonal warrior with all attributes at 10. At the beginner stage, having all attributes at 10 is a rare feat only 102 have achieved in history. Q-Do focused on the system panel, thinking that if he waited until his strength attribute reached 1,000, or even 10,000, 100,000 before using it again, wouldn't he become a spirit mage with all attributes at 100,000 just like a true hexagonal warrior? If the passive attribute wants me to fight up close, then wouldn't I need strength to do that? Q-Do made his decision and shouted, System 10 free attribute points. Add to strength points. Congratulations to player Q-Do for successfully leveling up. Strength increased by 10. Next, you will register and complete the beginner's mission. Only by completing the beginner's mission can the promotion be considered truly successful. Carried by the spatial vortex, the young man was finally brought to the newbie quest. As soon as he arrived, a stunningly beautiful girl warmly greeted him. Hello, esteemed player. I am your guide. How may I assist you? Q-Do froze in place. Could an NPC be this cute? He replied, I'm here to register and receive the beginner's quest. A starter gift package appeared before Q-Do. After opening it, the system announced congratulations to the player for obtaining the initial equipment. An old magical treasure, a novice staff, a skill upgrade book, and the dry bone summoning spell. For Q-Do, the magical treasure seemed like just decoration, and with his current 0 spirit, he couldn't even use the summoning spell. Anyway, this staff is quite sturdy, and combined with the 20 strength points I have, using it to strike will definitely pack a punch. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and the young man turned back to ask what his beginner mission was. He smiled and replied, Your beginner mission is to escape the Misty Cave. This mission requires caution. You must not defeat the Drybone soldiers and must use the fastest method to escape. Before he could even finish explaining, Q-Do was nowhere to be seen. It turned out the guy had already run ahead with the torch and gone straight into the cave mouth. This place is dark and desolate, filled with skulls and bones. You rushed in recklessly and now you're just standing there confused. The NPC just now seemed to say something else. Forget it. Never mind the newbie quest. It won't be that hard anyway. Q-Do felt a bit uneasy in this place full of white bones, stepping cautiously before suddenly hearing a strange noise. It was a common wild monster, a level 1 dry soldier with 20/20 HP, rushing out with a sword to sneak attack Kyudo, but the young man was too alert. He immediately struck with his staff, landing a full hit, and just like that, its head flew off and it was defeated. Kyudo was stunned.
Wait, what, just like that, already defeated?
But I can't use magic. This is truly a tough battle. Detected player Kyudo defeating the dry old soldier through close combat. Awarded 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. Congratulations to player Kyudo for killing the first wild monster in their life through close combat, rewarded with the level A passive skill. Great power miracle. Kyudo was stunned. Rank A. Is there really such a good thing? The great strength miracle effect allows each point of the player's strength attribute to be converted into 2 attack power. Strength determines physical damage. Defense determines damage reduction and immunity. Kyudo's current strength score is 21. 1 point of strength is equivalent to 1 point of attack. Other attributes work similarly. That means if the opponent's defense is 0, 1 strike from Kyudo currently deals 42 damage. This skill is equivalent to using 1 strength point as 2. Basically not human. The ground began to shake as dozens of skeleton soldiers crawled out from the earth. Kyudo decided to put everything else aside for now. The urgent task was still to complete the beginner mission. They all lunged their sword tips at Kyudo, and he dealt with them one by one. The system detected the player using melee to defeat 4 dry soldiers, awarding 4 free attribute points and 20 experience points. Congratulations to the player on successfully leveling up. Current experience points 520. Awarded 5 free attribute points. This means Kyudo's strength has reached 30. A normal beginner with individual attributes of 10 is already considered a genius. The young man thought this misty cave must have more than just dry soldiers to test people's levels. Isn't that way too simple? Suddenly, a normal wild monster, a level 3 skeleton captain with 50/50 HP, 15 strength, 20 defense, and 1 agility, crawled out from the ground, equipped with armor and a sword, ready to take down Kyudo. Seeing that, the young man hesitated. Strength of 15, but hit by a monster like that, wouldn't it pierce right through? Its agility was just 1 point, a perfect opportunity to strike first. So he firmly grabbed his weapon and charged at it. The skeleton captain blocked with his shield and counterattacked, casually smashing the ground. Spotting an opening, Kyudo lunged straight at him. The skeleton captain fell over, but Kyudo jumped high. Right now, finish it off with 1 strike, and it has completely detected the player Kyudo, who dealt with the dry cave soldier captain through close combat, earning 3 free attribute points and 10 experience. After all, for Kyudo, it was still a strong opponent, a tough beginner mission. He wondered how others had managed to complete it, remembering clearly that the headmaster once said defeating wild monsters could drop soul cores, which might unlock random rewards. Holding the orb in his hand, the young man was curious about what would drop next. That is the Dry Tower Bamboo Fist, a one-time use item of grade D. After using it, the next attack will have a 100% chance to trigger a critical hit. Kyudo felt a brief moment of disappointment. Why is it a one-time use item? It would be great if it were permanent. Just when I thought it was over, there was a noise behind me. Things didn't stop there, as more and more Kolaobin appeared. Even though I had reached level 2, my HP was still a pitiful 20 points. If he's not careful, he'll be stabbed to death by the drybone soldier, and then he'll end up drinking tea with the elders. Kyudo rushed forward to take down each one, gaining experience points with every enemy defeated. Congratulations to the player for leveling up successfully. Current experience points 20/30, rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Fortunately, these skeleton soldiers all have an agility stat of 1. Kyudo checked his identity attribute board. Kyudo, Necromancer Mage, Student Level 3, Strength 46, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit Worthless, Mana 80/80, HP 30/30, Experience 20/30, Talent Mage, Brave, Heart Unknown Level, Skill, Mighty Feat Grade A. Outside the school, some young men were scrambling, asking each other what profession they had drawn. Someone had drawn the fighter class and was very excited. This time I have honored my ancestors. All the basics have successfully changed roles, but everyone is wondering why the principal hasn't announced the end yet. Isn't there still someone who hasn't come out? They laughed mockingly as if to show disdain. No way, right? If such a simple task takes this long, how will we manage in the future? The dry soldiers inside are strong, but slow. They simply can't catch up with us. If someone can fail and even die inside, then I'll laugh my teeth out. Ha 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 ha. Only one friend stood outside worrying about Kyudo. Why hasn't he come out yet? Nothing bad happened, right? After pounding for a while until everything was shattered, Kyudo finally finished. This time, surely Kolao is dead, right? Why haven't I been notified that the mission is complete? Suddenly, a voice rang out, mocking the delay. All the skulls and bones suddenly flew up and gathered in one place. Kyodu looked extremely confused. Then appeared a regular boss, the Dry Skull King, in a wounded state, level 10, HP 400 over 500, Strength 45, Defense 60, Agility 1, with core skills in bone magic and bone violence. Strange. How can a boss still appear in a beginner's mission? Isn't this meant to be a death sentence for beginners? The boss began to roar in anger. It decisively attacked Kyodu, but he managed to jump up in time. That was a close call. Luckily, I dodged it. If I had been hit, I'd be done for. This guy may have high strength points, but his agility is still as low as ever. This is Kyodu's only advantage, but its defense is as high as 60. The young man hesitates, unsure if his strength can break through its defense. Kyodu uses his agility to chase and relentlessly attack it. The final attack finally had an effect, dealing only 32 damage, so Kyodu just needed to land a dozen more successful hits on the Withered King. Kyodu kept launching a combo of attacks, and it seemed like the boss was stunned and unable to react. The boss collapsed like that. It turned out this guy was all bark and no bite. There are only 200 horsepower left. Everything is about to end. The Drybone King growled, freezing Kyodu in place. Guarding the Mist Cave for years, never once has a player reached this far. If not for so many dry cave soldiers being defeated, I wouldn't have ended up wounded. Now, even a newbie can break through my defenses. I can't let you survive and get out. After it was determined to deal with Kyodu, its power increased significantly. The boss entered a rage state, and its speed also became faster. It finished with a strike that cracked the ground beneath the stone. Looks like a direct attack won't work. We need to limit its movements first. Kyodu watches carefully and seems to predict that the rock behind it is about to collapse. The young man began moving quickly to distract it. He kept provoking it. Come on, big guy. It angrily slashes wildly. Kyodu unfortunately took the hit. Sukuna just barely grazed it, and its HP is almost gone. The current stat is only 4 out of 30. The boss keeps attacking relentlessly, smashing its weapon on the ground wildly without a fixed pattern. Kyodu has to jump out of the area where it is attacking. Its current HP is 129 out of 500. You know you don't have the stamina to keep going. You have to fight fast and win fast. While it's still thrashing and hasn't gotten up, he must finish it with one strike. The young man jumps high and uses the Dry Fist Bamboo Strike. Dry, Fist, degrade, single-use item. After use, the next attack will increase critical hit by 100%. Kyodu delivers a final critical strike with all his strength. The rocky ground shattered, finally completing the beginner mission to escape the Mist Cave. Congratulations to player Kyodu for officially becoming a player in the virtual world. Congratulations to player Kyodu for defeating the Dry Fog Cave King boss. You have been awarded 30 free attribute points. Detected player Kyodu defeated the Dry Tower King boss using physical attacks. Rewarded 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. For defeating the boss, the player leveled up 3 times in a row. Congratulations to the player on the continuous level ups. Current XP 0 over 50. The reward for completing the novice dungeon monster kill is the Dry Dragon King Ring. The young man never expected to receive equipment from the boss. The Dry Tower King Ring is a level C item with effects that activate when worn. The player's first normal attack damage increases by 50%. Cooldown 24 hours. No class restrictions. Kyodu seemed pleased. Not bad, although its power is less than the Dry Dragon Fist. It can be used for a long time. If you sell a level C item, you can get at least a few 100,000. This time it's a big break. You suddenly realize the system is announcing you as the first person to kill the Holao King, meaning no one has defeated it before. So how did they get through the level? Forget it. We need to get out now and figure things out later. Kyodu's current status has changed. Level 5, Strength 76. Incredibly powerful. Defense 6, Agility 9. Spirit without mana. 200 over 200. HP 50 over 50. Experience 0 over 50. The Gifted Heart of a Brave Mage. Miracle skill appearing at level A, equipped with the Dry King Ring at level C. The moment Kyodu returned, his chubby friend happily ran out and hugged him tightly. That young man's name is Duong Huang. Kyodu, what's going on? Why did it take you so long to finish the beginner mission? I thought you died in there. Kyodu looked surprised. Could it be that you all finished the beginner mission and came out long ago? That's right. It's been 3 hours since the previous player cleared the stage. Duong Huang bragged about getting the mage class. I got the mage class, Do you know that? Vada Kedara. It seems like everyone is going through the same dungeon. Class President Mafai is already crossing his arms like a boss. Judo, so you're the one who came out last? Turns out it's just about looks. So what if he's handsome? Talent in the virtual world is what really matters. Do you know what my profession is? Kyudo originally didn't care much about him, but he kept pushing forward and causing trouble. At that moment, the principal crossed his arms and announced, "You have all completed registration in the virtual world. Tomorrow, the whole class will form teams to participate in the novice trial. Let's introduce our professions and talents to get to know each other first." One by one, each student proudly showed off the profession they had received. I am a level D talent warrior. I am an assassin. Alongside those eager to boast, there were still some who felt helpless. My talent is level D, so I guess this life is a lost cause. The sexy girl, Trio Tungwit, introduced herself as a healer mage, level 2, strength 3, defense 6, agility 5, spirit 6. The girl Tahu also introduced herself as a tank, talent level B, holy knight profession, level 2, strength 5, defense 9, agility 6, spirit 3. Ma-Fi wielded his sword with the confidence of a toad. Principal, my profession is swordsman, level 3, strength 9, defense 6, agility 8, spirit 4, talent level B. After Ma-Fi finished his introduction, the classmates started to buzz, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. The sword cultivator is an extremely powerful profession in the virtual world. A sword in hand, a flask of wine to settle grudges. The class president truly is a genius. The principal also thought to himself that a talent level B already counts as a genius. It seems this student is quite capable. The next person to introduce is Kyudo, whose profession is a spirit mage. The talent level is temporarily not convenient to reveal. I say it's not convenient to reveal, but you don't even know your own talent level yet. The principal jumped in surprise. Spirit mage is a hidden profession. You guys keep going from one shock to another. Seriously? There was once a spirit mage who single-handedly destroyed an entire guild, and Ma-Fi stood there judging, how could a spirit mage do that? But so what if it's a hidden class? Mages are known to be weak, especially in close combat. Because they interact with spirits all year round, the body of a spirit mage is even weaker than that of an ordinary person. The summoning spell also takes a long time to cast, so without teammates to protect them, strong classes like assassins or sword cultivators are the natural enemies of spirit mages. Not to mention stealing his own talent, it must be that his talent is too low for him to dare to admit it. Unlike Ma-Fi, who is already acting tough, Kyudo remains very calm. This also amazes everyone. Wow, look, classmate Kyudo is calm and humble. Isn't this the demeanor of a genius? So cool. Having a hidden profession yet still so humble. I fall far short of classmate Kyudo. Is this really the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Even your personality is so calm. If I had a hidden profession, I definitely couldn't stay as composed as Kyudo. Everyone else was envious or amazed, but only Kyudo was worried and anxious. A spirit mage who couldn't cast spells was just a little stronger than an ordinary person. It was still uncertain if he could protect himself during the novice trial, let alone lead the way. What will you do when your classmates find out you can't even summon a single spirit creature? The principal is still quietly evaluating and praising. Kyudo, you're really talented. After completing the novice trial, you'll definitely get into one of the top universities in the country. After everyone finished introducing themselves, the class ended and everyone went home to prepare for the novice trial tomorrow. Duong Huang was excited for Kyudo. He's really amazing, truly impressive. How did you manage to summon the spirit mage so well? But luckily, my spirit is at 8 points, and the other attributes aren't too bad either. Level 2, mage profession. Strength 5, defense 6, agility 3, spirit 8. This talent is pretty decent. Kyudo reluctantly fell silent. With 0 spirit, the young man didn't dare to say a word, just replied to get by. It's okay, hard work makes up for intelligence. You didn't expect Yang Xiangdi's attributes to be single digits, so isn't your attribute score of 76 extraordinary? This is Kyudo's home, the house his parents left behind after they disappeared, and every time he comes home, he habitually says, I'm back. In his memories, every time he came home, he greeted his parents like that. His parents in this world were very gentle people. When he was 6, his parents said they had to go to the capital, then suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Since then, Kyudo has been left an orphan. It has been 12 years, and he still has no clue where they went. Kyudo set a goal to definitely get into the university in the capital and uncover the truth behind everything. The next day, another diligent study session took place. For today's beginner trial, the teacher had only one requirement. If you're not confident, remember to escape immediately. Failing the trial is better than losing your life in it, so don't be too stressed. Normally, beginner dungeons aren't too dangerous and won't kill players, but there are always exceptions. There was once a serious incident where a beginner dungeon caused an entire class of 40 people to perish, with no survivors or bodies ever found. To this day, no one knows how terrifying that dungeon really was, only that its name was Nightmare Village. The students all broke out in a cold sweat, their faces full of worry. The principal reassured them that there was no need to be so tense. As long as they escaped the virtual world in time, they would be safe. Get ready. When the clock strikes 0, you will enter the virtual world. And so the novice trial began, with all the students sent to the same dungeon, a dark and quiet place. Right away, Mafi started boasting, "Don't worry everyone, Mafi, I will definitely protect you all well." He still wants to be the leader. Let me go in with him. I will lead everyone through the trial. He does everything out of jealousy towards Kyodu, he thinks to himself. Kyodu, even if you're a vengeful mage, so what? I will prove that only I, Mafi, am fit to be the leader of this class. I am the strongest in the class. Kyodu still didn't bother to care about what he was wondering now, what kind of dungeon this was, and why the system hadn't alerted him yet. Just then, an old man dressed all in purple, with a devilish face and lecherous glasses, stepped out, sighed, and said it was truly a pity. So young, and yet such a pity. All the students stood ready in a defensive stance. Who is that? An NPC, uncle. What do you mean by that? He just declared a welcome to Ap Mong Village. Welcome to the novice trial. Ap Mong Village. Novice difficulty level S noted. The difficulty level of the novice trial is calculated separately from other dungeons. Novice level S is equivalent to normal dungeon level E. The trial requires surviving and uncovering the core secret of Nightmare Village. Like a thunderclap, everyone turned pale with extreme fear. Isn't this the dungeon that killed 40 people? Some terrified students screamed and cried, begging to go home and quit on the spot. Although scared, Ma-Fi still had to stay strong to the end. Everyone, don't be afraid, Ma-Fi. I will definitely lead everyone out of Nightmare Village. Q-Do calculated that an E-rank dungeon requires at least a beginner level to pass. We're all apprentices. How could we possibly get through it? The ranks in the virtual world are divided into novice, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Levels 1 to 10 are novice, and levels 11 to 20 are beginner. From there, a few scared ones tried to escape quickly through the teleport gate, but as soon as they got close, they were pushed back. It seems there's no way out. The old man threatened again, telling them to stop struggling. Once they enter the Ap Mong Village, they will never get out. The weaker students cried out in despair, falling into hopelessness. Now we're doomed. We'll all die here, all of us. My family is rich. I'm not ready to die yet. Boo-hoo. Even now, that Mafi is still brazenly showing off. Everyone focus, Mafi. I will definitely lead you all out. Just trust me. Q-Do was somewhat worried. No wonder the previous group was wiped out. This mission is to uncover the core secret of Ap Mong Village. This uncle may babble a lot, but he doesn't seem hostile, so he's probably not an enemy. He wanders around telling everyone not to worry and to just stay calm since they're already here. Ma-Fi showed determination. I get it. You want us to face this confidently, right? What a ridiculous idea. He glanced dangerously. No, I mean, you've already been hit, so just stay buried here. All right, no more jokes. I am the village chief of Ap Mong Gogan, and there are 2 rules for living in Ap Mong Village. First, you may stay in any empty room you want, but you must never touch the black stone on the door. Second, you must return to your room before dark and keep the windows tightly closed. No matter what happens, do not open them. Sensing something mysterious, Q-Do asked, Village Chief, why are we not allowed to go outside after dark? Gog squinted and replied, You'll understand soon enough. As night fell, everyone decided to follow the village chief's advice and find a room to hide in first. They split into 4 groups, each with 11 people. Q-Do's group decided to rest on the 2nd floor. Miss Triu Tun-Wiet stepped forward to start a conversation. Classmate Q-Do, if you're in danger, remember to protect me. My master is Sister Liu, and I can help you recover a lot of health. Seeing that, Tahu rushed over annoyed. Trio Tun-Wiet, watch your pride a bit. There are still many classmates here watching. These 2 girls hate each other like cats and dogs. Seeing this, Trio Tun-Wiet immediately raised her chin. I like it. Can you handle it, you airport brat? A verbal battle broke out. Do you think a dairy cow like you is beautiful? Anyway, it's better than having nothing at all. That's because of the fat girl. While the 2 girls were in the heat of their argument, a boy happened to look out the window. And suddenly, the image of his late grandmother appeared, bringing tears to his eyes. Grandma, I miss you so much. That grandmother looked straight at me and said, Avu, my good child, I'm so cold, it's so scary outside. Can you open the window so I can hold you? Avu pushed the window open like that. Kyudu saw this and shouted in panic to stop him, but it seemed too late. Stop immediately, that's not your grandmother. The moment the window swung open, the red-eyed woman lunged straight at Avu. Avu was still trapped in the illusion, touching his grandmother's face. Duong Huang quickly used the wrapped archer to temporarily block the monster. Come here quickly, I'm about to lose it. At that moment, Avu had just regained consciousness and ran straight towards the group of friends. The monster now reveals its true form. Common monster. Nightmare. Level 3, HP 50/50, Strength 25, Defense 5, Agility 25, Charm skill. Everyone was surprised that a nightmare this big was just a common monster. Are even the monsters in the Level S beginner dungeon this twisted? Duong Huang had exhausted his strength trying to hold it back, but it broke free and charged straight at him. The young man was sweating profusely. Damn it, don't stop here. A fatty like me can't enjoy the meal. Luckily, friends know how to support each other. Just when it seemed like the end, the girl on the left and right stepped in just in time to react. She's losing blood fast. Duong Huang Dik, run quickly. Triu Tungwit helped me. Kyuju summoned the spirit to restrain this nightmare, and everyone showed determination. Triu Tungwit activated the healing spell. Thenfang was like wood, and Tahu's blood steadily increased. Tahu firmly believed that as long as everyone worked well together, dealing with this nightmare wouldn't be difficult. Now, we just have to wait for Kyodu to summon the spirit. And Ding hopes for many surprises. I don't understand why Kyodu charged forward with his weapon, as if he was determined to fight the monster. Duong Huang stood there helplessly. Duka, you're not supposed to use the staff like that. If the nightmare gets close to you, you'll die. Kyodu switched to ignore mode and just kept hitting the monster, and in the end, a single strike finished it off. The group was visibly shocked. The nightmare with 50 HP was just killed like that. Do spirit mages always fight enemies like this? Everyone rushed over to see the monster slowly turning into a black stone after dying and gradually dissolving. The strange thing was that it looked exactly like the symbol on the doorframe. Triu Tungwit thinks they all belong to Apmong village, so it's not surprising. Kyudu feels something strange and wrong. Is it a mistake? Why didn't Kanchian gain any attribute points after killing a nightmare? Seeing Kyudu's blank expression, Tahu grew curious. Kyudu, did you notice something? It's nothing. Maybe I'm just overthinking. The next day, everyone went outside and talked about the monster from last night. Luckily, Tahu and Kyudu were there last night. Just thinking about that nightmare still makes me shiver. I think clinging to Kyudu was the right move. He's really strong, taking down that nightmare in an instant. Not only that, Tahu in front used a shield to directly block the nightmare's attack. Tahu is also very formidable. Mafai felt resentful and jealous after hearing this. Yeah, if I were there, I definitely wouldn't let a girl like Tahu take the damage. Hiding behind a girl isn't what a real man should do, and I can take down a nightmare with just one strike. Mafai kept thinking to himself and then jumped up, acting all cool and delusional. Just then, Kudu came out and took the chance to tease class president Swang Swang, exercising so early, really trying hard. This sly Duong is also throwing shade. Otherwise, how could he be the class president? With just this effort, he's already surpassed many others. Truly brothers with the same ambition, masters of roasting. But Ma Fi seemed completely unaware that it was a sarcastic jab. Ahem, I was just casually working out. Then he ran out and hit on Tahu. Tahu, want to share a room with me tonight? I absolutely won't let you get hurt anymore. Tahu seemed pretty arrogant as he replied. But my role is the heavy tank. If I don't carry it, do you expect me to? Ma Fi forgot and got flustered. I didn't mean that I could handle the nightmare alone and didn't need your help at all. Tahu heard this and immediately scolded. Ma Fi, you're wrong to think that way. The master said, we must unite and help each other. You can't always think about doing everything alone. You need to learn from Kyudu a bit more. At that moment, a major incident occurred. The village chief arrived with a group of people, angrily shouting, "Arrest them all, spare no one, hang these people on the pyre and cleanse their sins with fire. Anyone who dares resist will be killed on the spot." Mafai asked, "What's going on, village chief? Is there some misunderstanding?" He asked back angrily, "No misunderstanding, just think about what you did last night." Kyudu glanced around. The number of villagers here was about the same as the class, and each person's age seemed similar. "Last night, you mean we killed a nightmare?" Boga shouted. "Be quiet. That is the guardian spirit of Apmong village. You definitely broke the rules of Apmong village last night. The guardian spirit is punishing you now. When that happens, the guardian spirit will naturally be angry, and our villagers will suffer misfortune. You deserve to die 1,000 times over." Mafi said tensely, "Village chief, what if we accidentally kill the nightmare? Is there any way for the guardian spirit to save us? Gogan replied. Yes. It's the one who angered the guardian spirit. When night falls, you have to stand outside the room. Do you dare? Ma Fei-Tit thought no one knew how many monsters were in Apmong village, and that the night might hold even greater dangers. Standing outside the room would be a death sentence. Without hesitation, Q-Do immediately volunteered. All right, I was the one who killed the guardian spirit, so I'll stay here and wait for nightfall. Ma Fei seemed restless, sounding worried for his friends, though a bit jealous. Are you crazy? That's not how you get attention. You're asking for death. Then he turned to explain to Gogan. Sorry about that, village chief. This classmate of mine isn't quite right in the head. Please don't take it seriously. Q-Do insisted. Don't worry, class president. I'm not crazy. There are some things I want to verify that could help us escape this dungeon. Gogan immediately sent someone to restrain Q-Do. Ma Fei stood by and asked, Q-Do, what do you mean when you say you can help us get out of this dungeon? Tahu guesses wrong. Could it be that you've discovered the core secret of Apmong village? Q-Do replied with a calm face. Basically, yes. Just wait until tonight to verify a bit. As the coldness rose, only Q-Do was trapped outside, and the monsters began to appear. It took the opportunity to attack from behind. Q-Do noticed the movement, and just then, Duong Huang appeared, using his earth-cutting skill to trap it. Ma Fei, act quickly! I can only hold that nightmare back for a moment. Ma Fei rushed out recklessly. Don't worry, Ma Fei, I will definitely protect everyone well. As a true sword cultivator, one person with one sword can cut down all enemies in the world. But a moment of carelessness, and I got hit right in the face by that monster. Oh. Ma Fei's face twisted in confusion and dizziness. So beautiful. So fast. Did a mage like Q-Do really just kill something like this? No way. If Q-Do can do it, then so can I. He regained his composure and charged forward using the sword-breaking energy. Triu Nguyen and Tahu ran out towards Q-Do with bright smiles. Why did everyone come outside? Weren't we supposed to hide in the room and wait for you? We thought you'd be in danger alone outside, so we came out to help. The chain was too tight and painful on Q-Do's wrist to break, so Tahu had to wait for Ma Fei to cut it with his sword, but he was stuck on the other side. What should they do now? Q-Do flexed his wrist and decisively snapped the chain with his own wrist strength. No need to look, isn't that enough? It turns out the guy deliberately let himself get dazzled like that, but he could have escaped at any time. Those two girls were sweating bullets. Q-Do, are you really a necromancer? Ma Fei seems to be SOS. Everyone immediately turned to help. Triu Nguyen began treating Ma Fei. Even though he was exhausted, Ma Fei stubbornly kept up his tough guy image. No need, I can handle it. True warriors are forged through battles, and scars are the badges of a man. Duong Huang realized the monster's weak point and shouted loudly, That's right. Yesterday, Q-Do killed the nightmare by hitting its head with a staff. Master Ma, don't fight it. Try to cut off its head. The nightmare's weakness is in its head. Ma Fei smirked. So that's how it is. I should have thought of that. He went ahead and practiced right away. Q-Do didn't even have time to stop him. That Ma Fei is actually not Apmong's weakness. He's still stubborn. Q-Do, are you scared? Are you afraid that I, Ma Fei, will surpass you? You need teammates to deal with a nightmare, but I only need a sword. Why? Because this sword will look really cool. After cutting off its head, the monster only loses HP, but isn't dead yet. Ma Fei is almost out of HP. He's entering panic mode. Big nightmare, what's wrong with you? I already hit your weak spot. Hurry up and let me kill you. Duong Huang Dik. Are you sure the nightmare's weak point is its head? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Tahu also didn't understand why, because clearly when Q-Do attacked the nightmare's head, it immediately disappeared. Duong Huang exclaimed, I get it now. The problem lies with the person. You're not as good as Q-Do. Ma Fei felt like he was struck dumb, thunderclapped. He wasn't as good as Q-Do. His pride shattered. How could a sword cultivator like him be inferior to a spirit mage like that? Everyone called him back because they feared he would be done for. Ma Fei, come here quickly with your current blood loss. If you get attacked again, you will definitely die. This state will definitely be killed immediately, and by then it will be too late. Maybe let Q-Do take over. Hitting the right nerve made Ma Fei even more rebellious, determined to take down the monster no matter what. The mental stimulation made his strikes grow stronger and stronger. The recent sword energy attack reduced the monster's HP by 30, leaving it with only 5 out of 50. Ma Fei was determined to kill the nightmare this time and prove he was not inferior to Q-Do. But just as he was about to unleash his final move, Q-Do stepped out and struck again, wiping it out completely. Ma Fei got all riled up, thinking Q-Do was stealing his credit. Kyudu stayed calm, holding the stone in his hand, struggling with the class president. Mafai immediately caused a commotion and went to explain to everyone. Everyone saw that this nightmare was defeated by me alone. Kyudu jumped in to stop it. Those petty villains stealing credit. Kyudu seemed to still be searching for something, but it wasn't in that stone. Just finished dealing with the last one when two nightmares showed up. Kyudu shouted for everyone to go home, saying there was no need to fight these two nightmares, because he had already found a way to get through. After running inside and locking the door, the two nightmares couldn't get in at all. To who asked, Kyudu, what do you think the way to overcome them is? Tomorrow you'll see. And by then you have to listen to me. The next day, sure enough, the village chief caused a commotion again. You scoundrels were given a chance to atone, but instead you made things worse and killed another guardian spirit. You all deserve to go to hell. Go to hell. Today, no matter what you say, you all must die. We cannot let you destroy our nightmare village. Kyudu exposes everything right now. Village Chief Gogen, are you sure you are villagers of Apmong Village? Go on, argue until your neck bursts. Damn it, our ancestors all lived in Nightmare Village. Don't think you can buy time. You're all definitely going to die. Kyudu continued, this is the moment to expose the truth of Nightmare Village. There is only one truth. What do you mean by that? Kyudu pointed firmly, indicating you, this person, and that person as well. None of the people in Apmong Village are actually native villagers of Apmong. The 40 of you are the class that was wiped out in the Apmong Village dungeon before. We have been trapped in the illusion since my friend entered, so we cannot leave the virtual world. To distract them, Gogon laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. What illusion? What class? Are you making things up? You're only trying to deceive us with lies because you're afraid to die. What you're saying is just your story, without any solid proof. Kyudu confidently asserted, of course I have proof. You showed them the talisman stone. Gog jumped in shock. Amulet stone, how dare you take down the amulet stone? You deserve to die. At this moment, all of Kyudu's friends took out their amulet stones. Gog shouted, the talisman stone is a sacred object that protects us from attacks at night. If anyone touches the talisman stone, that great lord will surely send divine punishment. Kyudu continued to expose the truth. This was not a talisman stone at all. The entire illusion was created by these stones and the mysterious symbols above. As long as it's smashed, the illusion will have a weakness. Just as Gogen was about to rally the villagers, Kyudu shattered the stone. The sky seemed to crack open. Gogen clutched his head in pain. Memories began to flood back. The day the principal entrusted me with leading everyone to Nightmare Village, and the scene of the whole class being chased by monsters. Until Gogen and his friends transformed into different forms, Gogen became the village chief. Soon after, he gradually returned to his normal state. I remember now, I'm the class president. The system keeps sending urgent notifications. A player has uncovered the core secret of Nightmare Village, successfully awakening its villagers. The mission is complete, and rewards will be distributed based on each player's mission ranking. All players will be transported out of the dungeon. Everyone is overjoyed because they finally made it through. Before leaving, Gogen didn't forget to thank Kyudu's group, and everyone cheered, Kan Kyudu, you're amazing. How did you know this was the way to get through? Mafi reluctantly crossed his arms and accepted. Yeah, Kyudu, this time you showed some cleverness. We'll talk about everything later, but then I realized why we're still here. Haven't we already passed the stage? Well, congratulations to the 5 players for destroying the Black Stone of Nightmare Village, activating the hidden quest, stealing the heart of the nightmare. Difficulty level E, Kyudu's status board has been updated. Necromancer, profession level 5. Power 101, defense 6, agility 9. Spirit without mana, 200 over 200, HP 50 over 50, experience points 0 over 50. The remaining students have all returned to Academy number 4. The principal seemed very surprised, but why hasn't Kyudu's group returned yet? Does the principal think they activated a hidden mission? If that's really the case, and they complete the mission successfully, just based on that achievement, they could choose any university in the country. But activating a hidden mission is extremely dangerous, especially since it's the hidden mission of Nightmare Village, and they're all beginners. Do they even have the ability to complete it? In Apmong Village, the 5 who stayed behind were all confused. What should they do now? I'm only in high school, so everyone's rank is probably about the same, right? Now, being this weak and entering the hidden mission is like walking into death. And we don't even clearly know what the Nightmare Heart is, so where would we go to get it? Tahu turned to Kyudu and asked, Kyudu, do you think maybe we just need to awaken the village leaders and not break the Black Stone? Qiudu didn't know how to explain it and just coughed to get past it. Duong Huang jumped in surprise. I get it now. The hidden mission is a chance that can be encountered but not sought in the virtual world. Qiudu, you must have known all along that breaking the black stone would trigger the hidden dungeon, so you asked us to break it together, right? Handu, you truly deserve to be called brother. You didn't take the hidden mission for yourself and agreed to share the opportunity with us. Mafi thought to himself, I didn't expect Qiudu to agree to share this opportunity. Just wait, although I'm behind you in the newbie trial, I'm sure I'll finish this hidden mission before you. Suddenly, a level 5 nightmare phantom monster appeared. HP 50/50, strength 25, defense 5, agility 25. The monsters charged while screaming 100 times, all must die. All must die. Duong Huang switched to panic mode. Damn, how can I fight 4 at once? Tahu tried to stay calm and told Tung Wheat to be ready to support her anytime. While blocking with the shield, Tahu directed the team. Duong Huang, control it. Ma Fi, attack now. Duong Huang activated the golden sand wrap, and Ma Fi unleashed sword energy to break through defense. Ma Fi was shocked that his attack only dealt 10 damage, while Qiudu's strike instantly took down the monster. Zhang Jue urged everyone, hurry up, I'm running out of mana. The left and right sides are also low on health. Qiudu decisively charged forward with his weapon to strike the monster, attacking Tahu, and successfully defeated the Dream Demon with a physical attack, earning a free attribute point. Tahu shouted from behind, warning Qiudu to be careful as 2 more monsters were rushing in. No difficulty at all. The remaining 2 each took 1 hit and were wiped out. Qiudu alone needed to be loud. Killing each one earned an additional free attribute point. XP 10. The guy is pretty excited. No wonder this is a hidden dungeon. The drop rate for gear is really high. He curiously opened it, not knowing what it was. The item received was a necklace of the Little Fairy, level epic, granting a 5% damage boost with a skill limited to the mage class. Although it's a good piece of equipment, he can't use the skill. It's better to give this to Duong Huang Dich. Every time I finish fighting monsters, I feel relieved. Finished the fight, luckily unharmed. Everyone worked together really well. See that? Ma Fi, I am also very formidable. Qiudu's heart remains steady amidst the ever-changing world. Let's go. Let's keep fighting the nightmare. Current status of Qiudu. Academy level 5. Power 100 1 times 2. Defense 6. Agility 9. Magic Spirit 200/200. HP 50/50. XP 40/50. Just 1 more nightmare to kill and I'll reach level 6 with a high chance of dropping equipment for myself. Qiudu seemed very excited about this hidden mission. Qiudu? If I remember correctly, the hidden mission requires us to obtain the nightmare's heart. Qiudu smiled and replied, the nightmare's heart must be on the nightmare's body. Killing the nightmare is the right move. Just trust me. Suddenly, the ground shook and cracked open, forming a deep pit that all 5 of them fell into. Qiudu still hadn't figured out where they were falling, feeling around with some satisfaction. Why is the ground so soft? Duong Huang shouted, Qiudu, can you get off my butt? Damn, I was just wondering why the ground was so soft. Luckily, everyone is okay after landing, but it smells terrible here. It looks like we fell into a sewer. The air here doesn't circulate, and the urine and remains of microorganisms are all rotting inside. It's no wonder it smells. Zhang Jue looked panicked. No, wait. Everyone quickly look over there. It's the smell of its breath. That is a rare boss. The Dream Demon King is in a deep sleep. Level 10. HP 1000/1000. Strength 65, Defense 20, Agility 60, with the Dream Demon Poison skill. A friendly reminder, if you wake the Dream Demon King, it will relentlessly hunt you down. This seems to be a rare boss, all level 10, but this Dream Demon King is much stronger than the Skull King. Does anyone think that the Nightmare Heart might actually be the heart of the Dream Demon King? Or maybe we should find a way to forcibly leave the hidden mission. With 65 points added, I'd be smashed into a pulp in no time. Mafi stood there nearly scared to death, but still had to brag. If everyone says so, then I will spare this Dream Demon King. Only Qiudu insists that there is still a chance. Your current power is 101. Combined with the miracle appearing, it becomes 202 plus a 50% boost from the Skull King's ring. The first strike could take away 1/3 of the Dream Demon King's health. Next, if we can strike the Dream Demon King's weak points 3 to 4 times, we might just be able to kill him. But this plan is like throwing ourselves into a sea of fire. One slip and the Dream Demon King will kill us outright. No matter how much Duong Huang trusts Qiudu, in this case he still had to rub his head. Du, are you running a fever? A monster over 10 meters tall, and you say we have a chance? Q-Do calmly explained. Listen to me. Although the Nightmare King's stats are very high, its weakness is clearly its defense. Turning the enemy's weakness into our advantage, we might just have a chance. Tahu seems to understand, and I think I know what you're planning. You need us to draw the Dream Demon King's attention, right? Yes, as long as you help me find an opening to attack, I guarantee I will kill the Dream Demon King. Of course, that is extremely risky. The Dream Demon King's agility surpasses ours, and I'm afraid none of us can withstand its attacks. So the four of them had to work together to hold it back. All four decided to trust Q-Do once again. All right, we trust you. Do, I'm entrusting you with my life. If you've asked for my help, I'll cooperate with you, but if you can't do it, don't push yourself too hard. The boss is so strong that even if we run away, we won't lose face. Q-Do seems to have planned everything carefully and told everyone to stay calm. After resting, the five of them got to work. As long as they didn't attack the Dream Demon King, it wouldn't wake up. The first strike was crucial. They had to find the Dream Demon King's weakest spot. Q-Do climbed onto it and discovered something. He concluded that this must be the weak spot of the Dream Demon King. The young man carefully raised his weapon and activated the Skull King ring effect. The first strike dealt 508 HP damage to the Dream Demon King. The students stood there with their mouths wide open. How much damage was that? Is this the damage of a mage? The system announces that player Q-Do has shattered the Nightmare Heart, triggering a mission change. The Nightmare King has awakened. Mission update successful. The current mission is to kill the Nightmare King at difficulty level A. It just woke up and is already enraged. Q-Do stands ready and tells everyone to prepare and follow the plan I just gave to help me seize the chance to attack. It let out a roar and then complained. Despicable humans! Q-Do urged Ma-Fi to attack it and draw its hatred. He obeyed and charged forward. You don't need to say it, sword energy breaks defense. Sakana looks impressive when attacking but only deals minimal damage. Why can one strike from Q-Do reduce 508? I don't believe it. As long as there is damage, even if it's just an itch, I will scratch you to death. Keep up the relentless critical attacks. The Dream Demon King angrily said, You insignificant whelp, if you want to die first, I will help you. Ma-Fi forced himself to appear strong. Come on, Dream Demon King. A true man must wield his sword to achieve glorious feats. How could I, Ma-Fi, be afraid of death? Then he called Yang Xiangdi and his left and right allies to help him block the Dream Demon. The Golden Sand Wrap was activated, along with the support of the Light Shield. Ma-Fi kept losing health, while Zhao Ziyue stood behind continuously healing, weakening the two layers of attack. Only with Zhao Ziyue's healing could they barely hold the line. Ma-Fi doesn't seem to hold on much longer. Q-Do, are you done yet? Damn it, I'm about to die. Q-Do immediately responded to the signal, and a finishing blow took another 182 HP from the Dream Demon King. System warning, the Dream Demon. King's health is critically low and is about to activate the Dream Demon realm. Q-Do hesitated for a moment while the other members kept losing health. The enemy will deal wide area damage during the casting time and cannot be stopped. At this stage, we cannot give the Dream Demon King any chance. Earlier, the Cam Snail group was trapped in the illusion for so long because they fell for this trick. Q-Do continues to unleash a move to interrupt the casting, with the Dream Demon King's remaining HP at 128 out of 1,000. Just a little more to go. You jump high and face it head on. True Tu Nuit warns anxiously. Q-Do, be careful. I'm out of mana and can't heal anymore. But at this point, no healing is needed. The moment the staff hits its head, the Nightmare King will be completely gone. Congratulations to player Q-Do for obtaining the first skin, Boss Nightmare Village, rewarded with 30 free attribute points. Player Q-Do defeated the Nightmare King boss with physical attacks, rewarded with 10 free attribute points and an additional 50 XP. Congratulations to the player for leveling up continuously. Current XP 30 over 50, rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Completed the hidden mission to kill the Dream Demon King. The system will distribute rewards based on player evaluations and is currently assessing the player's completion levels. Finally succeeded, the system begins evaluating the remaining 5 players. Evaluation complete. Player Trio Tu Nguit rated D, rewarded with D-level skill, Spring Wind Buddha Willow. Evaluating the left and right players at level C. Awarding the skill, Thorny Counterattack at level D. Evaluating the forward enemy player at level C. Awarding the skill, Earth Binding Technique at level D. Player Ma-Fi rated C, rewarded with D-level skill, Earth Sword Technique. Player Q-Do rated A, awarded A-level reward, X. P50 skill book level. B. Du Lean Technique. Although the skill cannot be used temporarily, it has a soul core. Q-Do hoped the Dream Demon King would give him some good items. The item Q-Do received was a level B Dragon Piercing Sword, which increases attack by 100 points, ignores 30% of the enemy's armor, boosts sword energy damage by 20%, is limited to the warrior class, and requires a beginner level 11. Q-Do looked extremely disappointed. How unlucky. Why did it have to be a B-grade sword? You threw it over to your Ma-Fi. Ma-Fi was startled too. Ooh, a B-grade sword? You just want to give it to me. You're the only one here who uses a sword. I can't use it. If I don't give it to you, then who else? Don't you know the value of a B-grade item? Many players spend a fortune and still might not be able to buy it. If you sell it, you could buy a house in the capital. Q-Do didn't seem to care much about the money and told Ma-Fi to just keep playing with it. Then the guy got all excited and kept fiddling with the Dream King. You don't believe this piece of trash only dropped one piece of equipment. Check the attribute panel again. Name Q-Do, Profession Wind Spirit. Master level 7, Power 151. Chaotic Demon Force times 2, Defense 6, Agility 9. Spirit No Mana 300 over 300 H, P70 over 70, X P30 over 70. Talent, Brave Heart of the Mage, Miracle Skill appears at level A, Equipment Skull. King Ring level C, Skill Book Summoning Skull Technique level F, Spirit Transfer. Technique level B, current power has increased, but HP is only 70, which is quite low, like a sheet of paper that can be blown away. Talent, Brave Heart of the Mage. The passive effect grants free attribute points when player Q-Do kills an enemy with physical attacks. The active effect allows the player to increase other attributes by the points of the chosen attribute. Before using the active effect, only one attribute can be selected. Q-Do tends to think the limitation of the passive effect does not allow increasing points for other attributes. From now on, I can only think of ways to stay alive. I still need to remain calm and cautious, not act recklessly. The hidden mission is complete, and I'm being sent back to the real world. Players, get ready! All 5 members have returned to the school. The moment they returned, the whole class erupted in chaos. Q-Do is back. The class president and the Tahu group have also returned. The principal rushed out, and finally, you all came back. It seems even the teacher couldn't help but worry. You've been gone for 2 days, and he thought you might not come back. What exactly happened in the end? You said for sure they must have fallen into a hidden dungeon. Now it's good. The 5 of you will definitely be sought after by top schools. The other students in the class also feel proud. Oh, our class now has 5 geniuses directly recruited by top schools. From now on, our class will be a true class of prodigies. When will I ever be as outstanding as Q-Do and the class president? Even though Q-Do is carefree, as soon as he got back to Ma-Fi, he was already thinking of ways to compete. He thought to himself, just wait. Q-Do, next time we enter a dungeon, I'll make you regret giving me the dragon-piercing sword. With such powerful equipment to assist me once I reach the beginner level, 11 stage, I'm sure I can beat you. Just then, someone rushed in with urgent news. Principal, the people from Hwathan University in the capital have arrived. They want to find 5 of their members. The principal hadn't even reported this news yet, but somehow the top schools were already so well informed. He quietly rejoiced, thinking that before retirement he might just be able to put a perfect end to his teaching career. As soon as they met, the representatives from the 2 universities, they quickly bonded, shaking hands and greeting each other warmly. The principal hadn't seen them in a long time. Teacher Bon, Teacher Wei, long time no see. Ha ha ha. Old Teacher Bon immediately accepted the compliment. These are the 5 students who surpassed Opmong Village and even completed the hidden mission. Truly outstanding. Welcome to the 5 of you. I am Ban Luong Ki, the admissions officer of Kindo University. Our school is currently in great need of outstanding virtual world geniuses like you. If you agree, tomorrow I will send you the admission notice. The representative from the other university grew impatient. Ban Luong Ki, aren't you ashamed? You haven't even taken the test and you're already outright stealing students. Teacher Ban smirked and replied, I'm just representing Kindo University to express my sincerest intentions. If you don't believe me, these 5 students insist on taking the test, so let's start the test. Representing Hwathan University with a serious expression, he introduced himself. I am Bui Huang Kwok, an admissions officer at Hwathan University. Everyone, no need to be nervous. The test the teacher mentioned is to assess your skills and corresponding abilities. Collect information from you to see if you meet the admission standards. Q-Do thought to himself that it was a skills test, but he couldn't use any abilities. He decided to enter the capital university to find clues about his parents. These 5 will take turns testing. and Ma Fi volunteered to go first. Ma Fi is a level 5 B-grade prodigy sword apprentice. Master Bun assessed that Ma Fi just passed the novice training round and reached level 5, making him a rare genius. Not bad. Your swordsmanship is sharp and agile, clearly destined for my capital university at first glance. Old Master Byoi also rated him quite highly. Not bad. Try slashing the master with a sword once. This master is definitely not someone to underestimate. Name Bui Huang Kwok. Profession Spear Cultivator. Mid-level level 25. Strength 300. Defense 152. Agility 53. Spirit 24. Life value 500 over 500. Ma Fi immediately charged over boldly and warned Master Bui to be careful. He activated the one-sword style skill. After the sword pierced through his defense, Master Bui was stunned for 5 seconds. How could it have broken through his defense? Although my profession as a spear cultivator isn't good at defense, I'm still level 25. The old master really likes Ma Fi, very good. This one-sword technique of yours is an extremely rare skill that uses the tip of the sword to break through defenses and can amplify the power of the sword strike. Well done. Ma Fi looked very proud and said, "Thank you, Teacher Bui, for the compliment." Teacher Bon also praised him. Not only that, using just the tip of the sword to break defense shows your attribute strength must be very high, at least around 35 points. Moreover, judging by your sword speed, you are also quite fast and agile. The classmates have wide open eyes, amazed. Level 5 has 35 strength points. Is this really a sword cultivator? No wonder it's the top profession in terms of attack power in the other world. If I could also get the sword cultivator profession like Ma Fi, then my great-grandmother could smile peacefully in the afterlife. Teacher Bui began to worry. With such an outstanding student, he will definitely lure the other party to Huado University. Not wanting to lose a good student, Teacher Bui started to persuade him as well. Ma Fi, have you decided which school you will join? The doors of Huatan University will always be open to welcome you. Teacher Ban immediately interrupted. Come to our Huado University. I guarantee we will provide you with the best learning resources. Ma Fi replied, maybe the teachers should check the other students first. I want to think it over a bit more. In fact, he wanted to wait and see which school Kyoduo would enter, then he would go to that school. Everything he did was to surpass Kyoduo. The testing continued, and the next person was Triotun Wit. She introduced herself as a therapist and then demonstrated her skills. Another person who pleased Teacher Bui, not bad, a new level 4 therapist who can already treat everyone. Next is Tahu, already at level 4 with such strong defensive abilities. Moreover, when the teacher strikes Tahu, part of the attack's power is reflected back. Teacher Bui suddenly asked, "Is this your skill?" "Yes, sir. This is my level D skill. The spiked armor counterattack can return 20% of the damage you receive back to the opponent. The more I test it, the more satisfied I am." Not bad. Very good. Hitting the teacher means hitting yourself. For the shield profession, nothing is more practical than this skill. Next up is the offensive direction. At first glance, Master Bui thought Duong Huang must be a shield specialist, but it turned out his profession was a mage. The old master was a bit surprised. A guy over 300 kilograms claiming to be a mage. Did I pick up the wrong script? Starting the inspection. Just standing there, Teacher Bui thought the kid was just posing, not sensing any magical fluctuations until Duong Huang activated the earth explosion skill, which made him stare in disbelief. Teacher Bui was stunned. This technique showed no warning signs and just exploded beneath the ground where he stood. Even a level 25 warrior would lose 3 life points if caught off guard, let alone those of the same level. Is this really a technique used by a level 5 mage? Teacher Bui started paying attention to the principal. It seems that after returning, he must have someone keep an eye on Teach Kim Long. The school quickly nurtured 5 prodigies, who might one day become legendary figures. The last to be tested was Qiu Du, a level 7 spirit mage with an unclear talent rank. Teacher Ban seemed surprised. Level 7 is 2 ranks higher than the other 4 students, but the talent level is unclear. Maybe it's too low to mention. Teacher Bui planned to check the results first, but he was actually trying to see what kind of spirit creature Qiu Du could summon. Getting injured once by a newbie apprentice is one thing, but if I keep getting hurt by rookies, then Bui Hung Kwok isn't cut out for the real world anymore. Suddenly, he was startled as Qiu Du took a running start and charged straight at him. A spirit mage like him wouldn't summon a spirit and charge at me like that. It seems to be a close-range offensive spirit magic. This student named Qiu Du is too weak. If it were a real fight, who would be foolish enough to wait for him to cast a spell? Before anything else, the old teacher Bui was surprised to see Qiu Du's hand posture suddenly change. Just how strong a sorcerer's power could be, you'd know after taking one punch from me. Then he just jabbed straight into Teacher Bui's face, causing him to lose 200 HP instantly and collapse completely to the ground. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Q-Do knocked down a level 25 teacher with just one punch. Yeah. After struggling to lift his head, the old teacher Bon confusedly asked, "Old Bui, what's wrong with you? How could just one punch from a level 7 spirit mage cause him to end up like this?" Spirit mages are known to have the weakest bodies. Could this Q-Do be a relative of yours? Are you deliberately causing trouble? Teacher Bui shouted in frustration, accusing him of playing tricks. That guy's head! The old teacher thought to himself, what kind of monster is this kid? One punch nearly gave me a heart attack. Is this really level 7? The students keep going from one shock to another, shouting all the way. Am I hallucinating? Q-Do knocked the admissions teacher away with just one punch? Everyone tell me, is there any chance that the Q-Do before us is a summoned spirit creature? The real Q-Do must be hiding somewhere. That's definitely true. Spirit mages are known as the weakest profession physically, so how could one punch knock out the admissions teacher? Teacher Ban stood there, intimidated. This new student is a bit scary. Fortunately, Bui Huang Quok volunteered to be the teacher for this test. Otherwise, I would have been the one embarrassed. Q-Do asked if the test was over yet. Both old teachers fell silent, unable to make an assessment. Teacher Bui concluded that this was truly the most terrifying person. The old teacher stammered, Q-Do, you could say you passed this test, but since you didn't demonstrate spirit magic, we can't accurately assess you. Q-Do spoke frankly. It's okay, sir. I've thought it through carefully. I want to join the physical cultivation major in the warrior system. You know I still can't use magic, so the most important thing is to get into the capital university. Teacher Ban was a bit surprised. Studying a major outside of one's own field was unprecedented in the history of education, so he wanted to discuss this matter further with the principal of Kindo. Little Ban, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to be recruiting for the 4th Academy in Tobai? Principal, here's the thing. I discovered a spirit mage with an incredibly terrifying talent. He wants to join the cultivation major in the warrior system. This information shocked the dean of Kindo deeply. Rung dung dung, what are you talking about? Oh dear principal, I'll keep it brief. She's already level 7 and can knock out a professor from Huathan University with a single punch. What? Xiaobang, I'm giving you the highest authority at Kindo University. Don't worry about the student's circumstances, just to prove everything for Rod. We have to recruit her to our Kindo University. The principal is so afraid of losing this potential student that he wants to personally invite Q-Do and asks Mr. Bond to open the image. Hello, Q-Do. I am the principal of Kindo Kobin Duong University. Would you like to join our Kindo University? Kindo University has a long history and an excellent faculty. Q-Do firmly declared, Principal, you don't need to say more. I agree. Study at Kindo University. At the same time, Mr. Bui contacted the principal of Huatan School, but it was already too late. Teacher Bui was determined to quickly recruit the remaining students, but before he could do anything, the principal of Kindo offered to take the last 4 students. If you all are in the same class, you might as well go to the same school as me, so you can help each other more easily in the future. And so they were persuaded to study together with Q-Do. Teacher Ban looked satisfied. This seemed to be the most glorious moment in his recruitment history. Just after the negotiation, Q-Do got straight to the point and asked Principal Ko, saying she had a few questions. Do you know my father, Duan Than? Principal Ko looked surprised. What? You are the child of Duan Than and Bok Thuk Ha. No wonder you felt so familiar the moment you saw me. Q-Do held on to hope and asked, Principal, do you know where my parents are now? They were once my students, but it's been over 10 years since I last saw them. All I can tell you is that your parents were very formidable people. Since they graduated, I've had no way to learn more about them. I remember your parents often mentioned the special privilege dungeon back then. You must go to your exclusive dungeon, where your parents left something behind. Thus, the principal successfully admitted 5 top-tier V-Pro students. After completing it, the admission notice will be sent before the start of the semester. You should try to pass the special dungeon for your field. This way, you will be rated even higher while studying at the school. Keep it up, and see you at Kindo University. 1 week later, after the newcomers passed the test, the 4th Academy continued to sort classes based on the students' professions from the other world. In other words, it was a sprint class before the exam, attracting many students selected by prestigious schools. The principal gave a few words of advice to the 4th Academy's mage class. Today, we are here to briefly talk about the mage's private dungeon. The mage's private dungeon usually tests everyone's mental strength, generally being a reasoning dungeon or a decoding dungeon. So as long as you cooperate and think together, the results will be twice as effective. Right now, Q-Do and Duong Huang are at the gate leading into the exclusive dungeon. Duong Huang, are you sure we'll be okay doing it this way? Oh man, what could possibly go wrong? Hearing theory is not as good as practicing it. Besides, the more people enter the special dungeon, the higher the level of danger. Rather than letting them rely on you, it's better to let me handle it alone. Besides, at worst, we can wait until we clear it and then take them through. After all, the privileged dungeon can be cleared multiple times. It just doesn't give rewards. Before anything else, that chubby guy already loudly called the NPC guarding the gate. Hey, energetic sister, we want to enter the exclusive dungeon for mages. NPC is receiving the information. The system is selecting the dungeon for the 2 players. Selection successful. The exclusive dungeon chosen for the 2 players is Hang Van Dock. Q-Do eagerly demands to enter immediately, even though the mission reminder hasn't been heard yet. Actually, the guy doesn't know anything. What mission reminder? Is there even such a thing? Yang Seng replied helplessly. Of course there is. If you didn't hear the mission briefing, how do you expect to get through the bone cave? You didn't kill all the dry corpses in that cave, did you? Just looking at Kyodu's dumbfounded face says it all. Legend says that in the southeast restraint region, there is an ancient evil tribe whose members are skilled in poison crafting, eccentric and ruthless, capable of poisoning without gods or ghosts noticing, causing unbearable pain to their victims. The poisonous larvae inside the body produce offspring that bite and consume the person's flesh until the player dies. Mission requirement: find the legendary evil tribe and eliminate all the poisonous larvae. The mission rewards will depend on the player's completion level. Please note, the 1,000 Poisons Cave dungeon requires 5 players to start. The system will automatically match 3 more teammates for you. Please prepare yourself mentally. They just entered the dungeon. The 3 teammates paired with Kyodu include 2 men and 1 woman. We still don't note each other's abilities, yet one of the 3 already showed contempt. Are these 2 the teammates we were matched with? Don't hold us back. The only girl in the group saw the rude member and reminded him, Longchang, don't be so disrespectful. If everyone has been grouped into a team, then it's fate. Then the girl turned to introduce herself. Hello both of you, my name is Fuang Vien. I am a fire mage. This is my younger brother, Fuang Tam, who is also a fire mage like me. The other person is Long Thuong. The whole team is currently standing in front of a wall on which 5 characters are engraved. Voduk An Tuki. Long Thuong's personality is no different from Ma Fi's, always showing off his skills. Watch me open the door now. He activated his nullifying attack skill, but the door didn't budge at all. Fuang Vientiet thinks this door seems to have the attribute of Ma Mien. Magic cannot cause any damage to it. So it's better to review the warnings first. Kyodu still stands in place, staring intently at the door, contemplating how to dispel the magic. Fuang Tam shouted, I know. The answer is based on the pronunciation in Chinese, which is Devu Do. Kyodu decisively activated the miraculous punch. The whole team stood in stunned silence, especially those who didn't know Kyodu's skills. One punch and it shattered. Is this a dungeon privilege for mages? The system announced that the door had been opened. Kyodu originally just wanted to see if he could push the door open with normal strength. Who would have thought this door was so fragile? Another door appeared ahead, and before that, there were many red spider lilies. Kyodu warned everyone to be careful with these flowers. He felt they were unusual, but at this point, the warning was probably too late. Everyone's hands emitted a black aura, as if they had all been poisoned. The problem was, no one knew when the toxin had entered their bodies. Life value 67/70, poisoned status, losing 3 life points every minute. Duong Huang panicked. Q, what should we do now? Keep moving forward. Staying here is just waiting to die. We have to get out of here quickly. She kept a calm expression, but Kyodu was actually quite worried and uneasy. At this rate, she would run out of blood in half an hour. Damn it, our health is too low. The whole team rushes toward the door despite everything, where strange words are written. No effort wasted, poison never lingers. 1.1 shadow determines heaven and earth. It seems we have to keep decoding. This time we have to guess a few words. We're running out of time. It's too urgent. Kyodu smashed the door with a punch, not knowing the answer to that phrase, and the whole team managed to get inside. Long Thuong was still in shock, his face blank. Was this really a puzzle-solving dungeon? Why does it feel like there's no need to think at all? The system announces congratulations to the player for completing Mission 1 and successfully finding the evil tribe in the legendary Cave of 10,000 Poisons. This is the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. Suddenly, the group encountered a little girl coming out. Hello, brother and sister. My name is Xiaodong. Did everyone come from outside? After checking the condition of the 5 people, the girl panicked. Oh no, are you poisoned? It's the poison of the red spider lily. quickly follow me back to the spirit cave to detoxify. If the poison spreads too deep, it will be impossible to save you. Q-Do was a bit puzzled. When did this girl appear here? And she just mentioned Van Lin Cave? Huang Vien thought that now was not the time to worry about what to do, but to detoxify first. As she led everyone back to Van Lin Cave, the girl excitedly shouted, "Mom, Dad, everyone come quickly and see who I brought back. Who are these people? They are strangers I met while gathering herbs on the mountain. They have all been poisoned by the red spider lily, so quickly cook a pot of 5 poison soup." The girl's mother told everyone to sit inside and bring the 5 poison soup. The bowl of soup looked disgusting, filled with centipedes and fried insects, the cloudy broth reeking of a foul, fishy smell. Everyone felt nauseous at the sight. Long Thuong tried to push Duong Huangdit to drink first as a test, but he refused. Q-Do ignored them and immediately lifted the bowl straight to his mouth. This is not the time to be greedy for good food. You have to drink it quickly, or in a moment, your life value will be cut in half. As soon as he finished drinking, Q-Do smiled confidently. The taste was mild and perfectly balanced. The 5 poisons soup really works. My poisoning symptoms have disappeared. Everyone, drink quickly to restore your original state. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 members started vomiting one after another. Q-Do curiously asked Tudong, "Can you tell me about the origin of Van Lin Cave?" "I'm not sure about the tribe's origins either, only that the chief ordered everyone here not to leave and forbade the use of poison techniques. After the antidote was given, her mother came out and chased us away. All right, the poison has been neutralized, everyone is safe now, so let's leave quickly. Our Van Lin Cave tribe doesn't really welcome outsiders." Tudong looked upset. Why is Mom acting like that? It was so hard for a few people to come here from elsewhere. Why would Mom chase them away? Then the girl turned around with a smile and told the group not to worry and to ignore what her mom said. Everyone can stay as long as they want. Q-Do, curious about Teodong's mother's strange attitude, took this opportunity to stay as well. Then we'll have to trouble everyone. We just finished detoxifying and our bodies aren't feeling very well. Excitedly, Teodong opened the door and called everyone inside to rest, while her whole family would go out for a while. As night fell, the entire Teodong family set off. Tonight is the full moon. It's time to begin. The people of Van Lin Cave are gathering in front of a sky well. The village leader shouted under the moonlight, "Please protect us with favorable weather and keep us free from disease. We will offer you the freshest flesh and blood of these humans." This person then dropped a drop of blood from their finger into the well. Immediately after, tens of thousands of ants swarmed over the 2 sacrificed humans. Immediately after, only their skeletons remained. Witnessing this scene, Q-Do's team was terrified. "Oh my God, this is cannibalism." Q-Do told everyone to go back first and talk later. The poison combined with so many tribes makes them hard to deal with. In fact, you know that although your attack power is strong, you don't have any group skills. The purple-haired girl is the chief of the Van Lin Cave tribe, and she happened to spot Q-Do's group. A few scared little rats. She ordered the crab to capture them all alive. As soon as they returned home, Phuong Tom slammed the door shut. Phuong Vien was worried. What should they do now? Seeing the reverent looks of the tribe members, if they find out we are the ones who killed the poisonous larvae, we'll probably become their next meal. Suddenly, Q-Do noticed strange sounds coming from all around the house. It was the arrival of many larvae. Phuong Vien activated the blazing fire barrier to temporarily protect everyone. Q-Do also put down his weapon and stepped in to help. Melee targets are too weak to gain attribute points. Q-Do thought to himself, if killing Trung Tu could earn attribute points, he would have already searched everywhere and poured boiling water on them. Duong Huang activated the 2 skills, Earth Beast Fury and Earthquake Magic, blowing up the house and wiping out the larvae in the process. Q-Do admired and praised him, saying, "Well done, Duong Huang. These 2 skills of yours can even be combined into a combo." But although using them consecutively is powerful, it almost drained all of Duong Huang's mana. The giant crab appeared, looming behind, looking angry. "You all are too bold. I only wanted to teach you a lesson, but you used magic to kill all the insects in my deadly venom cave. You all will become food for the larvae, dying in agony as countless bugs tear at your hearts." Duong Huangdit continued to activate the Earth Violence spell right where he stood, but it seemed it still hadn't affected him at all. Overestimating yourselves. Relying only on your group, you think you can hurt me. Regarding this man, he is a common NPC crab level 10, with 289 over 300 health points, 40 strength, 20 defense, 15 agility, and skills in devouring insects and controlling poisonous bugs. Unlike bosses and wild monsters, NPCs in this world can completely hide their attributes if they are not injured. That Long Thuong just now chickened out. How could he possibly fight back? The attribute values of this cancer are almost comparable to the boss. Thuong Vien was also worried, as the mission in the 10,000 Poisons Cave was basically not meant for beginners to complete. Q-Do thought to himself, could the exclusive copy really be different? Then he clenched his fist tightly and charged at the crab. He stood there sneering with contempt at Q-Do's display, huffing, unaware of his own limits, thinking he could charge forward with such a small, soft punch. Your legs aren't even as good as mine, and a bunch of rookies like you could be easily handled by me alone against 10 people. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tasted Q-Do's signature punch. One hit took off 121 points, and only then did Kuji seriously acknowledge the threat and fight back. This is impossible. How could a mere human hurt me? He began activating his devouring state, with his crab attributes rising and his defense multiplying several times over. He declared, no one can deal damage to my defense. I must use your blood to sacrifice to my swarm. Q-Do's face remained unchanged as he continued. One more punch left the crab's life at only 23 out of 500. His face swollen and bruised, Q-Do coldly turned back and said with a stern expression, next time, be honest and tell me, what was that ritual you just performed? Who is that woman? Since teaming up with Q-Do, our teammates hardly ever have to lift a finger. He handles everything, and they've even started to fear him. The crab-faced man with swollen eyes groaned in response. He was our clan chief, leading the species sacrifice ritual. Our Vandok cave has a pact with the queen of the insects. On the fullest moon, we must bring fresh flesh for sacrifice. That well mouth made of green stone is the home and breeding ground of the queen. Yang Xiang only then realized, Duta, I think I understand why Xiaodong and his whole family are helping us detoxify. They want to make us sacrifices for the next insect ritual. Q-Do asked one last question. Why did Tudong rename the entire tribe to Van Lin Cave, while you all still call it Vandok Cave? The name Ku Jiai seemed confusing. Teodong what? In our entire tribe in the Vandok Cave, there is only one person with the name Dong, and that is the chief named Tuan Dong. After gathering all the information, Q-Do showed no mercy and decisively took him out. It has been confirmed that player Q-Do defeated the crab NPC with bare hands, earning 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. Congratulations to the player on leveling up successfully. Current experience value is 10 over 80. Free attribute points are 5. Congratulations to player Q-Do for defeating the first NPC in this world with bare hands. PC Ti in Amit. The reward is a Xian Gia Taiho grade item. The Xian Gia Taiho is a one-time use S grade item that prevents death once. Q-Do seemed intrigued. An S rank item that prevents death once. This NPC really does have a rare, game-changing item. This must be the highest level item in this world. Thuong Vien, Thuong Tam, and Long Thuong were worried. What should we do now? They will sooner or later find out their people were killed by us, and Q-Do alone can't handle them. If just a villager is this formidable and the chief can control the venomous bugs, how can we possibly fight back? Q-Do replied that the mission only required eliminating all the Trung Tu without touching the people in the venomous cave. If the Trung Tu's nest is inside the ancient well, it must be destroyed. While Chief Tuan Dong has not yet discovered the situation here, this is the best opportunity to act. Everyone move to the well's location. There's no one here now, so we must act quickly. As they approached the well, the whole team was shocked to see 2 dead bodies, and they were Tudong's parents. It seemed they were so ruthless they even killed their own people. Q-Do confirmed that no wonder their attitude was so strange back then. It seems not all the people here are bad. For now, let's ignore them and focus on destroying this stone well. Fire. Gwum. Fire, wind, and earth. Violent magic were activated simultaneously, causing the well to explode and form a deep hole underground. Duong Huang Tit thought with this power all the larvae must be dead, but the problem was the system still hadn't shown the mission as completed. Just then, the clan leader of the 10,000 Poisons Cave, Tuan Dong, appeared, laughing wildly. Ha ha, you blind fools are truly unruly. If you can show up here, the crab must be dead. This is truly beyond my expectations. Walking beside her was Quang Man, a core member of the 10,000 Venoms clan. Q-Do looked straight into her eyes and asked, should I call you the clan chief of the 10,000 Venoms, or should I call you Tiu Dong? With a smug look, she replied, "What's wrong, big brother? Don't you like my current form? So can I transform into Teodong's form? How about that? Which one do you prefer?" With a blink, she transformed into Teodong's form. "It's a pity. I originally wanted to spare the eldest brother's life so he could continue the family line. But since you've killed so many of my clan's soldiers, if I don't sacrifice you, the clan's descendants will be furious." When Kyudu asked why she even killed people from her own clan, including her parents, the girl replied coldly and calmly, "What about your parents? They were just useless fools who never listened." That declaration was like a slap in the face to Kyudu. So what if they're your parents? Seeing Kyudu's furious expression, Tuandong continued to taunt her. "It seems like you're angry. Don't be angry, because you will soon be joining them too." After the savage smile, tens of thousands of insect larvae appeared. Seeing the SOS situation, the other members shouted to each other and rushed to the market to help Kyudu. Fuangvin activated the blazing flames, and Longthan was slashed fiercely by the madman, flying out in a whirlwind. He warned not to even dream of bothering the clan chief. The madman is a common level 20 NPC with 500 over 500 health, 55 strength, 30 defense, 30 agility, and skills in devouring insects and controlling poisonous bugs. Kyudu is surrounded by a swarm of insect corpses. Damn it! There are too many of these bugs. If they keep swarming me, death is the only way out. If Ko Tang's agility and defense could reach 166 points. Like his strength, the current situation might be broken. Could it be that now I need to actively use the Brave Heart skill? After thinking it over, Kyudu still felt uneasy. After all, with a sage's help to revive once, he had to risk it all. To catch the enemy, you must catch the king first. As long as Tuandong is killed, these venomous insects will destroy themselves. Kyudu finally broke free from the swarm. Tuandong laughed with delight. "Ha ha, big brother, have you finally figured it out? Do you want to go feed the worms yourself?" Kyudu used super speed to strike through, causing her severe abdominal injury. After being wounded, Tuandong's face was full of hatred. Isn't it only fitting that someone who doesn't value others gets eaten by insects? Tuandong was classified by the system as a rare NPC, level 10, with 1,000 over 1,000 health points, 30 strength, 30 defense, 50 agility, and the skill of controlling giant insects with poisonous transformation. Kyudu wondered why Tuandong was rated as rare level when all the attributes were lower than the elite, which didn't make any sense. He feels like there's something off about Tuandong. "Big brother, you hit him in the stomach so hard it's dented. What are we going to do if his stomach is ruined?" Suddenly, Tuandong's agility increased by 80. She activated her skill and struck Kyudu and Hui directly in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. The sudden increase in agility caught Kyudu off guard. After attacking Kyudu, Tuandong declared, "Don't worry, once I die I'll skin your family completely as a keepsake. Your skin will definitely look very nice." Duong Huang was fighting Kwangman, saw Kyudu like that and panicked, shouting loudly, trying to run out to help but was still blocked by that Kwangman. He blocked the way and growled, "I told you, your opponent is me, yet you still dare to be distracted." Duong Huang continued to activate the Earth Beast summon. Kwangman taunted, "Fatty, you still don't get it. Your moves are useless against me. Your attacks are nothing but an itch to scratch." Just as he was about to counterattack, his face suddenly froze. "What's going on? Why is the summon to Earth this time red?" The Yang direction activated the Earth Explosion spell, dealing a final blow that reduced Kwangman's HP by 312 points. Consuming too much energy, the Yang direction enemy is now in a fat-burning state. After losing the fat, he looked so cool that Fuang Vian and Fuang Tam were left dumbfounded, not knowing which cool guy to choose. After eliminating the berserk horse, the young man hurried over to Kyudu to help. Kyudu was confused, not knowing why his friend had become like this. I also didn't understand what had just happened. Just now I rushed, and all the fat on my body burned away. After that, my mental attribute is now nearly 300 points. The mental attribute and skill release power combined have reached 300 points, nearly catching up to the spiritual attribute intensity of some mid-level mages. Kyudu asked Duong Huang to quickly use Earth Destruction technique to deal with both him and Tuandong at the same time, but Duong Huang hesitated because Kyudu might also die. Kyudu remained resolute. "Don't waste words, trust me and act quickly." The Earth Violent technique was activated. Tuandong tried to resist. "Let me go, I don't want to die with you, but at this point it's already too late." As soon as the sentence ended, Duong Huang detonated everything, and the teammates were very worried about Kyudu. The system announced that it detected the critical damage triggering the Sage's shield item level S, which was immune to damage this time. The system detected player Kyudu's courageous will to risk death for survival, and rewarded him with the passive skill level A Great Strength Contract. The level A Great Strength Contract increases the player's strength attribute by 1 point for every 50 additional health points. Each point of strength attribute increases the player's health by 10 points. This effect does not cycle or stack automatically. Q-Do thought there was such a good thing. The system probably didn't want him to die. With 166 strength points, that means an additional 1,660 health points. Now, you have nearly 1,800 health points, so you probably don't need to worry about getting killed off easily. Seeing Q-Do still safe, Duong Huangdich Tat Toy ran over. "Duka, I have 300 spirit points. Why didn't you die from the explosion?" Q-Do crossed his arms and replied, "How come? Are you upset that I didn't die? Who says you can't come back to life after dying?" "Ah, right, you killed Tuan Dong. What did she drop for you?" Just then, Tuan Dong burst out of the smoke. "You all hit me too hard." "Congratulations. You will now witness my true beauty." Tuan Dong Lu has fully transformed. Level 15, 2,000 over 2,000 health, 130 strength, 80 defense, 100 agility, with skills in deadly poison and violent force. So this is her true face, and her attributes have become too strong. Q-Do hurriedly told Duong Huang to cast another earth treasure spell on her, but Duong Huang was now almost unable to act. "No, Duong Ka, my mental attribute has reached 48 points. It seems the mental attribute gained from burning fat is not permanent. Warning the boss with 10,000 poisons is empowered by an unknown enhancements. The combat power of this creature has exceeded the difficulty level for beginners. Players, please leave the dungeon immediately." Warning. Players must leave the dungeon immediately. Q-Do is still very hesitant. "What if we leave our exclusive dungeon?" Yang Xiang asked eagerly. "Dua, run away quickly. Surviving an encounter with a terrifying monster is already lucky enough. And you still care about the mission?" The system continues to announce after calculation, since the 5 players have not killed the 10,000 Venoms boss, please leave the dungeon and then reopen the exclusive dungeon. Q-Do firmly declared. "What joke? Principal Ko Bin Duong specifically instructed me to clear the exclusive dungeon. No matter what kind of fusion you are, today you must die for me." Tuan Dong laughed wildly, clearly amused. "Very well, hateful humans, I don't believe you can harm this body. Today, I have to cut you down alive." The two of them charged at each other. Taking her hit caused Q-Do to lose 124 points, and his counterattack made her lose 196 points. Neither of them was inferior to the other. Tuan Dong really sees Q-Do as a rival. What kind of monster is this kid anyway? Why is he still not dead? He's only level 8. How can his damage be higher than mine? Am I the boss or is he the boss? Just how strong is he anyway? Can a mage really have this kind of power? After some hesitation, she bluntly asked Q-Do, "Wait, are you also one of Boktro's people?" Tuan Dong was certain it was true. Only Boktro could create a monster like Q-Do. After all, she was made by Boktro. Q-Do had no idea what she was talking about and shouted back in confusion. "What?" "Boktro, Blacktrock, I'm Q-Do." One final critical hit drained the remaining 213 points from her. The moment her soul had not yet left her body, she predicted it. Q-Do, could it be? Could it be that great person? And why would they want to kill me? The system announces that player Q-Do has been rewarded 15 free attribute points and 75 experience points for successfully completing the one-on-one challenge. Congratulations on leveling up. Current experience points 5 over 90. Awarded 5 free attribute points. The anomaly in the 10,000 Poisons Cave dungeon has been resolved and is being recalculated. Congratulations to the 5 players for successfully clearing the Mage exclusive dungeon. The system is assessing the player's completion level. Completion of the player rank evaluation. Long Thuong rank F, Phuong Tam rank A, Phuong Vien rank A, Tuong Huangdit rank. Rank A, player. Q-Do's rank is S. The system will base the rewards on the player's rank evaluation. The S rank reward for player Q-Do is an additional 100 experience points and 10 free attribute points. Skill book level EAAC door. Congratulations to the player on successfully leveling up. Current experience. Points 15 out of 1,000. Reward of 5 free attribute points. Currently, Q-Do has leveled up to level 10. Only after reaching the beginner stage can he be considered a player capable of protecting himself in Thew. The items received include a level B electric armor that increases the player's health by 800 points, limited to early level 11. Q-Do considers this armor perfectly suited to his full power contract skill. The system announces the mysterious Rubik, a Rubik cube sealed by some kind of power. Is there a strange Rubik's cube here? The mysterious Rubik has bound itself to the owner, activating the mysterious rubric. The host gains the ability to detect character attributes within a 10-level range. The young man focused intently, as the mysterious cube suddenly bound itself to him and even had an unlockable power. This ability alone was already very formidable. Just then, an NPC came out of the door. Congratulations to the 5 players for completing the 10,000 Poisons Cave dungeon. This is an additional reward. I will increase your morale by 20%. Yang Xiang seemed very shocked by this reward. Damn, Duca, this reward is amazing. A 20% boost. Kyodu reluctantly showed a face of deep pain. Exactly. You're basically thinking your morale is 0, so increasing it by 20% still leaves it at 0, right? This reward is useless to you. It's useless. Fuang Vian thanked Kyodu on behalf of the team, thanking him for saving us and helping us get through this dungeon. Duong Huangdik, Kyodu, which university are you planning to apply to? We have been directly admitted to the capital. The capital, we will definitely apply to Capital University. Kyodu returned to school. At the academy cafeteria, Duong Huang freaked out over his rank. Ma Fai was very shocked. What? You're already level 10? He thought to himself. There are more dungeon wild monsters for warriors than for mages. Logically, warriors should level up faster than mages. How could Kyodu be different? What shocked the 2 girls even more was the dramatic change in Duong Huang's appearance. Compared to this, Kyodu, are you sure he's really Duong Huangdik? Why do I find it hard to believe? That's right, this change is too sudden. He's even more handsome now than Ma Fi. Duong Huang is still puffing his cheeks and bulging his eyes while eating. Yeah, what's the point of just looking? I need to eat a lot to get fat again, or else next time in, I won't feel safe. At that moment, Tahu also remembered that everyone had already been admitted directly. He wondered if the O exam this year was still necessary. In Kai Te Tin, the most important day of the year is the University Entrance Exam Day. The exam means continuing to select the group of talents. Most of the students who were admitted directly will also participate. They all have the same goal of becoming the top university graduate. Becoming the top university graduate not only brings fame, but also a reward of a grade 3 item. Ma Fi immediately volunteered. I want to join. I will definitely claim the #1 spot in the warrior system. I heard my father say that this year's prize is different from before. This time, the top scorer will receive an S-grade item. Kyodu walked while lost in thought, determined that if this year's prize is an S-grade item, he must win it. Strange sounds echoed from the tall building. Is 7438 really this kid? That guy is only level 10 at most. How could he possibly win? 9,527. Ignore it. Catch them first and ask later. After discussing, the 2 jumped from the rooftop and appeared in front of Kyodu. Their ability to detect character attributes is activated. Not knowing who these 2 were, Kyodu asked with a tense face, Is there something you need? You must be Kyodu, right? The brown-haired one named 9527 is an assassin, novice level 16, strength 95, defense 28, agility 125, spirit 25. The blue-haired one named 7438 is also an assassin, novice level 18, strength 105. Defense 30, agility 135, spirit 25. Just by looking at Kyodu, they couldn't believe she was the mage who killed Tuan Dong and Hong Von Dok. Kyodu thought to himself, coming all the way here for a dungeon boss, could they be the Boktro that Tuan Dong mentioned back then? So Boktro isn't a person, but an organization? At that time, I was too focused on dealing with things and should have asked more clearly. Kyodu tricked them. It's not that you mistook me. I am Ma Fi. Before anything else, that idiot 9527 already believed it and scratched his head apologizing. I told him it was impossible. Sorry, we mistook you for someone else. This stupidity got slapped by 7,438. Damn it, are you stupid to believe everything this guy says? As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his teammates to act. If Kyodu is a mage, they must capture him immediately. With super speed, they quickly closed in on Kyodu. But what shocked them even more was that Kyodu didn't dodge at all. Titch Catch is the biological father of the mage. He didn't dodge anything. He really fooled us. Without giving him a chance to say more, Kyodu rushed in and finished with a blow that made 9527 lose 197 health. 7438 stood there dumbfounded. Just one punch had seriously injured 9527. Even I couldn't do this, and besides, he was hit by both of us but still looks fine. With this defense and strength, it seems he really isn't a mage. Kyodu glanced at 7438 and asked, "Still want to fight?" At this point, he could only smile awkwardly in response. "Ha ha, no fight, no friendship. Brother Ma Fai, we mean no harm, must have mistaken you for someone else." We sincerely apologize. I am just a small, insignificant member, ranked 7,438 in the organization. Let's end this matter here. Kyudu was quite surprised that an 18th level assassin ranked just over 7,000 in Boktro's power scale. He figured they had to be let go to report back, or else a bigger retaliation would come soon. Then Kyudu turned and walked away, but still threw in a jab. Then I wish you both success in finding that Kyudu. If you need any help from me, Mafi, just feel free to ask. Too curious. As soon as he got home, Kyudu immediately reported back to Boktro. The legendary white trach divine beast is entirely white as snow, with 2 horns on its head, a lion-like appearance, and fiery patterns on its limbs. White trach knows the names, forms, and elimination spells of all demons in the world, so it has long been regarded as the divine beast that conquers demons and brings good fortune. What kind of organization is Boktro exactly? It seems impossible to find any information. Kyudu sighed, knowing his identity would be exposed sooner or later, and it seemed he couldn't stay here any longer. With the current strength, they are no match for a powerful, mysterious organization like Boktro. The only way is to take the university entrance exam. Even an organization like Boktro would not dare to harm a candidate taking the exam. This is a crime against all humanity. After that, Capital University is safe. Principal Ko Bin-duong is the #1 sword cultivator in all the world, known as the sword god Bin-duong. If the Capital University isn't safe, then nowhere in this world is safe. You're still curious about the ruby that fell in the Venom Cave. Could it be the unique feature of the personal dungeon? You guessed that this might be something your parents left for you, but how could they have known you would go through this dungeon, and how could they leave something inside it? Tuandong, Boktro, Mom and Dad, what exactly is going on here? On the rooftop of the tallest building, Boktro promptly updated information about Kyudu. 7, 4, 3, 8, and 952. 7 returned to report but updated that the intelligence was incorrect and that the person was not a mage. He was very strong enough to injure 9,527. The man in the black cloak asked again, "So the cause of Tuandong's death still hasn't been determined." "So, useless. Forget it. Put Tuandong's death aside for now. The organization's next move into Than is the most important thing." A few days later, at the 4th Academy, Kyudu met the principal in his private office. "Speak, Kyudu. What do you need my help with?" "It's not really important. I just want to ask for your help to look at this Rubik's Cube. I got it from a personal dungeon, and it seems to be sealed. Could you help me see if there's a way to open it?" The principal looked intently for a moment. "Sealed? Without a password, the only option is to use the sealing key." "The key to breaking the seal?" "Yes, the key to breaking the seal. The seal on this ruby block is not strong. The sealing key can just break the seal without damaging the item inside." Kyudu got straight to the point and asked, "So where can I find that key, teacher?" "This is a dungeon in the mechanical country. You have to be careful. This is an open dungeon. There might be some players scheming to cause trouble and put you at a disadvantage. This is the machine city, the machine country in the human territory." In an instant, Kyudu was here. "Is this the open machinery dungeon?" The principal said that here, a great war broke out between humans and machines because the machines gained consciousness. In the end, both sides signed a peace treaty, the place they called the Machine Country. Kyudu confirmed this was the human territory, the Machine City. The principal said that to obtain the key to break the seal, you can only accept a hidden mission from the Flower Army commander of the Machine City, but how to meet the commander remains a question. Just then, Kyudu passed by an old man who looked like a professor, and suddenly, something changed here. He stood there mumbling some incomprehensible things, as if calculating MC² using the actual photon as a particle, not the speed of light in a vacuum. Assuming both have similar performance. No, that's not right, not right. He was so focused that he didn't notice when he bumped into 2 tall, strong young men, causing his fake body to fall backward. He panicked and stammered out an apology. The young man sneered, "Old man, what's wrong with you? You can even bump into someone while walking. Are you doing it on purpose? You hurt me, so you definitely have to pay compensation." The guy next to him got fired up too. Yes, they demanded compensation. The old man, battered and helpless, could only apologize, but they insisted on bullying him and immediately tried to extort money. I asked him where the money was. Does this old man ever not have money? Kyudu couldn't stand the sight any longer and walked out. In broad daylight, these guys actually dared to openly bully an elderly man on the street. How could a model young man like me just ignore this? They immediately glared and threatened Kyudu. "Mind your own business, or do you want to pay for him?" Kyudu didn't argue much, clenching his fist tightly. To him, when words fail, violence takes over. One punch ended it. The gray-haired guy flew off to Cambodia or somewhere, who knows. The blonde got scared, clasped his hands in prayer, then ran away like crazy. Kyudu carefully asked if he was okay. The old man stammered, I only have this little money. Kyudu confidently asserts that he is a model youth born into happiness and raised under the red national flag. Please do not confuse him with those worthless guys. Ah, thank you, but unfortunately I have nothing to thank you for. By the way, Kyudu wants to ask something too. Sir, you don't need to thank me, but can you tell me how to find the Lord of the Mechanical City? The old man looked quite surprised. I want to find the City Lord, yes. I need to find an item called the Seal-Breaking Key, and only the City Lord Hoa Quan has it. The old man thought for a moment and replied, What a coincidence. I can't help with other things, but for this, I can help you meet the City Lord. Kyudu showed excitement. Really, thank you so much, sir. Let's go, but I have to warn you first. Getting the City Lord to hand over the item won't be easy. Kyudu confidently said, Frake, that's only because you don't know my abilities yet. Actually, I only used a little bit of strength just now. Sitting on the rooftop, the two young men bullied the old man out of curiosity. Brother, tell me, has the City Lord found the person he wants to meet this time? I don't know. That young man is the strongest player you've ever met. In the mechanical country BL rank, Professor Hoa Quan is planning to hold an academic conference tomorrow. This time I don't care how you do it, but you must bring him back here for me. Yes, Lord Mongduk, we have finally arrived. The young man, the City Lord you want to meet inside? This is the castle of Lord Hoa Quan. So how can the old man move around freely here? The moment he was about to turn and ask, the old man was already gone in a flash. Forget it. Don't think about it. Find the City Lord first, get the sealing key, then figure out the rest. As soon as Kyudu pushed the door open and stepped inside, he was shocked. What the old man and those two guys? That's right. In fact, I am the Lord of the Machine City. These two are the strongest guards in the Machine City. Kyudu was still surprised. But why you? Why do you want to put on that play? Because I need to find someone strong enough. Someone even stronger than my guards. That person is you, Kyudu. Didn't you want to get the key to break the seal? Just do one thing for me, and I will give you the key. The system has announced that a hidden mission has been unlocked. Tomorrow I will hold an academic seminar to present my research on machinery and organic life. But the group of robots trying to seize my research will definitely not miss this opportunity. I understand. You want me to protect you during the seminar. No. I need you to defeat the ruler of the machine country and destroy the machine heart. Mission: defeat the ruler of the mechanical country. Mongduk, destroy the mechanical heart, Marta, and obtain the key to break the seal. They're just a few robots, no problem. I accept this mission. Day 2 at the main hall of the research workshop. Everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a society with highly advanced civilization and technology. Humanity is nurtured by nature and abstracts the laws of life. So far, the complexity of computers and artificial systems is enough to rival life itself. After all, how much of life can truly be converted into data? The reason artificial intelligence was created is to study these mysteries. Even if AI can use Turing's principles, we still do not consider them living beings. Just like the robots in the land of machines, although they have their own consciousness, they cannot reproduce the next generation through traditional means. So can machines truly sustain their own kind? Kyudu looked blank, not understanding anything. Haven't those robots arrived yet? Suddenly, the glass on the ceiling cracked. A purple-haired robot rushed in to announce, Blood and flesh are fragile, but machines are eternal. Professor Hoa Quan discarded the bag from that weak person and leaned into the arms of the robot. The moment the robot appeared, everyone panicked and shouted for security forces. Get out! Robot, this is not a place for you to be. The robot blinked and was already in front of the blonde young man, delivering a super vipro punch. Every strike hits its mark. He laughed wildly as he fought. Ha ha, foolish humanity. Seeing this, Kyudu was extremely annoyed. It was clear they didn't think much of him at all. The city lord glanced over and then ran ahead. Kyudu, their target is me. This time I will go with them to the land of machines. I'm betting everything on you. Kyudu, I understand now, Lord of the City. That robot is still causing chaos and acting very excited. Ha 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 ha, see that? This is the power after the robot's upgrade. I possess the strongest body. Just then, a robot named Monstard appeared from above and offered Lord Hoa Quan to follow him. Tell your men to stop, I will go with you. Wouldn't it have been better if Professor Hoa Quan had known this earlier? He immediately grabbed the city lord while that robot was still causing trouble. Ha 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 ha! Lord Monst, you take that old man away first. I want to play a little longer. Just as Monst left, Q-Do showed this expression, saying it was you who boasted about having the strongest body. He stepped close to Q-Do and arrogantly said, "You ants have no idea about the beauty and power of enhanced machines." Q-Do was too fed up with this dirty boasting. "Are you done talking? If you're done talking, then I'll make my move. Kid, don't you want to join the robot faction to get upgraded? You don't want to have a perfect and powerful body." Before he could finish speaking, Q-Do threw a punch as a greeting, decisively knocking off 306 points. This robot is a rare NPC Briss rank level 11, with a life value of 194 over 500, strength 86, defense 40, agility 90, and a mechanical cannon piercing skill. Bliss rank was suddenly overwhelmed by Q-Do's power and said, "Sorry, it seems I already have what you just mentioned." Bliss rank saw and heard it all but still couldn't believe it. "No way, this can't be happening. How can a human break through my biochemical body with a single punch? How are you able to do that?" Q-Do didn't hesitate to share either. "Well, just raise your hand and then strike once. That's all." Bliss rank fell but kept insisting. "How can a human body compare to a robot?" Q-Do might as well brag a little to freak. "Actually, I am the ancient body of humanity." Brisk rank was so scared of Q-Do at this point that he couldn't move. Taking advantage of stepping on his back, Q-Do delivered a final kick, dealing an extra 102 damage. "Speak less. If you don't want me to beat you into scrap metal, then fly quickly. Take me to your land of machines." He held Briss Rank's hands tightly and rode him like a dragon. The city lord deliberately let himself be captured, apparently wanting to lead me to the mechanical country that destroys mechanical hearts. Lord of the city, rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. Right at this moment, Bliss Rank was flying and analyzing. If this kid is that powerful, why did he let Lord Mondstadt take Professor Hoa Quan away earlier? The ancient body? No. I must report this information to Lord Mondstadt immediately. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Machine Nation. Professor Hoa Quan is kneeling and crawling in Mondstadt's private room. "Professor Hoa Quan, with utmost respect, I apologize for using such a rude way to invite you here. Rest assured, even if I die, I will never betray humanity to join the Machine Nation." "Professor Hoa Quan, first, don't be so quick to refuse. Take a look at this first." Right after that, he revealed a mechanical heart. "Professor Hoa Quan, as you can see, this machine is becoming biological, or you could say a living organism is being created. This machine before you possesses a heart with the biological function of synthesizing human intelligence and the growth of machinery. I prefer to call it ascension, a frail body and machinery ascending. Professor Hoa Quan, please join the glorious process of evolution." The city lord insisted firmly. As a human, you willingly join the ranks of robots to be their dogs. People like you aren't even worth calling traitors." Seeing the city lord's determination, Mondstadt continued to show something else. As soon as he pressed the button, a crowd of people fell down, screaming for their lives. The mechanical heart kept pulling them in and devouring them alive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Q-Do was in an area with hundreds of robots, detected an intruder, saw player Q-Do fighting low-level robots barehanded, rewarded 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. "You seemed really excited, not expecting that defeating robots would also give attribute points." Now the young man wants to fight multiple of them at once. Lord Hoa Quan, after witnessing the horrifying scene of machines devouring humans, was filled with rage. "You beasts! Are you really just beasts?" "Professor Hoa Quan, being this angry won't solve anything. Its name is Mata, and it's actually a failed experiment. Our initial plan was for the robot to live a long life. The result, as you have seen, is that we carelessly created a monster that takes lives, and its appetite keeps growing. At first it ate 1 person. Now it's up to 5, and even I don't know its limits. We invited you here to solve Mata's problem. Of course, you can also choose to turn a blind eye. The price to pay is that every day someone will lose their life because of Marta," the sect leader thought to himself. Right now, saving Du can only rely entirely on him. Just then, Mondstadt's subordinate ran back with bad news. "Lord Mondstadt has a person with an ancient body attacking our position. Is this the ancient body that Briss Rank reported?" Immediately, Q-Do destroyed everything and suddenly appeared inside. Q-Do appeared. The city lord was overjoyed the moment he saw him. "Q-Do, you've finally arrived." Mondstadt asked, "Are you the person with the ancient saint body that Briss Rank mentioned?" "Welcome to the land of machines. Blank is the top titan in our machine country, but I never expected him to be defeated by you." Q-Do confirmed Mondstadt was a rare NPC level 15, with 2,000 over 2,000 health, 118 strength, 100 defense, 180 agility, mechanical bug skills, and mechanical domination. Kyudu stepped up to challenge. Would he really lose to the ancient saint body and lose face? What's wrong? Do you want to defend him? Taking advantage of their frantic charge at you, Kyudu felt thrilled, realizing a future filled with rapidly increasing attribute points. One hit, then another, the system announced it detected player Kyudu defeating low-level robots barehanded, awarding 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. Monstart was overwhelmed and speechless at this moment. A normal human body was even stronger than the machine enhanced by the queen. The ancient body was what Briss Rank said true. If I could advise him to join the machine nation and undergo machine modification, I can't imagine what kind of monster he would become. He would definitely be the strongest warrior in the world. Right after dealing with the others, Kyudu ran straight to the city lord and asked Han, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Kyudu. Look over there. Here it is, no doubt. That is the Ma organ. Mata machine, heart level 15. Life value 2,000 over 2,000. No strength, no defense, no sensitivity. It seems something is changing." The moment Kyudu saw it, he noticed something was wrong. They are using humans to nurture this living machine. So that's how it is, Lord of the City. Even if you didn't ask me, I would still destroy the mechanical heart. Don't worry. Professor Hoa Quan completely trusts Kyudu and relies on him. Monstart still stands there with another plan, determined to recruit Kyudu at any cost, and he gets straight to the point without hesitation. The ancient sacred body of humanity abandons its frail form to join the glorious evolution. Kyudu ignores his nonsense and slowly moves toward the mechanical heart before my eyes. Monstart stood there, still unsure of what Kyudu was planning. Then the young man decisively jumped inside and threw a punch straight ahead. Monstart tried to stop him, but was too late. That punch reduced the mechanical heart by 404 points. Monstart couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately flew in to stop Kyudu. "Ancient human sacred body, stop right now." Kyudu glanced at him, feeling he was really annoying. "Don't come bother me." Just as he was about to attack Kyudu, the system issued a warning detecting danger at hell level. "Please, Master, run away immediately." Reminder, please run away immediately. Monstart hadn't even finished transforming before being hit by Entruong, losing 288 health and crashing into the wall. By 8. He bared his teeth in fear of Kyudu. Her power was truly terrifying. He absolutely had to keep her in the machine country. Facing this heart, he wanted to finish it once and for all. The young man unleashed a flurry of punches, my eyes flashing as I lost 404 health. He cursed as he struck, shattering that deep, wicked evil. After a while, the heart exploded. Player Kyudu successfully destroyed Marta's mechanical heart, gaining 100 experience points. Noticing player Kyudu defeated Marta's heart barehanded, 3 free attribute points were awarded. Mondstadt panicked and went mad. "How dare you destroy Mta? Do you know how much hope it carries for us robots?" Kyudu sighed sadly, unable to imagine how many humans you must have fed it. After taking a closer look at this Monstart, he said firmly, "Tisk tisk, you're clearly human, but call yourself a robot." "Don't rush, next it will be your turn," Monstart said stubbornly. "Wait, listen to me. Ancient human sacred body, although you are strong, you are nothing compared to the great queen. Even if you destroy my eye, Her Majesty the Queen will not blame you. On the contrary, she will give you a chance to atone. As long as you come with me now to meet Her Majesty and embrace the machines, the Queen will surely pardon your crimes." Kyudu was stunned. "Isn't the Queen the ruler of the machine nation, Monstart?" The city lord Hoa Quan shouted, "Kyudu, don't let him deceive you." "Don't worry, city lord. I have no interest in siding with the machines. I only trust my own body," Monstart thought confidently. "Wait until you see the greatness of the Queen, then you won't think that way anymore." Kyudu agreed to go with him to meet the Machine Queen. Following him, Monstart began to cheat, releasing a mechanical bug to cling onto Kyudu. The mechanical bug can parasitize humans and gradually transform its host into machinery. Monstart was secretly thrilled. If it could successfully parasitize this ancient holy body, Her Majesty the Queen would surely reward it. The moment it tried to pierce the neck, Kyudu gave it a gentle but crushing blow. The young man flew into a rage. "I knew you weren't being honest." Monst pretended to be innocent. "What?" The consequence of playing innocent is getting punched straight in the stomach and losing 240 health. Even after taking a hit like that, he still stands firm. No wonder he's a level 15 NPC. Really tough to take a hit. Monstart shouted, "Damn it, don't you want to meet Her Majesty the Queen? You only make your move now that you've arrived. If I'm not mistaken, the Queen you mentioned is nearby, isn't she? If that's the case, I don't need you to guide me anymore," he said threateningly, worried that Q-Do might refuse. Ancient sacred body, don't refuse the drink offered. If you want to drink, you'll be punished. Breaking your 4 limbs and handing you over to Her Majesty the Queen is the same. After all, she will recreate your body into a new mechanical one. Mondstadt activated a mechanical punch straight at Q-Do. Q-Do delivered a strong, decisive blow, dealing 233 damage. Haven't you eaten yet? What, brother? Is this the ancient sacred body? A powerful strike from him. Q-Do calmly grabbed his hand. I forgot. You scraps of assassins really don't need to eat. Give him one more hit. Take another 240 health. Mondstadt saw he was about to be defeated and decided to call it quits. Stop! Let me go! He panicked as he couldn't move and took another hit. Q-Do stepped forward, pressing close to his face, dealing another 260 damage. Mondstadt's current life value is only 432 out of 2,000. The ancient sacred body of the human race? I can't deny that at first I underestimated you. Next, I will give you full respect. Mondstadt rose up once again, revealing his true form. Q-Do stood there judging. His true form was so ugly that even if it meant death, he wouldn't choose to evolve by turning into a cyborg. Mondstadt continued to activate a mechanical punch, lunging straight at Q-Do. If he's going to fight seriously like that, Q-Do wants to get serious too. The young man threw a normal punch, then followed up with a strong hit that drained 480 health points. That situation was quite dangerous for Q-Do. The system detected player Q-Do using bare hands to defeat NPC Mondstadt, awarding 15 free attribute points and 75 experience points. Congratulations to the player on successfully leveling up. Current experience value 15 over 1,100. Awarded 10 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Q-Do for becoming a novice mage. Q-Do is quite proud of this achievement. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden quest and obtaining the unsealing key. The City Lord's mission is considered complete, and the key has been obtained. Q-Do's next goal is to meet the Machine Queen, hoping she will give him some more rare equipment. The young man stopped in front of a door but had to enter a password. He kept entering it wrong, and if he had known, he wouldn't have smashed Mondstadt. Another wrong password notification. This is really frustrating. At this point, who can I ask for the code? It seems the girl sitting inside is the queen. After repeatedly hearing the wrong password alert, she was sure it was a human. Humans? From past experience, once they dealt with Mondstadt, they considered the mission complete, so why are they still coming after me? Keep pressing the code wastes time. Q-Do got annoyed and broke the door in one go. It's still the most convenient. Just now, the young man was surprised to see a human girl standing in front of him. Hello, sister. Why are you here? This person outside is really strange. Seeing the girl dazed, the young man asked again, Miss, can you speak? What is your name? Machine Queen? Q-Do jumped in surprise upon hearing that. The beauty said she is the Machine Queen. NPC level 48. Machine Queen Assassin. Health value 100,000 out of 1,000. Unknown strength, unknown defense, unknown agility. Skills include puppet control, divine shooting, and deadly storm. After learning that the girl in front of her had 100,000 health points, Q-Do was shocked. What the NPC with 100,000 HP should have been an A-level boss, right? The young man, a bit confused, turned back and waved lightly. No, wait. Your Majesty the Queen. I took the wrong path. I'm very sorry. I'll leave right now. Not letting him leave so easily, the mechanical queen immediately bound him tightly with wires. Q-Do was confused. Too strong, I can't move. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. She closed her eyes and used her skill to read all of Q-Do's memories. So this is the outside world? I have always known that this world of mine is not the real world. This world is called a dungeon. A simulated world. It didn't last long before the dungeon reset again. Everything returned to its original state. This simulated world has a technical glitch, so as long as I stay in this room, I can avoid the instance resetting. I don't remember how many times it has reset already. In countless back and forths, only he came face to face with me, and I absolutely will not miss this rare opportunity. Q-Do just happened to have read the recent actions of the Machine Queen. Did you read my memories? If not an exchange, I'll show you mine. Q-Do finally understood why a D-rank boss like her had such high attributes and rank. If she wanted to get out, then she should deal with me. An 11th level person like her is completely unstoppable by the operating rules of this world, unlike me. After hearing that, she stabbed her sharp hand straight into her chest. What the hell are you doing? The Machine Queen has taken the heart out of her body. We can take advantage of the rules of all the world that you mentioned. This is the heart of the Machine Queen, an S-rank item containing a mechanical creation. She throws this heart to Q-Do. As long as you carry this, it will grow into another me. The item can be taken by the player, and once it forms a new body, I will have a clone that can perceive the outside world. Q-Do asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Once we're out of O, you can't do anything to me anymore." "Not afraid. In your memory, I found no record of you going back on your word, and I just wanted to see for myself what the outside world looks like." Q-Do was quite surprised by an NPC that developed its own consciousness and even planned to escape from her dungeon. "So, have you made up your mind?" Q-Do, besides agreeing with her, "Do I have any other choice?" The Machine Queen seemed very pleased. "Thank you. All right, you may go now." System notification. Congratulations to player Q-Do for completing the Machine Country dungeon with an A rank. The system will grant rewards based on the player's rank evaluation. Player Q-Do received an A rank reward, 50 experience points, 5 free attribute points, a B rank skill book for shaping, and a C rank brass nucleus machine item. The level C brass nucleus machine item of rank C increases attack power by 30%, but is restricted to certain professions. If it boosts attack effectiveness, it could be quite helpful for you. I think it's time to have the principal open that ruby. In the blink of an eye, Q-Do returned but couldn't find the principal anywhere, and there was no one in the room either. If we keep waiting, it will only waste more time. The young man decided to use the key to break the seal and open this ruby block first. The first thing that appeared after unlocking was the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, a type of long weapon. Q-Do was shocked. This was what his parents left him, so why was it a blade, and without any attributes, how could it be upgraded? Besides, aren't I a mage? Just then, the principal urgently opened the door. Q-Do. "Oh my God, don't worry about Ruby anymore. You have to hurry to the exam hall now, or you'll miss the university entrance exam." The young man's face was still dazed before he suddenly remembered. "Oh no, this is the university exam site." A young man from the First Academy stepped forward, leaning on the table to ask the exam official, "Can the test start now?" Duong Huangditch tried to buy time. "Wait, it's not time yet. We still don't have enough people." The students from this First Academy showed contempt. "Aren't the students from the Fourth Academy all just a bunch of useless losers? What's the difference between taking the exam or not?" Duong Huangditch felt angry as soon as he heard that. "They keep provoking us. Our First Academy has always had the highest university acceptance rate. The top scorers in the city almost always come from our school. Last year, Long Tuong from the First Academy also became the top graduate in the combat university system. Understood, this year is no exception. The top scorer award will still belong to our school. What are your fourth grade students even competing for? Hurry up and go home. The university entrance exam is important. If they still haven't arrived by now, they're probably too scared to come." Ha ha ha. Duong Huang stubbornly argued back. "It's not even clear if it's the top academy or the worst. For people like you, On-Do only needs 1 punch per person. Oh my, just 1 punch per person. Come on, bring it on. It's best if I meet you all at the university so I can show you what a real 1-punch knockout looks like." Tahu couldn't help but feel anxious. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The competition is about to start. Q-Do, where exactly are you? Seeing this, Mafi also felt frustrated and spoke out angrily. "Listen carefully, Top Academy. The legend of your school will end with me. But I only have one opponent, and that is Q-Do." Although I say it to ease my mind, Mafi is still worried. "Annoying, Q-Do. Why haven't you arrived yet?" On the other hand, Q-Do was still running like crazy to the exam site. It seems the exam proctor can't wait any longer. "Fourth level academy teacher, the exam is about to start. Has your team all arrived? Can you wait a little longer? Q-Do, if you don't arrive soon, you won't make it to the university entrance exam." Just then, the young man appeared, shouting loudly and clearly. Duong Huang beamed with excitement. "Do, oh Do, you finally made it. You arrived just in time. The kid's dad is here." Those from the top academy were grumbling at Q-Do. "Did we really have to wait this long just because of him?" "That's right, they're wasting our time." Hearing them whisper, Tahu couldn't stand it and interrupted. "It's not even time yet. What's the rush?" They arrogantly replied, "Of course we're in a hurry, to send you losers home and then claim the top spot in the university entrance exam." Q-Do said little and just asked, "Where did these idiots come from?" Hearing that, they flew into a rage. "You rotten bastard, what did you say? Wait until we're on the battlefield, and don't you dare fall into my hands." Wow, are all the top academy students this arrogant? I hope you all keep this attitude when we're on the stage. The top university graduate this time is Q-Do, and you won't get her. The blue-haired Duong got excited and was about to rush at Q-Do, but Lai's group reminded him, Our target is only the top university graduate if you cause more trouble. Before he could finish speaking, the blue-haired guy was already scared stiff. Miss Tu, I was wrong. Tahu found it strange that suddenly they stopped causing trouble. The teacher announced it was time. The official exam was about to begin. I am the chief judge of this competition. Kendong will not take up much more time. This university exam will use an elimination system based on accumulated points. Winning round 1 adds 2 points. Losing round 1 subtracts 1 point. Winning consecutively will earn you an extra point, while losing consecutively will not deduct any additional points. After 10 rounds, the 10 students with the highest accumulated points will compete to determine the top rank. I hereby declare the 1081st Tathan University entrance exam officially begins. The stands are filled with cheers as Kyodu stands in the mage area. I heard that this exam uses the double-ear duel rule, where life value only drops to the lowest level, so no one will die. This also means Kyodu can fight without holding back against anyone. The blonde-haired young man watching is last year's top university graduate in the warrior system, named Long Tuong. Long Tuong, which school do you think will claim the top spot this time? The top university student will of course belong to our first academy. In the first round, the exam official announced that at arena number 108, Long Diet Thingin from the first academy will face Kyodu from the fourth academy. That's right, the two who were just trash-talking are now facing off directly in the ring. It's truly unexpected that they meet in the first round. Kyodu remained calm amid the ever-changing world, realizing his name was Long Diet Tien. A truly majestic name, don't you think? Then Kyodu slowly pronounced the 3 words Long Diet Tien to provoke him. The opponent couldn't stand it and went crazy. Are you tired of living? You're not allowed to say my name like that. I'll tear your mouth apart right now. He's already this fired up. When the proctor asked if they were done competing, both were already ready to charge at each other. But something feels off. All right. Now both sides will start introducing themselves. Long Diet Thien got all fired up and muttered, "Why is there even a rule like this? Can't we just fight directly?" Kyodu was stunned, sharing the same question. But anyway, we still have to follow the procedure. When the officer speaks, we must listen. First Academy Long Diet Thien, Level 9, Lightning Mage. Fourth Academy Kyodu, Level 11, Novice Spirit Mage. As soon as he heard it, Long Diet Thien flinched. Just a basic level. Even the exam proctor was surprised, thinking that reaching the beginner level before the exam made this a promising candidate for the top scorer. All right, introduction complete. Let the battle begin. Long Diet Thien tried to calm himself and stay composed. Damn it, whatever. Lightning magic is the bane of the spirit system, so what if it's basic level? I'm not necessarily unable to win. He began activating the thunder barrier. The thunderstorm surrounded Kyodu, whose heart remained steady amid the ever-changing world, allowing him to demonstrate his skill first. A swirling vortex of power encircled Long Diet Tien. Everyone was amazed and stunned by the power of the lightning mage. It's said that only 1 in 10,000 lightning mages can awaken, and they're about to catch up with the hidden professions. That's right. Lightning mages are recognized by elemental mages as having the most explosive power, but it seems that lightning mage is currently on the defensive. Isn't that like tying one hand behind your back? Lightning mages aren't good at defense. Everyone started talking about Kyodu. Is that boy really his opponent? How could he make a lightning mage choose like that? Long Diet Thien challenges. Come here and let me see the true power of your spirit mage. Kyodu, he seems a bit tense and curious seeing that Kyodu didn't even take out his staff. Is he trying to forfeit the match? While watching, a teacher asked the old master, "Is this Kyodu the student you directly admitted to the capital university last time? Is he not going to make a move? This kid is way too arrogant. Although it has a higher rank, the lightning element is the nemesis of the spirit element. If that kid still refuses to summon the spirit, a crushing defeat is not impossible." The old snow witch didn't want to say much, just sighed and replied, The heavenly mechanism can't be revealed. Everyone just be patient and watch." He said that because he knew Kyodu was a prodigy kid who could knock away the admissions teacher of Kindo University with one punch. Long Tuong also showed disdain, but watched intently. "Then let me see how your spirit magic fares against the lightning mage." Kyodu's first moves have begun. Long Diet Thien was a bit confused. What exactly does he want to do? Why hasn't he started summoning spirits yet? Kyodu even calmly took 92 HP damage and charged straight into the lightning barrier. What the hell is this? What kind of monster are you exactly? How dare you walk straight into my thunder barrier? Isn't spirit summoning supposed to be the most fragile profession against thunder barriers? Why is he like this? Kyodu's audacity also shocked the spectators in the stands. What the hell is going on? Is this a battle between mages? Isn't this supposed to be a fierce battle between mages? Is this kid stupid? Coincidentally, Kyu-do had just equipped the device on his hand, the Brass Nist, a grade C machine that increases critical hit rate by 30% with no job restrictions. Kyu-do smiled wickedly and charged forward. I'll use you to test the new device. Wait, what do you want to do? One strike sent that guy flying, his head exploding. His remaining health was 1 out of 190. Eyes rolled back, mouth spewing blood. Remember this well, you owe me a favor. The people in the stands even had to rub their eyes to see if it was real. What did I just see? Am I dreaming? A spirit mage using a normal body to fight lightning, then knocking out over 1,000 life points with just one punch. The teacher standing next to the old snow demon got all excited after watching. I've seen fighting set with just your body, and I've also seen throwing out an iron fist. But this guy only needed one punch to make the opponent lose over 1,000 health points. He calls this a spirit mage? The old snow demon replied excitedly, It's no problem if the spirit mage's strike is a bit stronger. Kyu-do has practiced martial arts since childhood, so his movements and strength are well developed, which makes perfect sense. Long Thuong began to smile at this intrigue. A spirit mage could do that much. If their physical strength was already so terrifying, how powerful must their spirit magic be? It really makes people look forward to what's next. After this defeat, someone rushed in with an urgent message. Young Master, Long Diet Thien has been defeated by someone from the 4th Academy with just one punch. I understand that guy has some ability too, so first create a little trouble for him. The top university graduate can only be from the 1st Academy. Meanwhile, outside, people are still whispering in astonishment. This must be a cultivator who sneaked into the exam for the mage system, right? Facing lightning directly from a thunder mage, even a person made of iron couldn't handle it. A bystander asked if he was Saitama. Kyu-do stood there laughing loudly, clearly excited, grateful for everyone's recognition. Just then, Kyu-do received a request from the exam council. Hello, please come with us for a moment. Because your performance was unexpectedly good, someone reported you for cheating. We have to examine you now. Kyu-do was stunned. What the hell? Just because you performed too well, they want to take you in for inspection. Where is the justice? Where is the law? So how do you explain being a mage yet able to deliver such a powerful attack? The young man answered very briefly. I have innate power. The old master sighed and led me away first. Despite Kyu-do struggling to explain his innate power, they still dragged him away. Everyone was stunned. That necromancer has been taken away. Not cheating, right? No wonder any necromancer can just rely on their fists to make the opponent lose over 1,000 points. There's one person even happier. Old man Tiet, the elite player, you guys. The judges have taken him away already. That kid isn't cheating behind our backs, is he? Ha ha, we'll see when we go. Seeing Kyu-do being taken away, Ma-fi still holds on to hope. When Kyu-do was in Mongyem village performing so well, could it have been cheating all along? Already, the top academy members are crossing their arms arrogantly. I told you, how could the mage deal such a high level of damage? It's definitely cheating. I bet when he gave his urine sample, there wasn't a drop of urine in it, just stimulants. No need to guess, just wait and see. After the inspection, there will be an announcement that he was disqualified for cheating. If you don't believe me, just wait. Duong Huang felt bitter but held back. That's right, just wait and see. Wait until my Du comes back to claim the top spot. That's when you'll be the ones crying. They'll show up again. You should pray. He can come back before you say anything more. From another perspective, Kyu-do was led to the examination room. The young man confidently and proudly passed through the test without hesitation. Indeed, a lifetime of genius always comes with suspicion. Immediately after, the machine reported no abnormal data detected. The old master still didn't believe it and demanded Kyu-do go through again. At this point, the young man was willing to go through 100 times just for the martial arts. The machine still reported no abnormal data detected. The old master stubbornly checked if the inspection door was broken. After the staff opened up all the machines, they confirmed that the inspection door had no issues at all. No problems? So this kid can deal over 1,000 points of damage just with physical strength. A melee mage? There has never been a mage like this before. So, should we allow this contestant to return to the arena and continue competing? He still isn't convinced. If the data check shows no issues, have the kid take a urine test. Check if this kid used any banned substances. If the urine test is normal, let him return to continue competing. On another note, the second match is about to begin. Miss Took stood there arrogantly. That guy might not make it back in the next hour and a half. As soon as the time runs out, the match will automatically be declared a loss. They are still waiting for Kyu-do to return and are getting a bit anxious. So the absent student is that spirit mage? They still haven't returned yet. Could it really be cheating? I already suspected that kid was cheating, otherwise how could one punch lose over 1,000 points? Q-Do was escorted to the restroom by a supervisor. According to the rules, the judge must oversee the entire sample collection process. Q-Do immediately closed the bathroom door, while the Trung family wore sinister expressions. Mostly, I was just afraid you'd be scared and fall over. Don't worry, we've been through special training before. That's just how it is when you crow. During the urine test, someone kept banging on the door demanding to be let in. The supervisor stood there crying quietly. Q-Do sighed. I told you not to follow me. It would just scare you. Stop crying. You can't be blamed for this. After the brief tears and long tears were checked, the supervisor brought the results to the elder. Q-Do's urine test showed no issues. I know. Let the kid retake the exam. After looking at the file, he was stunned. So it turns out he is the son of Q-An-Than, the mage who defeated 500 students directly admitted to Capital University. Haha, it seems this kid will bring us quite a few unexpected surprises. On the other hand, Duong Huang had started to worry. What should he do? If Q-Do doesn't show up, will he really be disqualified? The top academy guys see this and keep showing up, cheating, but still wanting to continue the match. The mage took down the opponent by over 1,000 points with just one punch, and do you believe it? That guy might have been expelled and may never come back. The evil faction happened to get the information and is very upset. The judges said someone reported it, so Q-Do was taken for inspection, and it was you guys who did it, right? You might be careless with food, but you can't just say anything you want. Do you have any proof that it was us? And even if it were us, what could you do? With such an unreasonable attack, anyone would be suspicious. Isn't that right? You see, even the judging panel thinks that guy cheated. Otherwise, why would he be taken away? Duong Huang was too upset and couldn't hold back, so he shouted nonsense. Q-Do definitely didn't cheat. He's about to return to the competition. Ha ha, those people just keep living in their own biased thoughts. The results must be coming soon that his qualification will be revoked. The friends stood up together to defend Q-Do, and Ma-Fi also spoke out. It seems they're afraid Q-Do will steal the top university spot, but their plan is about to fail. Even if Q-Do isn't here, the top spot will still go to me, Ma-Fi. Just then, Q-Do appeared while the judge was about to declare the other side the winner. Fortunately, Q-Do boldly announced, I'm here. The exam official announced, if that's the case, the match begins. Just by looking at Q-Do's face, you can tell he's ready to take revenge on them, with the usual introduction before every match. 4th Academy Q-Do, level 11 novice spirit mage. At this glorious moment, the audience in the stands buzzed with excitement. He's a spirit mage, he's back. Saying that means he's not cheating, he really can land a punch worth over 1,000 points. The students from this first academy darkened their faces, never expecting Q-Do to return. The opponent facing Q-Do declared confidently, you don't need to know my name because if you're here, I admit defeat. I don't want to take a punch that costs me over 1,000 points. Saying that, the young man quickly ran away inside. As for Q-Do, he was so eager that he had to chase after and beg for a fight. Hey, just let me punch you once. Just one punch, okay? Before he could finish pleading, the judge announced that Q-Do from the 4th Academy won with an additional 3 points, making it 2 consecutive wins and a total of 5 points. Q-Do doesn't like Q-Thang winning so easily without effort. The friends at the 1st Academy gathered and whispered to Kotuk the necromancer, saying he's back. What should we do? The report was only meant to make people hate him. If he hadn't run away, of course he would come back. But it's okay. I have a way to get rid of him. No one can take the top university scorer away from us. The matches continued like that. As soon as the judge called the start, the opposing team would surrender, leaving Q-Do frustrated to the point of exploding. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Why are you giving up again? Don't you have any pride? Shouldn't they shout something brave and charge at me? Instead, your opponents just turn their backs and leave. There's no such thing. Only the pain from getting hit is real. By round 4, they still kept surrendering with white flags. Even by round 8, all Q-Do heard were boring surrender words. He was desperate to seriously punch someone. The 1st Academy began to worry. That necromancer had won 8 consecutive matches, and it seemed likely he would advance to the knockout stage through this winning streak. At this moment, Ms. Tuck began the plan. Let's use our connections to arrange for Su Theo-Dung from the 2nd Academy to face Q-Do in the 9th round. Will Su Theo-Dung agree to our arrangement? Ms. Tuck had actually planned this out. Since this is a university exam, it can't go her way, so if she wants good results, she has to give it her all. All arrangements have succeeded, and in the 9th round, 2nd Academy's Su Theo-Dung will face 4th Academy's Q-Do. Her beauty left the young spectators in the stands stunned. Oh my god, that's Su Thiu Dung. So beautiful. I would willingly break my ribs to make soup for her. The judge announced that both sides would begin introducing themselves. This girl sounds very straightforward and strong. Second Academy's Master Thiu Dung, level 11, beginner ice mage. The teacher on the opposing team seems quite impressed and confident. Hey, old man, that's the best raw talent of your 4th Academy, right? Facing Master Thiu Dung, this match won't be easy. Old Tuit could only sigh. Ha, you guys don't understand Kyodu at all. Kyodu once again proudly introduced herself. The young man was quite surprised, thinking his opponent would forfeit again. But not at all. She even asked back why I had to do that. The moment Kyodu heard that, he was very pleased. Wow, finally someone who didn't give up on their own. The spectators in the stands started acting all sentimental. Damn, is this kid really going to use the fighting style from the preliminaries against Su Thiu Dung? Does he dare? If he hurts Su Thiu Dung, I'll throw dog shit on his doorstep in the middle of the night. That's just too much. How could he possibly use such a terrifying weapon on such a beautiful girl? In fact, there was no need to mention it. After seeing how angry they were, Kyodu smiled brightly and said, "Ha ha, everyone is just joking. How could I use violence against a beauty?" Kyodu started waving his hands to activate his power, already wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Oh my god, is this really a spirit mage? Su Thiudung looked extremely worried. She had never met a mage like this before. The moment Kyodu rushed over, Su Thiudung activated the ice wall. The young man smiled as he destroyed it like he was relieving stress. Su Thiudung was flustered, unable to let him get close, but her skill could only hold Kyodu back for a maximum of 2 seconds each time. The moment he broke through the ice, Kyodu soared high into the air. Su Thiudung's face was tense as she focused all her strength, finally waiting for him to leave the ground. Kyodu, you are very strong, but too arrogant. Your 8 consecutive wins end here. The girl activated the eternal ice wall, effortlessly freezing Kyodu at that moment, much to the delight of the young spectators. Wow, the goddess is amazing. Even at the beginner level, she can freeze her opponent without getting hurt at all. Su Thiudung truly lives up to being the daughter of ice, while Kyodu doesn't seem that impressive. If I had known, I wouldn't have surrendered so early. I regret it so much. At that moment, the teacher from the 2nd Academy was arrogant. Old Tiet, it seems that our school's Su Thiudung is still a level above your student. Old Tiet calmly replied, Don't be impatient, everyone keep watching. Master Thiudung confidently turned to the judge and asked, Sir, haven't I already won? According to the rules, I win when the opponent surrenders or their health drops to 1. But, look, he is still losing health. This proves that his health is not yet depleted. Su Thiudung helplessly turned to Kyodu and said, Give up, you've lost. What can holding on possibly achieve? Adding more torment? At this rate of blood loss, it won't be long before it runs out. Kyodu still looked very innocent, his eyes wide as he thought there was clearly no way he was out of magic yet. Just then, the ice seemed to crack apart. Su Thiudung activated the eternal ice wall once again, making the ice layer thicker. The girl began to worry. Just how strong was he? I didn't expect you to struggle free from my ice wall. Kyodu smiled slyly and asked friendly, Hey, how much mana do you have left? Su Thiudung broke out in a sweat. Why? Why hasn't his blood run dry yet? I'm out of mana. At that moment, Kyodu shattered the eternal ice with a single strike. Hey, your cousin is out now. Kyodu held up his weapon and pointed at her. It seemed this stubbornness still hadn't given up. Well, a girl is a girl, and being born is being born, but that was too gentle. Kyodu finished it in 1 strike, causing Su Thiudung to lose 260 points. The men erupted in fury. Oh my goddess. That bastard not only doesn't appreciate beauty, but also dares to be violent with the goddess. The young man chuckled softly. How could I blame him? This is a competition. Su Thiudung's health has returned to 1. The judge announced that Kyodu wins this match with an additional 3 points. Old Tiet stands tall and proud. Look, I told you no one can stop Kyodu in this competition. Su Thiudung mustered his remaining strength to stand up. Miss, I'm sorry. It's okay. I did my best. Don't worry. My accumulated points are enough to enter the arena. This is not your fault. It's all because of that kid, who isn't really a mage and has insulted the mage profession. Kyodu stands there judging, supposedly a teacher but always biased against top students. Do they think that mages who train their bodies aren't real mages? At that moment, a member of the 1st Academy returned to report to Kotuk. Su Thiudung also couldn't beat Kyodu from Academy number 4. What should we do now? That guy has won 10 matches in a row and advanced to the arena. Even now, no matter how dirty he plays, he still can't win. Ms. Tuck showed anger. Academy number 2 is really full of trash, even Academy number 4 can't handle it, so it's up to me to step in. In the resting room of Academy number 2, Su Theodung was called in by a teacher who asked Theodung how he felt about facing Kyudu today. He has an incredibly unreasonable strength. I just went to check the match schedule with the judges, and it turns out your opponent wasn't supposed to be Kyudu. Do you mean someone switched your opponent? Su Theodung was stunned. Was this to keep me from entering the arena? That's not right. In terms of strength, the one targeted is actually Kyudu. Does he know about this? Should I tell him? After some hesitation, Su Theodung decided to meet Kyudu. The young man looked quite surprised. You mean someone tampered with your match record? Which is why you and I ended up fighting each other? Exactly. It seems his target is you. Be careful. He might try to take you down in the arena. Tisk, using such dirty tricks and still refusing to show his face in the end. If he dares to show his face, one punch is all it takes to send him to heaven. On the arena, Kyudu and Kotuk stand side by side, but the young man pays no attention to the one who cheats behind his back. The 10 rounds of combat have ended, and I won't say much about the arena rules. The arena officially begins, revealing the strongest person standing on the highest grandstand. The moment he stepped out, Kyudu embraced hope. Come on then, you petty villain hiding in the shadows with your schemes. I'll just stand here, try to stop me if you can. This appearance made the atmosphere explode even more. Wow, that's the Spirit Mage stepping up first. Does he want to hold the stage? 1 strike. 9 points. At that moment, a strong and muscular young man jumped out to accept the challenge. Only a true genius can earn the title of top scholar. It's clear that I am that genius. As he finished boasting, Kyudu struck with a palm, sticking out his tongue and dealing 354 damage. The other guy collapsed motionless on the ground. Academy number 4, Kyudu successfully defended the arena. Everyone began to doubt that Kyudu was a spirit mage. If no one could stop him, then he truly deserved to be the champion of this competition. Everyone turned around and suddenly cheered for Kyudu enthusiastically. Kyudu, keep it up. You successfully defended. A great success. I don't care anymore. Now I'm a fan of Kyudu. You hear your name being cheered and smirk. Now the villain hiding in the shadows probably can't stand it anymore, right? At this moment, Kotuk finally appears and throws down the gauntlet. That brat only knows how to bluff the world with 5 million. Kyudu had no idea what he was talking about. Kotuk continued to pull out money to negotiate. I'll give you 5 million, just admit defeat. I've already investigated you. You're just an orphan. Besides a house left by your parents, you have no other assets. 5 million is enough for you to live a leisurely life for half a lifetime. This move has strongly provoked Kyudu's pride. Who do you think I, Kyudu, am? I am the top scholar of Tuthain. This is my dream. My dream is only worth 5 million? You need to raise the money. Miss Tuck showed disdain. You really are a low-life brat. How much more do you want to add? Kyudu honestly replied, not much. 100 million is enough. Of course, if you give me 10 billion, I wouldn't refuse either. Kotuk knew that Kyudu was just deliberately provoking him. He rolled his eyes wildly, seeming to be getting furious. You refuse the offered drink but want to drink the penalty wine. Don't blame me for being harsh with you then. Kyudu has figured out his attitude and thoughts. It seems this guy really hates me and has some kind of demon backing him up. The next fighter to enter the arena is none other than Kotuk, the top-ranked dark mage of the academy. Kotuk, please show us your skills. Kotuk activated the dark minion skill as a dark mage. A dark mage fighting a spirit mage. This match is definitely worth watching. Are these all summoner classes? Will Kyudu summon a spirit? Kyudu let out a sigh. He had no use for summoning those things. He alone was enough. Facing the dark minions, Kyudu felt a bit uneasy. What kind of monster is this? Is that all? The henchmen are haunting me like iron and steel. This is the first feast I've prepared for you. Do you like it, Kyudu? Kyudu, alone with a weapon, unleashed a single strike that sent everything surrounding him flying. That was all. You summon a bunch of minions. Other than being a bunch of cannon fodder, they're not much. I want to see if this toy of yours really doesn't break when it hits. Kyudu raised his weapon high and struck the monster standing right in front of him with great force. There are 3 left now. Kotuk is starting to panic. Even the obsessed henchman was blown apart by him. With this guy's muscle power, I'd believe he's a monstrous beast in human form. On the other hand, Kyudu was still thoroughly enjoying playing with each one. He took down another, and now it was the final turn. After clearing the targets, the next one is Kotuk. Kyudu quickly rushed towards where Kotuk was standing. He didn't dodge, but continued to explain. I summoned the shadow minions not for war. Activating the sacrificial assimilation shadow, a slash cut straight through Kotuk's body. That move was truly astonishing. If it weren't in this world, that single strike could have sent the cursed sorcerer away for good, right? Kyudu is terrifying. The other guy also surprised Kyudu a bit when his severed arm reattached itself. He. I have to admit, you are truly strong. In all of Tathan, you are the first person who can defeat my shadow minion and force me to use sacrifice. After this shoulder injury, Kyudu realized that attacking him would only affect himself. Unless he directly attacked his body, he wouldn't be able to resolve it. Where did she pull out that sharp knife from? But you don't really think you'll be fine if you don't attack me, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, he took the knife and stabbed himself in the left chest. Suddenly, all the pain Kyudu endured caused his mouth to bleed, and he lost 50 points. Kotuk looks excited and proud. Kyudu, just admit defeat. You're no match for me. If you admit defeat now, the promises made to you earlier might still be honored. Heroes are not easily defeated. Kyudu bluntly replied, Not a chance. Kotuk was surprised once again as Kyudu's organs were pierced through, yet he remained unharmed. If you're going to be this stubborn, don't blame me. He continued stabbing himself repeatedly with the knife. Kyudu kept bleeding and had to admit that scratching really hurt and pain was real. Kotuk even intended to stab herself with the knife, showing a sinister look. Kyudu sensed his intention and, already smelling trouble, told him to stop immediately. This provocation drove Kyudu crazy and he attacked, just as he once again caused him to lose his hand. Annoying, sacrificial assimilation shadow. Kyudu also had to taste it and lost 496 points. The unlucky young man attacked fiercely, only to have it backfire on him. What is this? Having too much attack power isn't necessarily a good thing. What exactly are the limits of this kid's skill? Could it be the dark energy? After thinking for a moment, Kyudu spoke up. I have seen your skill already. If I'm right, if I keep attacking, you'll disappear. Miss Tuck still isn't scared. Oh, you've seen through my skill already. If you're not afraid of getting hurt, then go ahead and try. Kyudu threw a powerful punch straight at Kotuk. Hey, you don't really think I won't see you casting magic sneakily, do you? All right, it's time to put your thoughts to the test. If you've got the skills, don't dodge. Try using that counterattack skill now. Kotuk refuses to back down from a war of words. Running away? If I were running away, I'd call you Dad. Kyudu jumped up, raising his fist high, while Kotuk activated his defensive obsession. Two forces clashed, tense as a drawn bowstring. Kyudu smiled brightly and asked, If I'm wrong, then why are you still defending? You said I was avoiding, right? Kotuk-an has lost 125 points, confused by the strategy. His defensive obsession shield is a powerful skill that can block a full-force attack from a regular boss, yet it couldn't land a single hit on Kyudu. Could he be even more terrifying than a regular boss? Kyudu preferred to think so, and wanted to end it here. Tuk-an was still not convinced, trying to cling to the last moments and activating the sacrificial obsession devour. After completing the transformation, he declared, I'm in this state. Even those of the same cultivation level can't beat me. What do you have to fight me with? He confidently claimed that no demon in his current form could defeat him. Kotuk shouted, Tram Nguyen Totan belongs to me, and you should get lost. Seeing his strength, Kyudu also gladly pushed his power to 100%. Although he attacked with great force, he had become tougher than before. After merging the four obsessions, he seemed to have gained the traits of obsession. Kotuk frantically charged at Kyudu, shouting fiercely, Are you looking for hell? The moment they collided, the arena seemed to shatter. With swift and light movements, Kyudu dodged each of his kicks. In a moment, he grabbed Kyudu's leg, and he had no choice but to let him taste the chief's foot. The crowd in the stands grew more and more excited. This is the arena for the mage faction, right? How come those two act like fighters? Could it be that close combat mages are the trend now? There are two guys standing in the stands staring blankly. These two are members of the White Pavilion who were tricked by Kyudu. Now they're just standing there glaring. His name is Kyudu, definitely not Ma-Fi. Who cares about him? Maybe they've all joined our white pond already. Below the arena floor, Kotuk was increasingly stunned. Impossible. What kind of magic did you use? How can you be on par with me? On par. Are you sure? Kotuk is worrying himself. His obsession has its limits and some time has passed, so he has no choice but to risk everything to the end. It was you who forced me, Kyudu, sacrificing your obsession with dominance. The teacher from the #1 academy immediately suggested that Kotuk stop when he saw his student going berserk. He is now completely in a state of madness. It's too late. The top scorer is mine. and I will prove that I am better than my brother. Last year's champion stood there thinking to himself, it seems his brother was also the top scorer before, which is why he feels so much pressure today. After he went mad like that, Kyudo was not afraid, but instead happily jumped around.
That's right, this is how it should be. Just shout your reason loudly, then rush over here, boat.
Kotuk rushed forward, jabbed Kyudo in the chin with about 141 points. Kyudo glanced over and immediately counterattacked. What was supposed to be the limits of the competition seemed to have gone too far.
Old man Can, are you just going to ignore them?
Wait a minute. The problem is no one can stop those kids right now.
An unidentified girl decided to take both young men away and was ready to make a move.
Kotuk was still screaming wildly like a madman. Why? Why are you still standing there like that? Kyudo taunted him. Don't ask me because I'm the boss. The more he liked it, the more it fueled that stubborn guy. He punched wildly. Waiting for him to lose his temper, Kyudo landed a straight punch to his face, shattering the black shield. At that moment, Kotuk was stunned. Had she lost? The judge declared Kyudo the winner. Kyudo has won. It seems the top scholar of the mage system is him. Suddenly, the old master shouted, "The reckless fool! Want to die?" Kyudo turned around in confusion to see what had happened. In an instant, everyone had been captured. Why is this happening? Kotuk, Master Thudung, even they were captured. Is this a plan to gather all the gifted students? Just then, a woman in a black cloak approached. You're awake? Sorry, but I had to use this method to invite you here. Kyudo looked upset, clenching his two hands that were in pain.
You call this an invitation? Don't worry, we won't harm you. We just want to take a look at your talents. Let me introduce myself. My name is Huatu, and I am in charge of the Boktro city area. Duong Huang and Ma Fi have just woken up as well.
Boktro? What is that? An organization? Kyudo's eyes gleamed with determination. Boktro actually dared to make a move. Truly a crazy organization.
Master Theodung and Kotuk also spoke up. What exactly do you want? Kidnapping contestants is a serious crime, so let us go immediately.
Huatu laughed loudly and warned that if they didn't want trouble, they should just wait quietly. She glared threateningly. If anyone tries to escape, she will make sure they wish they were dead.
Tahu asked, then why did you capture us and bring us here?
Universities need fresh blood, so naturally we, the White Claws, do too. Recruiting talent ourselves is too troublesome. Better to just pick up what's already available. One of the top academy students got agitated. No way, we've never heard of that damn White House thing. Let us go now. After a minute of arrogance, the young man was kicked down by her, rolling on the ground. You have no other choice. Wait until you understand Boktro's true strength, and you'll join willingly. Refusal is choosing the path to death. I believe you are all smart enough, so don't even think about escaping into the inner world. The handcuffs on you are specially made devices. There is a mole among us. The urgent task is to rescue the contestant. At that moment, someone shouted from behind. Level 35 palace attendant, Kandung, I never expected Judge Tathan to be you. Who exactly are you? Why are you attacking the contestants?
Ha 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 ha, do you think I'll tell you?
The old man, Ken immediately shot another arrow at him, but then the image disappeared.
Is it an illusion? Turning around, I saw Kandung standing right in front of me, ready to attack. At your age, you're still so hot-tempered? You're bound to wear out early. Right now, the entire Rocky Mountain is being dug up by Elder Can. Elder Can, are you all right? I'm fine. Where are the others? They have captured 10 contestants. We cannot stop them. What about the other 10? Kyudo, Kotuk, Su Tiuzung. Hearing these names only made the old teacher angrier. The principals of the 4th and 1st schools have also arrived. Elder Can, if those who are taken are all geniuses, it means they are not in immediate danger, and we still have a chance. With professional training and completely spontaneous actions, this is definitely not something an ordinary organization could do. No one would have the guts to mess with the contestants. Suddenly, someone from the organizing committee ran over in panic. Elder Can, there is bad news. Not only Tathan, but 4 cities in the country also had contestants kidnapped, all with the same method, suspected to be the work of the same organization. Canlao went mad and demanded an immediate investigation. No matter what, the safety of the contestant must be absolutely ensured. On another note, Kyudo is still struggling with this special handcuff. The young cultivator who Kyudo was slowly breaking down now stands arrogantly. Haha, just a cheap handcuff and you still want to challenge me? I am the cultivator. Then he arched his back to try and break it, but there was no way it would budge. Kyudo sat beside her, gently testing to see if it could be opened, but sighed deeply when it was too easy to snap. It seems Boktro's stuff is also very poor quality. The young man went to each person to help them break their handcuffs. After finishing, there was still one person who didn't need Kyu-doo's help. Aunt Tuk-hom frowned heavily. I don't need your help. Ignoring him, Kyu-doo grabbed a weapon and blasted open the door, imprisoning them. Hwa-tu sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted to stop the car. She came back holding a gun, a bit surprised that everyone had already escaped. That guy is level 20 cultivation. He still can't break those handcuffs, right? How could you possibly do that? Kyu-doo stroked his chin and replied with a sly smile. I know you won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't tell you, but goodbye for now. As soon as the sentence ended, all the contestants returned to the inner world. Hwa-tu could do nothing but helplessly worry. This time, by the time they come out from the inner world, I'm afraid the people from Tuthan have already arrived. Kyu-doo, right? I will remember your name. As soon as Kyu-doo entered the dungeon, he received a mission to go to Lintu Mountain and stop Hanbat from coming back to life. Difficulty level E. The mission rewards will be categorized based on player ratings. Kyu-doo is disguised as a zombie, looking around but not seeing many Yangxiang enemies. He guesses this is a randomly teleported dungeon. If the bronze gong and the soul-capturing gong held by the NPC are destroyed, it seems we can act freely. Suddenly, the two people ahead turned around, and he shouted with a pale face, Master, the Joy God has come back to life. The old master walking ahead looked annoyed. What are you going crazy about in the middle of the night? How could the Joy God come back to life? A resurrected corpse turns into evil energy, growing downy hair, and its nails and teeth grow longer. Have you repaid every single lesson I taught you in full already? The old man stared at Kyu-dung for a moment, before turning away. The student behind hesitated and explained, But master, I really saw it. Suddenly, a great sword appeared in Hython's hand. How many times have I said, Hython's stiff body can't move to hold a sword? Kyu-doo guessed it right. It seems these two zombies are NPCs. Following them should quickly lead into the dungeon content. He decided to follow them closely, raising his hands like a zombie. As soon as he entered a room filled with many talismans, the master told the young man to watch over Hythan outside while he went in to handle some matters. This guy stayed alone, looking at Kyu-doo in fear, repeatedly bowing and begging, Old Lord Jishin, please don't live so easily. Just then, two people kicked the door open, carrying a coffin. The old man puffed on his cigarette and stopped to look at Kyu-doo. Body sealing, this technique. What is your relationship with the sharp-minded Kotu Hien? The young man stammered, Kotu Hien is my master. Are you the one carrying the coffin? The old man sneered. Disciple of Kotu Hien has some insight. Where is your master? My master had some business and went out, but will be back soon. The old man then started examining Kyu-doo's body and seemed a bit surprised. Wow, a corpse that hasn't rotted, still warm and retaining its elasticity. This body must have died not long ago. Seeing the old man poke Kyu-doo's face with a cigarette, the young man shouted in panic, Senior, do not disrespect the Death God. If you offend the Death God, the consequences are unimaginable. The guy carrying the coffin sneered. What kind of joyous spirit? It's just a corpse after all. What consequences could there be for disrespecting it? You're just a bunch of coffin carriers. Only you would call these corpses joyous spirits. If he dares to cause trouble, then my great funeral staff, Feng Luk, is not someone to be trifled with. The young man looked pale and stammered. You can't do that. It's disrespectful to the Death God. The old man continued tapping the pipe against Kyu-doo's face. This kid looks quite handsome, doesn't he? If we sell it to the Fu family, we'll get a good price. Feng Luk, take this body away quickly. Feng Luk is about to seize the corpse arrogantly, but the young man blocks him. No, if you do that, you're no better than thieves. My master won't forgive you. Feng Luk slapped the young man straight across the face. This NPC was resolute, warning that if they dared to take another step forward, he would risk everything against them. Feng Luk showed extreme contempt, sneering disdainfully, then kicked straight into the stomach. Worthless trash, with such little skill and still daring to be stubborn. After staying quiet for a while, Kyu-doo couldn't take it anymore and said, Even if it's just a corpse, I have to speak up. After he sighed, all three people here were startled. Kyu-doo snatched the talisman and complained aloud. The NPC boy panicked. God of joy, it really is just a corpse. Kyu-doo gripped the staff tightly and declared, I didn't intend to get involved, but I haven't reached Linshu Mountain yet, so how could I let you sell him? Then he charged straight at the old man carrying the coffin. He immediately activated the water staff magic shield, but still got hit hard by a strike from Kyu-doo. After tumbling a few times, he finally realized you're not a corpse, but a living person. Feng Luk also tried to show off, thinking he was someone special. but he should stop pretending. He landed a straight hit on Q-Doo's face, yet his expression remained unchanged. The old man carrying the coffin began to show fear. "Are you really a person or a corpse?" Q-Doo Hin Ngang replied without hiding anything. "To be honest, I don't know either." During this time, the system notified that his zombie transformation status was activated. Under this state, the player gains an additional 100 defense points. At the same time, the corpse suppression technique is also effective against players. Now Q-Doo finally understands the situation he is in. No wonder he was controlled by the soul-seizing spirit. The drawback of this state is that since you still have a lot of health points and don't need mana points, it ultimately doesn't affect you at all. The old man carrying the coffin stood there chanting, holding 2 talismans between his fingers. "Feng Luk, you go ahead and block him. Let me use the corpse-slaying technique to control this monster." As soon as he got the order, he grabbed the mace and charged forward to provoke Q-Doo. Q-Doo struck the ground with great force, stopping Feng Luk's legs. He was about to lose control and sent an SOS signal to his master. One shout for master, half a shout for master, and just as he turned around, the old man turned tail and ran for his life. Feng Luk stayed behind, cursing. "Both he and you really are a cowardly old man. I will burn down your entire workshop." Q-Doo smirked. "Don't worry, he won't get away." Immediately after, he chased at full speed, delivering a strike that split both Tian-Du's body in 2. Feng Luk staggered and fell to his knees. After taking him down, Q-Doo turned back to deal with Feng Luk, almost forgetting about you. You charged forward and punched him straight in the face. The system announced that player Q-Doo had defeated NPC Bo Tian-Du, gaining 75 experience points. Player Q-Doo gained 10 attribute points and 50 experience after defeating NPC Feng Luk. After finishing up, Q-Doo curiously logged out to check the coffin. "What is this thing? Let me open it and take a look." That coffin is a spirit-sealing coffin thanks to the strange patterns carved on it. Lying inside grants a special effect. As soon as he opened it, the young man was startled. "Is this Ma Bin Shuyan actually Zaju?" The girl suddenly jumped up aggressively. "Are you trying to use this method to recognize me?" Q-Doo forced a smile. "Ah ha ha ha, you're awake now?" Ta Truck, with a puzzled look, asked why he was lying in this coffin. Q-Doo crossed his arms and examined him. "And I roughly understood. It seems that everyone who enters the dungeon turns into a corpse to complete the dungeon's mission." The young NPC has been standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what is happening before his eyes. Another joyous spirit has appeared. Are they corpses? Q-Doo glanced at him involuntarily. This young man was so scared that he asked right away, "Is there anything you need to ask, Great Joy God?" Q-Doo got straight to the point. "We want to go to Linshu Mountain. Take us there." "All right then." Master and I were actually heading to Linshu Mountain as well. Just then, Kotu Hin turned around. "Master, look, these are the 2 joyous spirits we have captured." "Your kid has this kind of skill too. Forget it, let's go. The main task is urgent." After a few hours, they arrived at Shaoxing Village in Lingshu Mountain. Following the sudden conclusion of the divine dragon, there was a dragon vein ahead, but the energy was scattered. The rear dragon was raised, the distant grass burned away. The vein was clearly divided, so the vein had to be moved back and raised higher. The lead dragon lowered the dragon, and the deep chamber was prepared to place the coffin into the deep vein. Dianbo Min Hall was being renovated, filled with the essence of creation, surrounded by talismans fluttering everywhere. As Kotu Hien arrived, the bald elder called him inside, saying the brothers would be arriving soon. The old man turned around and instructed his disciple, "Child, make sure to keep a close watch on those joyous spirits." Outside, all of Q-Doo's classmates stood in line one after another. As soon as they reunited, Duong Huangdik and Q-Doo were overjoyed. The NPC guy was stunned and speechless. "Why are all the joy spirits coming back to life? Am I going crazy?" The 5 elders are meeting inside. "Are everyone's joy spirits all ready? This is the 5th time we've marked the souls. I hope no one makes a mistake." After the others declared they were ready, the elder decided to enter the emperor's tomb tonight. As night fell, they led the corpses to the tomb. The eerie atmosphere and spells are still being dispelled steadily. "Senior brother, the joyous spirits have already been summoned. Can we leave here now?" This elder seemed to disagree with the others and immediately grumbled, "Where do you think you're going?" Then he knelt down and shouted, "A 1,000-year vow, the supreme of 99, the undead have arrived, the heavenly emperor's water curtain, using the undead as a guide and human blood as an offering, welcoming the heavenly emperor's army to descend upon the world." The others were suddenly shocked and didn't know how to react when their senior brother trapped them. "Senior brother, are you planning to sacrifice all of us? We're not going to lose our lives that easily." The elders immediately ran for their lives. "Stop wasting words. First, let's get out of here." The old man turned around and said, "Run away? Where do you think you're running off to?" Just then, a horde of undead demons rose from their graves. "It's the death fiend, so you had already planned to lead us into a death trap." Kyudu's group of classmates continued to assess the situation. "Kyudu, it seems they are fighting among themselves. What should we do now? You reminded me of the mission. We need to stop Hanbat's plan." This Hanbat guy seems to be the Heavenly Emperor according to the senior master. All the classmates charged forward to fight the Slayers. The system announced that player Kyudu earned 5 attribute points and an additional 25 experience points for defeating the undead in close combat. The old master stood there grinning wildly as 9 undead puppets had already entered the Emperor's tomb. The master can finally come back to life. Thought it would be easy, but when he returned, he saw Kyudu's group rampaging and wiping out all the monsters. The old master was surprised. The undead are still alive? How bold, daring to ruin my good plans. Right after that, the old man drew a talisman to cast a spell, a stroke that moves the world, commanding the 3 sounds above and responding to the spiritual heart below. Just as the battle was going well, Kyudu suddenly startled as he felt his movements and speed slow down unexpectedly, thinking his undead state had ended. The elder behind kept chanting without pause, drawing various symbols, invoking the Grand Master's creation, summoning the great deity, commanding the fierce troops with 3 strokes, Hati sensing, Hasat sensing the order to lower the brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyudu and his friends could no longer move. The old man was exhausted but still smiled proudly. "Don't worry, you undead are just nourishment for your master. I can't let you stay like this." Kyudu's mind was in chaos. If you keep being controlled like this, he might awaken that Hanbat. The young man quickly turned to Kotu Hien and said, "Hey, are you still alive? We have to stop that Hanbat from coming back to life. Do you guys have any way to remove the restrictions on us?" Kotu Hien looked surprised. "Hanbat, are you saying that the Emperor in Thachquan is actually Hanbat? What else could it be? That guy is really strong. How unlucky that the worst thing possible has happened." Thuolong Ki returned to the mortal world. The system announced that Hanbat had revived and was updating the mission. The update was successful. Mission request for Hanbat difficulty level D. Information about Hanbat, level 20 boss zombie hunter. Health 4,000 over 4,000, strength 223, defense 177, agility 158, skills, fiery chain zombie poison, zombie clan suppression. Everyone panicked and shouted, "It's over! Hanbat has revived!" Hanbat immediately chased after the loudest guy. The male student panicked. "Damn, why are you chasing after me?" Just as he saw Kyudu, his friend took the chance to get revenge by stealthily luring Hanbat, even smirking, "If the fellow cultivator dies, I won't." Kyudu was furious, having to fight for no reason. The moment Hanbat rushed over, he landed a finishing punch that sent him flying. Hanbat lost control and crashed hard into the church, angrily spitting venom. The evil spirit warned Kyudu to be careful. That was poison from the corpse. Master Theodung activated the Eternal Ice Shield to block the poison in time, helping Kyudu avoid the attack. Another girl also wanted to help, immediately activating like Mok Xuan Fong to heal Kyudu's health. Just as the healing finished, he shattered the ice and charged forward. Another male student activated his shadow technique and landed a critical hit, decisively reducing Hanbat's health by 36. He froze for a moment, his rage reaching its peak, then let out a roar and launched a full-force attack with his necro pressure. After being affected by this skill, all of the player's attribute values are halved. Kyudu was extremely frustrated. "Damn it, does that mean my health is also cut in half? No wonder this level's difficulty is rated D." The guy with the bun was completely confused after using the shadow technique. "After my attributes were halved, I couldn't hurt Hanbat anymore. We need to cooperate strategically and not give Hanbat any chance to run wild." Kyudu rushed forward with a critical punch, instantly dealing 398 damage to Hanbat. The guy with the bun was shocked, his mouth wide open in astonishment. "What kind of spirit mage are you exactly? Your damage is still 10 times higher than my strongest skill, even with your attributes halved." Kyudu stayed focused, but was unfortunately overwhelmed by Hanbat. Its strength pushed him back. Du Yang worried, "Brother Du, are you okay? What should we do?" "Right now, besides me, I'm afraid no one else can break through Hanbat's defense." Kyudu tried to calm himself and said he was fine. Suddenly, he glanced at his friend Kotuk from the second academy and immediately, with a sinister look, threw a punch that sent Kotuk flying. Caught off guard, he thought Kyudu was taking the chance to retaliate, but in fact, Kyudu was acting out of kindness. "What do you mean done? Look right in front of you." It turns out Hanbat targeted Kotuk, and activating the vassal's obsession created a shield protecting against all of Hanbat's attacks.
Kyodu stood with arms crossed, surprised that this guy's vassal obsession was so effective here. Hanbat tumbled several times, planning to attack from a different direction. Kotuk quickly turned around and activated the sacrificial obsession. But it was too late. She immediately took a crooked punch to the face from Hanbat's position. Hanbat didn't hold back, taking advantage of the moment to land another hit on the other cheek. This move was a perfect example of a face slap in the truest sense. Meanwhile, Kyodu is ready to seize the opportunity to attack. Hurry up, are you guys ready? Triutungwit still needs more time. After recovering, she immediately activates Frozen Rage. Next, Duong Huang supported the defense with the Earth Binding technique. The two powers combined to temporarily stop Hanbat. Kyodu still stood there evaluating. This girl really has the demeanor of a man. Hanbat hit him so many times. He only cried out on the first hit, then stayed silent. Yang Xiang urgently called out, "Du, your stats are halved, your mana is 0, now it's up to you." Without hesitation, Kyodu sprang forward, closing in fast, ready to land more blows on Hanbat. Immediately after, Hanbat took another finishing critical hit, losing 398 health. While he was reeling, Kyodu took the chance to land several more blows, each time subtracting another 396 health. Hanbat struggled to hold on, shouting in anger, scraping his feet, and raising both hands as if ready to unleash his full power. Hanbat charged forward, Kyodu spat blood, but refused to back down for a moment, counterattacking with another critical hit fueled by his frustration. "You dare hit me, damn you!" Hanbat looks like he's about to fall. He's very weak and gasping for breath. Kyodu jumps up high at this moment. The end is near. Kotuhin startled and stopped him. "Little Hu, wait. You can't defeat Hanbat. Let me do it." Overall, he didn't hear the old man say anything, or he pretended not to and just threw a powerful punch. All that was left was a cloud of smoke and Hanbat lying motionless. The system check announced that player Kyodu defeated boss Hanbat through physical combat, awarding 20 free attribute points and 200 experience points. Congratulations to player Kyodu for successfully defeating Hanbat and clearing the Linku Mountain dungeon with an A rating, earning 50 experience points and 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Kyodu, current experience 10 over 1,200, awarded an additional 10 free attribute points. Kotuhien rushed over in a panic. "You're too naive. The one who defeats Hanbat will be cursed." Kyodu looked innocent, seemingly not understanding anything. "What curse are you talking about?" As soon as the words were spoken, something rose from below. Player Kyodu had been cursed by Hanbat. In 30 days, player Kyodu will die. Kyodu calmly asked Kotuhin if there was any way to break the curse. Kotuhin replied seriously, "There isn't." According to historical records, no one who was cursed by Hanbat survived. The classmates, unaware of what had happened, happily ran over. "Du, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." He says that, but he's still calculating in his head. The level 20 boss's curse should be handled by the Imperial University. While you weren't paying attention, that nasty guy ran off and stole the soul seed. Kyodu, thanks for dealing with that jerk. You trapped me once, now it's my turn. What he just picked up is an A-rank Thief's Ring, which can steal 50% of the opponent's speed for 10 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown and no class restrictions. He quickly slipped the ring onto his hand, grinning proudly at snagging an A-grade item. Duong was annoyed. No help during the boss fight, but now stealing the loot. He arrogantly turned back and snapped, "Shut up and don't say another word." He shifted his stance and activated the Yellow Spring Swamp. Duong hurriedly told Kyodu to run faster. "I just don't want to clash with you guys." "Do you really think you can beat me, a defeated soldier?" Kyodu turned as if to rush forward, but Kotuk arrogantly said, "You've been fighting him for so long and still want to fight me? How naive. If you want to meet your ancestors sooner, I'll test my new gear on you." He immediately held the clan ring towards Kyodu and instantly gained 4.5 agility points. Kotuk's face twisted in disbelief. He couldn't believe Kyodu only had 4.5 agility points. "Damn it, are you a turtle or what, you crazy do?" Kyodu didn't want to let him get the upper hand, so he immediately threw a reverse punch from the chin, decisively cutting 520 health points. "Without the pressure of the exam, this little attribute is enough to deal with you." Kotuk-ku fell weakly. Yet this guy could still fight. How much health does he actually have? He got up once again. "This is not an exam. Your speed and agility can't catch me. Goodbye, Kyodu. The humiliation you brought me. I will repay you all in the future." No sooner had she finished speaking than Master Theodung stopped Kotuk with icy power. "Frustrated girl, Kotuk, how dare you talk about the exam?" Kyodu's sharp gaze showed you've made enemies with quite a few people. After Kotuk's sacrifice,
Haunted and tightly bound, Q-Do landed another strike, dealing 335 damage. In an instant, Q-Do reclaimed the ring that rightfully belonged to her. She was so furious she spat blood. Q-Do, just you wait. Q-Do isn't really that concerned, actually quite pleased with this ring. The thief's ring helps with quick and stealthy stealing, but just now, it felt like the speed slowed down. This is a great control skill. You don't forget to turn around and thank Master Theodung for the support. The girl firmly warned that Kotuk is someone who always seeks revenge, so you must be very careful.
Immediately after the system began teleporting all players out of the dungeon.
Currently, Q-Do has reached level 12. This is truly a triumphant return. Many ambulances were on standby ready for a worst-case scenario. You guys have finally returned. Rest assured, this time Tathan will definitely give you an answer. We will not let those people off. This incident was extremely severe, and the higher-ups are very angry. To ensure safety, the top scholar competition has been temporarily suspended. We will escort you directly back to your university. Su Theodung warned once again. Q-Do, you must be careful. Kotuk will definitely find a way to take revenge on you. The young man with both hands in his pockets acted indifferent. Don't worry, that guy is in my hands and won't cause any trouble. At a mysterious castle, Huatu returned with a report full of disappointment. They had all escaped from the world. Ha, Q-Do, huh? I've met him before and didn't think much of him at the time, but now it seems he truly lives up to being Kiwanthan's son, and I'm becoming more and more interested in him. Finally, the group of the students from Capital University returned safely. Q-Do stepped down confidently, hands in his pockets, truly a top student, warmly welcomed by the admissions teacher, Ban Luong Dat, right upon arrival. Q-Do, you've finally arrived? Q-Do immediately asked, Teacher Ban, can you take me to see the principal? I have something very important. Hearing that, Teacher Ban also led him away. As soon as he arrived at the principal's office, Ko Bin Duong greeted him and said, You said you needed to see me. That's right, Principal. Take a look at this. The boss cursed me before he died. As soon as he saw the mark on my hand, the principal was horrified. Is that his curse? These things will wither in 30 days. Teacher Ban looked very shocked. Die within 30 days? Does the principal have any way to break this curse? Suddenly, Principal Ko felt a headache. Let me think. The most reliable option is to find a sage's protective artifact. It's an S-grade item and not available on the market. Q-Do turned pale, remembering the protective sage. Unfortunately, it had already been used during the fight with Tuan Dong. Even if such a life-saving artifact truly exists, no one would be willing to sell it. Principal Ko Bin Duong immediately called his close friends to ask around, but no one could find the sage protector. So, Principal, besides this, is there really nothing else that can break the curse? There is, but given your current strength, forget it. Going there would be worse than using the time before the curse activates to live a few more days. Q-Do turned pale. Principal, I think I might need a little emergency care. The principal bluntly stated that only heaven could save anyone there, and going there meant certain death. Q-Do insisted, How can you know if you haven't tried? If someone says that, then I know exactly where it is. It's a dungeon of the lowest rank. Q-Do crossed his arms and insisted that he had completed difficult missions before, and it wasn't impossible to succeed. Principal Ko didn't seem very convinced. A D-level mission in an E-level dungeon and a genuine D-level dungeon are two different things. These two are not really comparable, and most players entering a D-level dungeon are mid to long-term players anyway. Plus, your gear isn't low-level either. Hearing this, Q-Do quickly turned away as if afraid someone would take it, while the principal was bitter and extremely angry at this childish behavior. I am the principal of Kin University, and yet I have to look away because of a student like you wanting my gear. Q-Do felt embarrassed and scratched his head, unsure how to explain. A conditioned reflex is a conditioned reflex. So, Principal, what's the name of that dungeon? I still want to try. Principal Ko closed his eyes helplessly, then released a powerful energy that immediately caused Q-Do to lose 500 health. His whole body ached, tears mixed with blood blurring his vision, his eyes burning as if pierced by a sword. This is the true power of the top sword cultivator in the Star World. The principal was quite surprised that Q-Do could still stand firm despite everything. He silently assessed, thinking to himself, this kid is only at the initial stage yet can withstand the aura I emitted. So Q-Do endured all that to prove his ability. Why, Principal? Can we try that dungeon now? Blood kept streaming from my eyes. The principal grew more worried and immediately treated Q-Do. That D-rank dungeon is called Soul Morning Lake,
and it can cleanse all negative statuses from players, but remember, there are almost no beginner players inside, so absolutely avoid causing trouble.
Kyudu replied firmly, "Don't worry, Principal, I understand. I'll go to Duhon-ho first. Principal Ko called you back, then threw you something. This should be quite useful for your trip to Duhon-ho."
Put it on. This is the keychain to the artifact. The A-grade item has been enhanced, increasing skill power by 30%, casting speed by 20%, with special effects against mental control and no class restrictions.
Kyudu held it in stunned hesitation. "Principal, this is too valuable. I'm just lending it to you. You have to return it to me when you come back." Though he didn't say it nicely, the principal truly hoped Kyudu would return. The young man proudly put it on immediately. "Thank you, Principal. I'll go ahead now." Immediately after, the young man headed straight to the B-rank soul cleansing dungeon. There wasn't much detailed information about the dungeon, but as soon as he entered, the system announced to the team, "Welcome to the soul cleansing rainforest." Players are asked to follow the rules of the soul cleansing rainforest. First, if you hear someone calling you from behind in the rainforest, please do not turn around. Second, if your teammate is out of sight of everyone for more than a minute, be cautious of that person. Third, quickly get to know and remember your teammates' habits, behavior, and language. Fourth, if you suddenly hear strange singing or whispering by your ear, immediately shout the harshest curses until the sound disappears. Fifth, if a strange person in the rainforest asks you a question, absolutely do not answer. Sixth, according to feedback from other players, the soul cleansing rainforest is very safe and nothing unexpected will happen. Finally, I wish you all a pleasant time in the soul cleansing rainforest. Just now, some guy stepped up claiming it was safe, but that's complete nonsense. Everyone in danger is already screwed here. There's simply no way to respond. The white-haired girl Tan Thien Tweet, a level 22 intermediate water mage, smiled brightly and said, "All right, according to the rules, we introduce ourselves first. We need to get familiar with each other. I am Tan Thien Tweet, a level 22 intermediate water mage. I am Tao Chiu, a level 22 mid-rank blade cultivator. Duong Lam, a level 22 mid-rank wood element mage. Mei Yuan, sword cultivator level 25 intermediate rank. Wu Chengfu, saber cultivator level 22 intermediate rank." Everyone has such an impressive profile. Even Kyudu, you didn't hesitate to call out. Kyudu, a level 13 novice spirit mage, was startled. What the hell is that? A level D dungeon paired with a novice teammate for me? Ngo Thanfuk is also reckless. This kid will definitely slow us down. Mi Yuen didn't seem to underestimate him. Although he is a novice, this spirit summoner can reach intermediate power as long as he can summon enough spirits. Tao Chiu is being annoying. Don't tell me you think this kid is too bright and wants to take on more than he can handle? As soon as he finished taunting, Mivien drew his sword to his throat. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut out your tongue." Tao Chiu found this girl too tough, so he backed off. "Ha ha, I've had enough." Kyudu saw them arguing because of him and pretended to be arrogant, laughing with a raised eyebrow. "Oh dear, it's happening again. Is being handsome really a mistake?" Tan Thien Tweet also enthusiastically invites him over. "Little brother, coming over here with us." "Yes, I'm coming. Tao Chiu has a stomachache." "Those rotten women, don't give me a chance, or sooner or later you'll be finished." They started moving, and as they walked, Tan Thien Tweet explained, "The soul cleansing lake is said to be in the middle of the rainforest, so we must absolutely not break the rules the system set." "Little brother, how could someone as low level as you enter a dungeon like this?" Kyudu smiled confidently, unsure how to explain. "I don't understand why there are two Kyudus here right now." Ngo Thanfuk panicked. Why? Why are there 7 people here? There were 2 spirit mages. The May Academy strained their eyes, but still couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Even Thien Tweet was like that. Tao Chiu saw an opportunity for revenge and immediately intended to deal with both of them. Thien Tweet suddenly came up with an idea. That's right, he's a spirit mage. As long as he can use spirit magic, he must be real. The fake Kyudu confidently claimed he could summon spirits. Kyudu was extremely bitter and never expected this fake to have such a move. A spirit mage like me fighting hand to hand? No one would believe it. Forget it. As soon as I finished speaking, I started cursing that fake Kyudu. "You dare impersonate me, I'll beat you up first and deal with it later." He lunged forward with a strike that split the fake's head in half. "How could your power be this strong?" Immediately after, the other guy revealed his true face. Kyudu, still holding on to his anger, was determined to deal with this imposter once and for all. "You charged in for a finishing blow and sliced it to pieces." It was a level 22 evil spirit puppet beast, with a life value under 3,000, power 198, defense 95, and agility 21. The skill is a fake puppet. It is a wooden puppet possessed by an evil spirit. Destroying it might trigger something unusual. Just after dealing with it, Qiu felt something slip into his Than Long Yen Nguyen blade. Everyone watching was stunned to realize it was the fake one. How can a spirit mage like you use this kind of weapon? Besides, this is a level 22 monster. How can a novice mage like you rely on flesh and blood to deal with it? Qiu sighed, closed his eyes, and confidently explained like a loyal party member that since childhood his bones were special, his physique different from ordinary people. And then he was 3 years old. Before he could even finish flexing, something else emerged from the muddy slime below. Qiu quickly pushed Mavien away, but it was too late. After being possessed, Mavien launched a terrifying attack that instantly drained 1,980 health from Qiu. The young man was completely overwhelmed. Is this the damage power of a mid-level sword cultivator? This is terrifying. Luckily, my life value is high enough. Otherwise, one strike like that would have broken me. Mavien keeps pushing beyond control. She's possessed by an evil spirit. Deal with her. She's gone mad. If we don't eliminate her, we'll all be doomed. Immediately after, Thien Tweet activated the water dragon to surround and trap Mavien. They planned to take Mavien's life while they had the chance. Mavien remained unfazed, laughing scornfully as she activated the Lost Spirit Dragon Slash. After the strike landed, the others were sent flying. Taking advantage of the moment, Qiu stood behind and landed a critical punch straight to Mavien's face, and immediately she lay completely motionless. The others witnessing this scene were stunned. Was a low-level fighter like him really able to knock out a mid-level sword cultivator with one punch? Right after, the evil spirit escaped from Maivien's body. Taking advantage of this, Thien Tuet urged everyone to deal with it immediately. Qiu then activated his weapon, focusing on that evil spirit. Is this demon the one controlling her mind? Thien Tuet urgently said Maivien is the strongest among us. Even she couldn't resist, so what should we do? Talin just escaped. Maivien is a bit more alert now, but her health doesn't look good. Thien Tweet immediately treated Mavien, activating the water finger bamboo blessing. Mavien couldn't help but feel confused. The thing that entered my body earlier, I couldn't control it. After recovering, everyone continued on their journey. Qiu reminded them to be careful, saying this soul-hunting forest was not simple. Mavien turned to Qiu and said, "Little brother, thank you so much this time. Without you, I'm afraid I would still be controlled and crippled by those two. But that punch of yours really hurt. How can a spirit mage like you have such incredible physical strength?" At that moment, we all thought you were the fake one. Qiu looked embarrassed and pretended to cough to change the subject. I was born with divine power, not a girl at all. In the end, those two, Tao Chiu and Thanfuk, got lost. What should we do this time? The two of us got lost with them. Those rotten women didn't even check if there were enough people behind. Just then, a hoarse voice came from behind. Old Huang, do you think I look like a human or a god? This is the rare Kui Huang Huang Bitu level 29, whose main skill is seduction. Tao Zhao turned around with a shocked face. Thao Feng's Huang Bizi, you look neither human nor ghost. I think you look like a fool. After hearing that, it went crazy and landed a critical hit. Why is this beast so fierce? Don't talk to it anymore. The dungeon hinted not to answer recklessly. Tao Chiu angrily charged straight ahead. I am a real man, so why would I be afraid of a beast like you? Huang Bi2 smiled wickedly, then skillfully and swiftly countered, even slashing a long claw across Tao Chiu's belly, causing him serious injury. Thanfuk saw it closing in and immediately drew his sword, but it was bitten off. Then it released a foul stench that no one could bear. Oh no, it smells so bad, and it's poisonous too. Qiu ears perked up at the sound of the fight. Thien Tweet recognized the sound of two sword cultivators and was even more certain when she turned to confirm. They're not following us. They must have triggered something. Qiu logically led everyone to the right place. At that moment, Tao Chiu was still lying there, gasping for help, and Qiu immediately recognized Huang Bi2 in front of him, who, with the usual question, wheezed, "Lao Huang, do you see me as a human or a god?" Qiu ignored the system's reminder, crossed his arms, and firmly replied, "I see you as a weak little beast-eared girl with red eyes and white hair, 1.5. After hearing that, Huang Bi2 blinked slightly, holding back his thoughts. Red eyes and white hair, 1.5, a weak beast-eared kid? After picturing it, it suddenly went berserk and charged forward. Thien Tweet shouted worriedly, "Be careful, it can defeat two sword cultivators. Its strength must be very strong." Duong Lam, a wood element mage, stood there to assist, using glowing vines to bind it, but they were bitten through. When Huang Bi2 had the chance to attack, Qiudu lost 369 health and suffered a minor facial injury. Seeing Qiudu still standing firm, Huang Bi2 was slightly shocked. How could that be? Qiudu smiled softly. Not hungry, kid. Immediately after, the critical punch from the divine chief, Huang Bi2 dealt 1,042 damage. Even the two strongest girls standing there turned pale in shock. Qiudu, is he really just a beginner? Tao Qiu and Then Phuc slowly lifted their heads after recovering. Impossible. How could a first stage like him have such power? Isn't he a spirit mage? What does that kid rely on? Isn't it just because he has a handsome face? After a powerful explosion, Huang Bi2 was completely flattened under Qiudu's feet, and as he stepped on its head, he sighed in frustration. This dungeon really has all kinds of strange things. In the eyes of the teammates, it wasn't the dungeon that was strange, but Qiudu himself. That guy is acting like that. Could something have latched onto him? Tao Qiu began to think it over. Just imagine, he defeated someone who could use spirit magic without saying a word. Maybe that really was the real Qiudu. The others looked confused after hearing this. Qiudu didn't know they were suspicious of him, so he happily ran out. It's all over now. Is everyone okay? Tao Qiu panicked and stopped him. Wait, don't come any closer. Qiudu didn't understand what was happening and asked innocently, What's going on? Tao Qiu suddenly pointed his sword at him, saying, You're a monster, aren't you? If not, then how could you, a low-level spirit mage, defeat a level 20 monster with your bare hands? Qiudu helplessly gave a simple explanation. What do you mean? What kind of monster would come to save you? Tao Qiu still insists. Who knows if you're deliberately putting on a show in front of us? This spirit war forest is truly strange. If you're not a monster, then prove it to us, or else you'll have to leave our team. Thien Tweet still has faith. That's impossible. Qiudu was with us just now. How could he be a monster? The rice farm agrees too. I also feel like he's not pretending. Then Phuc is useless, only good at making things difficult for others with the same name Cao Qiu. Then how do you explain a spirit mage having such great power? Qiudu immediately took off the props and said, Is there any monster that has props like these? Thien Tweet happily and eagerly responded right away. That's right. Only players have those tools. Monsters don't have such things. So Qiudu must be real. Tao Qiu kept sneering in disbelief, but suddenly froze when he saw Qiudu's gear was A rank. Tao Qiu and Then Phuc exchanged glances and smirked, clearly plotting something, yet they suddenly seemed unusually cheerful. Looks like this was just a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart, Qiudu. You don't really look like a spirit mage anyway, so it's no wonder people are suspicious. If we can prove your identity, then great, let's keep moving forward. Qiudu was too sharp to notice this strange attitude, and immediately guessed what these two were up to. The group then continued moving forward, with only Tao Qiu and Then Phuc falling back behind. You just saw it, right? He has a relic on him? Yeah, I saw it, and there are even 2 A-grade items. He's just a beginner, so how could he have so many A-grade items? That's right, how could he have so many grade A tools? I never expected to come across such a lucky break in this dungeon. He's just a novice. Didn't we catch him easily? When that happens, we'll split the items he's carrying evenly among us. Then Phuc was a bit uneasy, but he easily killed the Huang Bi, so how could you be his match? Tao Qiu still arrogantly defended himself, saying we were just poisoned by Huang Bi. Besides, we are already mid-level, so how could we not defeat him? He's just a low level after all. After finalizing their discussion, they continued to decide when to make a move on Qiudu. Tao Qiu received the fans' orders. Just wait for the right moment and follow my command. While moving, the whole group suddenly stopped. What's going on? You all quickly look over there. Ahead of them are many shadows of players who have not yet passed on. Mei Yuan recognized the pale faces. Weren't those the players who had tried and failed to complete the soul-sealing dungeon before? It's hard to believe this dungeon is this terrifying. Duong Lam urgently called everyone over. She had just discovered an altar on the stone slab with some inscriptions. These ancient inscriptions on the stone say that only by sacrificing living creatures can we complete the dungeon quest. So the wandering souls across the lake are the lake slaves. And those who are sacrificed will become slaves of the lake, forced to stay here forever. Upon hearing about the sacrifice, the two behind saw it as a perfect chance to crush Qiudu and steal his gear. They immediately charged forward with murderous looks. Thien Tweet was startled. What do you want to do? Of course, it's to complete our dungeon mission. Immediately after, they used their strength to knock Qiudu down. Caught completely off guard, Qiudu didn't defend himself and just cursed, Damn it, I just saved you all. Tao Qiu sneered and declared,
There's no friendship in this dungeon, and out there no one knows anyone.
If anyone's to blame, it's you for being too weak. Q-Do was immediately moved to the center of the patterned circle. Tao Chiu eagerly urged Thanfuk to quickly activate the altar. Easier said than done. Thanfuk looked awkward. But how exactly do we start it?
I have no idea how to do it. Cao Chiu turned to ask Mi Vian sincerely.
How does the altar activate? Mi Yuan replied coldly, slowly drawing his sword.
Why should I tell you? You're quite something. I'll gather all of you later.
Tao Chiu insisted that if there was a sacrifice, it had to be done by dealing with Q-Do right here. Q-Do still stood there, eyes closed, letting out a sigh.
Although the principal warned me, I never expected to actually encounter people like you inside the dungeon.
So, Thanfuk, feeling arrogant.
Luckily, he's just a first-stage spirit mage with nothing but summoning spirits. How could he challenge 2 mid-stage mages like us with just his physical body? Truly a lunatic dreaming in broad daylight.
Thien Tweet couldn't bear to see them hurting Q-Do and looked deeply worried. What should we do?
Mei Yuan responded firmly.
He saved me, so I have to go help him too. The moment the two rushed forward to attack Q-Do simultaneously, he no longer held back. His whole body igniting with the fire of power. As they charged, Q-Do used his weapon formation to stop them. Thanfuk grimaced and tried his best to dominate, telling the kid to obediently take the pain.
If you're smart, hand over all the props on you, and maybe I'll spare your life.
Q-Do counterattacked with one hand, already guessing the truth. So they had targeted the tools from the start? Xiao Qiu attacked from behind, activating the Lachlan long slash, but before he could do anything, Mei Vian intercepted with an attack.
After that assist, Tao Chiu frowned in frustration.
Mei Vian, what are you doing? Why interfere in this? He helped me, so I'm helping him back. What's the problem? Don't you want to complete the dungeon mission? If we sacrifice him, you and I will get through this stage.
Mei Yuan exuded a cool aura in response.
If completing the quest means doing it that way, I'd rather fail than let it pass. Besides, the tablet only says to sacrifice a living being, not that we have to sacrifice our teammates. Living like that is really cowardly. From another angle, Q-Do's attack knocked down Thanfuk. Tao Cheo turned around in confusion. What? No way. Thanfuk is also in panic mode. What's wrong with this guy?
Q-Do said fiercely, "Sacrifice is sacrifice, right? Have you even asked for my opinion?"
Although these two were a bit scared, they still tried to act tough. It's just a low-level mage after all.
Go Thanfuk, let's charge together,
Mi Vian said, frustrated, trying to stop him. How dare you? Just like that, Q-Do and Mi Vian teamed up. That brat, I'll deal with you too. As soon as he saw his teammates in chaos, Duong Lam approached the tablet and pressed the button. Immediately after, the circle moved. Everyone who was fighting suddenly stopped. What is going on? What's happening? The system announced that the altar was being activated, and immediately both mind and body were overwhelmed with endless pain. Q-Do stood still, unaffected. Is this a mental attack?
Luckily, I have a special connection, so I'm not affected.
Chao glared bitterly at Duong Lam. It's you! What exactly do you think you're doing? A woman like you? Duong Lam smiled lightly. It's nothing. I just wanted to complete the dungeon quest. The two fell down, angrily shouting, Chu Duong Lam is a bitch! Is a bao. Right after that, she activated Mon Dong growth, wrapping the two tightly until they could barely breathe. Although Duong Lam was usually quiet, this time she was just too frustrated. You dare to lay a hand on Q-Do, so why can't I do the same to you? Although the girl was defending him, Q-Do still wondered how she knew the method to activate the altar. Throughout the journey, Duong Lam never sensed any presence, but it seemed she had never encountered any danger. She was even the one who discovered the altar, so perhaps she knew about it from the start. Q-Do was stunned, wondering if this wasn't her first time entering this dungeon. Duong Lam was ruthless. If it's going to wither, then let it wither completely. The Mandang grew entangled around all four of them, gradually wrapping around Q-Do, but it was struck and shattered by him before escaping. Duong Lam was utterly shocked. This was impossible. Why wasn't he affected by the altar? Q-Do stood tall and laughed loudly. Haha, I still have something to ask you. How do you know the method to activate the altar? I guess it's because from the moment you entered this dungeon, you intended to sacrifice us, isn't that right? Duong Lam continued to activate the Mandang enhancement, smiling lightly. Try to guess. Without giving it a chance to wrap around me, Q-Do used the chaotic windblade technique to cut all the delicate threads, but these vines wouldn't break no matter how hard. They even found a weapon to tighten the grip. Duong Lam smirked as he dealt with a few low-level trash enemies. Did he really think the beginner level could fight beyond their rank? Duong Lam activated the parasitic wood species and shot it straight into Q-Do's neck. The young man flinched in surprise. What is this thing? It just quietly parasitizes on your neck. Duong Lam warned, stop causing trouble and obediently become my sacrifice. Seizing the opportunity, Kyudu activated the ancestral finger technique, instantly reducing Duong Lam's speed by 50%. Kyudu definitely cannot miss this great opportunity. The Thito Chi Huang lasts for 10 seconds, and I only have a chance within these 10 seconds. Watch me Kyudu in action. When activating the necklace simultaneously, the skill's power also increases by 30%. Duong Lam stood still, smiling without stopping. Oh, trying to reduce my agility, huh? And yet you think you can? A mere novice like you. As soon as the words left her mouth, her smile faded when she saw Kyudu's power surge tremendously. Now, take a serious hit from me. While Kyudu rushed forward to deliver a serious blow, Duong Lam still mocked her. You're just a novice spirit mage and you really think you're a prodigy? She immediately activated the protective armor, forming a shield to block Kyudu's powerful attack. But despite the armor, the divine fist still pierced through it. Kyudu landed a critical finishing blow, dealing 1,314 damage. After being knocked aback, Duong Lam grimaced. How could a first-level spirit mage deal such devastating damage? She charged again, activating her protective armor. At this point, Kyudu just kept hitting her without holding back, and even added another punch straight to the face. The protective armor couldn't even defend properly. You cause trouble first and then dare to blame others. Are you even a man? Do you know what it means to cherish and protect the delicate? Kyudu still responded just as harshly. You want to harm me? If I don't destroy you, I'll be the one who disappears. I'm handsome, so there's no way I'm weak. Mavian and Thien Tuit watched with pale faces, not daring to jump in to help at all. While exerting his strength, the system announced that the effect of Thito Chi Huang had ended. Duong Lam took the opportunity to break free. The effect of Thito Chi Huang is over, but judging by her condition, it looks like she can't attack anymore. Duong Lam growled, her face turning purple. Are you Kyudu? I already remember you. Even my father has never dared to hit me like this before. This matter between us is far from over. At that moment, the transmission activated and pushed Duong Lam outside. Kyudu still felt lucky. If it weren't for the principal's strange necklace this time, he might have been doomed. The moment the young man turned to ask about the condition of the two sisters Thien Tuit and Mei Vian, the two girls flinched as if they had seen a ghost. You better not come over here. Kyudu didn't know what to say, just explained, Ladies, I'm not here to fight girls. They then moved to the central circle to check on Cao Tru and Than Phuc. At this point, there was really nothing left. Judging by their state, it seems they were already sacrificed to the altar. Kyudu then activated the weapon summoning power, leaving Mavian confused. What do you want to do? Kyudu stepped forward to the center. This is a sacrificial altar. It shouldn't exist here. The two sisters froze, standing still to watch what Kyudu would do next. As he plunged the blade straight down, the system announced congratulations to Kyudu for successfully absorbing the life energy of the altar's enemy soul. 20 free attribute points, 1,200 additional experience points. Congratulations, Kyudu, on leveling up successfully. Current experience points 95 over 1,400. Reward is 10 free attribute points. Kyudu sighed. It was just leftover energy, yet it still leveled him up by one whole rank. On top of that, he even got a bunch of attribute points. No wonder that woman Duong Lam went to sacrifice others. Kyudu recalled, but what was the power that just entered the Than Long Yem Nuit blade? Thien Tuit hesitated as she ran over. Kyudu, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, the two of us would likely have become sacrificial offerings to the altar. We've decided to give up on this dungeon mission. Kyudu smiled with his eyes shut. Don't be so formal. Everyone knows I'm a good guy. Right after that, they arrived at the enemy soul lake. The water was clear and shining, so this was the enemy soul lake? The souls of the online game players here were already freed when the altar was destroyed earlier. Kyudu then took off her shirt, much to the surprise of the two girls. Mei Wen awkwardly drew her sword in defense. What do you want to do? Kyudu panicked when he realized the two girls had misunderstood him. I'm cursed, so I came to this enemy soul lake to cleanse the curse. If you don't believe me, just watch. At this moment, Mei Vian blushed and looked embarrassed. So that's how it is? I thought you were just letting your wild side show. Not wanting to waste time, the young man decisively jumped down right away. Thien Tuit didn't want to miss the chance either, so we should go down and play for a while. In this cursed place, there might even be some unknown curses on the body. As soon as Kyudu let himself fall into the water, all the curses vanished, restoring his muscular body. It really works. These curses are gradually being lifted. But Tang Lam, who just defeated the wooden beast, still can't find a way to cleanse them.
Forget it. When the enemy comes, the general blocks. When the water rises, we build a dam. We just have to take it one step at a time. All right.
The two girls also stripped off their clothes and bathed as if nothing happened. Phew, this dungeon is really twisted this time. Luckily, Q-Do was here. Mei Wen suddenly judged that the kid wasn't a good person either. Just then, Q-Do swam back and appeared suddenly, causing the two girls to scream as they were jostled. See, I told you he wasn't a good person. Q-Do Chu-Chi got hit right on the head with a whole guava. It's you who swam over here that aren't good. After those awkward moments, everyone got out of the water and put on their clothes. Thien Tuit shyly said, Kudu, Mei Vien, let's be friends. Suddenly, the system announced that the dungeon enemy souls have not been cleared yet. If you retreat now, there will be no way to get the rewards. Are you sure you want to leave now? Hearing this, Q-Do also decided this dungeon was too bizarre, and now I can't explore it anymore. I'll come back to explore it again later. After leaving the dungeon, he went to see the principal. The principal was very surprised and excited, standing up. Oh, wow! Your kid is still alive and came back here? The principal now sees him in a completely different light. The kid really is something special. He's just a novice spirit mage, yet he managed to survive a level D dungeon. He knows how to handle things. The principal immediately demanded his belongings back. It's good that you returned safely. My stuff is still intact, right? Yes. Thanks to the principal's necklace, I was able to survive the enemy spirit lake and come back. Q-Do seemed reluctant to let go of it, even needing the principal to yank it once. You little brat, how dare you covet even my equipment? Well then, if you can beat me, I'll give you this necklace along with the ring. Q-Do scratched his head in confusion after getting hit with a whole guava. Principal, what does the +5 mark on your necklace mean? That is enhancement. Equipment above level A can be enhanced with enhancement stones, which makes the equipment much stronger. Q-Do was stunned, but also quite surprised that his method of enhancing the Thanlong Uyen Nguyen blade was somewhat different from what the principal described. So how is your curse of limited fate doing? Rest assured, the curse has been eliminated. That's good to hear. All right, if you have nothing else, then go back quickly and don't bother me again. The young man had just stepped outside when someone was already waiting. A blond young man with a rather dashing look greeted junior brother Q-Do. The young man was puzzled, not understanding how this person knew him. He continued to introduce himself. I am Long Tuong, also from Tothan. I participated in the great exam in Tothan. Q-Do only then realized with a start that Long Tuong was his senior brother. This guy was the top scorer in the recent warrior system exam. Q-Do had also seen Long Tuong on TV and didn't understand why he approached him so enthusiastically, saying, We are all from Totan. If you ever run into trouble, just come to me and I'll do my best to help you. Can we be friends? Q-Do found it strange. This senior brother was overly enthusiastic. However, Q-Do was still too naive, and things were not as he imagined. As soon as he left, Long Tuong revealed his true, murderous face. At night, just as he lay down on the bed, Q-Do switched to poetic mode. The origin curse has been resolved, so for now, we have to ignore the Wood Clan and focus on quickly strengthening ourselves. Current update on Q-Do. He has reached early stage level 14, with a power of 369 chaotic spirit points, health 4,630, over 4,630, experience 95 over 1,400, equipped with Drybone King Ring Grade C, Jiaguang Finger Tiger Grade C, Azure Dragon Garden, Moonblade Grade D, Chukai Armor Grade B, and Thito Finger Yellow Grade A. Today is Q-Do's second day at school, and upon arrival, tutor teacher Jang questioned him, Student Q-Do, can you explain why a spirit mage like you chose to switch to a physical cultivator? Q-Do clenched his fists firmly. Teacher, I don't want to be a mage's meat shield. That's not what a good mage should be. If you don't have a strong body and resilient spirit, you won't be able to protect yourself. Now, student Q-Do, the higher education system mainly focuses on one direction. Although my records say I was born with innate divine power, I am a spirit mage and cannot endure the physical training major. The young man remained steadfast in his decision, unmoved. Sir, I want to choose the physical cultivation major. Though I say it with determination, I am actually afraid inside. If the teacher knew that a spirit mage like me couldn't even swap dry bones, he might as well just let me wither away. Old Master Trong still insisted it was completely unreasonable. This is your student card. Keep it safe. Duong Huang looked confused, not understanding what this card was for. Professor Trong explained, Our Capital University uses a credit system, and this card has a basic credit of 10. At Capital University, everything from food to exchanging equipment, skills, and props must be done using credits. Ma Fi asked smugly,
Teacher, how much money does it take to exchange for 1 credit? Can I exchange for 100 credits first? After satisfying his pride, Ma Fi was also put in his place. What are you thinking about? Course credits can only be earned by accepting tasks assigned by the school or completing evaluations from instructors. The young man suddenly sprays glue in shock. What did you say? So my talent isn't useless after all? In the middle of the yard, a teacher was shouting to gather all the students. Class 2 Spirit Warriors, come out quickly. From afar, the professor of the Spirit Sword discipline was still watching Kyodu intently, not missing a single detail. Kyodu was startled, as if sensing something was wrong. Why do I feel like something dirty is staring right at me? After the second class of cultivators gathered, the old teacher introduced himself. My name is Van Lee Hao, a level 35 cultivator. In short, my class doesn't accept trash. Soon I will release the pressure. I will stand still, and anyone who can withstand the pressure and remain standing for 5 minutes will earn the right to join my class. A young man asked, Teacher, what if we can't stand for 5 minutes? Then I will personally go to the training room and help you with the transfer procedures. This teacher Van Lai Hao seems very decisive and determined. The pressure starts to spread, and the students are already about to be overwhelmed. With such an overwhelming pressure, how can we possibly last 5 minutes? Another young man encouraged everyone, saying, Don't worry. Although the master is a high-level fighter, he doesn't move at all. Let's work together. Maybe we have a chance to win. Van Lee Hao seemed intrigued, showing courage by daring to stand up and face him. Lam Ngi is not to be underestimated, truly a promising talent. That guy stepped forward to introduce Hung Han. My name is Lam Lang. Everyone gather together and let's carefully consider our strategy. I believe no one wants to be eliminated, and we can't face the old teacher head-on. Why don't we split into 2 groups to hold off Teacher Van and try to survive for 5 minutes? If no one objects, let's go ahead and divide the teams. We need to ensure equal strength. Only then can we get through the gate. The other students also showed their agreement, then looked around to choose their teams. Once most had picked, Lam Lang approached Q-Do with a proposal. You're Q-Do, right? How about joining my team? Q-Do was easygoing, so anything was fine. Lam Lang wondered. Q-Do, may I ask what your exact rank is? Why do you want to become a cultivator? Is your body really that weak? Q-Do said decisively. Becoming a cultivator? No, I'm actually a spirit mage. Lam Lang was stunned. His name was Lam Lang, but he thought he was going deaf. Lam Lang was so surprised he had to ask again to be sure. What did you say? You're a spirit mage? Yes, I'm a level 14 spirit mage. A spirit mage. Lam Lang broke out in a sweat. This family fire guy isn't a cultivator after all. He's a level 14 spirit mage? The others stood with their arms crossed, silently smiling as they sized up Q-Do. Lam Lang covered his face and sighed, a bit disappointed. Oh man, Q-Do, this time you really messed me up badly. Q-Do was full of confidence. What is there to be afraid of? I'm really strong. Compared to many other cultivators, I might even be much stronger. After this flake, the people around whispered and laughed mockingly. A mere spirit mage shrimp? Lam Lang is definitely taking a hit this time. In fact, Q-Do has never bragged before. This is also the first time he dared to tell the truth, yet no one believed him and even mocked him. Being honest is truly difficult. Lam Lang had to consider another plan. But this plan was a bit desperate. Here's the plan, Q-Do. I'll protect you for a bit so you can summon the spirit. Q-Do froze, unsure how to respond coolly when Van Lee Hao declared, Time's up, are you ready? Master Van, we are ready! Van Lee Hao sounded eager and immediately got to work. The summoned power of the tiger roared. As this overwhelming force was about to strike Q-Do, he suddenly felt a wave of panic. I got kicked and the first punch was aimed at me? Lam Lang rushed out to block for Q-Do without hesitation, but was immediately blown away. Oh my god. Lam Lang's strength isn't weak at all, so how could he be blown away like that? And this test is way too hard. If Lam Lang can't even hold on, what's Q-Do supposed to do? As for Van Lee Hao, he is still very much looking forward to it, determined to give these new students more hits, so they'll be less arrogant in the future. Well, don't blame me then. Van Lee Hao activated a stronger pressure. Q-Do had to face it head-on, but is it possible that just one strike caused so much blood loss? Is this the true power of a high-level cultivator? Seeing Q-Do still fine and only slightly injured, Van Lee Hao was very surprised. What is this? How can this be possible? Isn't this kid a mage? How did he manage to block my wine strike? Van Lee Hao has his own pride and will never let this matter go off course. I will have to do things differently. If I let you be right, wouldn't that mean my goal can't be achieved? Once again, Van Lee Hao strikes with a stronger blow. Q-Do was still bewildered. What is this coming here again? Using all his strength, Q-Do fought back in an instant.
His current life points dropped to 3,175 out of 4,630. What happened was like a play. Everyone was wide-eyed and speechless. Isn't that Family Fire guy a necromancer? How did he manage to block 2 strikes from Master Van? Even Lam Lang couldn't block it. So how did Kyo-do manage to? As for Kyo-do, he was still giving his all to block the attacks and felt a bit dizzy. Were those strikes really that heavy? Could it be that Master Van intends to hit me just to scare the weak? Kyo-do decided to fight back to the end, raising his face to look straight at the old master in defiance. Old Master Van, what's wrong? Haven't you eaten yet? Lam Lang gasped in fear. Kyo-do, are you crazy? Teasing Master Van means you'll get beaten up. Van Li Hao smirked, thinking to himself, this kid is impressive. Yet here I am being underestimated by a novice spirit mage. How did this kid manage to block 2 of my strikes in a row? Then the old master spoke up. Not bad, you rotten kid. You're pretty good too. Can you continue to the next stage? If you can, from now on at this capital university, I will have your back. After speaking, as fast as the wind, Van Li Hao appeared right in front of Kyo-do, activating his power. Kyo-do clenched his fists tightly and fought back. Immediately, the 2 forces clashed, and Kyo-do was suddenly thrown out, coughing up blood. The other young men watching were also unsettled. This test was way too brutal. After seeing Kyo-do completely collapse, seemingly motionless, the old teacher finally stopped. Lam Lang, please bring 2 more people to help carry Kyo-do to the infirmary. At this moment, Van Li Hao realized, oh my god, what was I thinking fighting a student? Though he seemed motionless, it wasn't so. Blood droplets fell to the ground as Kyo-do stubbornly stood up to the end. Though his whole body was unsteady, he still managed to weakly say, I've blocked this strike. Kyo-do's current life points were only 240 out of 4,630. This unbelievable resilience surprised everyone, making them question if he was truly a spirit mage. As for Kyo-do, he still tried to earn their recognition. Did you hear me clearly? I've already blocked it. After saying this, the young man slumped over, but Tae didn't forget to raise his middle finger, caught in a daze as he saw the 2 teachers scolding each other. Van Li Hao, how could you act without knowing your own strength? You're a teacher, yet you laid hands on a student. You're doing great. Old Tam, I really think this kid is determined to study in the martial arts class. Kyo-do opened his eyes and immediately found himself safely in the hospital. Next to him was none other than the old teacher, Van Li Hao. You're awake? There's no need to worry anymore. I said if you could withstand that punch, then I, Van Li Hao, will protect you from now on. And I mean what I say. The professor of the spirit sword discipline suddenly appeared to shield him, so you don't need to cover for him. Do whatever you want now. Van Li Hao still insists, but he has already passed my test. Of course, he is now a student of the 2nd martial arts class. These 2 old masters are already competing with each other. Tham Kiem Thu once again stated firmly. He is a spirit mage. I don't care what his profession is, but with a body that strong, he will definitely become a martial artist. Tham Kiem Thu turned to ask Kyo-do directly, why won't you just become a spirit mage? Why would you run off to the cultivation class for no reason? The young man was a bit surprised by the trap. Well, I think cultivation suits me better, because I was born with divine power. Tham Kiem Thu, afraid of losing a good opportunity, went crazy and insisted it was suitable. Right after that, this old master summoned a spirit mage right in the hospital room. Doesn't the spirit mage have any sense of shame? Destroying the 10,000 heavenly armies with 10,000 horses is easy. Isn't that better than a foolish cultivator blindly charging into hand-to-hand combat? Van Li Hao silently looked at the old man with a judging expression. Tham Kiem Thu continued, saying that as long as you join the spirit profession, I will teach you everything, including all the skills of a spirit mage. In the future, you will be like me, raising your hand to summon a shadow dragon. Although it sounded tempting, Kyo-do felt a pang of sadness inside. Only he knew that his spiritual power was 0 and even the bone soldier could not be summoned. Well, I have to decline this magical offer. I'm really sorry, Professor Tam, but I still want to stay in the physical training class. Tham Kiem Thu had no choice but to bow his head in acceptance. Ha, I understand now. Take this card and you can find me at the teacher's apartment. If you change your mind, just come find me. The moment Professor Tam left, Kyo-do was deeply regretful. Could the spirit magic really be this effective? That's really a shame. Van Li Hao crossed his arms, looking pleased with himself. Your wound is almost healed. Be sure to gather at the cultivation class 2 tomorrow. I will take you to a very interesting place. On the 2nd day of the 2nd training class, the whole class was directly led to a C-rank dungeon. This place is a very vast forest. Today's task for the whole class is to sit cross-legged in the dark forest until the sun sets. Some students wondered how sitting still could be difficult. To show the intensity, Van Li Hao threw a pebble hard to the side. What happened next shocked everyone. Fong Nan Nguyen, and yet he wants us to stay in this damn place all day? They're doomed, teacher. They really are, Van Li Hao confidently asserted. With me here, none of you will fail, but you will definitely have to endure hardship. Some students wondered what the point of enduring hardship was, and the old teacher answered. First, it was to train your willpower. Second, you will know once you enter. Lam Lang Zhengfong stepped in first, and as soon as he did, he was immediately surrounded by Fong. The young man tried to stay calm and quietly sat down. Van Li Hao focused and observed, then judged that this kid actually had determination and courage. He really is a good cat. I wonder how long he can hold on. It seems he has understood the appeal of the dark jungle. The rest of you, go ahead and enter as well. Among you, there's probably no one with a defense score below 100, right? Only Q-Do spoke up. Master Van, what if it's below 100? Well, basically, there's a chance it might fail. But why is that? Judging by your appearance, could your defense be really low? It's not particularly low either. It's rounded to 2 digits. Master Van Li Hao looked very surprised. You only have strength and no defensive ability. How did you manage to fight everyone like that before? How could you possibly withstand 3 of my punches? Q-Do calmly replied that her life points were just a bit higher than normal. A little bit means how much? About 4,630. Master Van hadn't even processed the number before he jumped in surprise. Oh, only 4. What the hell is that? How much? A low-level guy with as much as 4,630 health points. Is he really a spirit mage? Could it be a boss disguised as a human? Without wasting any more time, Q-Do immediately stepped inside. The wind element caused his health to continuously decrease, but not by much. The young man realized the mechanism. So that's how it works. You can increase defense points in here, B? Health decreased while his defense increased. Everyone looked tense, and Q-Do thought they must be boosting their own defense as well. Well, let's take a risk and see what happens. After sitting down for a while, nothing happened. Teacher Van was very surprised. That kid's defense was so low, yet there was no problem. No, I have to observe him more. All the students are gathered. A spider attacks from above. Teacher Van has the duty to protect all the students and immediately rushes out. You damn bug, get lost. It's a common dark hatred beast, level 33, HP 5,000 over 5,000, strength 396, defense 288, agility 345, living in the dark forest and loves sucking human blood. Q-Do looked up and cursed. Damn it, this is a common beast. Before it could attack the students, Master Van blocked it and unleashed a powerful punch. Q-Do sat still, but didn't forget to watch closely. So this is the true strength of the professor from the Capital University of Physical Cultivation. Looks like Teacher Van held back a lot when he fought me that day. After defeating the monster, Van Li Hao made sure to reassure the students. It's okay, just focus on your training. But even those who couldn't hold on until the very end weren't going anywhere. Q-Do nodded, looking very reassured. This is truly top-tier apprentice resources. Without Master Van, how could we possibly train with peace of mind in a C-rank dungeon like this? 2 hours have passed quickly, and some students couldn't endure it any longer and gave up. Q-Do still tried to hold on while his health kept dwindling. My defense is too low. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out here much longer. Suddenly, the wood finger from his neck activates, acting like an instant healing potion for Q-Do. This is the wood species that Duong Lam implanted in him. It is absorbing the energy of the entire forest. Q-Do smiled, startled and relieved. Fortunately, there was that woman. Without this wood seed, I might have missed my chance in this dark forest. As for Duong Lam, who was somewhere far away, he also sensed it and kept sneezing. Q-Do, if you've been hit by my wood seed, do you think I don't know where you are? Just wait for me. Right now, the number of students still standing is very sparse. The others are watching from outside. They are really impressive. That's right. They managed to endure the wind and rain all day long, especially Q-Do, whose profession is said to be a paper-blooded spirit mage. It's surprising he could persist for so long. As for Van Li Hao, he seemed very pleased. These kids really are a good bunch. I never expected this kid to hold out this long. How on earth did he manage it? But, I guess it's almost over. Lam Lang's talent isn't bad, but it doesn't seem much better than that kid Q-Do. One more person has dropped out, leaving only Q-Do and Lam Lang standing. Lam Lang turned to look at Q-Do with curiosity. Why is that? Could it be that I'm not even as good as a soul mage? The whole class is watching eagerly. Can Q-Do really hold out until the end? Who do you think will have to stop first? I guess it's Q-Do. He's not a true cultivator, and everyone already knows Lam Lang's strength. But look, Q-Do shows no sign of struggling at all. He still looks very relaxed. After a few more minutes of pushing himself, Lam Lang couldn't hold on any longer and finally reached his limit. Lam Lang looked very embarrassed under Van Li Hao's disappointed gaze. He didn't expect to have reached his limit already, so he decided to step outside. The moment they saw Lam Lang stand up and walk out hesitantly, the whole class erupted in commotion again. What just happened? Why did Lam Lang stand up like that? Could he really have collapsed? As for Q-Do, Teacher Van was still closely watching his every move. Q-Do, show me just how far your limits go. The sky had turned pitch dark, yet Q-Do remained calmly seated without moving. Oh my God, Q-Do is still holding on. Teacher Van felt increasingly fascinated and eager. Well done, kid. But unfortunately, it's already dark. I declare that it has come to an end. Q-Do, you should go outside. The sun has set and the dark forest won't wait any longer. Once it gets dark here, I won't be able to protect you all anymore. At this moment, Q-Do stood up confidently, still feeling very excited inside. This dark forest is truly formidable. After a day of hard work, the defense points have reached 23, an increase of 17 points. What surprised others was that if it weren't for the nightfall, Q-Do could have maintained it much longer. No one knew the true limits of Q-Do's endurance. All right, class is dismissed. Everyone get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow. A few days later, Q-Do had made much progress. Fortunately, thanks to the wood element, his defense has increased a lot these past few days. Tomorrow, the young man has decided to continue training. Suddenly, Yang Xiang's group ran over and called out, Q-Do, how about we form a guild? Guilds have a lot of benefits. For example, dungeons belong to the guild, and guild members cannot attack each other, or they will be hunted across the world. Q-Do thought this was a good idea and had no objections, but he still had to move to the training class later. The group wanted to finalize things quickly, so they decided to submit the application first. Q-Do would come later after finishing his tasks. Ma Fi crossed his arms arrogantly. Old habits die hard, there's no problem forming a guild, but I have one condition. I must be the guild leader. Duang Huang glanced back and slapped him once. Please, having a guild leader like you would be so embarrassing. Information about Q-Do has also spread widely to other departments. Old Van, I heard your class has produced a physical training prodigy. Van Li Hao thought back with a proud expression. A genius, maybe, but that kid is a spirit mage after all. As for Q-Do, he has been diligently training in the C-rank dungeon all this time, and his defense has increased to 500, which means he has reached his limit. At that moment, the system summoned a very beautiful girl. Is she the queen of machines? But wait, why are you here? You have something on you that can absorb energy, and it will help me create a new body. The young man never expected this wooden species to have such an effect, and even awaken the mechanical queen. Q-Do got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Queen, so what do you plan to do next? You said you wanted to help me observe the outside world, right? Now is the time to fulfill that promise. A powerful energy radiates, directly absorbed by Q-Do. It seems to be the soul of the mechanical queen. While Q-Do was in pain, she controlled from within to ease it. At first it hurts a little, but it will ease soon. From now on, I can feel what you hear, what you think, and what you see. Q-Do feels uneasy inside, that hateful feeling of being watched. If she can read my thoughts, doesn't that mean I'll have no secrets from her in the future? Absolutely not. Q-Do lost control and immediately imagined the mechanical queen bathing, making the young man blush with delight. The moment she saw this scene, the queen panicked. What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm not reading your mind anymore, okay? Finally, the feeling of being probed disappeared. Q-Do was too sharp to handle situations like this. Your defense capability has reached its limit. Now the young man will move to the left and right to see how they are doing. The whole group seems to be struggling in the fight. What exactly did we do to offend you? The leader of that group is the vice president of the Ember Guild. He arrogantly challenges, wanting to level up the guild by earning honor points. Every newly formed guild starts with 1,000 honor points. If anyone is to blame, it's because you are too weak. Don't worry, we only defeated you and took your honor points. We won't kill you. Duang Huang felt very regretful and guilty. Sorry everyone, it's all my fault. What the hell were they thinking naming themselves the Godslayer Guild? Ma Fi panicked, who would have thought that right after forming, they'd have to fight another guild. Don't worry, I just informed Du, he's almost here. Let's try to hold out until he gets here. Even if he hasn't done anything worthwhile, Ma Fi can't let go of his pride. I admit Q-Do is a bit stronger than me, but it's useless anyway. We simply can't fight them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Fi Kolao charged at the deputy leader but failed, even getting taunted in return. Are you fighting the air?
On top of that, you're getting beaten back and slowly falling apart. Tahu panicked, fearing that Ma Fi couldn't hold on any longer. Stepping on Ma Fi, the deputy leader of Shi Hua sneered mockingly. Are you the guild master of the Assassin God Guild? Then you must be the strongest person in the guild, right? The guys in Shi Hua looked on with disdain and contempt. With that kind of strength, they think they can start a guild? What a joke. Just when things were at their most critical, Qiudu appeared. Duong Huangyu saw a strong glimmer of hope. Qiudu song, finally you have arrived. The deputy of the Fire Guild turned his head with a smirk. There are still masters around. Oh, are you also a martial artist? Qiudu didn't want to respond and even looked sinister. Guess who I am? Wow, pretending to be all-powerful, so impressive. The two just charged at each other. After getting punched right in the face, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but Qiudu Koya only got hit lightly like that. Haven't you eaten yet? Or should I get you some food to eat? Vice President Shi Huo is going crazy. Do you want to die? You shout so loudly, but inside you're worried. You've already thrown a punch at 80% strength, yet you still can't break through its defense. How could this be? Immediately after, he activated the 7-kill fist to launch a relentless attack. The evil ally panicked, anxiously shouting for Qiudu to dodge, while a few members of the Shi Hua team already felt triumphant. Ha ha, this brat is definitely going down. Even the deputy's 7-killing fist at the same cultivation level can't block it. It may look like that from the outside, but it's not. Only the deputy of the Ember Guild can truly feel it. How could this move not affect him? Just how terrifying is this guy's defense? Even Duong Huang can tell that Qiudu has gotten a lot stronger in just a few weeks. The Shi Hua Guild was initially proud, but now stunned beyond belief. How could this be possible? This 7-kill fist can't even injure this brat a little. The deputy is fighting below, while the guild leader of the Ember Guild is still sitting calmly watching. After letting the deputy of the Ember Guild have his fun, Qiudu finally got to work. Are you done yet? Now, it's my turn. Before any fighting even started, the members of the Ember Guild were already shouting, Vice Leader, attack him. If his defense is high, his offense won't be strong. Whatever you do, don't let him knock you down. The Vice President of the Fire Guild tried to regain his composure, clenching his fist and charging forward. You really almost fooled me. I don't believe your attack power can be as terrifying as your defense. Come at me. Qiudu was ready to teach him a lesson. He landed a critical blow, dealing 2,200 damage and sending him flying through the air. After the Vice President puffed smoke all over his body, Qiudu stepped closer to check the situation. Young people these days are really stubborn and have no idea how to respect the strong. Seeing the Vice President's miserable end, the remaining members were furious and ready to jump in to take the hit. You rotten brat, do you want to die? Let's go up and call it out. At that moment, the leader Shi Huo decided to step in and stop the fight. You are no match for him. As he stepped down, Qiudu sensed a powerful aura, confirming that this person was at least at the mid-level. As soon as he faced Qiudu, he asked and introduced himself. Are you the leader of the Assassin Guild? My name is Lo Thak, and I don't understand what I've done to make Ma Fi so riled up just hearing it. Who said that? I am the real guild leader. No one cares about Ma Fi's dirty boasting. Lu Thak continued to mess with Qiudu. Let's do it this way. This battle will end between you and me. The losing side will have the entire team admit defeat and surrender their honor points to avoid mutual destruction. Tahu angrily objected, Who the hell do you think you are? A mid-level warrior challenging a low-level one to a duel. Are you serious? Your face is even thicker than Duong Huang Dich's belly. As the two leaders negotiated, Qiudu accepted with a confident expression. All right, no problem. No sooner had he finished speaking than Luo Tuo lunged forward, slashing across Qiudu's face with his weapon. Blinded in one eye, Qiudu couldn't anticipate such carelessness. Was this really an assassin? The assassin is poisoned. My vision is too blurry to see clearly. The left-right team and Yang Xiangdi outside are stepping in to help. Despicable and shameless, a mid-level fighter against a beginner, yet they still resort to ambush weapons. I feel like you have no shame at all. With a fierce expression, Lo Thak licked his lips like a bloodthirsty killer. The goal of fighting is to win, so using any means necessary to achieve victory is acceptable. What does it matter if it's with hidden weapons or not? If he gets hit by the move, he's nothing more than a sitting duck. While Qiudu was at a disadvantage, unable to observe, he activated his cursed fist for a continuous attack. Qiudu fell into a passive position, unable to do anything else, and his friends outside were very worried. Lo Thak was ready to play his final move, a close-range weapon aimed at Qiudu's face while he was still squinting, seemingly an easy target,
but it seemed he was quite surprised when Q-Do counterattacked, sending him flying with just one flick. The guys from the Ember Guild were confused, not understanding what was happening, as he lifted his scorched face in shock, leaning back in disbelief. What was that just now? Why did my life points suddenly drop by half like this? It turns out Q-Do had the support of the Machine Queen from within. She warned Q-Do to be extremely careful. This guy is no ordinary opponent, and the outcome was already clear. Lothak admitted defeat, turned his back and left, saying, "Kid, I admit you won today." Q-Do disagreed with him doing whatever he wanted and then just leaving like that. He activated the ultimate skill and was determined to confront him. "You hurt my friend, and all you say is that you admit it and want to leave just like that? There's no such thing as something that good in this world." As Q-Do rushed forward, Lothak panicked and shouted, "Kid, are you trying to force me to risk my life against you?" Right after that, Lothak took a glancing blow to the face. The guild was in a panic. If even the leader gets hit like that, there's no turning back now. Lothak decisively tensed up and sprang to his feet, staggering. "Kid, you're the one forcing me into this." His eyes bloodshot, tongue out, Lothak seemed to turn into a demon with his own plan in mind. "That weird thing just now seems to have disappeared. Looks like I have to use this move and make it pay a little." Lothak opened his mouth and shot something straight at Q-Do, poisoning his hand once again. "That filthy thing! How dare you poison me!" At this point, there's no holding back anymore. Q-Do is determined to show him what a real fight is, delivering a solid strike right to his face. Lothak stubbornly got up again, saying, "I'm a seasoned player after all. How could I be humiliated by a beginner like you?" He then activated his power of paralysis, firing more poison darts at Q-Do. With a dense barrage coming at him, Q-Do was confused, not knowing how to dodge this onslaught. He spun around rapidly, dodging desperately, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lothak continued to activate the do-try restraint and laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, kid. The higher the virtue, the stronger the demon. Any warrior player hit by my do-try camco will lose their ability to move and then become a sheep for me to tear apart. I almost got flipped by a rookie like you. So how is it, you miserable kid? How do you feel after getting hit by the move? Kid, weren't you acting all arrogant just now? Keep it up. Show me more of that cocky attitude." As he spoke, he kept slapping Q-Do's face, while the members of the fiery guild cheered excitedly. "Ha ha. Look at the guild leader's fierce yet foolish expression. He actually thinks a beginner can defeat a mid-level player. That's just naive to the point of being foolish." Tahu and Duanghuang are utterly embarrassed. "Q-Do, could it be that even Do is going to lose?" Lothak puffed out his chest proudly. "Kid, I have to admit you really are stronger than those beginners, but unfortunately you're still too inexperienced." "Ha ha!" Q-Do's expression changed, his eyes growling with a completely different look. "Have you ever considered that my abilities are fundamentally not those of a warrior?" "Lothak, you don't remember that you're not a warrior?" "Damn it, you almost fooled me. With your offense and defense, how could you not be a warrior? But whatever, I won't say much more to you." Charging forward like a madman and a fool, Lothak didn't think twice and kept rushing ahead. Those little fireballs just fold their arms and sneer. Another so-called genius who's no good, still just under the boss's thumb. That's right, and yet you still dare to confront our Shihua guild. Meanwhile, Yangxiang and Tayu could only pray to heaven and Buddha, repeatedly calling out to awaken Q-Do, knowing things were never that simple, and Q-Do had never been easy to defeat. With just one hand, Q-Do stood firm and fully counterattacked, warning the fool back. "I told you, I'm not a fighter, so why won't you believe me? But this time I've got you." A kick straight to the stomach, a punch right to the face. That scoundrel is neither human nor demon. How is that possible? You were clearly hit by my do-try camco. So how can you still move? Q-Do issued a firm warning. Didn't I already tell you? I'm basically not a warrior. I'm just someone with a body that's a bit stronger than usual. I am just a spirit mage. After a critical hit, Lothak lost another 1,233 health points. He was about to collapse but still tried to shout. Then he was completely defeated. Q-Do wanted to teach a lesson to all those lousy challengers. Who's next? The entire Shihua Guild could only bow their heads in defeat. The system announces that the Assassin Guild has received points from the Battle Guild. The honor points of the Ember Guild belong to the Assassin Guild. After such a spectacular victory, Q-Do's friends were very proud. Are you all okay? Duaka? It's nothing serious, just some wounds. A few days of rest and you'll be fine. Q-Do closed his eyes in thought. His defense had reached a stable level. so he probably wouldn't need to train in the dark forest anymore. The young man was already planning to enter a dungeon to find another shield card. In the inner dimension, Kyodu spoke again with the Machine Queen. Your Majesty, Queen, you are the boss of this world. Do you know of any dungeon that tends to drop equipment like the shield card? After a moment of thought, he received the answer. There really is a dungeon like that, but I advise you not to go. Your abilities wouldn't even stand a chance against a dog inside that dungeon. Hearing this, Kyodu clearly showed a look of dissatisfaction. What did you say? Give me the information and you'll see. Right after that, Kyodu confidently told the group, Don't worry, leave the shield matter to me. I know a dungeon that once cleared will definitely drop a shield like that. Tahu Kangkong wants to go with Kyodu, but he still wants to hear more opinions from the Machine Queen. According to the Queen's information, that dungeon requires at least 2 participants. Kyodu decided to let Tahu come along. Duong Huang kept chuckling to himself, though no one knew what dark thoughts were running through his mind. A tomboy and a cool girl, dry wood and blazing fire, together in the dungeon. Tahu spun around and cursed, Shut your mouth. Duong Huang, wait for me to come back from the dungeon, and I'll sew your rotten mouth shut. This is the level D dungeon of the Ngui Min realm. Tahu feels a bit uneasy. Kyodu, are you sure you want to go in? This is a level D dungeon. Don't worry, I'm here so there's nothing to fear. In fact, the young man already had experience. The last B-rank dungeon was filled with enemy soul tigers, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Back then, he almost got overwhelmed. Tahu had another worry. He feared that sticking close to Kyodu would hold him back, since Tahu had no special skills and basically no combat power. The optimistic young man rubbed his head, making Tahu blush, and in the end, he still decided to enter. The Ming world is a realm created by Hades, where all souls must go after death. This fake underworld was created to simulate the real underworld. In the haze of rain, Kyodu had fallen asleep without realizing it. After a while of calling his name frantically, the young man finally woke up. Tahu, is this the underworld? Legend has it that this place belongs to the world of the dead. Tahu's face was as tense as a drawn bowstring. So now, are we considered the dead? It seems similar to the Linshu Mountain dungeon. I think it's not bad. If that's the case, it will remind us that we are in a special state. Tahu asked in confusion. So we enter the spirit realm as living people? Kyodu stared intently at Tahu's necklace, making the girl jump as if he was looking somewhere else. Where exactly is he looking? Freak. Kyodu calmly told Tahu to stand still, then grabbed the pendant. You weren't wearing this before coming in, were you? It was only then that Tahu realized he had a necklace around his neck. That's right, I wasn't wearing the necklace. I only got it after entering the dungeon. You should check if you have one too. After searching his neck, Kyodu also discovered he had one. It seems this is the quest item. System announces the mission phase of the Ming realm. Mission 1, pass through the gates of hell to the Agon River and protect the Holy Cross from being lost. After completing the first mission, the second mission will appear. Only by finishing all stages of the mission can participants receive the reward for completing the dungeon. A friendly reminder from the system urges participants to trust their teammates 100%. The enemy unexpectedly proves to be dangerous. Kyodu, I heard this place is the gate of hell, also the entrance to the Ming world. Legend says the dead can truly reach the Ming world after passing through the gate of hell, and from then on they will never be able to escape from hell. Oh, so that's how it is. If it's a mission, then let's go. Tahu was confused, unsure which direction they should take. Even Kyodu couldn't be sure, but they wanted to follow an invisible person ahead. Both were led to a place filled with many souls. This is exactly the legendary gate of hell. Besides the souls of humans, there are also the souls of monsters. The thing growling is the 3-headed hellhound beast. Take a look at its status panel. Cerberus level 29, HP 6,000 over 6,000, Strength 379, Defense 288, Agility 233. The 3-headed hellhound guarding the gates loves to feast on dead flesh. In the past, anyone who trespassed through the gate of hell would be devoured by Cerberus. Kyodu broke out in a sweat, his face blank. Is this the native dog you mentioned, Your Majesty? The mechanical queen peeked out to explain that Cerberus is a dog born and raised in hell. Didn't I tell you that you couldn't even defeat the dog in the dungeon? Who said I don't believe that? Even Tahu is just as confused. Although the system mission only allows us to pass through the gate of hell, can we really do this? Seeing her teammate so pale with worry, Kyodu could only confidently encourage herself. Don't worry, I'm still very lucky. The 3-headed dog likes to eat indiscriminately,
And with so many spirits here, we can't be that unlucky. No sooner had Kyudu finished speaking than it lunged at her, biting to the bone. This was exactly a case of jinxing herself. One of the 3 heads sprayed poison directly onto Tahu, causing her health to plummet rapidly. Tahu couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. She immediately stood up in rebellion. Damn it, give Kyudu back to me. At the critical moment, the ring also took effect. The system announced that being poisoned by the Hellhound Cerberus's venom for over 100 seconds grants the passive skill of Poison Resistance Adaptation. The Level A Poison Resistance Adaptation skill activates when attacked by the same poison for more than 10 seconds, rendering the poison unable to harm the user. Tahu is surprised as the toxin gradually fades and she no longer feels anything. However, the 3-head dog continued to rampage and seemed to be going mad. After struggling in madness for a while, it was forced to spit Kyudu out. It seems the young man has caused chaos inside its own body. Kyudu was terrified. Luckily, you held the Thenlong Yenguit sword to its throat, or you would have been eaten alive. Now is not the time to celebrate that our comrade is still alive. Kyudu decisively called Tahu to run with him to another area. As they ran headlong, Kyudu was filled with a nagging worry. Du is really reckless, not even sure if he can get the sword back. In the end, the whole group escaped through that door and arrived in another area. System notification. Congratulations on completing the first mission. The second mission is to cross the Agon River and protect the Holy Cross from being lost. As soon as we stepped in, a boat arrived. The boatman introduced himself as Chazen, a ferryman on the Agon River. You want to cross the river, but to get across, you have to pay a fee. For Kyudu, matters involving money are too simple. Isn't it just about paying? Here, take it and get us across the river. Yes, yes, esteemed guests, please board the boat. Just now, dozens of restless spirits were chasing after us, demanding to get on the boat too. The ferryman showed clear discrimination and even disdain, calling those spirits a bunch of poor ghosts. Go away, you have no right to board the boat. As we were some distance from the shore, Kyudu asked, Father Dan, why can't those who have passed on cross the river by themselves? Cross the Agon River by themselves? I repeated. This is the Agon River. Try reaching your hand out from the boat and see. As soon as he reached out his hand, many hands rose from the riverbed, startling Kyudu. What kind of monster is this? They are the ones who failed to cross the Agon River. They will forever sink into the dark, cold waters of this river. Anything that enters the Agon River will be dragged underwater by them and become one of their kind. And you two will soon become members of the bottom of the Agon River as well. Clearly, you are the living, not the dead. Yet you dare to deceive me, using the emotions of the living world to trick me. Go away. Immediately after, he turned and pushed Kyudu into the river. The moment he touched the cold, dark, and foul water, this was Kyudu's first feeling upon encountering the Agon River. The hands of Thankat began to reach up and grab him. Tahu still managed to hold on to the boat, stretching out to grab one of Kyudu's arms, while the old red boatman firmly held the oar, decisively pushing both sides. Hey, you better go down there too, so things don't get worse. Kyudu activated the ancestral skill, Chi Huan, sprang up to the middle of the boat, and punched the red boatman straight in the chest. Kyudu was quite surprised, not expecting him to be this weak. After being punched through, Chadan was not afraid, but challenged instead. You're finished. The living have crossed the river, and you even dared to harm the boatman. You will surely be judged. Kyudu ignored the nagging words, kicked him straight into the river, and immediately, he was torn apart by the ghostly creatures below. The evil friend looked down in shock. Kyudu, we've already taken out this boatman, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? It's fine. Even though this is the Ming realm, it's just a side quest after all. We just need to get through it. Finally, the boat reached the other shore. The biggest surprise was meeting a few more people, including an old man who looked exactly like the guardian spirit standing there. Tahu was startled, standing in a defensive stance. That Chadan, how are you not crippled? The man standing there crossed his arms. This Chadan is not that Chadan, but it sounds like you've already dealt with the Red Driver, right? Kyudu, though not knowing who he was, still explained enthusiastically. There was no other way. It was the boat climber who insisted on pushing us into the river. Another thing that surprised Kyudu was that this person dared to enter a level D dungeon, so he must be a mid-level player. For some reason, he sneered. Yes, you two fools have fallen right into my trap. If you take out the Red Driver, the first level of the underworld ahead won't be peaceful at all. Kyudu was so innocent, asking around. What's on the first level of the Hell's Dark Forest? What's that Red Driver like? Ha ha, it's funny. We're neither relatives nor friends, so why should I tell you? His eyes caught a small figure to the left and right, immediately running to Courtyard X. Hey, little sister, I feel like I've known you for a long time just by looking at you. If you want to know about the first level of the Netherworld, let me tell you. The first level of the Hell of Darkness, also known as the Judgment Hall, is where the sins of those who enter are judged. If you two have already dealt with a Charon, you will surely be judged as very wicked and condemned to hell to suffer. But don't worry, little sister. As long as you two follow me, I will ensure your safety. I've already cleared this dungeon a few times. The villain acted friendly, asked a few more questions, but actually wanted to take advantage of him a bit. Big brother, what do you mean by saying you've been to the dungeon many times? Usually there's no reward for clearing a dungeon multiple times, right? To please the girl, he introduced himself as if it were true. My name is Vuong Daifuk, originally a guide hunter. After receiving the information, Q-Do thought to himself, a guide hunter, is that a gray profession that makes money by leading people through dungeons? In that case, the girl must be the one who hired him. Without being asked, he introduced himself. Vuong Daifuk said, Beside me is the client I am guiding this time. What do you think, little sister? Do you want to come with us? The purple-haired girl immediately complained. Vuong Daifuk, are you mistaken or something? How can you be so kind to others? I'm the one who hired you after all. He didn't pamper the customer and immediately snapped back. So what now? I'm only responsible for guiding you through this dungeon, not for making you happy. If you're not satisfied, I can refund your money so you can clear the dungeon on your own. The purple-haired girl got all worked up. Then lift your foot and go. If you're going, then go. Little sister, remember to follow me. Q-Do agreed with Tahu, deciding to follow him first to see the situation. This area represents the first level of the Hell of Darkness. What do you think? Pretty scary, right? This is the first level of the Underworld, the Underworld Judgment Hall. Once you step inside, don't say anything foolish. As soon as the door opened, someone was already sitting there waiting. Before the left and right could speak, they were shouted at. Order! I am the judge of the first level of the Underworld Judgment Hall. Duan Hu is now beginning to judge you all. Daifuk confidently leads the group forward, turning back arrogantly to those behind him and saying, Watch closely what I do. Then he stepped in front of Duan Hu, clasped his hands before his chest, bowed respectfully, and said, I am Vuong Daifuk. I have committed no crimes. I ask for your clear judgment. The book in Duan Hu's hands suddenly emitted a purple light, and the pages quickly flipped as if blown by the wind. Daifuk below was also struck by the purple light from the book, causing him to suddenly straighten up. He clenched the stone in his palm so tightly that it cracked with a sharp snap. Cracks also appeared on the surface because of this. Duan Hu lowered his head to look at the book, his tone doubtful before asking himself, Vuong Daifuk, is there really no crime recorded? If that's the case, I declare you innocent. Next person? Hearing this, Daifuk relaxed and turned back. With one hand in his pocket, he handed the stone to Huatu with the other, reminding him, Take it and just follow my lead. Declare yourself innocent. As expected, Huatu also stepped forward and said the same, quickly being declared innocent by Duan Hu. Daifuk laughed heartily and turned to Q-Do and Tahu, saying, I'm really sorry, I can only use this tool one more time, so I'm afraid I can't help you. But if the Ice Dragon's sister comes to rely on me, then the last time I can be of use, I will give it to you. She looked at him and replied bluntly, No need for you to worry. At that moment, Dan Hu above spoke up to announce, Next person. Q-Do stepped forward, one hand pressed to his chest, his face resolute as he declared, Judge, I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Daifuk from afar crossed his arms and listened calmly before sneering, You're quite the brother. Next year I'll be sure to burn you plenty of paper money. Although he said that outwardly, in his heart he thought that just the crime of killing the red driver was enough to send him to hell. Suddenly, a colorful light burst from the book, and Ledu exclaimed in shock, Q-Do! His face suddenly turning serious as he shouted, You are such a cruel person! Simply unforgivable! At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the book, quickly recreating the image of Q-Do fighting a monster beside him. Dan Hu shouted seriously, First crime, disrespecting the bones of the dead. The large screen switched to another scene. Q-Do led the group in a fierce battle, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. Dan Hu stood up abruptly, slammed the book shut, and shouted in frustration. The second crime, destroying their peaceful lives. The scene shifted to the next image, then the next, and he grew calm again, coldly listing more offenses. The third crime, I mercilessly slaughtered small animals. The fourth, I desecrated corpses. From afar, Daifuk watched Q-Do standing calmly and couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monster is this kid?
Dan Hu suddenly seemed provoked and shouted, "The fifth crime is also the most serious. You actually killed the three-headed dog of hell, and even killed the person rowing Ken's boat." He stretched out his long black hands toward you as he scolded. "For someone who loves violence like you, this place is perfect. I sentence you to fall into the blood pond, the first valley of the seventh hell." He looked at Kyudu, surrounded by a blinding red power, and added, "Feel the pain forever in this boiling sea of blood." His whole body suddenly lifted up as the ground below revealed a sea of blood. Not only that, countless skulls and blood-red arm bones kept reaching out to play with him from below. From above, Duan Hu coldly declared, "Criminal Kyudu, fall into the blood pond, let the boiling sea of blood burn your skin, melt your flesh, and cleanse the sins from your body." Suddenly, a streak of light appeared, and he shouted in surprise. At the same time, the system also appeared, the ancestral phoenix. Duan Hu could hardly believe it, his deep black eyes wide open. Kyudu dashed toward him like a lightning bolt from the sea of blood. He raised his fist toward Duan Hu and shouted coldly, "Hell's blood pool, you really think you're the judge of the underworld in an NBC dungeon? Now I will add one more crime to my list, and that is killing the judge." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him straight in the face. Duan Hu didn't have time to react before being punched and sent flying, even breaking a large section of the wall. Dai Fuk, watching from afar, couldn't help but gape in shock, speechless. He silently shouted, "Oh no, that brat actually dared to lay a hand on the magistrate." But thinking back to what Kyudu had done before, he narrowed his eyes and calmly reconsidered. No, it seemed he really did have that kind of guts. Dan Hu crawled out from the pile of rubble, looking like he had gone mad, laughing loudly as he asked, "You actually beat the judge to death? It's been a long time since anyone had this kind of courage and strength." Saying that, he stretched out his long hand, and a dazzling purple light shot out from his sleeve. In an instant, the purple light transformed into a long trident. He was now completely enraged, shouting angrily, "I will condemn you all to eternal torment in hell!" As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged toward Kyudu with the trident in his hand. You leaned back to dodge. The trident missed and slammed into the ground, cracking it into pieces and sending shards flying. Duan Hu watched you land safely and sneered, "So you stole my speed after all?" Kyudu looked up and replied without denying, "Your speed really does have an effect." Without saying more, he stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, causing another cracked hole to appear on the surface. Dan Hu clenched the spear tightly and leapt high, his eyes never leaving Kyudu for even a second. Without warning, he shot straight down like a rocket. A flash of purple light streaked by, followed by a loud explosion that scattered dust everywhere, but a black streak quickly darted out. That black streak was none other than Kyudu, who dragged a long trail on the ground before barely coming to a stop. Dai Fuk, watching from afar, couldn't help but exclaim, "That kid is hurt." Huatu asked confusedly, "Why is that? Didn't he dodge it?" On this side, Kyudu was also clutching his chest, puzzled, thinking that it was just an extra 3, but it had already caused him such a serious injury. He had to remember that his current defense capability was 500. "If my defense had only been 6 points before, I'm afraid the moment you thought that." The voice of the Machine Queen suddenly rang out. "Be careful. The weapon in this man's hand can break armor." He glanced at her and asked, "Can you take action?" "In a world with only you and the Machine Queen," she firmly replied. "I'm the boss of the Machine Kingdom, so I can't act in other dungeons. Otherwise, you will be wiped out." Then she paused and looked at him, adding, "However, I can teach you a skill." The system screen in front of Kyudu displayed a 0 spirit level. As soon as he heard the Machine Queen speak, he immediately refused. "I don't need the skill," she replied calmly, not angry at all. "Don't worry, you still have my heart with you." Back in reality, Duan Hu raised the trident into the air, black smoke rising around him without him noticing. He coldly ordered Kyudu, "Redemption token." Before you could say anything, he added more, "I will personally send you to hell." Kyudu silently watched the trident as it gathered swirling purple energy around it. Only the purple streaks of light grew more and more intense, swirling fiercely around the room. Kyudu didn't even realize when he had been surrounded by this aura. His face grew uneasy, thinking to himself that this aura was truly powerful. Standing beside Dai Fuk, Huatu saw the situation was not good and couldn't help but anxiously turn to him, urgently asking, "Vuong Dai Fuk, why aren't you coming down to help? If that brat dies, then it will be our turn next." Dai Fuk stroked his beard and calmly replied, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time." Suddenly, a foot slammed hard on the ground, causing it to shatter unexpectedly. Without stopping, Kyudu rushed forward toward the spear in Handu's hand. Seeing that, Tahu immediately worriedly called out to him, Kyodu? Daifuk folded his arms and silently assessed the situation. Oh, taking the initiative to strike first? Could it be that this kid still has a trump card? Dan Hu was also stunned by the events unfolding before him, freezing for a moment without time to react. Seizing the opportunity as Kyodu rushed forward, he immediately turned to flee. Seeing this, Daifuk and Huatu below were also stunned for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure and muttered that he still had to take action himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he saw something terrifying and his voice began to stammer. Wait a moment! Back to Kyodu, he now clutches the spear tightly and drives it straight into the chest no matter what. But it didn't stop there. He pulled out the trident and charged straight at Duan Hu, causing him to fall to the ground like a kite with a broken string. White smoke quickly spread in all directions. Kyodu landed softly, and the whole room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Duan Hu was now lying still, stabbed straight in the chest by his own spear. Motionless. Daifuk exclaimed in surprise, "How did this kid get so strong in just a moment?" The Machine Queen also flickered past him, smiling smugly as she asked, "What do you think? Can this skill be used?" Kyodu held his wound on his stomach, glancing coldly at her, and replied, It works, but this skill does cost some life." He lowered his head, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly a system notification screen appeared before him. The mechanical queen's rage when injured will enter a berserk state, where for every 1% of health lost, attack power, defense, and speed increase by 0.5%. Reminder, staying angry for too long will have certain mysterious side effects. Kyodu ignored the wound on his chest, immediately stood up straight, clenched his fist, his eyes showing clear delight, teasingly praising. This feeling is really not bad. This skill suits me perfectly. After being unconscious for a while, Duan Hu finally woke up, and upon hearing what he said, he directly grabbed the trident stuck in his chest, excitedly repeating, "Interesting, truly interesting." On the screen, the system quickly displayed the information. NBC Execution, Judge Dan Yu, 8 Directional Secret Strike Skill, Extreme Force. Friendly reminder, the judge of the Yumin Judgment Hall has the coldest heart in the world. He decisively pulled the trident out and soon stood face to face with Kyodu, his tone arrogantly provocative. "Has a truly evil criminal really hurt me?" As he finished speaking, he raised his arm and unleashed an 8-direction secret strike straight at him. Kyodu remained unshaken, immediately raising his mechanical tiger claw fist and charging straight back with a powerful strike. 2 strong forces collided at once, neither yielding, and wherever they went, the ground was shattered by their immense power. Just as they were about to clash, Duan Hu suddenly changed his strategy, shouting, "Extreme Force!" as the spear lunged straight at Kyodu but was blocked by his falling fist. Tahu watched him closely from afar, without taking his eyes off, seeing Yu in a disadvantageous situation. She silently blamed herself, thinking it was all her fault for being useless, as she was supposed to defend with a shield and take responsibility for blocking attacks. Kyodu was shocked to see the spear strike the iron ring on his hand, producing a sharp screech. Duan Hu gripped the trident tightly and continued to thrust down, his deep, cold voice echoing. "Criminal Kyodu, I speak as the Judge Wu." He paused briefly, then added, "Though you deserve to die." He frowned and clenched his teeth, showing that his situation was far from good. A powerful purple light shot out swiftly, piercing through the black aura. Seeing this, Tahu immediately rushed forward in worry, his face turning pale. She ran while continuously calling out, "Kyodu?" Below the ground, thick white smoke still rose relentlessly after the great battle. Kyodu's hand quietly fell to one side, the ring on it shattered by Duan Hu's strike. The system's dry voice announced that the mechanical core was damaged. Duan Hu was enveloped by a powerful purple aura. He calmly walked over to Kyodu and stopped. Tahu's face darkened as she clenched her teeth to hold back the trembling, silently blaming herself. "Kyodu, it's all my fault. Why am I so useless?" Without hesitation, Duan Hu coldly declared to the other 3, "Next, it's your turn." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him, startling him in surprise. "Wait." Kyodu beside him was struggling to get up while gritting his teeth and saying, "You've already damaged the equipment. If you hadn't dropped something better." He paused slightly, then stood up seriously and continued, "Then we're not done yet." And a notification quickly appeared beside him, activating the berserk state. Duan Hu sneered, his tone full of contempt as he asked, "You reckless fool, do you really think just standing up will make a difference?" Without warning, he lunged at Kyodu with his spear, but Kyodu remained standing there silently, unmoving. It seemed like the spear could pierce through him in one strike, but he swiftly tilted his head like lightning. dodging the deadly blow and powerfully catching the spear. At that moment, Q-Do transformed into a different person, his entire body radiating a fierce aura unlike before. With a swing of his hand, he sent Duan-Hu reeling as well. In an instant, Duan-Hu was stunned and amazed by his move. But before he could fully see what was happening, a loud explosion erupted ahead, and a purple beam shot straight into the sky. Q-Do rushed forward with a serious expression, his hand ready to strike from behind, and in an instant he flashed past Duan-Hu, only to find that he had already been cut in half by his swift attack. Dafuk below couldn't help but admire silently, thinking the kid was ruthless, but luckily hadn't turned on him. Back to Duan-Hu, seeing his body missing a large chunk, his once arrogant tone turned to panic as he shouted, "How is this possible? I never expected to die at the hands of a criminal." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body quickly dissolved, turning into a blue gem. The system quickly displayed a notification. Killing NBC executed. Gained 26 free attribute points. After finishing everything, Q-Do jumped down to the ground, but the cold earth couldn't withstand the heavy impact and immediately cracked apart. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unusual silence, broken only by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching you. Daifuk quickly ran over, laughing loudly. "Brother Q-Do is truly amazing." "Oh no, you're seriously injured. Hurry and get help." Unexpectedly, he didn't head towards you but swiftly ran behind you instead. Suddenly, a purple flash flickered, flying past Daifuk's arm. He was startled and immediately turned back. Q-Do didn't know when he had sat up, but now his face was cold as he warned him. He stepped closer to the soul core to test it once more. To break the awkward silence, Daifuk laughed loudly and quickly explained, "I saw you were hurt, so I just helped you." "All right, you can touch it yourself." But Q-Do's gaze lingered on the tattoo on Daifuk's arm. He silently gasped in surprise, his expression darkening as he thought, "Boktro, why does he have Boktro's tattoo on him?" Q-Do's gaze at Daifuk grew deeper and more thoughtful, carrying a heavy sense of suspicion. Who exactly is he? What is his connection to Boktro? Is it by chance, or did he seek him out on purpose? Thinking this, his face darkened, and Q-Do began to think with caution. Min bringing Tatruk to this Ennui Min world dungeon was a spur-of-the-moment decision. If Vuong Daifuk is one of Boktro's people, then Boktro's intelligence capabilities are terrifying. At the same time, Tahu anxiously rushed over to him, urgently asking, "Q-Do, are you okay?" He remained half-kneeling on the ground and replied coldly, "I'm fine. I'm just wondering what interesting things the judge's soul core might explode into." He couldn't wait any longer. Q-Do reached out and touched the soul core of the judge. In an instant, the old soul quickly exploded into a stone, and the system immediately displayed the upgrade stone equipment notification. Single-use grade B item. Can upgrade any equipment to grade B, along with special effects. Q-Do held the stone in his hand, his face full of frustration as he shouted, "What use is this? I need a weapon, a shield." The system ignored Q-Do's frustration and continued to display the next notification. Mission 3 completed, sending new mission. You take the stone and head toward the other two with Tahu. Huatu, always walking beside Daifuk, immediately asked, "I guess everyone has received the reminder about the new mission, right?" Daifuk quickly put on his cloak and smiled. "Let's go." In response to them, Q-Do replied coldly, "All right." And so, the whole group left with great dignity, while the system displayed additional information at the same time. Mission number 4, pass through the hell behind to reach the Bright King's divine palace while protecting the Holy Cross from being lost. After a while, they finally arrived. Here, the sky is covered in a blood-red hue, looking extremely eerie. Daifuk confidently leads the way, looking up at the sky and informing the others. Ahead lies the hell of gluttony. Suddenly, Daifuk's face turned serious as he looked back to warn us that those who overindulged in life end up in this hell, which probably isn't a problem for us. Just be sure to watch out for the three-headed dog guarding this place. Tahu asked suspiciously, "The three-headed hellhound? Isn't it the guardian of the Hell Gate? Why would it appear in the gluttonous hell?" Daifuk laughed loudly and replied, "Little sister, you just don't know. The gate of hell is just where that dog works, but the brutal hell is its true home. Jiaz isn't interested in the living. As long as we don't wake it up, there's no danger." Suddenly, Q-Do seemed to notice something. Startled, he immediately turned his head to look in one direction. Above them, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were staring intently at them, appearing out of nowhere. Daifuk quickly regained his composure and shouted to the others, "Run! Cerberus is awake!" Everyone panicked and started to flee, but before they could get far, a giant 3-headed dog leapt down from the sky. Seeing that, the whole group didn't hesitate and immediately bolted at full speed. Yet it was already too late. The ferocious three-headed dog quickly closed in behind them, within seconds. While running, Daifuk shouted in confusion, "What's going on? I've been here many times, and that beast has never attacked the living on its own before." Kyudu turned his head and agreed, saying, "I didn't expect that killing just one of its heads would make it hate me so much." Hearing this, Daifuk immediately turned around in panic and shouted, "You killed one of Cerberus's heads." "Hey, are you stupid, brother?" Suddenly, Kyudu stopped and faced the three-headed dog alone. Before Ha made up her mind, she didn't forget to tell Tahu, "Tahu, you go ahead." As she was running, she turned back and asked loudly, "And you?" Kyudu smiled excitedly and replied, "I still have stuff on that beast. I have to get it back." Tahu immediately shouted, "Okay, I'll wait for you up ahead." Without hesitation, she quickly ran away. Soon, the three-headed dog caught up. Seeing Kyudu standing still without moving, it growled loudly and lunged at him. He coldly and decisively threw a punch straight at the three-headed dog, but unexpectedly he was struck by a strong force and thrown backward. Ignoring the blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth, Kyudu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he muttered with a hint of madness, "All right, now let's settle the score from before." Then his whole body radiated a purple power. The three-headed dog, unaware of the danger ahead, fiercely charged at him. Just as it opened its mouth, it seemed ready to swallow him whole. Unexpectedly, he swung his hand powerfully, landing a blow that twisted its face. Not stopping there, Kyudu stomped hard on the ground and charged straight at the three-headed dog. You struck Cerberus like a flash of light, hitting it so fast it couldn't react. Each blow you landed was accompanied by the sound of the monster's blood being drained. But the three-headed dog was no pushover either. Knowing he was not easy to deal with, it immediately used its ultimate move, gathering a blue power orb in its mouth. Kyudu turned his head, his cold face assessing the three-headed dog. "So tough to resist attacks, huh?" Cerberus simultaneously spat out a pile of green slime directly onto the spot where Kyudu was standing. When the green slime touched his body, penalty points quickly appeared in those areas. He lowered his head, growled loudly, "I don't believe it." By the time he looked up, his aura had become even more intense than before. Kyudu said coldly with determination, "I can't handle a dog like you." At this moment, Kyudu stood alone with a majestic aura facing the giant three-headed dog, which looked extremely fierce and occasionally growled ferociously. His face grew serious, his whole body ready to fight, one hand gripping the large chain behind him. As soon as he spotted a weakness in the three-headed dog, he immediately swung the chain to tightly wrap around its body. Kyudu's strength was immense, and with a strong pull, he quickly tightened the chain, trapping the three-headed dog so it could no longer struggle. One Cerberus head, restless, kept growling fiercely, trying to lunge at Kyudu, but he didn't give it a chance to break free from the chains. He grabbed the chain and leapt high into the air. As if sensing something, Kyudu suddenly turned back, his face shocked as he shouted loudly, "What?" In just a moment of distraction, he was thrown forcefully to the ground, his body crashing into the corner of the wall, shattering it to pieces. The three-headed dog quickly seized the opportunity, swinging wildly despite the chains, causing Kyudu at the end of the chain to be battered all over. But not letting himself stay on the back foot for long, he quickly steadied himself and gripped the chain tightly. Kyudu shouted angrily, "You damn dog, die for me!" He swung the chain to throw the three-headed dog far away while shouting to stop the vehicle. Seeing that words were ineffective, he clenched his palm into a very firm fist and directly swung it out without saying much. From his solid fist burst a stream of blue energy. By the time the three-headed dog realized it, it was already too late. Before it could even let out a single bark, Kyudu punched it, sending it flying backward. The three-headed dog yelped in pain, letting out a piercing scream. It lunged forward like a bolt toward him. He, on the other side of the Red River, couldn't escape being dragged along for a stretch. Seizing the opportunity, Kyudu easily jumped onto the three-headed dog's back. Watching its aggressive behavior, he wondered to himself, "What's wrong with this dog? Are you crazy?" The scene shifts to Daifuk's group, who finally stopped running in an open clearing. He looked at the space behind him and only then felt assured enough to announce, "It's safe here now." Daifuk, unable to drop his bad habit, couldn't help but laugh loudly and tease Tahu when he saw him alone. "Don't be afraid, little sister. That guy is definitely inside that dog by now. If you're sad, my broad shoulders can also be a place for you to lean on." Tahu heard this and immediately shouted in anger, telling him to shut up. At that moment, a large dark figure appeared in the distance, wildly charging towards them. As Tahu saw the shadow approaching, he was surprised and instinctively shouted out. When Kyudu saw clearly, it was the three-headed dog chained everywhere, but unable to restrain its ferocity. At that moment, the Daifuk group was terrified and wanted to flee. But suddenly the three-headed dog leapt over the heads of the Daifuk group. He stared in shock with wide eyes and mouth agape, watching Kyudu riding on the dog's back, and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, damn! What kind of move is that?" Only Tahu was worried and called out, "Kyudu, are you okay?" Holding the chain tightly, he struggled to turn his head and replied, "I'm fine. I'm leaving now." Daifuk watched Kyudu and the three-headed dog slowly disappear and shouted anxiously, "It's over. The three-headed dog has taken him down to the seventh hell." Cerberus sped up, its body moving gracefully as it leapt from rock to rock with ease. Suddenly it let out a loud roar and crashed into a large rock, causing the rock to explode instantly. Finally, it stopped in front of a large gate. Kyudu jumped up in a panic, muttering to himself. A square-shaped hole suddenly appeared on the ground, glowing with a bright red light from within. The three-headed dog seemed very familiar with this, quickly approaching the hole's edge, and soon its entire body was engulfed in a deep red color. He was on guard and immediately wanted to jump off the three-headed dog's back. But how could it let him leave so easily? Cerberus shook its head fiercely and growled, making it hard for him to stay standing. In the blink of an eye as it leapt up, all the chains wrapped around it, including Kyudu, were flung far away. Not stopping there, it opened its mouth and shot a red beam straight at his body. Kyudu slammed into the ground, creating a large crater with cracks spreading all around. He struggled to open his eyes, but the first thing he said was, "Damn, I didn't expect you to know how to hack too." The three-headed dog didn't stop it, howled loudly, then lunged at Kyudu. Suddenly he sat up, his face filled with panic as he shouted out loud, "My sword!" The three-headed dog seized the opportunity, swiftly bowing its head and swallowing Kyudu whole. Then it tilted its neck with difficulty, swallowing him down into its stomach. Before the three-headed dog could enjoy the fresh taste, countless bright red lights suddenly burst out inside its body, causing the three-headed dog to suffer continuous pain as it threw back its head and let out a deafening scream. Just seconds later, Kyudu wielded his sword, slashing across the three-headed dog's chest before reappearing on the ground. In this way, a massive Cerberus was boldly defeated by Kyudu. "You turned your back on its corpse," a cold voice echoed. "You swallowed me once, but how dare you try to swallow me a second time? Your dog really isn't afraid of dying." But just as you weren't paying attention, the wounds on the three-headed dog's body quickly healed back to how they were before. Kyudu still doesn't realize the danger approaching and quietly wonders why the destruction notification hasn't appeared yet. Last time was the same. One of its heads was clearly dead, but then it came back to life. Could it have an immortal body? As if answering Kyudu's question, the three-headed dog suddenly woke up from behind, angrily roaring before lunging straight at him. Kyudu frowned and said, truly calculating in his mind, could it be that he had to cut off all three of its heads? At that moment, Kyudu seemed determined, his whole body radiating a dark power, his face cold and terrifying, his voice roaring like a hellish demon. "Dead dog." Without hesitation, Kyudu charged forward like an arrow, stabbing straight into the three-headed dog's chest, a loud scream echoing as he drew the sword from behind his back. Cerberus, still unaware of the danger ahead, fiercely charged forward. In just a brief moment, its massive body was covered in numerous cuts and slashes. Kyudu leapt up, swiftly slicing off one of Cerberus's heads with a decisive strike. The group of blessed warriors struggled to maintain their footing amid the chaotic storm created by the battle between Kyudu and the three-headed dog. He screamed in horror. Damn, he thought to himself, obediently, never expecting the old man to care about him. This kid really knows how to surprise others. Back in the battle between Kyudu and the three-headed dog, one Cerberus head was sliced off and thrown against the beam. At this moment, Kyudu became more serious than ever. He silently calculated, taking advantage of the moment before its head could regenerate, to deal with it once more. From the severed neck, streams of bright red blood continuously flowed, soaking an entire patch of ground. The remaining two heads roared in fury and howled loudly at Kyudu. But before their voices could escape their throats, he swiftly swung his sword again and cut them off. Kyudu flipped through the air, and as he passed the last head, he didn't forget to warn it. Only you're left. The last head won't go down easily. It growled and lunged forward, ready to devour him alive. Kyudu kicked hard into the air, using the momentum to charge straight into the wide-open mouth of the three-headed dog, and in an instant, a loud explosion shook the entire area. The system quickly displayed a notification that through the battle, the Hades three-headed Cerberus monster was defeated, awarding 29 free attribute points. Experience increased by 145, level up successful, current experience 20 over 1,500, and 10 free attribute points awarded. Kyudu gripped the sword tightly as it continuously absorbed a stream of blue energy from its surroundings. Once complete, the system immediately displayed a weapon upgrade notification. Kyudu stared in amazement at the sword in his hand, alongside a series of new information. Golden Dragon Swallow Moonblade Swumamchidi Namkumakiyabais. Level B, Dragon Chant, Continuous Slash. When a player's attack is blocked, the next attack will automatically activate and increase damage by 5%, which can stack infinitely. Demonic damage deals 20% more to otherworldly creatures. Kyudu muttered in surprise, "This sword can upgrade itself." Just then, the three from the Big Fortune group rushed over with Tayu looking the most worried. She ran while shouting, "Kyudu, how are you? Are you okay?" He smiled calmly and replied, "It's nothing. A dog can't turn the world upside down." Daifu couldn't believe it and secretly admired him. He really had killed the three-headed Hades. After a brief exchange, he finally reached out and touched the red gem in front of him, quickly displaying the information for the soul-seizing Great Elixir. Grade B, single-use item. After use, all attributes increase by 100 points for 1 minute. After use, spirit decreases by 10%. Holding the gem in his palm, Kyudu smiled faintly, quietly pleased as he thought, increasing all attributes by 100 points. A good item, and the side effects barely affect me at all. Seeing him so happy, Daifuk curiously asked, "What's up?" Smiling happily, "Did you find anything good?" Kyudu quickly hid the gem in his coat and replied casually, "No, just a simple item." Although he said that outwardly, he was secretly calculating in his mind. If he really was someone from Boktro, this great tonic could bring him a surprise. Suddenly, Tahu came over and pulled him aside, her expression serious as she said, "Kyudu, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." After moving to a secluded spot away from the others, Tahu finally spoke with relief. "On the way, I asked Vuong Daifuk, and he has never seen this type of cross before." Kyudu was surprised and asked, "You mean these two types of crosses only appear when we enter this dungeon?" He couldn't help but wonder, what special meaning could this have? Suddenly, the two crosses hanging on their necks flew up on their own, and a system screen quickly appeared beside them. "Congratulations to the player for completing mission number 4. The final mission will now be announced." Suddenly, a beam of light shot up, lifting the two straight into the sky, and the system screen continued to display the message. "Final mission, place these two crosses into the gaps of the Divine King's palace, defeat the Ming King, and escape before the Wei Ming realm collapses, or you will be buried with it." Both Daifuk and Hua on this side were also shaken and drew attention. He shouted in horror, "What is this?" "What are you doing?" Kyudu frowned and asked him back. "Wang Daifuk, I ask you, what was the final mission you completed in the previous Wei Ming realm dungeon?" Daifuk shouted back, "Entering the Ming King's shrine. As long as we enter the shrine, the dungeon is considered complete." Hearing that, Kyudu's face immediately turned serious. He thought to himself, it seems that he and Tahu triggered something that caused the dungeon to change. Suddenly, Huatu shouted at the group, "All right, let's go quickly and finish this troublesome dungeon. I don't want to stay here another second." Hearing this, Daifuk immediately said, "Okay, I've been here a few times. I'll lead everyone to the Ming King shrine." After walking for a long time until the moon was high in the sky, they finally arrived at the gate of the Min Vuong shrine. Daifuk shouted loudly. He tried to push the gate open with all his strength, but couldn't. He shouted in surprise, "Strange, what's going on? When I came before, this door could be opened with just a light push." Suddenly, Tahu Nyu noticed something. She pointed at the wall beside her and curiously called out, "Kyudu, look at this." He instinctively looked in the direction of her hand. Kyudu looked suspiciously at the two cross-shaped holes on the wall. "Pink holes!" Daifuk immediately spoke up to explain, "No way, I didn't see these the last time I was here." Before he could finish speaking, Kyudu interrupted. "This shape seems to correspond to the cross on our bodies." Saying that, the two worked together to fit the holy crosses into the two holes in the wall. In an instant, the heavy gate before them opened, letting a cold wind blow in from outside. The four stood silently outside the door, looking into the dark room ahead. Suddenly, Kyudu seemed to lose consciousness, his eyes tightly shut. And when he opened them again, he found himself standing on a mountain of skulls, hovering above a sea of blood. Kyudu spoke in confusion, his eyes quickly drawn to a figure standing atop the pile of skulls, the wind causing their cloak to flutter. He whispered to himself, "Who is he?"
That person did not answer, but just tilted their head slightly to look at him and then gave a cold smile. Just that was enough to turn Kyudu's face pale with fear. He shouted in panic, "Hey, come back to reality." The whole group approached a coffin. Inside lay the Min Vuong clan leader lying still. Kyudu pressed his lips tightly, thinking to himself, "Is it him? Was the scene I just saw his image before he died?" Seeing your pale face, Tahu asked with concern, "Kyudu, are you okay?" You immediately replied, "I'm fine. Did you see anything just now?" Tahu shook his head and replied, "I didn't see anything." Kyudu lowered his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, could it be that he was the only one who saw the scene just now? Just then, Daifuk suddenly shouted, "What the hell is going on? No way. I have been to the Ming King's palace many times, and it was always empty, so why is there such a large coffin this time?" Kyudu calmly approached the coffin and silently stared at the man lying motionless inside. Unexpectedly, the man inside the coffin suddenly opened his eyes wide, a broad smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kyudu was startled and quickly stepped back, not forgetting to shout a warning to everyone around. The corpse, in the blink of an eye, inside the coffin became empty, as if nothing had ever been inside. It turned out the main character inside the coffin had flown out and was rushing straight toward Kyudu. Kyudu then braced himself, standing firm to block the path as the corpse flew past, but it passed right through him like a bodiless ghost. The system announced, congratulating the player for receiving the Min Vuong Chi Chung. He immediately disappeared as the system's voice continued to echo. Min Vuong Seed, a one-time use item of S rank, currently has no special effect. Kyudu was surprised and thought to himself, can an S-rank one-time use item still be unusable? Suddenly someone called out to Kyudu. Tahu shouted loudly, "Kyudu, Kyudu," and only then did he come to, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with me?" Tahu replied, "Earlier you touched the crystal coffin and your whole body went stiff. No matter how we called you, you didn't respond." Kyudu finally understood, so that's what happened. It seems the illusion I saw might be a scene that the man deliberately created for me to see. He was amazed and wondered why it disappeared. The system announced that a grade B stone coffin will disable movement when inside, but the body will never decompose. Wang Daifu said, "I suspect this is the coffin of the Ming King. Legend says that only through the Wei Ming realm dungeon can one enter the true Ming realm. It seems very likely to be true. The real Min world is terrifying. Everyone dies with no survivors." Kyudu then asked, "If it's that dangerous, why go into the real world at all?" He explained, "Of course, it's because of the inheritance of the Ming King. Otherwise, who would run to that terrifying Ming world?" He wondered to himself, what does the inheritance of the Ming King have to do with the Ming King clan that I just received? At that moment, Vuong Daifuk pointed, saying, "Look, there are also 2 keyholes under the coffin." Kyudu and Tahu Langthin said nothing. He just quietly lifted the cross pendant around his neck. Both of them simultaneously placed their crosses into the perfectly fitting slots on the stone coffin floor. A sudden, powerful earthquake erupted. Watu stood at a distance, wondering, what is going on? The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for completing the final mission. The dungeon will collapse soon. Hurry and get out. Player Kyudu and the A-rank ally. Player Kyudu receives 200 experience, 20 free attribute points, C-grade equipment, and an intelligence staff." The ally on the other side shouted, "Kyudu, my reward is a shield." You quickly urged, "All right, this place is about to collapse. Let's get out of here quickly." Vuong Daifuk couldn't help but wonder, what happened? "What exactly did you two do?" He shouted angrily, "This dungeon is my source of income. If you destroy this dungeon, it's like cutting off my source of income. You're not allowed to leave." Kyudu asked Wang Daifu in shock, "Are you crazy? If you want to negotiate, wait until we come out and talk then. Otherwise, when the dungeon collapses, both you and I will be buried here." He stubbornly argued back. "Is that so? You cut off my way to find love. Does it even matter if I come out or not?" Hoatu on the other side couldn't help but exclaim. "Vuong Daifuk, if you want to die, don't drag me into it." Vuong Daifuk didn't hesitate and turned to kick her hard. That foul woman kept babbling non-stop on the way. It was exhausting. Hoatu took the terrible kick from him head-on and was thrown far away. Kyudu calmly asked, "You're not stopping us because of this, are you?" Vuong Daifuk replied indifferently, "Why do you ask? Do you really think I have any other reason to go after you?" He replied, "Of course." He let out an "oh" upon hearing that. "Then tell me." At this moment, Kyudu also spoke frankly. "Because you are one of Boktro's men." Vuong Daifuk laughed. "No wonder the Lord specifically ordered to capture you. You really are very skilled. I hid it so well, yet you still saw through me. Can you tell me when you first started to suspect me?"
Kyudu replied calmly. Ever since you revealed the Boktro tattoo, you have been confused. Just that, and you were certain. Yes, just that. Wang Daifu was speechless when Kyudu explained how he found out, not knowing what to say, as the two crosses were thrown at his feet. If I'm not mistaken, these two crosses were also made by you, Boktro, right? Wang Daifuk smiled broadly at that. You're smart too, and once you know everything, you should understand that you can't escape today. But I still have one question. If your only goal was to capture me, then why destroy this dungeon? Wang Daifu exclaimed, surprised that you didn't know that. Then I will generously reveal it to you. Destroying this dungeon is to prevent the world inside from tracking your traces. He spread his arms. After all, once you disappear, Keibin Duong definitely won't let it go easily. By then, he will surely mobilize all his forces to find you. But as long as the dungeon collapses, he will never be able to find you again. Kyudu said softly, That's true. But if you're so weak, why do you think you can catch us? Wang Daifuk's whole body radiated a dark energy as he grinned wickedly. That's something you don't need to worry about. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward and scratched Kyudu hard, causing him to lose 193 health instantly. Kyudu couldn't believe it. How could he be so fast? Even the ancestor's finger couldn't catch the target. Wang Daifuk spoke from behind him, Just keep being arrogant, kid. Tahu quickly rushed over, shielding him with her shield, and said, Kyudu, be careful. Wang Daifuk scratched his hand against the shield, but it didn't react, making him wonder silently. At A level, Wang Daifuk couldn't help but exclaim, Your luck is truly against the heavens. A D-level dungeon dropping A-level gear. But unfortunately, this gear is about to become mine. Tahu snorted softly and said, Taste your own move. She thought to herself, This time I won't stand behind Kyudu as a useless burden anymore. From the shield, the move that Wang Daifuk just unleashed was reflected back, sending him flying, but he quickly braced himself and stayed on his feet. Kyudu watched this and couldn't help but think, I didn't expect Tahu to be this formidable. She looked toward Wang Daifuk struggling in the distance and shouted, Come on! He then drew a sword and laughed loudly, sneering, You two are just beginners. Wang Daifuk arrogantly said, Do you really think you can stand against me, an intermediate? Wang Daifuk rushed forward quickly and said, Now I want to see how you'll block this. Tahu silently thought, So fast he really is an assassin profession. He quickly moved behind her shield and said, If you protect him like that, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then, Wang Daifu swung his sword hard at Tahu. Kyudu, standing behind, directly witnessed this and shouted her name in shock. Tahu, immediately take out a red pill and put it in your mouth. This is the soul-seizing Great Tonic Pill, boosting all attributes by 100 points, while reducing spirit by 10%. Kyudu's whole body seemed to be greatly enhanced. This is the fury of the mechanical queen. His eyes filled with killing intent as he aimed his fist at Wang Daifu. Kyudu punched him hard, sending him flying back, shouting, Get lost! Then Kyudu turned and asked, Tahu, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Tahu suddenly looked up and warned him to be careful. She quickly grabbed her shield to block Wang Daifu's attack. Because his strike was so powerful, Tahu suffered some injuries and her sleeve was torn wide open. Seeing this, Kyudu didn't hesitate and ran over to support the shield for Tahu. Wang Daifuk on the other side watched in complete astonishment. He didn't insist and withdrew his attack, standing firm not far from them. Tahu softly called out. Kyudu turned his head and replied, You're hurt. Rest for a while. Next, from Kyudu's hand appeared a level C intelligence magic staff, boosting spirit by 20%, increasing damage skill by 30 per level, restricting the mage class and limiting it to beginner level. Level 11. Kyudu held 2 staves in his hands, radiating strong golden energy, and softly said to Tahu, Leave it to me. Wang Daifuk looked at Kyudu with confusion. Kid, what's with this form of yours? Aren't you a spirit mage? Kyudu on the other side ignored him and lightly tiptoed, creating clear cracks on the ground. He charged fiercely at Wang Daifuk, striking down with a blow and shouting, Ambush! He sneered and said, A spirit mage trying to ambush an assassin like me? Kyudu asked softly in return. So what if I'm a spirit mage? At that moment, he quietly transformed the staff in his hand into a dragon-submerging lotus slash. Kyudu decisively swung his hand to strike Wang Daifuk, but he managed to block it. Wang Daifu suddenly thought to himself, What is happening? The speed and strength have suddenly become much stronger. He marveled inwardly. Aren't spirit mages supposed to be the weakest beings in this world? How could this kid unleash such powerful attacks? On the other side, Kyodu quickly used the ancestral finger technique and thought to himself, with the support of equipment skills and the great replenishment pill, as long as Longnam Lien Tram accumulates, he can suppress him. At that moment, Vuong Daifuk looked at the red light in shock and shouted, "What is this?" Seeing Kyodu quickly emerge from behind that light, he suddenly thought, "My speed has slowed down. This is bad. I can't dodge anymore." At that moment, Vuong Daifuk could only use his sword to block the attack from Kyodu's staff, and he was shocked to realize his strength was waning. Seeing he had the upper hand, Kyodu shouted, "Long Ngam Lien Tram." He directly launched an attack that forced Vuong Daifuk, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter. Kyodu then took various stances to strike with the Long Ngam Lien Tram technique. Vuong Daifuk could only dodge helplessly as he was unable to do anything else. Once again, Kyodu unleashed his strongest move, Long Ngam Lien Tram, shattering Vuong Daifuk's sword into pieces. Vuong Daifu shouted urgently, "Wait, he can't hold back," thinking to himself, "I didn't expect that as a mid-level assassin I would be pushed to this point by a low-level mage." Unwilling to die, Vuong Daifu immediately asked Kyodu, "Kid, don't you want to know about Boktro? Don't want to know about your parents? If you kill me, you'll never find out anything." Kyodu's moves transformed into a golden dragon flying toward him. Vuong Daifuk grew even more anxious and kept saying, "Kid, you have to think carefully. If you kill me, you won't have another chance to learn this information. You have to understand that Boktro exists in this world too." As the last words left his lips, Kyodu unleashed the dragon strike with full force onto him. Vuong Daifuk slowly lost consciousness but still managed to say, "You really dare to kill me. Boktro will never forgive you." He lay beneath the cracked ground, slowly fading away. Kyodu clenched his teeth, his face darkening in silence. After a moment, Yu angrily shouted, "You should have said so earlier. My dragon roar / technique is unstoppable." Suddenly, laughter echoed from afar. Kyodu suddenly heard that voice. Vuong Daifu really was useless. He didn't understand why the boss trusted him. The one speaking was Huatu, who had just knocked someone out and held a blade to her neck. Kyodu was shocked and asked, "It's you? Are you also one of Boktro's people?" Huatu Ten confirmed. "That's right. She even asked if you were surprised." Huatu gently touched her face and said, "We have met once before." The mask on her face was torn off, and Kyodu was astonished to recognize her. You were surprised and called out Huatu's name, clearly seeing her true face. Huatu softly said, "I didn't expect you to still remember me. It's really surprising." Kyodu smiled. Of course she recognized her. Sister Huatu, please let my friend go first. If you have something to discuss, we can talk it over." Huatu laughed loudly from the other side and asked Yu, "Do you think you can? Are you clueless, or am I just stupid?" She sighed softly back then. "I have to say you were pretty impressive last time, managing to lead so many exam candidates to escape like that. This time, let's see if you can escape again." Kyodu said nothing but thought to himself, "Escape? My power now is completely different from back then." He tightly gripped the staff in his hand, and the effects of soul-chasing and soul-stealing elixirs were still not worn off. At that moment, Hoa spoke from the other side. "If you want to make a move, I advise you to think carefully. The system also displays identity information. Hoa 2, profession, assassin, level 35 realm." Kyodu was simply astonished to see that. A high rank? She actually offered to show me her stats? How am I supposed to fight like this? Even with 100 restorative pills, you still can't win. Huatu lightly waved the knife in her hand and asked if you're already trembling. At that moment, she once again pressed the blade against both sides of my neck and said, "As long as you obediently come with me, I might consider putting aside past grudges." Suddenly, powerful tremors shook the ceiling, and the walls began to crumble. The entire place quickly filled with falling debris and thick dust everywhere. Kyodu then quietly took his staff and replied, "All right then, it seems I have no choice but to obey." You suddenly spoke up. "But I'm very curious. Did you, Baicheng, really go through so much trouble to destroy a D-level dungeon just to capture me? A mere novice. Was it worth it?" Huatu-Chi smiled calmly. "Kyodu, you are not an ordinary novice." "Ah," I shout out, "a novice spirit mage who can kill an intermediate with their own flesh is definitely worth it. When you see the great ideals of Boktro, you will be determined to join us." Kyodu thought to himself, this kind of fanaticism he had seen before on the face of the mechanical kingdom. Queen, please appear quickly." You watch Hoa Tu raging before you and think, if she doesn't show up, I'm as good as dead. Then she speaks up,
Let's go, I'll take you to see the greatness of Boktro. At that moment, Kyu-do suddenly grabbed her weapon, swung it up, and shouted, "Attack!" Ta-hu, who had been unconscious in Hua-tu's grasp, now opened his eyes and woke up. She quickly broke free from her control. Right after, Kyu-do blinked and swung the staff toward Hua-tu, but she dodged just in time. Hua-tu wrapped her knife in purple energy and said softly, "If you still want to make a move, I'll have to break your limbs and take you away." She swung the knife down fiercely, but Ta-hu quickly blocked it with her shield and shouted, "Don't mess this up!" Hua-tu spoke softly, unable to see any connection between you and this girl. She shifted direction and delivered a sideways kick to the left and right. Immediately, she was kicked flying, crashing into the wall with a huge impact. Seeing her attacked like that, Kyu-do could only shout left and right. He tried to swing the staff in his hand, silently thinking that if Long Ngam Lien Tram hit 100 or even 1,000 times, he might still have a chance to win against her. But contrary to that thought, Hua-tu easily dodged the attacks Kyu-do launched at her. "Ah!" I successfully got close to him and smiled as I swung the knife. The knife, carrying a powerful energy, was easily plunged into Kyu-do by Hua-tu. Despite taking such a vicious hit, he could only retreat quickly, steadying himself. Hua-tu sighed softly, one limb disabled, and there were still 4 more. Kyu-do, supporting himself with one hand, spoke up. "Chi, can we just disable the 4 limbs? Let's forget about the 5th limb." Hua-tu still smiled calmly. "Asaha, let me think a little more first." But in an instant, she dashed like lightning to Kyu-do and struck his hand hard. Kyu-do was silently shocked. His defense was useless against her, her moves so fast he couldn't even react. Hua-tu on the other side stopped again, standing behind Kyu-do, her swift strikes hitting hard on his back. Kyu-do couldn't withstand the attacks and collapsed to the ground. Hua-tu then calmly raised her knife and said to him, "Tell me, why do you have to suffer like this? Wouldn't it have been better to just cooperate from the start?" Without a word, she delivered a powerful kick to Kyu-do's stomach, sending him flying. Unable to control himself, Kyu-do hurtled like the wind toward the stone coffin. He just happened to lie right on top of it. The streams of energy seemed to be activated. Kyu-do tried to stand up but couldn't think clearly. What kind of power does this coffin have to bind me like this? This is bad. Kyu-do quickly relaxed more, thinking to himself, so sleepy. Hua-tu looked at him with a sinister gaze and said, "Good night. When you wake up, we will be where we belong." A voice suddenly rang out from afar, confusing her. "Put Kyu-do down for me." Hua-tu was utterly shocked when she saw Ta-hu stammering, How is this possible?" "Ah." I was confused when I saw the shield reflecting a bright blue flame. Could the flame on her shield really be the radiant flame of the bright realm? "This is impossible." One of Ta-hu's eyes blazed with blue fire as she growled, "I demand you release him." Kyu-do lay on the stone coffin listening to their conversation and couldn't help but think, Ta-hu, huh? Impressive. Nearby, dust still covered everything, obscured by the blue energy radiating from the flames on Ta-hu's shield. The energy swirling all around forced Hua-tu to carefully avoid it. She screamed in pain when she caught fire. Ah, it really is the flame of the underworld. Hua-tu looked toward Ta-hu on the other side in amazement. Her shield couldn't be just an A-grade shield, otherwise it wouldn't have withstood the flame of the bright realm. Meanwhile, Kyu-do was drifting into another dimension, voicing his doubts. "Right wing, are you okay? What exactly happened?" Kyu-do was deeply worried, wondering how Ta-hu, a novice like her, could fight so fiercely against a high-level opponent like Hua-tu. What on earth had happened? Outside, Hua-tu was furious and shouted, "You're crazy! You're a lunatic!" In her eyes appeared the reflection of the flame of the underworld, and with a scream, a cloud of dust rose, engulfing the entire space. Kyu-do couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Zayu, where are you? Are you okay?" "You are in a dark space, but still try to tell Ta-hu, 'Don't scare me.'" Kyu-do outside the main space also suddenly exclaimed, "Ta-hu, she just came to the stone coffin where you are, and replied, 'I'm here.'" Kyu-do murmured dreamily, "That's great." "Ah, right, what about Hoa? Has she run away?" Ta-hu hesitated. Yes, she ran away." "Impe." "You heard that and spoke up. Then let's hurry up and go. This dungeon is about to collapse." Ta-hu, her hand suddenly rested on Kyu-do's head, silencing him. Ta-hu then spoke, "Sorry, Kyu-do, I probably can't go with you." Kyu-do wondered, why is that? She didn't answer clearly, but kept repeating herself. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." Kyu-do inside the empty space heard this and asked with great concern, "Ta-hu, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. First, help me get out of this coffin."
Outside, Ta-Hu gently bowed and kissed Kyo-do on the forehead, her tears falling one by one, rolling down her cheeks. Ta-Hu revealed, "I have actually been quietly watching you for a long time. I have so much more to say to you, but there's no time left. The dungeon is about to collapse, and I'll get you out of here." Seeing her not responding, Kyo-do frowned and shouted, "What exactly happened to you? Please tell me, will you?" Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck fiercely from the rooftop of this building. The lightning bolts struck directly around the ground, destroying the large houses. At this moment, Ta-Hu had brought Kyo-do along with the stone coffin to the space gate to leave. The space gate sensed someone nearby and actively pulled him in. Kyo-do suddenly woke up, eyes wide open, utterly astonished. Just as he was about to be sucked into the portal, he still tried to call out, "Ta-Hu, where are you?" But when Kyo-do saw clearly, he stopped and stammered instead. To Ta-Hu, in front of him was the image of Ta-Hu standing beside the shield with the fire of the Ming realm. One side of her body was pressed against the strange patterned layer. At that moment, Ta-Hu looked up, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Kyo-do, who was about to be swallowed by the space portal, reaching out to her and wondering what on earth had happened and why it had turned out this way. Just as only the top of his head remained outside, Kyo-do still tried to call Ta-Hu. The space gate closed, and she gently told him, "Kyo-do, you have to live well." Cut to another scene where Kyo-do is resting in a hospital bed, and someone says, "Are you really not going to tell him?" This isn't fair to Kyo-do. Duong Huang-dik spoke up, "Do you think I want this? The doctor said Du-ka can't handle the stress, and besides, the dungeon has already collapsed along with her left and right." Kyo-do, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes and thought to herself, then sat up and asked, "What's wrong with me? My head hurts so much." The people nearby were startled when Kyo-do woke up. Duong Huang-dik forced a smile and made up a story. "It's nothing, Duksa. It's because we drank too much last night and I crashed into a telephone pole." Kyo-do frowned slightly and replied, "I don't know why, but I always feel like you're lying to me." "I could never be like that," Yang Xiangdi exclaimed. "It's true, you don't believe me?" Ma Fi beside him also chimed in. "Yeah, that's right, Ban too said it was true." Kyo-do held her head, thinking to herself that something was wrong. She seemed to have forgotten some very important things. The scene shifts to a castle in a remote and quiet place. A man stood proudly, raising his voice to his subordinate. "I already gave you a second chance, yet you still failed." The one kneeling there is Hwa-tu. She spoke up. "My lord, this time it was an unexpected accident. That girl is really strange. She actually has the flame of the bright realm within her." Hwa-tu earnestly pleaded, "Sir, please give me one more chance. I promise I will succeed this time." The other person said nothing but quietly turned his head, revealing a very sharp gaze. Kyo-do's status screen appeared, and he calmly read through each entry from body information to equipment. He thought to himself, as expected, his level suddenly increased by several ranks, his attributes improved greatly, and even the Than Long Uyen Nwiyet blade had become the Kim Long Yen Nwiyet blade. At the same time, he also realized that there was a problem with his memories. Important things and people had been forgotten. Just then, Long Tuong opened the door and greeted, "Junior brother Kyo-do, I heard you were hospitalized," and Kyo-do immediately responded, "Senior brother Long Tuong." He put the bag of apples on the table and asked, "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Kyo-do replied, "I'm fine." "Senior brother, what do you need from me?" Long Tuong asked, "Have you ever heard of the World Combat Tournament held at colleges and universities worldwide?" Kyo-do was surprised. Aren't those tournaments usually participated in by the upperclassmen? He confirmed that this event is held once every 4 years by the Eastern and Western Alliances. The biggest competition ever, the best stage for young talents to showcase their skills, and achieving a rank brings countless benefits. Long Tuong continued, "The champion of last year's competition even received an S-grade equipment as a reward, and the competition will be held again in 9 months. Kyo-do wondered, "So, senior brother Long Tuong wants to invite me to join this competition?" He immediately replied, "No, at first I wanted to invite you to go with me on a dungeon run." Long Tuong said, "Only those who have cleared this dungeon are eligible to participate in the competition selection." He stood up and said, "If junior brother Kyo-do is already injured, then I wouldn't force you to join, but if you want to participate, you can contact me again." Kyo-do watched Long Tuong leave, who only left a farewell. "I take my leave now," he thought to himself. "I'm just an ordinary male student, so why would Long Tuong want to invite me to that dungeon run? I always had the feeling that guy was trying to trick me." Suddenly, 2 people ran in from the door, calling out at the same time, "Duksa!" Kyo-do looked at the 2 people with bruised faces in front of him and wondered.
Why are there two Duong Huang Dick? He then explained, Du Ka, this is Ma Fi. Qiu Du was startled. Hey, what's going on? Why did Ma Fi turn out like this? Duong Huang Dick then admitted, Duaka, to be honest with you, I never actually touched the telephone pole. The reality is that he entered a dungeon. He told the story, but no one knows what he went through inside. When we found you, you were lying by the roadside. Qiu Du immediately sat up and asked, what was the name of that dungeon? Duong Huang Dick immediately replied, Ngui Min Joy. Qiu Du silently thought, Ngui Min Joy? Sure enough, I have no memory left of this dungeon at all. Duong Huang Dick quickly explained. Then she and Ma Fi wanted to investigate and find out what happened. It turns out that a guild called the Hunters Guild is also investigating this dungeon. He continued, the people in that guild call themselves dungeon hunters, making a living by guiding others through this dungeon. They said that a member named Vuong Dai Fuk also disappeared in the Noi Min dungeon. Duong Huang Dick recounted, there is a person in charge of that guild who is very arrogant and wants to ask our school representative to investigate the Nui Min dungeon below. Ma Fi immediately said, I've lived my life acting. Why do I need to explain to you? He sighed, mainly because Ma Fi was too pushy. Then dozens of people from their guild beat us up. Ma Fi was the worst off, his whole body bruised and swollen. Qiu Du quickly unbuttoned his shirt and said, so that's how it is, then let's go find that guild. Thinking that they were beaten because of me, I can't let these people off so easily. Duong Huang Dick quickly stopped me, saying, Andu, we can't. That guild probably has over 100 members, and since they're a high-level guild, they must have high-level players. We can't beat them. Qiu Du said softly, I don't trust their hunter guild. The whole guild is made up of high-level robbers. We can't beat the high-level players, but we can beat the low and mid-level ones. Ma Fi immediately agreed, that's right. I, Ma Fi, have never suffered such injustice in my life. At this moment, Qiu Du took the lead, followed by the other two, shouting as they went. The scene now shifts to the Hunters Guild, where a crowd stands guard outside, each exclaiming, Young Master Huang, those two bastards just dared to insult you. They clearly have no respect for heaven or earth. If young Master Huang asks, it is our honor. Yet those two insignificant pests still dared to brag. They are nothing at all. The young Master Huang then shouted, All right, capture those two pretenders, they're not worth mentioning. The most important thing is to find out where Vuong Daifuk went as soon as possible. If he's alive, we'll find him. If not, we'll find his body. He spoke up. I want to see who dares to mess with our Hunter Guild members. His subordinate replied, No problem, young Master Huang, we will definitely find any trace of Vuong Daifuk, even if we have to dig 3 feet deep. On the other side, someone asked, Young Master Huang, don't you need us to protect you? He replied, What? You think anyone would dare to mess with me, Huang Thiu? Another person agreed. Huang Thiu is right. We were just worrying too much. Not everyone is as foolish as those two idiots. He just said that so everyone go investigate the news about Vuong Daifuk. Just as his subordinates left, Huang Thiu noticed 3 people approaching him. Seeing them, he arrogantly said, Who do I have the pleasure of meeting? So it turns out the stubborn guy we just beat in a fight is here. Huang Thiu smirked and said, What's up? Bringing backup too? I suggest you ask about the reputation of our Hunters Guild before you try to get revenge. Qiu Du said calmly, If you apologize now, then next time I'll be a little gentler. That Huang guy laughed heartily. Apologize? What the hell is that kid laughing at? Me hitting someone is an honor for you. You're ungrateful and still want me to apologize to you? He pointed and said, If I hit you, you better just accept it quietly and enjoy it. Because the chairman of the Hunters Association is my father, what my hawk says is the royal law. Qiu Du calmly pointed at him and said, Have you seen that? Ma Fi, this is what real showmanship looks like. Your showmanship skills still need a lot of improvement. Ma Fi stood nearby, sneering. What did you say? This is called showing off? It's intentional, not like me at all. Tiu Sai remained calm. Hearing them say that, Huang Ung angrily shouted, That's enough. How dare you make a joke out of me? You really have some nerve. Qiu Du rushed over to him and said, Messing with you? Then I still have to beat you up, right? You didn't hesitate to punch him down to the ground and exclaimed that your strength rivaled Duong Dich Fi's. After being knocked far away, Huang Ung couldn't help but shout, Are you crazy? So you actually dare to lay a hand on the guild's young master? Duong Dich Fi calmly looked at him and said to Ma Fi beside her, You see that idiot pretending to act tough? His brain must be broken, right? Huang Ung got so furious hearing him say that he started cursing. You guys are looking for death, huh? He stopped cursing and stepped back as if preparing to do something. At that moment, Huang Ung pulled out a giant hammer and leapt high into the air. He slammed the hammer down hard and shouted, Then die for me! Qiu Du quickly used his spear to block the strike. Kyodu swung the stick in his hand to block the hammer in Huang Ung's grip. He thought the strength of this arrogant young master wasn't weak after all. Kyodu's defensive move slammed Huang Ung back hard, throwing him off balance and sending him flying backward. He looked up at Kyodu, gritting his teeth. Isn't this guy a newbie? Why is he so strong? He immediately unleashed the Huang Tuyen mud strike. His entire body and the hammer in his hand were enveloped in a red aura of power. Beneath his feet, the mud slowly rose, swirling like waves. Kyodu swung the weapon in his hand straight down, a perfect strike aimed directly at Huang Ung's body. Huang Ung looked down at the fresh wounds on his chest, 2 long diagonal cuts bleeding in the center. He lightly touched the wound, his eyes darkening. Then Huang Ung held his hand up in front of his face to examine it. His hand was covered in blood, unclear whether it was from the wound on his hand or the blood from his chest. He laughed loudly and said, Do you know, when Tao entered the dungeon at 18, there was a player who ambushed and wounded Tao. As he spoke, his expression darkened and his hand slowly clenched. Then he covered his face with his hand, looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. After leaving the dungeon, I sent someone to catch him, then carved his flesh, grilled it, and made him eat every piece. That guy went crazy after that, and from then on, no one dared to hurt my golden eagle again. You guys are really good at that. Then he slowly lowered his face, brushed his bangs back, and his eyes became terrifying. I have to take good care of you all no matter what. Kyodu reminded him before threatening them, you'd better figure out how to escape first. The golden eagle seemed to grow more insane. He swung the hammer in his hand and said, Do you really think you 3 can keep me here? Truly a delusional obsession. Then he unleashed the blood frenzy mace strike. Kyodu refused to back down, leaping up and swinging the weapon in his hand, saying, Let me see what one strike from you looks like. He launched a high attack straight down at Huang Ung. Huang Ung raised his hammer above his head to block the blow, but the force was so strong that the ground beneath his feet shattered into pieces, bouncing off each other. Below, Huang Ung issued a threat. Tao gia thực sự qua xem thun mày rồi. Nếu vậy, thì mày cũng nên thử nếm trải sức mạnh thật sự của Huang Ung này gì. Then the two flew off in opposite directions. Between them, the ground was shattered with many cracks from the recent attack. Huang Ung raised his hammer once again, the red energy surrounding him and his weapon growing much stronger than before. Then, a beam of red light shot straight up into the sky from him. At the same time, he spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky. Duang Huangdich shouted, It's dangerous, Q, he's sending a signal. At the same time, Huang Ung was unleashing a dazzling earth-binding technique with mud swirling around him into a tornado several times taller than a person. Then he raised his hammer with both hands, ready to deliver a finishing blow. It's too late, you're dead to me. As he said this, he jumped high, the blood chaos mace aimed straight at Kyodu. The strike landed with a loud explosion and a blinding flash of light. Duong Huangdich and Ma Fai watched the scene with eyes full of shock and worry, while Duong Huangdich shouted, Brother Q, Ma Fi has already drawn his sword, ready to fight. From the dust cloud created by the collision, a triumphant voice rang out, No way! That was Huang Ung's voice. He laughed loudly, unable to block even a single strike. Just then, Kyodu appeared behind Huang Ung like a flash and said, Is it my turn now? Huang Ung glanced over, his eyes filled with surprise and fear. Without hesitation, the weapon in Kyodu's hand struck Huang Ung's face directly, distorting one side of his cheek, blood spurting from his nose and mouth, and his whole body was thrown off balance by the blow. Before completely falling and losing consciousness, Huang Ung still managed to threaten weakly, You bastard, just wait, my father will definitely skin you and pull out your bones. Kyodu rested his weapon on his shoulder, looking at Huang Ung collapsing before him with a triumphant smile mixed with disdain, while Huang Ung passed out the moment he hit the ground. Duong Huangdit and Ma Fi run over happily. Duong Huangdit speaks first, Hey Q, do we even need to ask how to deal with this bastard? Then he quickly grabbed the unconscious Huang Ung from the ground and dashed past the two in shock, saying as he ran, Of course we have to get out of here first. He deliberately made such a loud noise, so the hunters will definitely rush over soon. Behind him, a voice called out, Kyodu, wait for me! Not long after, a man stopped in front of a fresh red bloodstain in the middle of the road where the fight had just taken place. His entire body radiated a blue aura of power. He said this was the young master's fresh blood, then shot off at incredible speed, leaving only a streak of light in the air. Shortly after, in the Hunter Guild president's office, a man stood solemnly facing the desk, placed in the center of the large room. Someone burst in, shouting, President, it's serious, young Master Huang has gone missing. Meanwhile, the man standing by the table kept a serious expression. Upon hearing the news, he immediately turned around, his face filled with panic. He confirmed once again, who's the bold one that did this?
The man who just came in to report replied, "Let me go investigate." But before he could finish, the other man had already rushed out of the room.
Once I find out who did this, I will tear them to pieces. He is the guildmaster of the Huang Tu Kuang Hunters Guild.
Meanwhile, Qiu was carrying Huang Ung, running quickly down the road. He had Huang Ung lying face down on one of his shoulders, holding him tightly with one hand. Just then, Huang Ung suddenly woke up and was startled to see Duong Huangdich and Ma Fi right in front of him.
Seeing this, Duong Huangdich warned, "Duka, this thief has woken up."
Even in this situation, Huang Ung kept warning them. "I admit you have some strength, but I suggest you let me go right now. Otherwise, just prepare yourself for endless revenge from the hunters." Qiu immediately threw Man Huang Ung down, causing him to fall flat on the ground. "You're a prisoner now, so behave yourself for me." Huang Ung lay on the ground, his voice weak.
"I swear if Batao finds out about this, you're all dead for sure."
Ma Fi looked at him with a sly gaze. "When you guys praised us, it wasn't like this, was it?" Duong Huangdit also looked at Huang Ung with a similar expression. "Now the tables have turned, huh?" Huang Ung lay curled up on the ground, arms crossed weakly over his chest, begging, Don't hit my face." Hearing that, Ma Fi stepped closer. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Duong Huangdik, walking beside him, also raised a fist. "My urine is yellow. Let me moisturize his face for a while. Let him taste the sweetness first." At that moment, a blue surge of power flashed between Duong Huangdich and Ma Fi, catching them both off guard. The powerful force passed through the gap between them and struck the railing right above Huang Ung. Qiu, standing at a distance, turned back cautiously and asked, "Who is that?" Then he continued,
"A light element mage. The one who just appeared is the butler Solai."
In his hand was a long blue weapon with 4 sharp blades at the tip. Saklai held the weapon in his right hand, his left hand behind his back, standing tall and firm amid the dust. He spoke up. You really make it easy for an old man like me to find you." Qiu stood straight facing him, while Duong Huangdik and Ma Fi behind her were also on high alert. Huang Ung struggled to lift his head and shouted, "Saklai, kill them! Kill them! Hurry!" Sakli remained calm and replied softly, "Rest assured, young master, I will never let these 3 treacherous villains go." As he spoke, he slowly activated the power in his weapon-wielding arm, his words sounding more like a threat than advice.
"You 3 just give up and suffer a little more pain."
Duong Huangdich swung his weapon, moved quickly forward, jumping and shouting,
"Take this, your hellish magic!"
Immediately after, a loud explosion erupted, a huge flame blazing and shaking the ground. Saklai calmly retracted his weapon across his chest, his expression unchanged, surrounded by smoke and fire. Duong Huangdit stared in shock at what had just happened. What? Ma Fi on the other side was also staring, equally surprised. Qiu frowned, thinking that even if this old man wasn't a high-ranking officer, he probably wasn't much weaker. Saklai once again moved his weapon to his right side and said calmly, "Since you want to resist, don't blame me for taking action." On the other side, the 3 of them, Qiu, Duong Huangdik, and Ma Fi, charged forward together. Duong Huangdit raised the staff in his hand, directing the Earth Dragon bullet at Sakli, as a swirling sand vortex appeared around him. Saklai gently raised the staff in his hand, pointing its tip straight up to the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling spherical light appeared at the tip of the staff. He spoke up, "Holy light, do you see those enemies?" Meanwhile, Qiu and Ma Fi were still moving quickly toward Sakli. He lowered his face calmly, as if preparing to await something. The light on his staff was also gradually growing brighter. Just as Qiu and Ma Fi were only a few steps away from the corpse, the light from the staff in his hand grew strong enough. That light seemed to affect the 2 of them. Ma Fi cried out, unable to move. Somehow, the staff had transformed into a sharp holy sword, and he moved the sword in front of him, the tip pointing downward. As this sword was swung, the surrounding space was instantly filled with numerous beams of light, carrying immense power. Qiu's group struggled to dodge. Qiu dodged everything but lost his balance and slid a long way across the ground. Ma Fi was less lucky, crashing straight into the nearby building and breaking a large section of the wall. Qiu frowned. "The butler's strength is terrifying. He suppressed all 3 of us with just 1 move." Saklai praised, "Oh, being a novice yet able to withstand one of my skills, no wonder you defeated the guild's young master." Then he changed to a contemptuous look, but it was over. "Before me, you are like weak ants." Duong Huangdich heard this and replied, "Weak? Old man, soon you will know that we are not weak." Then he laughed loudly, looking at Ma Fi lying amid the rubble caused by the broken wall he had just struck. "Ma Fi, you're really too weak, far behind Duka. With the same move, Duka only steps back a few paces. But you're sent, flying out. Duong Huangdich continued coldly, taunting that with your strength, you'll never surpass Duka in your lifetime. No matter how many books you read for Duka, you're still not worthy. You notice the broken wall starting to shift and say, we're all human, so how much difference is there between you and me? Mafi, did you secretly run away when humans were evolving? Second, some were born in Rome, Mafi. But you are different. You were born a horse continent. Otherwise, you'd end up as Duka's hunting dog, so at least he could protect you. Amidst the scattered debris, a powerful force suddenly erupted, sending chunks of wall flying. Mafi stood tall in the center, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent, a red aura radiating from his body as he rose, untouched by Saklai's recent attack. This surprised him as he watched and said, "This terrifying sword is actually Mafi's stat display system, with 100% pride damage and 10,000% damage increase." He spoke coldly, "Young Huangdich, you bastard, that old man pretending like that. I, Mafi, will kill him for you to see." He raised his right hand to command. The sword came. The sword on the ground quickly moved and flew into Mafi's hand. His other hand clenched tightly. Saklai was also very surprised and a little scared. He wondered, what is going on? The right hand instinctively raised the golden sword to defend. But then he realized something. Dongtu Saklai shrank back, his eyes filled with panic. Somehow, Mafi had moved right in front of him, just a few steps away, ready to strike with his first sword technique. The sword in Saklai's hand transformed into a staff. He raised the staff in front of him and said, "Holy light, please protect me." Duong Huangdit used the fat-burning move, and his body really looks thinner. He said he still wants to use a similar technique. The roar of the earth-shattering spell echoed as the ground was torn into small pieces. Chunks violently lifted and shifted from their original place. Each of Mafi's sword strikes hit the yellow orb, acting as a protective shield around Saklai. Inside Saklai, a worried frown began to form. "Holy light, please protect me." Mafi's sword tip broke through the shield, creating a crack on the surface that slowly spread outwards, forming countless fractures. Then the sword plunged deeper. The protective layer of Saklai vanished. Mafi's sword pierced straight through Saklai's abdomen. He was thrown far away, right where Mafi had collided earlier, where a section of the wall had been pierced. Duong Huangdik asked, "Mafi, is that old man dead?" The three of them, Kyodu, Duong Huangdik, and Mafi, looked toward the fallen Saklai with probing eyes. Mafi replied, "I don't know." As if realizing something, Kyodu stared thoughtfully in that direction, his eyes still carefully observing, then suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Duong Huangdich and Mafi behind him looked forward in shock. Kyodu stood in front, two yellow beams hitting his right elbow and abdomen, subtracting 692 times. Stepping out from this wreckage, Saklai could no longer maintain his initial calm, but instead frowned. He said, "I want." Then he picked up his staff from the ground and slowly stood up. He continued, "You all will die." Kyodu stared at Saklai, thinking this old man was about to explode, it seemed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he clutched it in agony. Young Shangdi beside him immediately worried. "Duka, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Suddenly, an image of a little girl appeared in Kyodu's mind. He wondered, what is going on? It seems like there is always someone standing in front of us, blocking the damage. Who exactly is it? Why can't I remember? At that moment, a golden holy sword from Saklai pierced through Kyodu's chest before the stunned eyes of Duong Huangdit and Mafi. Kyodu cried out, but in his mind, he was still thinking about the image just now. Why couldn't he remember it? Duong Huangdik shouted beside him, "Brother Kyo, are you okay?" He reached out to try and hold Kyodu back. Luckily, he managed to grab Kyodu's arm. Duong Huangdik laid Kyodu on his back, and at the same time turned to Mafi and said, "Fengfi, we can't stay here now. That steward is too terrifying." Mafi, with bruises on his face, replied, "That old man, if I were his age, I'd kill him like killing a dog." When he turned back, he saw Duong Huangdit carrying Kyodu running off. He shouted after them, "Hey, wait for me!" As they fled, Mafi casually grabbed the two arms tied in front of Huang Ung's chest, surprising him. With Mafi's speed, Huang Ung was almost flying through the air. He shouted, "Damn it, where do you think you're taking me? Saklai, help me!" Saklai quickly gave chase as well. He spoke up to reassure Huang Ung. "Young master, rest assured, those thugs won't get away." They moved so fast, the chase was just a streak of light weaving through the buildings. After a while, they arrived at Capital University, and Mafi kept cursing non-stop. "Damn it!" Kyodu had just woken up. Duong Huangdit ran while glancing back at Saklai, who was closely following behind.
You're saying that old man actually dared to chase him all the way into the school? The others at the school were also shocked and exclaimed, "Oh, look, isn't that young Master Huang Ung from the Hunters Guild? Someone actually dared to corner him and drag him into the school." Sly shouted behind them, "Damn bastards, where do you think you're running?" The anger on his face was unmistakable. At that moment, a guard quickly appeared, blocking Sly and shouting, "Hey, who are you? Stop right there." Sakli kept chasing after the Q-Do group, easily pushing the guard aside. "Get out of the way." Duong Huangdit glanced back as he ran and said, "This old man has really lost his mind." Q-Do on his back silently glanced back as well. Distracted by the wolf corpse, Duong Huangdit crashed straight into a man's chest. He was thrown backward and fell, while Q-Do quickly jumped down and landed safely. That was Teacher Van Li Hao with his striking red hair. He crossed his arms and asked, "Q-Do, what are you doing here?" Duong Huangdit rubbed his sore spot after bumping into the teacher, while Q-Do spoke up to remind him. "Teacher Van Li Hao?" Behind him, turning around, Van Li Hao saw Sak Lai running quickly toward him. He frowned. "Oh, so there are people who can't even open their eyes but still dare to chase after students of our capital university." Then he grabbed the cloak's cord. "And on top of that, you chased me all the way into the school." Van Li Hao threw off his cloak and quickly ran forward, his body radiating a yellow-orange power like flames. He shouted, "You've got some nerve!" Sak Li unleashed a defensive move. The holy light shield, surrounding him with a protective layer made of many hexagonal shapes. Van Li Hao struck the shield with a powerful punch from his muscular arm, causing an explosion upon impact. Immediately after, Sak Li was thrown dozens of meters backward and only stopped when he hit the wall. Sak Lai was seriously injured, lying amidst the rubble. Does he really think this is the true strength of Capital University? Van Li Hao stepped closer, looking down at Sak Lai and demanded, "Tell me, who are you? Why did you come to the school to cause trouble?" Then Van Li Hao clenched his fist tightly and stared at Sak Lai with a threatening gaze. "If you don't speak up, I'll send you off to be reborn right now." Suddenly, a sound from behind Van Li Hao made him stop. At the same time, several figures appeared. They were Huang Tu Kuang and his subordinates. His face darkened as he stood defiantly, staring at the scene before him. Huang Tu Kuang's entire body radiated a purple power. He frowned, his eyes filled with threat. "Let him go." Van Li Hao glanced back with a mocking smile. "What if I say no?" Huang Tu Kuang repeated his words, his tone more tense. "Let him go, or today you'll be buried with him." Van Li Hao raised his fist, power quickly enveloping his arm. He continued, "Oh, so this is how it is?" Then Van Li Hao decisively threw a punch down at the broken glass below, causing him to sink even deeper into the pile of debris. Huang Tu Kuang shouted sharply, his eyes showing worry and his brow furrowed with wrinkles. Van Li Hao stood up straight, his hands ready to fight, turning to look at Huang Tu Kuang with a provocative gaze. "Come on, let me see how you plan to bury me with him." At Huang Tu Kuang's command to kill him, his henchmen charged at Van Li Hao, who stood still without any intention of dodging. Van Li Hao clenched his fist, a confident look on his face, and slowly said each word, "Tai Zhen." With that word, his fist swung straight forward, quickly sending Huang Tu Kuang's men flying backward. One of the followers realized something. "Wait, he is that war fanatic. He is the war fanatic Van Li Hao. He's been missing for so long I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to become a professor at Capital University." Someone else spoke up in doubt. "Is the berserker really that famous?" The person just now explained that he's not just famous. Then he thought about Van Li Hao's wild fighting image, his whole body covered in blood. He said, "He was born to fight and only reached the peak of the middle stage recently. He once fought alone and killed a famous high-level swordsman at the same rank. This is truly a genuine madman." Huang Tu Kuang also spoke up. "Fighting alongside Van Li Hao, you're still alive after all." Van Li Hao confidently replied with a bright expression. "I not only did not die, but I also have to thank you. Since I became this ridiculous teacher, I've never had a chance to go all out. Thanks for coming to stir things up." Huang Tu Kuang pulled out a giant hammer, identical to the weapon Huang Ung once used, but much larger, and spoke with arrogance. Then Huang Tu Kuang swung the hammer in a wide arc, the attack aimed at Van Li Hao, nearly striking him. The blow left a large, long mark on the schoolyard floor and caused cracks to appear on the nearby wall. Van Li Hao stood up from the rubble, looking at Huang Tu Kuang still holding the hammer with a commanding presence. One of the henchmen from earlier said, "This berserker doesn't seem as strong as you said." The other replied, "Just wait and see. A true berserker is really terrifying." Van Li Hao clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging clearly, and his muscles seemed to have grown larger.
He unleashed a series of powerful punches, his eyes turning blood red with deadly intent, his hands striking each other, his cloak fluttering wildly. He looked like a fierce wolf growling. Van Li Hao moved quickly toward Huang Tu Kuang, so fast that before Huang Tu Kuang could react, Van Li Hao was already above him. Li Hao and Tu Kuang clashed, with Li Hao throwing a punch at him. Tu Kuang also used his hammer to block the punch, but Li Hao's strike was so powerful that Tu Kuang was knocked backward and slammed hard into the wall. Tu Kuang swung his lightning-charged hammer as he began to advance, channeling power into it as thick smoke billowed up. Mafi and Q-Do, standing outside watching, couldn't help but be stunned by the scene. Then Mafi recalled another hammer that had a similar source of power. Then Tu Kuang advanced with fierce killing intent. He stepped toward Li Hao. The people outside began to worry, saying, "This is bad. The hall has really touched the killing intent this time." But Li Hao showed no sign of fear. He just smiled with amusement and said, "You haven't killed me yet. How ridiculous." Then came the challenge from Li Hao. "So, you came here." Just as the battle was about to erupt, a strange object suddenly flew straight down from the sky. It forcefully plunged into the ground between the two about to clash, creating a fierce shockwave. It took the shape of a sword and emitted a terrifying dark aura. Those outside who sensed that power were also frightened and said, "What is this?" The aura is truly terrifying. It feels like just a slight move and someone could fall to the ground. Seeing that, Li Hao lost interest and said, "What boring." But on the other hand, Tu Kuang was sweating with worry, saying, "That is the Sun Ngo sword-grade equipment." Moreover, he also believes that the Ngo sword only accepts one master, the world's #1 sword cultivator. Q-Do outside also gradually realized something, thinking about this aura. Could it be that the person he was thinking of at this moment was the old headmaster? Just then, an old man appeared right by the sword with a supreme demeanor. It was Ko Bin Duong. He frowned and threatened, "Give me an explanation or the Hunters Guild will be destroyed today." Suddenly, a reckless man shouted fiercely, "He's just an old man. Who the hell are you? Destroy my guild? Do you think you deserve it too?" He swung his rope fiercely toward Bin Duong. Seeing the foolhardy move of that guy, Tu Kuang immediately turned around and shouted, "Stop, you bastard!" But it seems too late as the rope has completely wrapped around Bin Duong's body. He triumphantly held the rope and said, "Don't worry, Chairman. This old man is tightly bound by my fairy rope. No matter how strong he is, he won't escape." But Bin Duong calmly twitched a finger, and the rope wrapped around him instantly snapped into pieces. Seeing the rope, he was most confident in break in just one move. He shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? My fairy trap is a level B equipment, and yet it was destroyed like that." Then he was swallowed by a surge of power. "No. Don't. Don't. Save me. Save me." In the end, he was vaporized into thin air by Bin Duong. Another guy standing outside trembled and said, "Just casually throwing out moves and already defeating a high-level player? Is this really the power of the world's #1 sword cultivator? He didn't even bother to draw his sword." After everything was settled, Bin Duong spoke up again. "Explain yourself." After hearing that, Tu Kuang looked toward Mafi's group and replied, "Your university's students cornered my son, so I had no choice but to rush in and save him." Then Bin Duong frowned and said, "Is this the real reason you came to cause trouble in front of my capital university?" Tu Kuang replied, "Yes, just return my son to me and today's matter will be considered settled. I promise I will no longer interfere and will leave immediately. If you are the principal of Kindo University, then—" Before he could finish, Bin Duong radiated a deadly aura and threatened in a harsh voice, "You have two choices, leave or die." Mafi watched from afar with sparkling eyes and said excitedly, "Oh my God, this is what a true sword cultivator looks like. This is real power. My past life was truly a waste." Despite the threats, Elder Tu Kuang refused to back down and said to Bin Duong, "Why is it that no matter what you say, you are a person of status? So why don't you speak some sense?" Hearing this, he frowned angrily and said, "So when you caused trouble at my school and injured my students, did you think about talking reason?" Tu Kuang continued to argue with Bin Duong, "It was your students who kidnapped my son. How could you possibly be protecting those students?" Hua Mich, standing outside, also shouted at Tu Kuang, "Go away. It was your guild that attacked us first." At that moment, Bin Duong added, "I am the one who condones them, so what now?" Hearing that, Tu Kuang was left speechless. "You!" Then Bin Duong began drawing his sword and said, "If there's nothing, then get lost quickly. I'll only count to 3. Then Bin Duong began to count to 3, but Tu Kuang could only feel his heart race and sweat, too afraid to move. Before he could even reach one, Bin Duong immediately turned around and ordered his men, Let's go. Just then, Kyo-do appeared, pulling someone along by the hand. You called out to stop, don't leave so quickly. Is that Chief Hoang? Kyo-do smiled warmly and suggested, let's make a deal. These words sounded like a provocation to Tu Huang. He shouted loudly, Are you trying to blackmail me? That makes no sense. Only when he met Bin Duong's gaze nearby did he regain his composure. Speak up, what do you want in exchange for releasing him? Kyo-do, knowing Tu Huang's hesitation, replied, Don't worry, this can be settled with some money. Just hand over the great mace to me. Faced with the other party's arrogant demand, Tu Huang decisively waved his hand. No way. This is an A-grade equipment enhanced with B. If not Quiet insists on this condition, you can have my son, and I'll make another one by tonight. Seemingly taken aback by his resolve, Kyo-do fell silent without a reply, and even Huang Thio was stunned by the threat. After a moment, he took a step back and whispered a negotiation. Then how about this? I need a complete set of Grade C equipment. Once I have it, the person will be returned to you. This request was entirely doable, and he didn't hesitate to agree immediately, also adding, release the person. Very quickly, Kyo-do responded with a refusal. No, you hand over the gear, then I'll release the person. Tu Huang looked towards Bin Duong, standing at a distance as if deep in thought, then finally threw a set of equipment in front of Kyo-do, who took it. The deal was done, and he didn't hesitate to release the person in his grasp. Let's go, young Master Huang. Just as everything seemed to have ended peacefully, a voice rang out. You guys are really out of your minds doing this. Bin Duong said seriously. Your strength is weak, and yet you provoke a powerful guild. After all, this is still a hunter guild that specializes in leading people through dungeons, so you guys will easily get ambushed in dungeons later. Ma Fi immediately objected, saying the principle isn't like that, it's their guild. Before he could finish speaking, Bin Duong interrupted. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Even if you're right, it won't stop the Hunters Guild from coming after you. Only fists are the truth. Kyo-do, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Principal, do you think we were wrong? The only response was the sound of him saying wrong. The only mistake you made was not finishing it cleanly and getting chased all the way home. He growled, if I had done things like this when I was young, Huang Tu Huang wouldn't just have gotten a scolding. He would have died without knowing who did it. Saying that, he turned around with a sigh and walked away. Compared to when I was young, you guys are still far behind. The person who left only left behind 3 admiring gazes from the group of youngsters behind. They all raised their thumbs in admiration for the principal. After a while, everyone headed back to the dormitory, placing the outfit they had obtained earlier on the table. And Xiang Di was excited. Brother Kyo, tell me, those people really have a lot of money. Kyo-do stood to the side and urged, stop talking nonsense. Everyone take 2 items of your choice. Moments later, the info panel showing the effects of the school uniform and the white-silver lion appeared before him, and he silently evaluated them. The lion helmet's trait is somewhat useless. Although it can block a head strike, its cooldown time is too long. Meanwhile, the 2 Mafi have also chosen their gear, and Huang Dich keeps exclaiming that capturing it was truly amazing. Brother Q, do you have any plans next? Very quickly, Kyo-do gave his answer. Continue leveling up. What else could there be? After that, I will try to find a way to restore my memory. I have always felt that those anti-void memories are very important to me. The other 2 tacitly remained silent. On the second day, quite a few people gathered at the training ground. The space echoed with voices discussing. Tell me, just how strong is the principal really? A moment later, an answer came. Anyone who can be called a strong fighter in this world must meet one condition, which is to single-handedly kill a snake in the world of black dogs. Last year, the principal killed one using only 5 sword strikes. Just then, Lai Hao on the arena interrupted the conversation. All right, quiet down. You all did very well in the first training phase. At this point, he suddenly burst out laughing with excitement. So now, let's move on to phase 2 of the training. Hearing this, Kyo-do's expression immediately grew serious. Phase 2? Immediately, Lai Hao reassured them not to worry too much. The first training phase is meant to increase everyone's defense. The second phase involves special training in agility. He explained, in the physical cultivation profession, strength and defense are not enough. If you can't keep up with the body's agility, you'll become a big, easy target and be killed quickly. Therefore, the physical cultivator profession is the hardest to advance in, even if strong at first. Over time, because it requires balancing strength, defense, and agility, there are very few true physical cultivator masters in the world. Hearing this made Kyo-do delighted. Special training in agility, that's great. His agility was low, and he couldn't always rely on the effects of the ancestral technique. The group was quickly surrounded by a blue light, while Lai Hao on the stands kept reassuring them. Don't worry, the second phase will be much easier. Very quickly at the C-rank dungeon, Deep Sea Abyss. This place is a rocky outcrop surrounded by clear blue water. Not long after, the group was also transported here, standing on a piece of land floating on the water. As soon as Q-Do entered the dungeon, he immediately assessed the surrounding environment with his eyes. The group began to speculate that Master Van wouldn't want us to avoid the waves, right? Knowing they were curious, Lai Hao decisively explained, "The second training phase is simple. Just step onto those pillars and reach the opposite peak within 5 minutes to succeed." Upon hearing this, Q-Do fell silent, as the stone pillars, battered by waves year-round, were so narrow it was hard to stand on them. Some already corroded by seawater and could even collapse if stepped on. Going to the opposite side not only tests agility, but also reaction and judgment skills. At this moment, Lai Hao spoke up again. "Does anyone want to try first?" After hearing the brief explanation, Lam Lang seemed confident of victory in the bold charge. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and placed his foot on the nearest pillar. His body immediately spun on the water's surface. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly shouted, "Be careful!" Without hesitation, Lam Lang continued forward, his body swiftly and gracefully passing over each pillar. He silently thought that he seemed to have mastered the technique of standing firm. Clearly, the opponent was not troubled by this challenge, and the crowd immediately buzzed. How can it be so easy? Judging by the look of it, it shouldn't be difficult. Just as Lam Lang was about to take another step, a swirl appeared beneath the water, causing the surface to ripple violently. Just a moment later, a fish shot out of the water, gliding past Lam Lang, who had no choice but to lean aside to dodge it. It was no surprise when Lam Lang fell into the water right after. Watching the player's silhouette underwater, Lai Hao calmly said as if he had predicted it all along, "Climb up here by yourself." 15 minutes later, Lam Lang finally struggled to climb up to the shore. Only then did Lai Hao explain, "That strange fish is the gray swordfish, a specialty of this dungeon. Any creature trying to cross to the opposite mountain will be attacked by it, but there are no other dangers." The group was immediately unsettled by this statement. "Master Van, how many gray swordfish are there at the bottom of the sea?" Hearing this, he suddenly changed his expression and lowered his volume, saying, "There is a nest of gray swordfish down there, probably around 100,000 if you rush." The number just mentioned was staggering, 100,000 fish. "Don't give them time to calm down." Lai Hao spoke again. "Oh, and by the way, the person who completes this mission first will receive a special reward." Hearing about the reward, everyone started to get excited. If the strict teacher is giving a prize, it must be something good. What exactly is it? After that, the crowd pushed and shoved, eager to finish the training quickly. Very quickly, figures appeared on the floating pillars on the water's surface. They began a fierce struggle. "The reward is mine, damn it, don't even think about stealing it from me." "Move aside." The scene was incredibly lively, with everyone rushing to compete. "I'll get there first." How could anyone dodge someone so agile? Meanwhile, completely opposite to the chaos over there, a person stepped lightly and murmured, "Is it my turn to try now?" In the next moment, Q-Do's figure suddenly sped forward without warning, catching Lai Hao off guard as he quietly glanced after the fleeting silhouette. This kid, Q-Do, with incredible speed, easily jumps from pole to pole without encountering any obstacles. This rare sight once again astonished the group. Q-Do's speed is really fast. Right now, he is gradually closing in on a contestant. The person shouted in panic, "Don't come over here. The pole can't hold 2 people at once, or we'll both fall into the sea." It seemed like Q-Do would stop, but no, he didn't hesitate and kept rushing forward without faltering. A moment later, he smoothly leaned aside to avoid the other person, then quickly jumped forward, pressing on. The group was now stunned by Q-Do's actions. Damn, what just happened? How did he get here so fast? Q-Do was also surprised. He never expected the pair of wind and flower gloves he just obtained to be so useful. According to the system, their function is that when the distance between you and the enemy is 1 meter, you can use your foot to slide behind the enemy. At that moment, a gray swordfish leapt up from Lam Lang's side, trying to block the intruder's path. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and struck the fish hard, acting decisively. Those behind seemed to have discovered a new path, yet they could still act like that. Q-Do was still focused on charging forward when the queen's voice suddenly rang out, reminding her that there was something very dangerous on the opposite mountain. Hearing this sound, Q-Do replied, "Queen, you're finally back." She quickly responded, "I've always been by your side, never left." You immediately set foot on a nearby path to investigate. "So what is waiting for me on the opposite mountain peak?" "Queen, please tell me quickly, what exactly happened in the Ming Realm dungeon?" The queen's figure hovered mechanically before him, hesitating slightly. Kyudu, sorry, I can't tell you. Not getting the answer he wanted, Kyudu immediately questioned in frustration. Why is that? She whispered softly. I had to enter a state of hibernation to avoid being detected when the dungeon collapsed and caught the attention of the Lord's will from the other world. So I'm not sure what happened next, but I can tell you that the memories you lost were not random. They were caused by someone. At this point, Kyudu muttered as if confirming, made by humans? The gaze of the machine queen was resolute at that moment. Yes, that girl named Ta Truk had sealed your memories, seemingly not wanting you to think about her. Kyudu's hands slowly clenched as her thoughts spiraled into confusion. Why was this happening? Why is it like this? At that moment, countless gray swordfish leapt out of the water, rushing toward where he was standing. One of his eyes suddenly flashed, glowing with a sinister red light, and moments later he seemed to lose his mind. Kyudu lowered himself and relentlessly struck the fish. The frantic actions caught the eyes of the people behind, leaving them astonished. Hey, why so aggressive? Even Lai Hao sensed something was off. Why is this kid so agitated? He was silent. I brought them here to train their agility after all. Why did this kid start hitting those fish like that? Over here, Kyudu seemed to enter his own world, losing all feeling and just kept punching and kicking nonstop. Why? After finally dealing with the fish, he lowered his voice and asked, Queen, is there any way to help me break that seal? The answer was a firm yes. Hearing this, Kyudu immediately grew anxious. Then hurry and help me, the queen interrupted before he could finish. But before that, you have to get something first. Strange black streaks had appeared on his face by then. What is that? A moment later, a name was spoken. Demon Eye. The black streak spread quickly. Kyudu raised his hand to block it, looking as if he was in severe pain. What is the Demon Eye? Where do I have to go to get it? The queen immediately reassured him. First, don't worry about the Demon Eye. Kyudu. Your body, Kyudu. The sound of his name suddenly grew louder as his body could no longer resist and collapsed helplessly, quickly sinking down to the bottom of the deep sea. All around were swarms of gray swordfish. Just then, the image of a girl suddenly appeared before Kyudu. The girl gently took hold of his limp hand. After some time, when Kyudu opened his eyes, he found himself safely lying in bed. Looking around quietly, he guessed this place was... Raising his hand to rub the lingering pain in his head, he muttered, Am I in the hospital again? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Theodung stepped inside. You're awake? He looked at the other person, slightly surprised. Master Theodung, why are you here too? She whispered, explaining, It was your friends Ma Fi and Huang Dich who told me. Handing him the glass of water, she reminded him carefully, It's probably still hot. Kyudu couldn't do anything but reach out to take it. Thank you. Suddenly, the door was slammed open again, echoing loudly in the quiet room. The two inside the hospital room were full of question marks, casting suspicious glances toward the door at the newcomer. Viam Hang arrived and immediately started questioning. Dung, did you come here especially to visit this little white knight? Liu Viam Hong shouted loudly while Kyudu, not understanding what was happening, held a cup of water and drank, and Su Theodung looked at Liu Viam Hong with a serious face. This gigolo is right. Kyudu paused, set the glass down, and looked at Su Theodung to chase the guy away. Liu Viam Hang, what do you want to do? Get out quickly. Liu Viam Hong refused to be chased away and scolded like a wolf. Kyudu Dung, what's so good about this kind of gigolo anyway? Look at the way he walks. His legs aren't even as strong as my arms, Master Theodung said bluntly without changing her expression. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Liu Viam Hong still ignored Su Theodung and stubbornly challenged Kyudu. Kid, if you're a man, come outside and fight me. Loser disappears from Dung's sight. Kyudu finally spoke up, asking, Just got here and already making a fuss. Who are you? Liu Viam Hong smiled confidently, showing his bright white teeth, pointed to himself and said, Are you really so stupid that you don't know? I am Liu Viam Hong, the strongest male genius of Thuanglong Capital Normal University. Kyudu Haktween thought, Pedagogical University of Thuanglong Capital. I remember the male-to-female ratio there is 1 to 9, and most of them are female. Su Theodung covered her mouth and whispered to him, Kyudu, don't bother trying to outsmart him. This guy may have issues with his brain, but his strength is really impressive. Kyudu replied, I understand. Kyudu slowly got off the bed and said, First of all, let me make it clear. I have never Judong appeared in front of Su Theodung. Liu Viam Hung crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Consider this a warning to know your place. Lu Viemhang approached Su Thiudung with an excited tone. Dung Dung, did you see that? This guy is simply not worthy of you at all. Only I, Lu Viemhang, am worthy of you. Su Thiudung showed no respect for him and told him to leave. Qiudu tilted her head and said, leaving Lu Viemhang confused. Aren't you my brother? It seems like you're misunderstanding what I meant. I mean, it was Su Thiudung who took the initiative to come find me. He said it with a smile, making Lu Viemhang turn pale with anger. Not only that, she also took the initiative to pour water for me and took care of me before and after I went to bed. Qiudu crossed his arms proudly, and the more he spoke, the angrier Lu Viemhang became. Moreover, she told me that you're not handsome, and on top of that, you're short. Su Thiudung blushed, wondering how he knew what she was thinking. Lu Viemhang angrily shouted and attacked. You're dead. He punched hard, but Qiudu raised an ice shield. Standing behind Qiudu, someone chuckled softly. Lu Viemhang's punch shattered the ice shield, but Su Thiudung quickly stepped in to stop him. That's enough, Lu Viemhang. Lu Viemhang gritted his teeth in anger. Kid, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I'm not even bullying you, just waiting for you to get better first. Qiudu didn't care and took out his phone to call the guards. Hello, guards. The two guards quickly went upstairs. Qiudu carried Lu Viemhang, who was shouting and struggling. Coward, if you have the guts, fight me. Su Thiudung stood facing you and said, Qiudu, I'm sorry, don't listen to him. That guy keeps clinging to me and I can't get rid of him. Qiudu said confidently, It's okay, I'll help you deal with him. Introducing this place. It is the dueling ground. A dueling instance, world protected by the rules of the duel arena. Players will not die. When a player's health reaches 1, their health will automatically be locked and they will be considered defeated. So when many players have conflicts or want to settle things, they choose to come to the duel arena to resolve them. Someone's murmuring voice echoed. Have you guys heard? Today, Lu Viemhang from Changlong Capital Normal University will face off against a genius from Capital University. The black-haired boy tilted his head. Really? Fighting someone named Ko Long Tuong? Why does this name sound so familiar to me? The other boy guessed. I heard this person is named Qiudu, a new student. Everyone was straightforward. Wait, a new student? Lu Viemhang is already a third-year student. How can he be so shameless as to bully a new student? The crowd bets on the showdown between Lu Viemhang and Qiudu. Place your bets. The odds for Qiudu to win are 5-1. I bet 200,000 on Lu Viemhang to win. I'm also rooting for Viemhang to win. Qiudu and Lu Viemhang slowly stepped into the arena. Lu Viemhang walked proudly. Kid, I have to admit that you're much better than I was as a freshman. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get into Capital University. But unfortunately, you're still just a freshman now. He grinned confidently. Next, I will beat you like a dead dog right in front of Master Thiudung. Lu Viemhang, level 26 heavy infantry mid-rank. Qiudu showed no change in expression as he introduced himself. Qiudu, level 17 early stage spirit mage. The entire audience fell silent after hearing Qiudu's introduction, while the crowd in the stands shouted and trembled with excitement. Is something wrong? A level 1 spirit mage comparing themselves to a mid-level heavy warrior? What kind of nonsense is this? That's right, no wonder Qiudu has an extremely high 5-1 odds. Not just 5-1. Even if it's 100-1, no one would dare to bet. I'll bet 50 yuan and I want my damn money back. Someone from the crowd spoke up, saying, Heavy-class warriors aren't exactly agile. If that kid Qiudu can keep his distance and summon a bunch of spirit creatures, he might actually have a chance to challenge beyond his level. Lu Viemhang shouted loudly, You're just a spirit mage and you dare to fight me one-on-one, even challenging a warrior. Are you trying to extort me, kid? I'm telling you I don't have any money. Qiudu stomped his foot and charged forward with a clenched fist. Lu Viemhang was a bit surprised mixed with panic. Damn it, do you really want to throw a tantrum? He thought he had to go easy. Otherwise, he might beat her to death. The crowd in the stands was in an uproar, some even crying. What is going on? Why is he charging forward like that? Am I seeing things? A spirit mage trying to fight a heavyweight muscle fighter with just punches? This is going to end badly for me. Su Thiudung stood on the stands thinking to himself, You all have seriously underestimated Qiudu. Seeing Qiudu's fist coming close to Lu Viemhang, he thought, just take this punch from him. After all, he is a spirit mage with damage. He probably hadn't even finished thinking before Qiudu's punch sent him flying, and the crowd in the stands was stunned. Oh damn, am I dreaming? A first-stage mage just knocked a mid-range heavy soldier flying with one punch? Is Capital University really that powerful? A new student just enrolled and already defeated a heavyweight fighter? The crowd angrily shouted without knowing the details. There's something shady going on that Kyo-do must have reported the wrong profession, but his dad still paid up. A few people even sneered when they saw Lu Wiem Hong get beaten. Aha, useless. This worthless Lu Wiem Hang got beaten by a beginner and now has to pay me back. Lu Wiem Hang slowly stood up. Lu Wiem Hong has stood up. His face is dark, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Your fist hurts too, kid. So next I'll use my real strength. Don't underestimate me. Kyo-do quickly lunged at Lu Wiem Hong, ready to strike again. Lu Wiem Hong blocked the punch and shouted, "Don't underestimate me." Kyo-do put all his strength into the next punch, but Lu Wiem Hong blocked it with his other hand. The two of them strained against each other. Lu Wiem Hong unleashed a special move, and Kyo-do couldn't dodge the punch in time. The crowd was stunned. How could this be? That is the signature move. Kyo-do was hit hard and thrown far away. Kyo-do's face darkened and he felt dizzy. What the hell is this? Lu Wiem Hang bent down, laughing the loudest. I told you, don't underestimate me. He opened his eyes wide, staring at something. Kyo-do charged forward with the sword in hand. Lu Wiem Hang raised his large muscular arms forcefully. As Kyo-do swung the stick down, Lu Wiem Hang was already able to block it. He tensed his arm, trying to pull the stick back, but thought he couldn't. Lu Wiem Hang yanked the stick with one hand and raised his fist to attack with the other. He struck Kyo-do with such force that he couldn't fight back. Kyo-do was thrown a good distance away, but kept his footing, thinking this guy was even stronger than he expected. Fortunately, the effect of the white-silver lion helmet just activated. Lu Wiem Hang twisted his hand and sneered. Your strength attribute must be exceptionally high, huh? I can feel that from your last two attacks. It must be at least 500 points. The crowd in the stands murmured, their faces turning pale. What the hell is that? A spirit mage whose punch power reaches 500 points? Lu Wiem Hang slowly swung his hand and approached Kyo-do, explaining that attribute points alone were useless. Even with 500 points of power, some could fully integrate it, while others couldn't even utilize half. This was the conversion rate, and despite your high attack power, your conversion rate was alarmingly low. Kyo-do frowned, realizing that despite having high attribute points, he always felt incapable of winning because his conversion rate was too low. Lu Wiem Hang smiled confidently and explained that the conversion rate is simply the percentage of attribute points converted into combat power. For two players with the same attribute points, the one with the higher conversion rate will be stronger. And now, even if you don't have a one-to-one conversion rate, you still deserve to be called a top student of Capital University. Yeah. Kyo-do stood firm and smiled in response. You don't need to worry about this, but I still really appreciate you answering my question. Kyo-do punched his own chest hard to trigger the Mechanical Queen's rage, putting the player into a frenzy. In return, I will stab myself once first. Lu Wiem Hong was slightly startled when he saw that. Hey, everyone is watching you. Don't throw a tantrum. Su Thiudung frowned with concern. Kyo-do, what are you trying to do? The person sitting next to Su Thiudung crossed his arms. Does this kid have a tendency to be arrogant? Kyo-do's whole body was filled with power, his eyes flashing a purple light. A faint purple smoke surrounded him, and the low conversion rate was no problem as long as the attribute points were high enough. Ancestor Chi-Huan swiftly charged towards Lu Wiem Hong. First, he punched hard at Lu Wiem Hang's stomach, but was blocked. Kyo-do quickly slipped behind him. Each punch delivered with force. As he attacked so fast that debris flew everywhere, the crowd that had been shouting for payment now stood pale with surprise. Oh my god, what am I watching? A low-level mage fighting a mid-tier heavy warrior with just 2 punches. Is this really possible in the world? Lu Wiem Hong coughed as he got up. Cough, cough, it's not over yet. I'm also preparing to represent Thuong Long Normal University in the global battle among schools worldwide. He tensed up in anger, thinking there was no way he could lose to someone like this. The wind from Lu Wiem Hong blew fiercely. Lu Wiem Hong's whole body is filled with a proud and imposing aura. I originally planned to save this move for the competition venue, but I didn't expect to use it on you first. With 6 arms and 3 heads, his whole body was in full force. He laughed loudly and charged forward to attack. Kid! Open your eyes and see the true power of Big Brother Lu. Each punch from Lu Wiem Hang's ultimate move was so fast that Kyo-do couldn't block it. The rage mode is activated. Lu Wiem Hang relentlessly attacks Kyo-do, saying, "So, weren't you all talk just now? Huh? Keep bragging then?" He raised his hand for the final attack. The outcome decided, you're dead. But unexpectedly, Kyo-do caught Lu Wiem Hang's fist, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Kyo-do smirked. The rage state has reached its limit. You're right. The outcome is already decided. You hold Lu Viemhang's hand and say, "Too many hands can scare people. Let me help you get rid of some of them." He looks grim and sweats. What do you want to do? With a flash, one of Lu Viemhang's arms was gone. He shouted angrily, "I'm going to kill you!" Q-Do was so fast that he couldn't see the attack clearly and shouted, "Aha, aha, you!" The sweating crowd exclaimed, "Damn, this is just too crazy." Can the muscle strength of a soul mage really reach such a terrifying level? Hoatu hid in a corner with a wicked smile. "Found you." Lu Viemhang froze, looking at Q-Do before him like a giant monster. "Let's finish this." Lu Viemhang's face froze in shock as Q-Do on the other side spoke in a terrifying tone. "It's over. He's already in a defensive stance." Q-Do quickly rushed forward and punched him straight in the face, staggering him. Soon he was punched flying 100 meters away. Lu Viemhang was now lying crushed against the wall with his life hanging by a thread. In the stands, everyone was amazed that a freshman just enrolled as a novice soul mage. In a one-on-one fight, I defeated a level 53 mid-tier warrior preparing to join the global university battle tournament. This can't be a dream. After the fight, Q-Do walked away without any emotion. To everyone's surprise, as he stepped outside, he suddenly slowed down. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face in pain, thinking that to fully charge the Queen's Fury skill, he had endured many hard punches from that guy. This skill is indeed very powerful, but it really drains your life. Now I have also become a strong bow, almost at my limit. The system now announces that the rage status has been lifted. Because the player was in a rage state for too long, a mysterious side effect has been triggered. The ban lasts for 1 hour and completely disables the player's ability to act. He let out a startled cry and toppled backward. Someone rushed in to catch him, and with the last of his strength he asked who she was. Su Thiudong didn't seem right. She raised her hand and struck the top of his head hard. His eyes grew dim. Before losing consciousness completely, he heard her say she had finally found Q-Do. When he woke up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar room and muttered, "Where am I?" Q-Do sat up holding his head and said, "I remember fighting a battle with Lu Viemhang, then being knocked out by a strange girl." Suddenly, 2 maids appeared and said, "Master, you're awake." He asked in confusion whose bedroom this was, then jumped off the bed, causing the 2 maids to panic and say, "Master, where are you going? Without the young lady's order, you cannot go anywhere on your own." Hearing this, he asked, "Who is your young lady?" The 2 maids were taken aback and said, "You must have amnesia if you don't even remember the young lady." Without listening further, QD stormed off, muttering something about the eldest young lady. I wanted to go outside, but the 2 of them quickly stopped the young master, saying he couldn't go. As he opened the door, right in front was a girl with white hair. It turned out to be Duong Lam, who twisted her hair and smiled, saying, "You're awake." He immediately remembered having met her before, and said in surprise that it was her. Duong Lam said cheerfully, "Why are you so surprised to see me? I told you sooner or later we would meet." After saying that, she entered the room and sent the 2 servants away. He asked suspiciously what she was really trying to do. She slowly raised her hand and used magic to pull something out of his body, saying, "Don't rush. Let me explain it to you slowly." Then, Ko Kyo-do suddenly pulled out a flower branch, surprising him as well. She pulled the flower branch out and stepped behind him. He watched intently, thinking the wooden species had disappeared. He didn't forget to ask Duong Lam, "What do you mean by that? Why do they call me the young master?" Duong Lam kept that smile and said, "I am the lady of the Duong family, and since you are my husband, you are the young master of the Duong household." Q-Do immediately panicked, raising his hands to defend himself, and shouted, "Last time I beat you up, and now you're trying to kidnap me to be your husband? Are you sick or something?" She got angry and shouted right in his face that if he kept talking, it was all his fault. "If you hadn't ruined my plan, why would I have to take you with me?" "You're not innocent either," he retorted. "Although I ruined your plan, I did it to save my life." "But how does that relate to you kidnapping me?" She became serious as she explained to him that the Duong family had a rule. If you don't reach a high rank before 25, you're considered a tool for arranged marriage. At first, I could have succeeded thanks to the altar at Hodich Hon, but you destroyed it. Saying this, her smile turned more sinister as she continued, "But if I can find my destined partner, then even if I don't reach a high rank, I won't have to enter an arranged marriage anymore." Of course, the original arranged partner might be extremely angry and could take out their anger on me. Q-Do couldn't help but shout in anger upon hearing that. "You set me up, preparing for me to take the blame for your anger?" A moment ago he was cursing her.
Then suddenly he stopped as if he hadn't spoken. But now that she has taken the seed, I no longer have any worries. Sorry, I can't continue with you anymore. She saw him about to leave and said, "Are you really going to leave like this?" As he reached for the door to walk out, she spoke sadly. Now the entire Duong family knows that Kyudu is the new son-in-law. I even told my father that I am pregnant with your child. Her face showed sadness, but also the expression of a victor as she said, "If you really do this now, not only my betrothed, but the whole family will deal with you. The entire Duong family will deal with you." Hearing that, he slammed the door shut and said helplessly, "You're cruel." Duong Lam saw him stay and then reached out to hold his arm, wearing that innocent expression again. "What did you say? Is being my husband really such a disadvantage? Others don't even get the chance to do it anymore." He pushed her away, speaking irritably. "You don't want the arranged marriage, right? Fine, I'll help you deal with it, so let me go. From now on, we are just strangers." Seeing him agree, she immediately changed her expression to one of joyful determination. "You have to pass Duong's test and settle my marriage arrangement before I'm free. Of course, the same goes for you." She reached out to shake his hand, but he hesitated, thinking to himself that he might have fallen into her trap. Her original goal was to settle the arranged marriage. After reaching the forced agreement, Kyudu helped her settle the marriage alliance, and Duong Lam turned his back toward the door. "All right, go take a quick shower, dress sharp, there's a Duong family party at 7 tonight. I'll come pick you up." Suddenly, a hand stopped her right at the door, along with Kyudu's loud voice saying, "Wait!" Duong Lam turned around, her face showing clear panic and anger. She stammered, What are you doing?" Kyudu stood shirtless, his jade-green eyes and sharp features clear. He laughed, "Ha ha ha, do you think you can control me?" At the same time, he reminded Duong Lam, "Remember that I am your husband now." Terrified and panicked, Duong Lam pushed him hard, wrapping her arms around her slender body. "Don't do anything wrong. This is Duong Ra." Their eyes locked wide open. If Duong Lam was anger, then Kyudu's dangerous demeanor made the atmosphere tense, as if a battle was about to break out. Suddenly, he pushed Duong Lam hard against the beam. Her anger kept rising. She shouted, "Kyudu, you're really sick!" He reached back to touch his hair, his face showing exhaustion. He sighed, caught up in trouble once again. Outside the window of the luxurious room, the warm hues of sunset marked the evening. Duong Lam stood outside the door and called, "Kyudu, are you ready yet?" His voice came from inside the room. "Done, done." Right after that, a handsome figure appeared, with black hair and those familiar blue eyes, wearing a white shirt paired with a black tie and a sleek black suit on top. Contrasting with his handsome appearance, a look of embarrassment appeared on Duong Lam's face. But out of pride, she could only say, "It's okay. Let's go." The sunlight shines on the modern and luxurious building, yet it still holds a touch of antiquity. The large door opened, Duong Lam holding Kyudu's arm as they walked in, while the servants lined up on both sides greeted them. "Hello, young lady." "Hello, young master." "She told you, later, speak less and do less, just watch my eyes and actions. Understand?" Kyudu smiled brightly and replied, "You can rest assured." They both stepped inside. In the room, servants were bringing out dishes one by one, while a middle-aged couple stood there, as if waiting for the two of them to arrive. A warm voice rang out, "Lam, you're here. Come sit over here quickly." This woman is Duong Lam's mother, Kong Van. Duong Lam still held his arm tightly and turned to Kong Van, introducing, "This is my mother." He immediately greeted her politely. "Ah, hello, Auntie." Then immediately heard sweet words. "Auntie looks so youthful. I even thought you were Lam Ni's sister, still wearing that long slit dress." Wearing a white fur coat outside, she shyly covered her mouth and laughed after hearing that. "Oh dear, no way. You're old now, no longer in your prime," Duong Lam thought irritably, calling me Lam Ni. "So this kid dares to take advantage of me?" Suddenly a snort. The middle-aged man spoke irritably, flattering and slick-tongued, a smooth talker and a bit of a loafer, hard to make sense of. Kyudu turned toward the person who had just spoken and greeted them cheerfully. "You must be Lam Ni's grandfather, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Duong Lam said in panic, "That is my father, Duong Din Son." He still smiled and said, "Sorry, sir, my eyesight is not very good. I glanced at you and thought you were Lam Ni's grandfather. I'm very sorry." He frowned angrily, thinking, "This kid, if he weren't the father of my unborn grandson, I would have slapped him already." Duong Lam quickly pulled him close and reminded him to behave normally for my sake. He smiled and replied, don't worry. But in his mind, he was scheming revenge, daring to plot against me. "Just wait. The second act is still coming. Let's see if I can ruin your family party." A pair of black shoes appeared, and Duong Lam immediately felt worried.
The old man with long silver hair dressed in traditional attire is the head of the Duong family, Duong Vo Mu. The servant bowed and greeted the master. Kong Van spoke up. Dad and Duong Lam also bowed to greet him. The moment he saw the old man appear, the first thought in his mind was that this old man was not ordinary. Still the same expression when she saw the old man appear. She said to Kyudu, this is my grandfather, the head of your Duong family. The old man's bright white eyes unleashed gusts of white wind. While everyone else tightly shut their eyes, Kyudu kept his eyes wide open. Because of this, he earned the old man's admiration. Not bad, he really is a young hero. This kid has some of the old style of the late Lord Duong Jiata. Duong Lam stepped forward to explain. Grandfather, I apologize. Kyudu has never attended family gatherings like this before, so he may have been a bit rude. I apologize to you on his behalf, he said cheerfully. It's nothing, no need to be formal. Have a seat. During the meal, he stuffed large pieces of meat into his mouth, holding 4 chopsticks, skewering 2 big pieces of meat. With Duong Lam's embarrassment, helplessness, and anger, along with her parents, he happily thought, I want to see how long you all can hold out. Seeing the empty plates stacked up and his swollen belly, Duong Vo-u spoke up. Everyone's full now, right? Then step aside first. I want to have a private talk with you, young Kyudu. Duong Lam showed his concern. Grandfather Duong Dinsun also spoke up. Father, what if this kid is a problem? But ignoring his granddaughter's earnest plea, the old man remained firm. Everyone stepped back. Do I need to say it twice? One by one, they left the room, and when Duong Lam glanced back, he made a sign. Okay, rest assured. Duong Dinsun spoke up. Kyudu, young Kyu, you don't need to worry. I mean no harm. Although I am old, I am still clear-headed, and if I'm not mistaken, you must be the one Lam Ni brought back, right? That girl has been spoiled by our family since she was young, so it's normal for her to be a bit stubborn, but her heart is not bad. Remembering all that has happened, you call that not a bad temperament? Although those people are not good either. Cutting off your train of thought, old Damchio continued. Keeping you here alone is to ask for your help with something for the Duong family. Currently, the younger generation of our Duong family is lacking, and Lam Ni is the only one left to send. But every year, the capital holds a grand clan gathering to decide the 4 great families. Only the younger generation under 25 years old can participate. I hope you can represent the Duong family in the event. After hearing that, he immediately showed indifference and disinterest, firmly refusing. Not going. This is your Duong family's business. Why should someone like me from the Q family get involved? Duong Vo Mu reasoned. You are the son-in-law of our Duong family, so of course you have the right to participate. This won't be for free. I can make an exception and let you enter the Duong family's sanctuary where secrets that helped our family grow are kept. The old man's condition made you think. The ancestral land of the Duong family, one of the 4 great clans of the capital, surely holds many precious treasures in its sanctuary. Duong Vo Mu poured himself a cup of tea and said solemnly, Young Kyu, I truly have no other choice. The old man explained solemnly, if the clan tournament fails, the Duong family will surely lose its place among the 4 great clans of the capital. At least for the rest of my life, I cannot allow the Duong family to decline under my watch. Hearing this, Kyudu raised an eyebrow and asked, But how are you sure I can pull off the Duong family? Duong Vo Mu cleared his throat and replied, Don't underestimate our Duong family. When Lam Ni chose you, we had already investigated you thoroughly. Everyone can clearly see your combat achievements. Knowing he couldn't refuse, Kyudu had to hedge his bets. I'll say this up front, I'm willing to join the clan gathering, but I'll only do my best. I absolutely won't risk my life for the cause. All right, that's enough. On behalf of the Duong family, I thank you, Kyudu. For the days ahead, feel free to stay with the Duong family. After making his decision, Kyudu had no choice but to turn his back and leave first. The old man watched his retreating figure with a darkened expression. As soon as he stepped out the door, Duong Lam immediately called out to Kyudu. Seeing Kyudu remain silent and walk past, she angrily chased after her father and asked, What did you do? Why does Grandpa want to meet with you alone? What did Grandpa say to you? Kyudu frowned and replied. He said, From now on, I will sever the grandfather-grandchild relationship with you. From now on, I am your grandfather. As soon as Duong Lam heard it, she knew she was being teased. She shouted angrily, Do you want to die? This is the way out, and if you don't believe me, tomorrow your body will be thrown into the sewer. Hearing her threat, Kyudu turned back with a pleading smile. Please, just turn me into a corpse. But don't let Grandpa find out, or Duong Lam will be so furious she'll glare wildly, she shouted. You. However, as if plotting something, Duong Lam suddenly rushed over and clung to him, startling him. "Brother Kyudu, just tell me," Kyudu guy said, dodging to the side, asking Grandpa to let me attend the family gathering this time, instead of Duong. Duong Lam frowned and asked, "So you agreed?" He replied, "Of course." She frowned and explained, "You were the one I forced, so you shouldn't have agreed. Don't jump to conclusions just because you heard about Kyudu." Saying that, he turned and walked away, ignoring her completely. Duong Lam snorted angrily and shouted, "I don't care about you." A few days later, the 3 Kyudu members and the grandfather and grandson of the Duong family arrived at the clan gathering. Seeing him, Duong Vomu immediately smiled and greeted. "Since young Kyudu has also arrived, let's set off." In the blink of an eye, the 3 had moved to the transmission mountain, where a crowd was gathering around the arena. As soon as they arrived, they encountered the 4 great families of the capital, including the Duong, Tan, Ko, and Tiu families. Duong Vomu opened his mouth to greet the people in front of him. "You're here already, head of the Tiu family?" Tiu Tiansak scoffed coldly and mocked, "The Duong family is really arrogant. Do they have to wait until the final act to show up?" Duong Vomu replied grimly, "Tiu Tiansak, if you're not convinced, we can settle this with a fight." Hearing this ridiculous challenge, Tiu Tiansak sneered but remained defiant. "After this clan tournament, let's see how the Duong family can still maintain their position among the 4 great clans." When he was mocked by that man, he coldly replied, "You don't need to worry about this." Behind the crowd, Tan Thien Tweet looked at Kyudu's back and frowned in confusion. How strange. Why does that silhouette look so familiar? However, she dismissed her own thoughts, convinced she must have been mistaken. How could he possibly join the Duong family team? As she pondered this, a white-haired man suddenly stepped onto the stage and spoke. "Since everyone has arrived, the clan assembly will now begin. This is the referee of the Kanyat 2 clan assembly." The old man cleared his throat and said, inviting the elites chosen by the clans to step forward. Upon hearing this, Kyudu and the other elites immediately stepped forward. On the other side, Tan Thien Tweet and the Tan family group were also slowly approaching. Seeing his face clearly, she was extremely surprised and thought, "It really is Kyudu." The people from the Tiu family looked at Kyudu and whispered, wondering who this kid really was. The elites of the Ko family frowned and wondered, was there ever someone like this in the Duong family before? As the murmurs grew, Kanyat 2 suddenly declared loudly, "All right, if there are no other issues, then let's prepare to enter the dungeon." Just as he finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly interrupted. "Wait!" Tiu Tinsek raised his voice to express his doubt. "I have a problem. I suspect this person is not really from the Duong family." Seeing him pointing a knife at you, Tan Thien Tweet frowned and asked, "Kyudu, why are you with the Duong family?" Seeing this, Duong Vomu immediately stood up to explain, "This young friend Kyudu is the husband of my granddaughter, Duong Lam, the son-in-law of the Duong family, so of course he has the right to represent the Duong family at this clan gathering." But Tiu Tien Sach was not fooled. He snorted coldly and shouted, "Son-in-law Duong Vomu, do you take us all for fools? Your granddaughter is already 25 years old. How could she have found a son-in-law under 20? The Duong family is really falling behind more and more. They have no men left, so they have to grab anyone just to make up the numbers, right?" Hearing this, the people from the Ko family also stepped forward loudly, joining in. "Picking just anyone and calling him a son-in-law of the Duong family. Then I'll go to the capital and bring back some geniuses from Huathan University, claiming them as my adopted sons." Everyone around started noisily gossiping. "Yes, if they're husband and wife, why are they standing so far apart? How are we even like a married couple?" Cornered, Duong Vomu had no choice but to humble himself and ask for help. "Kyudu, if you don't mind, could you get a bit closer to Lam Nyi to silence those people?" However, Kyudu immediately frowned and refused. "That's not possible. I only agreed to join the family gathering, but your demand now is like asking me to sell my body and soul." Seeing you rich but not eating, he gave a reluctant smile and asked, "So what conditions do you need to agree to this?" Kyudu realized the opportunity had come and smiled brightly, replying, "Pay more and immediately state your conditions. After the matter is settled, the Duong family must unconditionally help me." Although reluctant, Duong Vomu had to grit his teeth and agree. After receiving the assurance, Kyudu immediately flew over to wrap his arm around Duong Lam's waist and acted love-struck. Just as he kissed the blushing and reluctant Duong Lam on the cheek, Kyudu grumbled inwardly, "I'm at a loss. I've sacrificed too much." Tiu Tiansak frowned at the couple being affectionate in the distance and muttered, "These two are really good at putting on a show." At the same time, a notification suddenly appeared, rating Kyudu as level 17, a novice spirit mage. He skimmed through a few lines and immediately paused. That's not right. Wait. Tiu Tiansak was so shocked he exclaimed, This kid is a beginner? Duong Vomu was displeased when he heard that and responded. So what if he's a beginner? Can't beginners participate in the clan tournament? Tiu Tiansak arrogantly said, Of course you can, but be careful not to die on Ghost Mountain. It seems the Duong family is really in a hurry to find help, but even if they invite outsiders, they should look for an intermediate genius. So what's the point of finding a beginner? Seeing things were getting out of hand, Kanyat Tu loudly interrupted, All right, except for the participants, all other clan members must leave and enter the traditional gate. He then continued explaining the rules. This clan tournament is just like every year, with 4 demon eyes on Ghost Mountain. Whichever clan controls a demon eye will become one of the 4 new clans, but Q-Do, standing below, was deep in thought. Among the teams of the other 3 clans, each had at least 3 mid-level members, while the Duong clan had only 1. Thinking of this, a detail suddenly popped into Q-Do's mind, making him shout out, Wait, what did the referee just say? After talking about the rules for a while, Not Too announced, The clan gathering is starting the Kwai Mountain dungeon. After the announcement to begin, the participants below also started moving into the dungeon. In the end, only Not Too remained on stage, while below, Zali loudly called out, Brother Not Too, hurry and take out your divine weapon. Old Thuan followed, raising his hand to conjure a shimmering mirror. In front of the vast stage, only the tiny image of Salai and a small glimmer from the mirror appeared before slowly fading away. In another place, dark and eerie with only moonlight shining through, people often call it Demon Mountain. On that deep, misty slope, some stubbornly climb up, but unfortunately all they leave behind is an echo. Q-Do didn't mind either. He just frowned seriously, thinking to himself that the ghost mist was truly terrifying, but it seemed his luck wasn't too bad. Outside, the large screen kept showing the image of the unlucky one falling into the deep abyss. Someone raised their hand in pain. No, Dang Yi, you have a high status. But the person next to them sneered with contempt. Before the ghost mist fades, anyone who goes to Ghost Mountain will die. Hold back your sorrow, old man. An observer outside widened their eyes in surprise. Wait, is the Duong family really that lucky? In just a moment, they've gathered all 4 people. But Duong Vomu still silently prays that heaven will send help from afar. But before he could finish his thought, the old man suddenly jumped up. Coughing violently, cursing non-stop, You bastard. Meanwhile, still at Ghost Mountain, Duong Ngao Thien and Duong Hio Hio had successfully stood before Q-Do, and he spoke up, Your name is Q-Do, right? Then he proudly spread his arms and stood tall, introducing himself. My name is Duong Ngao Thien. No matter how you tricked Duong Lam, or how you gained my grandfather's trust in this Ghost Mountain dungeon, you have to listen to me. Q-Do didn't care much, but still turned his face with annoyance and asked, Why? He still wore a smug expression as he replied, Why? You still dare to ask why? Right now, winning the Demon Eye for Duong Sa and solidifying our position among the 4 great clans is the most important priority. I am the only mid-level in the Duong family, the strongest with the highest power and damage capability, so I will definitely be the one to lead you all. Hiu Hiu beside me also chimed in. Ngao Tien is the #1 genius in our Duong family. If you don't listen to him, are you really going to listen to a son-in-law like you? In my whole life, I despise leeching men the most. Hearing that, Q-Do didn't argue much and quietly agreed. Fine, I'll listen to him and stay out of the way. Hearing that, Hio Hio became even more smug, clearly showing no spirit at all. Outside, Duong Vomu trembled with anger, gripping his glass tighter and muttering curses. Damn it, before leaving, I told them clearly to follow Q-Do's command, but they just ignored it. The proud leader, Ao Thienjia, shouted, Everyone follow me, move quickly, we have to get the Demon Eye before the others. Otherwise, it will be trouble. Q-Do fell into thought again, his face deep in contemplation for a long time. Just 1 demon eye was needed to restore his memory. Duongra still had one, but there were only 4 demon eyes in total. What should I do? They continued moving slowly, when suddenly a silver-haired person appeared lying on a wooden chair ahead, and Hio Hio screamed in shock. The scream echoed as the person remained motionless. Seeing that, Niao Thien spoke to avoid trouble. It must be NBC in the Mountain Demon Dungeon. Let's pass by quietly, don't provoke her. Saying that, he led the team to turn around and head in a different direction. At this moment, the coquettish girl finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything was fine. But then the old woman lying on the chair suddenly woke up and warned, Hell Mountain Demon, if you value your life, do not enter. Hell Mountain Demon means certain death. Hearing this, they were startled, turned around, and stammered in confusion. Grandma, what do you mean by that? The next moment she stood up and smiled eerily.
I will not tell you anything. I can only say that there really are demons in this mountain demon. But no sooner had I spoken than a sword flashed past me. Kyudu soared up high, controlling the sword to restrain her, his mouth never stopping the threats. Pretending to be a god or a ghost, if you know anything, then speak up quickly. The three people below also gasped in shock, their faces darkening with fear, unable to speak. Outside, Duongvo Mu smiled and turned to the person beside him, proudly asking, Lam Nhi, has he always been this brave? Duong Lam just smiled without replying. However, someone inside was not so pleased. She glared at Kyudu in annoyance, but a moment later took a hit from him out of nowhere. He said, still pretending to be innocent? Duong Long, Hiu Hiu, and Ngua Tien could only stand there frozen in fear, sweating profusely. But the one being beaten was not afraid and kept shouting, trying to fight back. Kyudu understood this, straightened up, clenched his fist, and taunted, this is her forcing me. After a while of fighting, she was still defeated by Kyudu, who smugly thought he was clever. Her face pale and bruised, she finally stammered in fear, stop hitting me, I'll tell you, all right? Only then did he politely help her sit down slowly, not forgetting to smirk. That's more like it. If you had cooperated with me a little earlier, you wouldn't have had to get beaten, right? All right, now speak up. The old woman sat down and whispered, telling the legend that the mountain demon is a place where the underworld and the living world intersect, home to countless guardian demons who cannot reincarnate or enter the cycle of rebirth, doomed to live forever on this mountain demon. Kyudu listened but remained alert, watching her surroundings as the old woman continued, saying the ghostly incidents on the demon mountain were the hiding place of the weeping ghosts. As soon as they smell the breath of the living, the weeping ghosts immediately appear, attacking and harming that person. Suddenly, countless shadows appeared before Kyudu, and the noises kept echoing. Give me back my life. Give me back my life, they cried out. I died so unjustly. The souls seemed to approach him unconsciously, but fortunately the voice of the machine goddess echoed in his ear the next moment. Wake up! That sound just managed to pull him back from the dream world. Only then did he believe it was true and silently marvel. He never expected that this cursed mountain so far away could still affect his mind. It seems this place is even more terrifying than I imagined. Then he turned back and asked, do you know anything else? Keep telling me. But the old woman sadly begged, I really don't know anything else. Please let me go. His eyes flashed, seeming to grow angry as he continued to question. Does she really not know where the demon eye is? She could only stammer a few words. Demon eye. Everyone outside the screen was suddenly surprised. Tu Tinsuk exclaimed in shock, is that even possible? The person beside him also wondered, can you really ask for the location of the demon eye like this? Duong Vomu was also surprised. Lam Nhi, isn't Kyudu a Wen spirit mage? Why use a knife? Duong Lam beside him covered her face with difficulty and didn't dare to answer. Why would Kyudu so easily let her go? He gritted his teeth and threatened, don't worry, if you really can't remember, I absolutely won't use this knife to cut you. She raised her hand to stop me, trembling as she replied, I know, but I only know the location of one of the demon eyes. Then she remembered the sharp head and fierce red eyes. She continued, that demon eye is on the demon monk. You just need to kill the demon monk to get the demon eye. Kyudu spoke up in surprise to confirm, the demon monk. She nodded, yes, the demon monk. Then she continued her story. He was originally an enlightened high monk, destined to save all the restless souls on this demon mountain. That day, he bathed, lit incense, donned a golden robe, held a glass staff in hand, and bravely ascended the demon mountain. In an instant, the demon mountain was bathed in a brilliant Buddha light, transforming into a giant golden Buddha statue. The scene resembled the Buddha himself. However, not long after, the golden Buddha statue was swallowed by the demon mist. Later, when people saw the enlightened monk again, he had become a demon monk. At this point, she pointed ahead, still babbling, there is an abandoned temple on Demon Mountain where the demon monk always resides. If you want to deal with the demon monk, you can make your sword full of killing intent. The killing intent can suppress the demon monk's yin energy. As soon as he finished hearing the story, Kyudu turned and said, all right, I'll trust you this once. Let me go to that abandoned shrine and see for myself, before deciding. But she, taking advantage of his distraction, flashed a gleam in her eyes, silently thinking, that brat deserves to die. Then, in the next moment, she swung her claws, a blue light streaking down the back of his neck. He didn't hold back either, immediately turning around, swinging his weapon past her body, a smug smile on his face. I knew she wasn't being honest. Before she could react, all she could do was scream, what? Then got slashed once and was sent flying directly.
After the sword stopped, the system announced that player Q-Do defeated a common NPC with bare hands, increasing the bloodthirst value of the Golden Dragon Moon, suppressing blade by 1 point. Bloodthirst value 1/100. When the sharpness value reaches its maximum, the Golden Dragon Moon Blade will gain an additional magic effect called Demon Slash. Hearing the system announcement, he didn't smirk, but thought to himself, Demon Slash, so that's how the sharpness value is gained. After a series of punches, he finally sheathed his weapon and turned to the 3 people on the road. Their earlier arrogance vanished in an instant, and they flinched when they saw him looking at them. Hiu trembled, but still asked, Gaotian, is he possessed by something unclean? Gaotian was also startled, but stubbornly spoke up. Q-Do, I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. Q-Do replied with a fierce smile. What are you talking about? Aren't we teammates? How could I possibly do something that turns you all into evil spirits? Hearing this, they once again jumped in shock. After a moment, team leader Gaotian lowered his voice slightly and calmly introduced, if you still consider us teammates. Then he pointed to each person and continued, this is Duong Hio, this is Duong Long. If there are no more issues, let's continue into the Demon Mountain. After saying that, the 4 of them continued to follow one another on the road. Unidentified sounds still echoed around. Seeing Hio worried, Gaotian spoke up to reassure her, don't pay attention to those noises. Just pretend you didn't hear anything and keep going. Outside, people started talking again, and someone spoke up first. Although Duong Ngoatian is somewhat arrogant, he is truly commendable when working, showing none of the recklessness of youth, earning praise from others. That's right. At the foot of the mountain there are countless little demons. There's a saying that meeting the king of hell is easy, but dealing with the little demons is hard. If you're not careful teasing these little demons, you'll face big trouble. But immediately, everyone's eyes turned to the big screen, shouting out loud. Everyone, look quickly. What is that kid named Q-Do doing? In front of the big screen, Q-Do teased, Sweetheart, don't hide anymore. Come out quickly. I still need a lot of evil energy. Next to him, Gaotian couldn't help but shout anxiously, Q-Do, you're beast! Act fast! If you anger these little demons here, all 4 of us will end up dead and dismembered. That call finally drew out a demon, which lunged quickly toward Q-Do, but unfortunately he swiftly dodged its claws, a smug smile on his face. Finally, it's here. In the next moment, he swiftly swung his blade, striking once as a flash of light appeared and the notification echoed, Kill value +1. Before he could feel proud, a large horde of demons surged forward, and the 3 behind him grew worried. Gaotian shouted angrily, Q-Do, hurry up and focus on the task at hand. But Q-Do remained calm, his eyes glowing with a determined golden light. He excitedly guessed just in time. This time the killing value is definitely enough. As he finished speaking, the demons also swarmed toward him. He smiled with satisfaction and charged forward, but whichever one flew at him, his sword cut it down. The scene was chaotic, but in the end, he successfully eliminated them all. Q-Do whispered to herself, The bloodthirst value is full. The notification sounded again. The bloodthirst value is now 100 out of 100. He swung a fierce horizontal strike. Then the system continued to announce, Phase 1 bonus. Demon slaying damage increased by 50% against creatures with souls. Players wielding this weapon will gain an additional 30 strength points against souls. The demons see him and fearfully turn to flee. Staring at the confusing scene before them, Duong Long and Gaotian gaped and loudly asked, What's going on? Why do the demons act like they're facing a demon when they see him? Everyone off-screen showed the same emotions as the 2 Duong brothers earlier, except Duong Vo Mu, who smiled with satisfaction, silently thinking that this kid's strength exceeded even his imagination. Q-Do was also surprised, but kept chasing the demons, proudly shouting, Don't run! But the next moment, a hand was raised, casting a spell that forced all the demons and ghosts to retreat. Trung Phuc Luc Baotian urgently tilted the ritual, and the demons were engulfed in the burning flames. Seeing the scene before him, Q-Do shouted in shock, Who exactly is this deadly figure? Standing before him was a man dressed in a Taoist robe. Zhang Erha spoke first, asking, Young brothers, are you all right? Outside, everyone is buzzing with talk. It's the Taoist priest from the Zhang family. Someone else explained that he is a very important NBC in the Ghost Mountain, and if they could get his help, the difficulty of the journey would drop by at least 1 level. The people of the Duong family actually met Taoist Truong. What kind of incredible luck is this? Duong Vo Miao frowned upon hearing this, secretly wondering if this time they would really let the Duong family maintain their position among the 4 great clans. Gaotian also spoke up to express gratitude, thanking the sect leader for offering help. He continued, No need for formalities, just call me Truong Nhi Ha. This is Devil Mountain, extremely dangerous. You all should leave quickly. Ngao Tian continued forward, explaining, Master Chuang, it's not that we don't want to leave, but we have a hardship we can't speak of. We must go up this demon mountain. He seemed to understand the simple issue and replied, Is that so? Pausing for a moment, he spoke again. How about this? You come up the mountain with me. However, you still need to be careful because there are too many people. I cannot watch over everyone. When it really matters, you have to rely on yourselves. Hearing that, Ngao Tian couldn't help but feel delighted. Thank you, Dao Truong. Long also quietly calculated that with the help of Master Truong, things would be stable this time. And finally, we no longer have to worry about Kyodu causing trouble and holding us back. The Lisan Ghost Path is truly dark and gloomy, with crows flying all over the sky. The four people behind followed Zhang Erha's footsteps, but eventually they had to stop and confirm for themselves. There's no way forward? Hiu trembled upon hearing that. Brother Ningao Tian, do we really have to go up this mountain? Ngao Tian turned back to pat her head reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here now. She looked up and whispered, Ngao Tian, you have to protect her. Seeing the scene before him, Kyodu couldn't help but feel exasperated, hoping they wouldn't scream for help later. As soon as he thought that, he swung his blade in a flash, stopping just in time. The snow and ground were safe, and Niha watched everything from behind, thinking that this blade was truly filled with deadly intent. Niha couldn't help but be curious and stepped forward to ask, Little brother, what exactly are you doing? Kyodu didn't care at all and replied coldly, Me? I'm killing pigs. Hearing the unsatisfactory answer, Niha guessed to himself that with such a heavy killing intent, there's no way it was used to kill pigs. So what exactly is this little brother doing? After a few chops into the tree in front, he successfully opened a path. Ngao Tian cheerfully said aloud, There's a way through. Looks like someone climbed Ghost Mountain faster than us. Our movements need to be faster too, but... Niha immediately stopped him. Wait! Ngao Tian turned back confused and questioned. What's going on? Master Truong said, Look over there. In front of them was a scene of countless bloody corpses scattered everywhere. Xiu turned pale, wondering if they were from another clan. Why were they all dead like this? What exactly is this demon mountain? Niha whispered a prayer beside me, Rest in peace, let's keep moving forward. But after only a few steps, a demon nearby caught the attention of the whole group. Hiu was the first to shout out loud. Ngao Tian also shouted in alarm, Is sect leader Truong a human or a demon? But seeing this interesting scene, Kudu eagerly stepped forward. He shouted in order, Get out of my way, whether human or demon, one strike from me will settle it. Sensing something, it turned back to look at him, and he faced it directly with an excited smile. Kudu quickly swung a blade down onto the demon's head. Niha from behind assessed that this young junior brother's strength was quite extraordinary. The scene before her frightened Hiu. She clung tightly to the hand beside her, begging non-stop. Brother Ngao Tian, I want to go down the mountain, but Ngao Tian could only offer words of comfort. Hiu, we must find the demon eye first. Right after that, in the desolate, quiet place, a few mournful sounds echoed. Wherever Lang Quan was happy, his concubines also felt heartache. Only the moon knows this sorrow. Hearing this, Ngao Tian shouted in panic. Someone was acting, but the sound kept coming. Meeting again, hard to part and abandon the wife. Now it's too late for regrets. Hiu looked down to see she was surrounded by water. She screamed in terror, Brother Ngao Tian has this water. She wondered what on earth was going on as Ngao Tian approached from afar and asked Han, Is Hiu okay? I'm here now, so don't worry. Hiu looked behind her, her mouth only able to stammer a few words. There's a man behind you. Just as she said, a demon appeared behind Ngao Tian, staring as if it wanted to devour him alive. But when he turned back, Ngao Tian saw nothing. Despite his unease, he could only ask firmly, There's nothing there. Hiu, are you having hallucinations? Hiu fearfully turned back to seek help from Niha. Taoist Zhang, you don't see it either. Is there a female demon over there? Niha asked confusedly. A female demon? Upon hearing this, he clasped his hands and chanted, Incantation to dispel evil and protect the soul. Finally, he raised his hands to his eyes and shouted, Heaven's Eye, open! The Heaven's Eye began to shine over the surrounding water. After a sound from Niha, a demon appeared ahead. It shot out a tongue, flying straight towards Taoist Trung. Then his eyes were struck by an attack from the female demon. His eyes shut tight as 2 streams of red blood flowed down. I couldn't even see the face of the female demon, and yet I got injured. What kind of vicious demon tears must this be? Kyodu rushed over from behind, anxiously asking, Where exactly is that female demon? Trung Nhi-ha continued to hold out a talisman, muttering, "Left talisman 6 armor, right guard 6 nails, front with yellow spirit, back with music bow. Divine will to kill and punish, cannot resist the mighty." Finally, he shouted, "Divine Demon 7 kill order," and released the talisman in his hand. The talisman released a burst of power, directly striking the demon. It only had time to let out a scream, thinking it had succeeded, but then it flew straight toward Nhi-ha. He exclaimed in surprise, "How can it still fly after being hit by the 7 deadly spirits order?" But before he could react further, the demon stabbed Nhi-ha right in the stomach. Nhi-ha still didn't stop. He raised his hand and cast a spell again. Ku Tien Ung Nguyen Loi Ten Fo Hua Tien Dao. He struck out with a palm, thunder roaring toward the female demon. Proud Tian watched excitedly and praised, "Master Zhang is truly formidable." Unexpectedly able to summon lightning to blast the evil spirit to death. But only Ku Du on this side realized it. He shouted a warning, "No, she's not dead yet." The singing echoed again. Where the young man is happy, the woman's heart aches like it's being cut. Who can understand her hidden sorrow? As soon as Nhi-ha heard it, she turned around and shouted, "Run! Run quickly!" This female demon must have gone through something unimaginable in life to have such rare resentment in the world. After Nhi-ha shouted to run quickly, everyone hurried away, but unfortunately, they could not escape. Finally, Ngao Thien spoke up. "Why does this water keep following us?" He panicked and shouted, "No, Master Truong, we simply can't escape. Isn't that bitch only half demon?" Before finishing his sentence, he turned around, wielding his weapon as he attacked and shouted loudly, "I'm risking my life against you." Ngao Thien quickly swung his spear to stab, but the demon dodged swiftly, and he sneered with contempt. "So you know how to dodge, huh? Let's see if this is scarier than your spear." With that, Ngao Thien leapt high into the sky, the water below churning wildly. He swiftly swung his spear and shouted loudly, "Lang Thien Nyut Tuong." Suddenly, the demon was nowhere to be seen. He thought to himself, "Has she disappeared?" But then Truong Nhi-ha's voice rang out from behind. "Be careful, brother Ngao Thien." A moment later, the demon was behind Ngao Thien, placing its hand with sharp claws on his shoulder. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking his whole body was frozen and unable to move. In an instant, the demon swung its hand and flung him far away. Truong Nhi-ha on this side thought to himself, "This really won't do. It seems I have no choice but to use this move." "Command." Ku Du calmly stepped forward beside him. Nhi-ha thought to himself, "This murderous aura belongs to my little brother, Kyodu," and he immediately called out, "Little brother, run quickly. Don't waste your energy anymore." The grudging aura of this female demon is overwhelming, her power terrifying. Ordinary magic is simply useless against her. He turned back with a smile and coldly said, "Master Truong, times have changed, and I will show you what it means to break all laws with a single force." Saying that, he stepped lightly on the water, then leapt forward, his spear fiercely charging toward the female demon. A spear strike aimed precisely at the female demon. Zhang Erha opened her eyes and cried out. At that moment, Q-Du's spear slashed sideways, but only into empty air. He thought to himself, "Has she disappeared again?" I don't know what Xiu saw behind her to startle her, but suddenly she sensed something strange. When she turned, she caught a terrifying pale face staring, yet Q-Du showed no fear and kept provoking. "Sis, your face is really pale." The female demon, agitated, was about to charge forward when suddenly a lion's face appeared. The system announced the white-silver lion hat of wind and snow. Riding this momentum, Q-Du swiftly turned around to attack. The demon, caught off guard, fled in panic. The system kept announcing, Long Ngam struck down another blow. Finally, a spear from Q-Du turned the female demon into a wisp of black smoke that vanished. Q-Du stood there, amused and mocking. "Don't run, or I'll have to strike you down with one blow first." Everyone outside the screen watching the situation was stirred into a commotion. Did I see it wrong? Why is Q-Du chasing after the female demon like that? What kind of demon is he anyway? The others joined in, but for some reason I always felt like I wanted to beat him up. At that moment, Q-Du was busy chasing after the black smoke that the female demon had transformed into. The smoke slipped down into the nearby water. Q-Du raised his blade and shouted, "Still want to run?" Then he immediately threw his weapon at the black smoke, the spear tip flying past the female demon's face before plunging straight into the ground, splashing water everywhere as the water in that area gradually receded, leaving only the spear tip standing alone. The system announced, spirit points increased by 100. Q-Du also stepped forward and placed his hand on the spear shaft. Only then did everyone calm down and approach Q-Du, with Nhi-ha speaking first. "Little brother, thank you for your help."
Q-Do replied modestly, "Not at all. It's thanks to sect leader Truong who weakened it first." At that moment, Ngao also calmed down and stepped forward. "Brother Q-Do, thank you." Q-Do waved him off and replied with a smile, "We're all family." Outside the big screen, Tiu Tiansak stepped forward and loudly questioned the old man Duong. "Duong Vomu, isn't the easy target you're looking for just a low-level one? How do you explain this to us?" Duong Vomu glanced over irritably, a mocking smile on his face. "Explain? Do I need to explain myself to you when I'm working?" Saying that, he unleashed a warning strike, turning his face toward Tiu Sach. He was annoyed but didn't dare come closer, only able to shout, "That old fool of yours has already reached that level?" Duong Vomu also just snorted coldly and fell silent. Tio Tien Sat could only hold back his anger and walk away. Giano beside him also spoke up. "Master, if that's the case, should we put our plan against the Duong family on hold?" He frowned and stopped him. "It's not necessary. That old scholar may have advanced in rank, but he's just a flickering candle that won't last through this year." Then she quickly grabbed Q-Do's hand tightly and whispered, "Why don't you pay attention to me? The mountain demon is here. People are really scared. Can you protect me?" Duong Lam frowned in discomfort off-screen, but fortunately, Q-Do quickly shook her hand away and warned, "Stay away from me." With a scowl, he raised his fist. If it weren't me, he'd have punched her. Hiu stood frozen in shock. Seeing this, Ngao Tian spoke up. Hiu, are you okay?" The next moment, she clung tightly to Ngao Tian's arm, her voice sweet and coaxing. "Ngao Tian, I'm sorry. I was just possessed earlier. You're still the kindest to Hiu. He smiled in response to her flattering words. "Ah, it's nothing. I didn't notice." Niha up ahead also looked annoyed and said sternly, "Be quiet. There's a strong aura of evil energy ahead, and sounds of fighting, too." He turned his face and said cautiously, "Not sure if they're friend or foe. Let's just go straight in." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, noticing a gap in the formation growing larger. Why was one person missing? As soon as Brother Q-Do finished speaking, a figure darted off. Q-Do took a running start and dashed forward, eagerly jumping down, not forgetting to add some excitement with his words. "Helping others is the greatest joy. Fellow travelers ahead, don't be afraid. I am Q-Do, a demon slayer, and I have come to save you." Although he seems very righteous, he actually has a very different plan in mind. A hint of murderous intent. "I'm here." Q-Do landed like a flash, appearing right in front of a group of people, with a monster of a blurry figure ahead. Next to him were people from the Tio family, Tio Ton and a wolf with fierce eyes. That monster had no face, just a smooth shiny patch where its face should be. Trung Nhi Ha saw that demon and screamed in fear. "It's a Huo Bi. They say it peels off someone else's skin and sticks it on itself, then transforms into that person. Its power is much stronger than the female demon from earlier." Tio Ton, protected by Q-Do from behind, gradually regained his composure and spoke up. "I am Tio Ton of the Tu family. I ask brothers Q-Do to help us subdue the demon." He turned back with sharp eyes and said, "The Tio family? Then I won't help." Without another word, he turned and left, leaving only the words, "Goodbye," which made Tio Ton's face turn pale. Tiu Tiansak watched the scene outside, unable to hide his anger as he gritted his teeth. "That brat!" In the dungeon, Tio Ton recklessly stepped forward to block. "Q-Do, brothers, please wait a moment. If you help us escape this demon skin disaster, we can pay you a sum." Hearing this, Q-Do finally showed some interest and turned back to ask, "Is there really such a good deal?" "If Brother Tio Ton is that generous, then I'll only take 5 million. That amount probably won't affect the Tio family much anyway." So when Tio Ton heard this, he agreed without hesitation. Seeing this made Q-Do even more apprehensive. He thought to himself, feeling refreshed? Unless there's a trick. But just thinking that, he still turned around to face the Huabi directly and began chanting the spell. "Watch me." Left shield with 6 armors, right shield with 6 spikes means the yellow god, followed by music and drums, divine spirit strikes, unmatched strength, divine ghost, 7 slaughters skewed. Niha frowned suspiciously, but Q-Do continued to shout once more, then quickly thrust his spear forward. The terrifying power unleashed from the tall spear sliced cleanly through the body of the painted demon, who could only raise its hand to block. Q-Do pushed the spear down with force, controlling it more powerfully. Tio Ton behind was truly shocked. The Huabi demon, 5 of us couldn't even hold it back, yet he managed to suppress it alone? I remember he's not a spirit mage, so how can he fight a demon one-on-one?
Could it be that he's possessed by another demon? At that moment, Kyudo turned and ordered, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go help." At this moment, Teuton snapped back to reality and quickly took a stance to advance. He decisively gave the order to move forward. After that call, all 5 members of the team swiftly charged forward like lightning. Each swung their blade down on the painted skin, blood spraying into the air. The group circled the pink demon and finished it off. Teuton held his sword silently, waiting as a slash opened a wound on the demon's face, revealing a red eye. Teuton suddenly felt as if thousands of eyes were staring at him. Then his face changed with excitement as he shouted out. This feeling could only mean the demon eye. There is already a demon eye on this painted skin, and he laughed loudly. The demon eye appeared so quickly. Truly, heaven is helping my Teo family. Hearing him talk to himself, Kyudo also pondered. Demon eye? Truly, heaven is helping me. I already have one here, and the demon monk has one too, just enough. If that's the case, then I can't push myself like I did earlier. Teuton just happened not to stop either. He continued to give orders. Tear off the layer on that demon's body. I want to confirm it once more carefully. And so these people each swung their swords at the demon's body, leaving more cuts on its face, as its skin gradually peeled away. Teuton cheered even more loudly, saying, "It's truly a demon's eye. Once I succeed in bringing back the demon's eye, I will definitely become the target of the entire clan's training." After saying that, he looked at Kyudo and called out, "Brother, help me kill this demon with the painted skin. Once it's done, I'll reward you tenfold." Kyudo smiled warmly and quickly replied, "All right, you go first, I'll cover from behind." Teuton also followed, leading the beast beside him forward, the named beast raging wildly. It obediently advanced on command. It lunged forward in one swift motion to swallow the demon mask's head. Moments later, the demon mask's eyes widened, opening as wide as they could. Immediately, Teuton's beast was knocked back, and he cried out in pain twice. Lan Vuong. Kyudo glanced intently at the painted skin, which had transformed into a black mass with blood-red eyes, radiating a terrifying dark energy that began to pull everyone in. Teuton beside Kyudo said anxiously, "This is bad." Outside the Black Gate, Trong Nhi-ha stood on the high cliff, anxiously looking down. Little brother Kyudo and the others at the observation screen were all intently watching the strange situation, whispering among themselves. "Danger! The two family members and the Duong family son-in-law have been pulled into the demon eye space together." This detective monocle cannot see the scene inside the demon eye space. In that space, demon energy runs rampant, and the people of the Tiu family are likely in danger. But if you want to be recognized by the demon eye, you must first enter the demon eye space. Returning to the demon eye world, the place had turned into a blazing red scene. Noticing this strange sight, he curiously asked, when suddenly a girl in white appeared from the forest and spoke to Kyudo, the young master, leaving Kyudo puzzled. With a delicate and worried expression, she spoke softly. "This place is truly a place of utter darkness, and I am really scared to be lost here. I wonder if you, young master, could escort me to a safe place." Kyudo pretended to agree with her request and replied, "All right, no problem, but how exactly do you plan to repay me?" At the same time, he silently stayed on guard, wondering what trick she was really up to. After hearing this, she said that the young lady had nothing to repay. Except, while speaking, she lifted her shirt to reveal a sensitive area underneath. Then, as quick as lightning, she embraced Kyudo's body and continued, "I will repay you with my body." As for Kyudo, he just stood there with a dark face, then immediately landed a punch that twisted her face. After that powerful blow sent her flying several meters, Kyudo sarcastically said, "Sorry, I really couldn't hold back." She painfully touched the wound with her hand and cried out, "Why is the young master suddenly so cold to me?" "Could it be that you don't like the noble lady in trouble? If so, I can transform into someone else." She immediately transformed her arm, then her entire body into a different person who looked incredibly seductive. After the transformation, she slyly looked at Kyudo and said, "So, what do you think? Do you like it, noble sir?" But Kyudo didn't care about that and immediately summoned the yellow sword in his hand. "Seeing your actions?" She stopped pretending and frowned as she spoke. "Oh, so you still can't catch him." Then she revealed her true power, her hair flying as one hand turned red. At the same time, she said, "You don't like the young lady nor your senior sister, so let me see what you're really hiding in your heart." Kyudo responded seriously to her words. "I advise you not to do that." Despite your threats, she still rushed in to launch a surprise attack on Kyudo, adding, "Looks like I guessed right, huh? Sure enough, you are hiding someone very important in your heart, which is why you can ignore those flesh and blood temptations. Then the two of them charged at each other. She stabbed Q-Do in the chest while he slashed her in two with his spear. But something strange seemed to happen. She spoke. It's useless. In this space I am the god, and you can only follow my arrangements. She continued. Come here, let me see who you're hiding in your heart. As she spoke, she suddenly began to fade away, then transformed into a small figure smiling mischievously. It was Tahu. She said, I never expected you to like this, Lolita. This surprised Q-Do, who said, Tahu, and she started toying with Tahu's body while asking, What is this person to you? They must be very important to you, right? Her teasing actions directly angered Q-Do. His face darkened as he glared fiercely, ready to kill. Immediately, he launched another slash, cutting across her body, but it had no effect. She calmly said, Give up, you simply can't hurt me, and added, Besides, can you even endure hurting me like this? Hearing her words, Q-Do just smirked and said, Didn't you realize just now that I actually have someone else hidden inside me? No, to be exact, it's an existence far more terrifying than you. As his words ended, a golden leg suddenly emerged from his body, surprising her. The mechanical queen appeared from Q-Do's body, her blazing red eyes fixed on the woman, who fell to the ground in fear, stammering and calling the thing before her a demon. Then she turned and ran desperately, putting distance between herself and that thing, while Q-Do stayed behind and shouted, There's a demon! But from afar, the machine queen was already controlling her wires. The strands quickly flew to the sorceress's position, surrounding her and catching her off guard. Then, immediately, the mechanical queen's strands tightly wrapped around her body. Once the demoness was restrained, the mechanical queen finally spoke to Q-Do. You can strike now, Q-Do. You might have already wounded it. Q-Do, holding his spear behind him, wasted no time and delivered a powerful slash to the demon's body, while his critical hit rate also increased by 200. Done, you also received an item, which is the demon eye. Holding the demon eye in his hand, Q-Do asked, Queen, having this means we can break the memory seal, right? The mechanical queen immediately replied, That's right. Cracks began to appear high up in the sky. Q-Do spoke to the queen from below, asking her to help while the demon world had not yet fallen, and she quickly replied, I understand. Then the mechanical queen grabbed the demon eye and pried it open to do something. Seeing her actions, Q-Do anxiously asked, Wait, this might actually hurt a little. But the queen still kept a serious gaze fixed on the demon eye as she replied to him, This won't hurt. With that, the mechanical queen pressed the demon eye directly onto Q-Do's eye, then stepped back and said, Q-Do, I don't know what pain feels like, despite him clutching his eye and letting out a sound of extreme pain. Then his right eye completely turned red. Strange veins appeared on his face, and a series of memories from his past began to surface. The mechanical queen calmly hovered in the air and said to him, Q-Do, it seems your memory seal is even stronger than mine. The demon eye couldn't fully break your seal, and you could only clutch your head in pain and ask, So what should I do? Then the queen immediately spoke to reassure him, Don't worry, there is more than one demon eye. If you find the other 3 demon eyes, you will definitely be able to break the seal. The queen continued, Moreover, you can consider it a blessing in disguise. Your vision has now been greatly enhanced. The demon eyes will have very little effect on you. If you can successfully use all 4 demon eyes, there is a high chance you will gain skills related to those eyes. At this moment, Q-Do's face and eyes had returned to normal. He said, If that's the case, then I will definitely obtain the remaining 3 eyes. The crack in the sky began to become clearer. Then, in an instant, it brought him back to the forest area from before. Then Teuton appeared from behind and said, Brother Q, you're finally out. Now hand over the demon eye to me. The area around them was filled with corpses. Teuton and his wolf stood facing Q-Do. Teuton said, All the 2 family brothers who came with me have already died in the demon eye space. Then he shouted with a pale face and red-rimmed eyes, So, Brother Q-Do, hand over the demon eye to me and I will repay you what you want once we're out. In the tense moment, Q-Do smirked and feigned ignorance, asking, Demon eye? What demon eye? At this moment, Teuton was furious, and his tone turned harsh as he said, Don't refuse the offered drink, only to want a penalty drink instead. Meanwhile, his wolf circled behind Q-Do. Suddenly, the wolf lunged from behind to attack Q-Do, but he quickly dodged in an instant. Q-Do turned grimly to Teuton and asked seriously, What do you mean by this? Teuton shouted loudly, Don't pretend anymore. Q-Do, I know the eye of the devil is with you. If you don't hand it over, I will take it myself. Then he ordered his wolf. The Wolf King lunged forward to bite it to death. Hearing its master's command, it charged at Q-Do, opening its wide mouth full of sharp teeth, aiming to snap him up. But Q-Do calmly summoned his sword and stared at the wolf. Then with a single slash, he mercilessly cut off the wolf's head. Blood splattered from the wolf's corpse onto Teuton, leaving him wide-eyed and frozen. After finishing, he stood proudly as the system notified him that he had killed a fierce evil beast and earned 100 kill points. Teuton knelt before the wolf's corpse, screaming in pain. Lang Vuong Qiu-du watched from afar, beginning to think that with the Teo family no longer a threat, he needed to leave quickly. Then he quickly ran off and kept thinking, I wonder where Duong sent those people. Cut to another scene. Teu Tien Sak, as if realizing something, angrily shouted, Duong Vo Mu, you old villain. How dare you kill my Teo family? Today I will risk my life against you. Duong Vo Mu, looking quite worried, raised his teacup and replied, You have been sent. Once you enter the Ghost Valley, life and death are fate and fortune is in heaven. He added, Teu Tien Sak, do you want to be the first to break the rules set by the 4 great families since ancient times? He heard that, and immediately darkened his face in silence. The representatives of the 2 families, the Ji family and the Qin family, were also looking at him. Then he snorted. As for Duong Vo Mu, he was wondering what that kid Qiu-du was really up to. The Ghost Mountain move seems to have broken free from control. Returning to Qiu-du's position somewhere in the forest, he immediately appeared and landed on a tree branch. At the same time, he loudly called out, Master Truong, Duong Nao Tien, where are you? Just then, he heard a faint voice. Ngo Tien, save me, I beg you. Please come quickly and save me. Hearing this, he rushed over, thinking the voice belonged to Hyo Hyo. Qiu-du landed in a clearing and then discovered someone lying there. It was a body covered in blood. Seeing it, he asked, confused, How did it end up like this? Looking at the body below, Qiu-du said, Although this woman was sycophantic, her crime did not deserve death. Truly unexpected. Then he said with a serious look, Rest assured, I will destroy the monsters in the fog. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared on the other side of the forest, along with a voice saying, The evil enchantment zone protects with a life-saving spell. He immediately recognized that voice as Elder Zhang and quickly jumped down to land right where Zhang Erha and the others were. Qiu-du spoke up. Chief Zhang. He immediately recognized Qiu-du's voice. Little brother, I'm glad you're okay. Then he turned to Duong Nao Tien and asked with concern, Where does Duong Nao Tien understand? The question stunned him for a moment. Then he immediately shouted, I'm asking you, where is she? Wasn't she always with you? Ngao Thien broke out in a sweat at the question, then stammered, lowering his head. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. Then he recounted what happened, saying the fog was really thick. Hyo Hyo was basically following me, but she suddenly screamed and disappeared, and the fog was so dense that I didn't dare to go in. Oh, me. Then Ngao Tien held his head in guilt and cried out, It's my fault for Hyo Hyo. After that, Duong Niha also came over and said, You can't blame Ngao Tien for this. The one who killed Hyo Hyo must have been the skin-shedding ghost in the fog. Hearing this, Qiu-du also asked in confusion, Skin-shedding demons? Niha replied, Yes, they are the most terrifying among the weeping demons. Skin-shedding demons? Then Niha began to explain that they are ugly in appearance, so they especially like to seduce beautiful people. Then, when they were off guard passing through, they peeled off their skin. The skin-shedding demons initially wanted to wear the human skin. But, after all, a demon is still just a demon. The yang energy of humans is too strong, so when they wear human skin, they suffer greatly. Therefore, they turn humans into lanterns to eternally preserve a beauty that does not belong to them. Duong Long nearby also spoke up, Master Truong, if that's the case, Hyo Hyo's skin might have been taken. Duong Niha frowned and said, Hyo Hyo separated from the group and went alone. I'm afraid she's already been killed. I don't know for sure. Duong Long nervously pointed in one direction and said, Master Truong, could the black fur you mentioned be that? Then Qiu-du turned toward where Duong Long was pointing and said, There are dozens of strange lanterns appearing there. Duong Niha quickly rushed forward and warned him, Brother Qiu-du, be careful. The lanterns immediately charged towards him. Niha began chanting the spell. 9 darkness of souls, follow the fragrant clouds, wisdom and clarity, like the lotus flower, ascend to eternal peace, boundless heaven and earth, break the hell curse. Niha's focused face rose. With the last word, a wave of destructive power swept through and wiped out all the strange lanterns. Then Niha continued to unleash a series of sword energies at the lanterns. Seeing that, Qiu-du immediately charged into the battle, shouting in panic, Damn it, leave some kill points for me. Then he quickly rushed into the battle, striking continuously and immediately gaining a large amount of killing aura points. While fighting the lanterns, Duong Ni-ha called out to him from ahead, "Brother, be careful. These human skin lanterns are just a small trick. The real terror is the demon hiding behind them." Immediately, Kyudu seemed to sense an extremely terrifying power radiating from that demon. Sensing a huge surge of killing intent, Kyudu immediately turned around to see a strange black aura. And suddenly, a grotesque arm shot out from it, aiming straight at him. He dodged the attack and angrily said, "Terrible! You are old 6. The attack was aimed at him but missed, instead crashing into a tree behind him. Then from within the shadows, a humanoid creature jumped out and stood facing Kyudu. Though human-shaped, its skin was wrinkled and ugly, and it spoke, "Hello, your skin is very beautiful. I really like it. Could you give your skin to me?" As he spoke, he stepped closer to Kyudu, saying, "Your skin is much better than theirs. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes, so I'll come and take it myself." Immediately, he swung his spear in a powerful arc and shouted, "Get lost!" The slash cut through the demon's mask in two, revealing a grotesque face with blazing red eyes beneath. He immediately unleashed his power, radiating a terrifying aura of evil energy that forced Kyudu to step back. The demon, clutching his face in anger, said, "Oh, you miserable human. I wanted to kindly ask for your skin, but since you don't value it, fine. And you even want to ruin the human skin lantern I painstakingly made." The demon immediately lunged at Kyudu, saying, "I will peel you alive, eat your flesh, and swallow your soul whole." Kyudu's hand firmly gripped the spear, emitting a golden aura, and he immediately struck back against the demon's attack. Then, he thought it was really tough. The demon's arm successfully grabbed Kyudu's spear. Only sharp energy could have an effect, Kyudu thought. Then the demon's next attack came flying again. This time his arm stretched out and lunged forward. Watching that attack, he continued to think that it seemed impossible to defeat this demon without entering a state of rage. With that thought, he immediately activated his rage mode. Before the demon's arm could reach Kyudu, a voice rang out. "Huyan Bang Chao!" A pillar of ice suddenly rose from the ground, completely blocking the demon's attack. Kyudu was surprised by what had just happened.
From afar, a group of fierce warriors charged forward, saying, "For this friend, we have come to help you."
They immediately landed and launched a powerful strike at the spot where the demon stood, forcing him to leap into the air to avoid it. To successfully push back the demon, they immediately gathered and took up battle stances. The newcomer was none other than the young sword god of the Tan family, Tan Hao. Watching everything from far, Kyudu couldn't help but think that this person's attack power was very strong. The demon charged in to attack once again, but this time his target was Tan Hao. Noticing the demon rushing in quickly, the girl behind immediately activated her mystical ice skill, instantly creating an ice dome that completely blocked the demon's attack once again. Then they charged at the demon and fought. Watching the battle, Kyudu thought they worked together very well, and their timing was too coincidental. Could it be that they have encountered the skin-shedding demon before? Kyudu squinted seriously. I understand now this skinwalker demon must have demon eyes on its body, otherwise how could those who are supposed to be rivals help us fight? Just then, Duong Ni-ha appeared from afar and said, "Brother Kyudu, do you know where Brother Ngoa Thien has gone? If this demon skinner already has rivals, then let's go ahead first." Hearing this, I turned around and replied, "Sect leader Truong, you go ahead, I'll follow behind." Hearing you say that, Ni-ha hesitated a bit but agreed. "That's fine, I'll go ahead and wait for you." Kyudu continued to observe the battle, thinking how truly formidable it was. No wonder the demon had managed to escape their grasp. Tan Hao kept slashing at the demon's body, his blows even severing its head. Then Tan Hao shouted, "Let's attack together, don't let it open the demon eye space." Hearing that, someone from behind also rushed forward. Everyone rushed forward together. An explosion erupted at the battle site. A young man with a ponytail and a serious gaze immediately launched a powerful strike at the demon's position, causing a demon eye to fall out. He immediately tried to grab the demon eye and shouted, "Got it!" Suddenly, the demon eye he was about to catch vanished unexpectedly, leaving him unable to react. Kyudu grabbed the demon eye and quickly moved away from the crowd. Tan Hao, noticing the situation behind, shouted, "What are you standing there for? Chase after him!" At the command, the whole group immediately rushed forward to pursue Kyudu. While running away, he glanced back, smirking, thinking the second demon eye was now in hand. With only 2 more left, the Ghost Mountain dungeon was originally a contest between him and me. If you had planned to trick me from the start, then don't blame me now.
Behind, Tan Hao has thrown his sword straight ahead and shouted to the ponytailed young man, "Catch this sword!" He instantly grabbed the sword, then was immediately pulled forward by it. The sword's flying speed quickly caught up to Q-Do's position, and he suddenly said, "Wow, so this is how it is?" Catching up to Q-Do, he stopped right in front of him, took a fighting stance, and said, "Don't run anymore. You can't escape. As long as I hold you back, Tan Hao will catch up here very soon." Hearing that, he could only remain silent. Just then, two figures approached. Two men dressed in masks stepped forward, revealing deep red eyes beneath. One of them held a large mace, and Tan Hao was also surrounded by a group of strangely masked people. Tan Hao spoke up. "Who are you? Which clan do you come from to dare break the rules of the Ghost Mountain dungeon?" After speaking, Tan Hao began to worry. These people are all mid-level, and if they also take action, we are surely doomed. Outside, the group was watching the situation inside, through the screen. When Tan Thuong Thien spoke up, it seems someone had ambushed our juniors earlier in this Kui Sun dungeon. The man beside him also replied, saying this kind of behavior is equivalent to challenging all the clans in the capital. Back with Tan Hao's group, he continued to ask the mysterious people, "What exactly do you want to do?" One of them stepped forward and replied, "Nothing much. I've long heard of the great reputation of the little sword god of the Tan family, so I just wanted to spar with you a bit." He asked back in confusion. "A duel, one-on-one," he replied. "That's right." Understanding the situation, Tan Hao immediately drew his sword and said firmly, "Then let's go tonight." Back at the spot where Kyo-Do and the young man with the ponytail stood, the two were now facing off against two mysterious masked figures. The young man with the ponytail spoke first, asking, "Who are you? Don't you know I'm from the Tan family? How dare you lay a hand on me?" "Aren't you afraid the Tan family will seek revenge?" One of them replied to him. "I want your life." Immediately, the young man with the ponytail charged in, shouting as if to end the fight once and for all. He immediately pulled his arm back, ready to deliver a powerful punch. The fist shot straight forward without any mercy. He kept throwing punches at the man in black, confidently saying, "Let's see how many times you can dodge," but he still easily dodges all of his punches. Another punch flew straight at the mysterious man's face. But this time he didn't dodge and stopped, smirking at the loser. Then he suddenly lowered his stance and threw a punch straight to the ponytailed young man's face, making him widen his eyes. That punch was so powerful it created a strong shockwave when it hit the ground. Then he followed up with another powerful punch. Watching everything from a distance, Kyo-Do couldn't help but frown, thinking this guy wasn't human. But why did he look so familiar? Meanwhile, the ponytailed young man lay sprawled unconscious on the ground. Another mysterious guy nearby also spoke up to stop them. "All right, don't forget our main business." Then he pointed the club towards Kyo-Do and warned the kid, "Are you going to behave and let yourself be tied up, or wait until we beat you half to death before dragging you away? I'm telling you." The guy in the back was already getting ready to fight like he was about to do something. Then suddenly he punched a hole in the stomach of the guy holding the club in front. That guy stared back in disbelief. He said in pain, "Lam Lang, you." But the one called Lam Lang calmly said, "Sorry," watching from afar as he threw the body to the ground. Q-Do called out in that direction, "You are Lam Lang, so how did you change?" But before you could finish, he interrupted, saying, "Q-Do, we're classmates. I won't make things difficult for you. In this Ghost Mountain dungeon, there is more than one person wearing black cloaks. They are all coming to find you. So be careful, we'll let it slide this time, but next time we meet, we'll be enemies." Saying that, he immediately jumped up. Watching him leave, Q-Do frowned and thought, "Are those people in black cloaks rushing in because of me?" Just then, the group led by Tan Hao arrived at his location. They immediately stopped, then looked toward the body lying near Q-Do and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why is it like this?" At that moment, Q-Do turned pale and thought, "I'm doomed. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't wash this off." Outside the Tan family estate, Tan Thuong Thien spoke to Duong Vo Mu. "Duong Vo Mu, if your son-in-law killed a junior member of our Tan family, he must be handed over to us." But old Duong Vo Mu remained silent and said nothing. Nearby, Kan Nyat Tu worriedly thought, "No way, Q-Do. He couldn't have done such a thing." Back at Q-Do's position, he spoke to Tan Hao's men. "If I say he wasn't killed by me, do you believe it?" Hearing this, Tan Hao scowled, drew his sword, and said, "Then say it." Q-Do also responded without backing down, saying, "This is your pressure on me," while showing a beautifully engraved red ring as the system announced the ancestor only completed the thief. Then Q-Do quickly ran back into the forest, trying to escape. Tan Hao saw this and immediately shouted, "Don't think you can get away." Q-Do ran ahead while Tan Hao chased from behind. He shouted back as he ran, "Stop chasing! I really didn't kill him."
Tan Hao replied in disbelief. If you didn't kill him, then why are you running instead of standing still? Hearing that, Qiu replied, Then you should put your sword away first. Once they started running, the two began an incredible chase deep inside the bed. After a while, Tan Hao and his group kept searching for Qiu, but where was he? It seemed like he ran that way to chase, but in fact he was hiding behind a nearby tree. They didn't notice and ran right past. Once it was over, he looked outside, sighed, and said, Damn Lam Lang, leaving me with such a huge mess. Once I get out of the Ghost Mountain dungeon, it's going to be hard to find any peace. Then he decided that Master Truong was still waiting for him, so he should first go get the demon eye and recover his memories. The scene shifts to Niha's side. Niha stood before a strange tower and said, According to Master's words, the body of Great Master Vian Kong and our sect's magical artifacts must be inside this temple. Brother Qiu apologized for leaving without saying goodbye, but this is too dangerous. I can't let you come along. Then Niha quickly stepped into the ancient building, moving inside, and before him appeared a large Buddha statue in the middle of the main hall. He approached, intending to grab the item the statue was holding, saying, Got it. This is the lost magical weapon of our sect. Then Niha seemed to sense something terrifying about to happen. He immediately stepped back, putting distance between himself and the Buddha statue. Then suddenly Duong Niha anxiously looked at what was in front of him. The Buddha statue was emanating a huge dark aura accompanied by a strange laugh. Nisi, ha ha ha. I don't know how many years it's been, but no Taoist has ever found this place. Truong Niha stood before the strange Buddha statue, a bit eager as he spoke loudly. Whoever is pretending to be a god or a ghost is full of tricks. Then the clinking sound of a staff rang out along with a calm voice. No need to rush. Vian Kong stepped out wearing a simple monk's robe, holding his staff with a dignified air, his words full of deep meaning. Whether practicing Buddhism or Taoism, it is all for creating blessings for the world and saving sentient beings. Zhang Daozhang was a bit shocked to see him emerge from behind the Buddha statue. You are Master Vian Kong. You are still alive? Vian Kong displayed the demeanor of one devoted to Buddha. Every word spoken was Buddhist teaching. Amitabha Buddha, the Ghost Mountain is not empty. The world does not become Buddha. All beings are saved. The path to Bodhi is proven. The old man, dressed in solemn robes, looked at Niham and asked, Disciple Niha, what brings you to the mountain this time? He quickly bowed and replied, I received the Master's commission to come and retrieve the sacred Dharma scroll of our sect. After receiving the answer, he grew displeased, his face darkening as he continued to ask, Oh, so you're not here to join my Buddhist sect? This question made Niha somewhat suspicious, and he couldn't help but speak up to challenge him. What is Master Vian Kong talking about? I respect you as a senior, but please do not mention converting to Buddhism again. I, Truong Niha, live as a Taoist and die as a Taoist spirit. But the master opposite seemed indifferent to the previous words and continued to tempt, saying, Disciple Niha, you and my Buddha are destined. It was always Thuong Thien's intention. The staff in his hand suddenly glowed, emitting dazzling golden rays, and Vian Kong's expression gradually showed signs of unease. He gripped the staff tightly and said loudly, Take refuge in my Buddha. The radiant light from the staff seemed to affect Niha. His face showed a slight shock and amazement, and his legs began to tremble. Seeing this reaction, Vian Kong couldn't help but feel a bit smug. That's right. Just like this, kneel down and take refuge in my Buddha. As soon as he finished speaking, Niha immediately went limp and uncontrollably dropped to his knees. But just then, an arm reached out, holding back Niha, who was being controlled, preventing him from kneeling down. Qiu slowly landed, one hand still gripping Niha's shirt, while also speaking to awaken him. Buddha does not save those who do not bow properly. Sect leader Truong is still young, yet his cultivation is profound. He probably hasn't even read a single day's worth of scriptures, so how could he teach Buddhism? Truong Niha quickly broke free from Vian Kong's grip and looked to the side, clearly surprised. Qiu Du Huine. He recalled what had just happened to him and felt a chill run down his spine. That was close. He almost got converted by Master Vian Kong. Seeing someone arrive, Vian Kong's face twisted unpleasantly, but he forced a smile and asked, Master Qiu, do you also wish to take refuge in my Buddha? Qiu Du replied without any politeness, smiling, Sorry, Master, I'm rude, so don't let me embarrass the Buddha. Vian Kong paid no attention to his words, only seeing his whole body begin to emit a spiritual light, and the entire room brightened along with it. Amitabha Buddha, my Buddha is compassionate, willing to save all those with attachments in the world. At his feet, a white lotus gradually appeared, and the spiritual light around him grew stronger. He continued, "No one can refuse Buddha." But faced with Vian Kong's recent display, Kyo-do just looked at him with disdain, picked his nose, leaving the old man staring in confusion. He ignored the old man's reaction, wiped his nose with his thin hand, and arrogantly said, "Master Vian Kong, your performance was quite impressive." Please continue. Seeing Kyo-do's spirit level at 0 across from him made Vian Kong feel uneasy. What is going on? Anyone with the root of wisdom would be transformed by the Buddha, so why is this child not reacting at all? Niha, who had been watching from the side, now realized the problem, gripping his sword tightly and shouting, "This is wrong. This is not Buddha's teaching at all. It's a demonic trick to deceive people's hearts. You are not Master Vian Kong. Who exactly are you?" He remained calm and replied, "You are mistaken, disciple Niha. Things are originally formless. Their appearance is merely a superficial layer." But immediately, streams of demonic energy radiated from Master Vian Kong's body, rushing straight toward Niha. He reacted quickly, burning the golden talisman in his hand to block the surrounding energy, shouting loudly, "Meh? Yun Guiet, are you still stubbornly resisting?" Kyo-do remained calm and spoke with a relaxed demeanor. He is obviously not Master Vian Kong. To be precise, he should be called the Demon Monk. Then he turned to Vian Kong, who was continuously unleashing demonic energy, and added, "Isn't that right, Demon Monk?" Hearing Kyo-do call him that, Vian Kong grew angry, and the surrounding evil energy thickened. His eyes emitted a strange blue light. "Demon Monk? Who dares to call me that? Whether human or demon, they have all lost their souls and spirits." His entire body began to surge violently, the strong yin energy spreading all around. Facing this, he also felt a bit overwhelmed. This yin energy is far more terrifying than that of a skinless ghost. After a while, Vian Kong clearly revealed his form as a demon monk. From his skin tone to his monk's robe, everything had changed, and a strange seal appeared on his forehead. Standing amid the thick aura of yin energy, Elder Niha warned, "Brother Kyo-do, be careful." While alive, Master Vian Kong was boundless in Buddhist teachings. After death, his resolve remains unshaken. This ghostly aura is 10 times more terrifying than usual. Although transformed into the form of a demon monk, Vian Kong still carries the dignified appearance of Buddhist teachings. Sentient beings suffer, yet the gods and Buddhas across the heavens fail to see it, and that is all there is to it. But very quickly, he became frenzied and shouted loudly, "Then let me save these beings. Gods oppose gods, demons oppose demons, Buddhas oppose Buddhas, even if it means defying heaven and earth. I will not regret it." The entire demon monk continuously unleashes dark energy towards Kyo-do and Trong Niha. "My void is the only true Buddha." The sudden and furious attack of the yin energy caught them off guard, sending both flying backward, not only inside the hall, but even outside. As soon as the demon monk unleashed his fury, the yin energy created a massive shockwave. The dense yin energy spread out in all directions across the mountain. The men in black nearby could also feel that terrifying power, shouting in shock and doubt. Is this really happening inside the hall? After being knocked back, the two Kyo-do quickly regained their footing on the ground, and you couldn't help but remark, "They're really strong." Niha's expression grew serious, his sharp gaze warning once again. "Kyo-do, brother, be careful, I can't watch over you." Then he pulled out a talisman, quickly channeling his energy, murmuring an incantation. On the left was Luke Tai, on the right Luke Din, in front Huang Than, behind Nak Truong. With a divine will to slay the arrogant and strong, he swung a powerful sword strike at the demon monk. With a sharp command of the divine demon's deadly order, as soon as it ended, Truong Niha's sword energy shot into the void, causing a massive explosion and a cloud of dust to rise thickly around. After a while, as the dust settled, seeing the demon monk's eyes and mouth continuously bleeding, Niha felt a bit excited, thinking it was injured, but the demon monk seemed barely hurt except for some blood on his face. His voice was tinged with anger. How could a mere mortal injure a true god? Disciple Niha, kneel down. Dare to hurt the true Buddha, then you will only fall into the hell of the Blood Sea. For all eternity into the Blood Sea. Only by enduring punishment can one atone for their sins. Amitabha Buddha, now there is only one way for you both to escape the Blood Sea hell, and that is to take refuge in my Buddha. Facing that arrogant stance of Vian Kong, Dao Trong Niha quickly lost his patience, his hands grasping his weapon again as he continued to curse, calling him a heretical young monk lost in delusions of the 9 heavens, responding to the original thunder and the celestial Tao of transformation, while a powerful lightning aura rapidly enveloped his entire body. Watching the scene before him, Kyodu couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Wait, head Taoist Truong. I'm still in the Blood Sea. But before you could finish speaking, bolts of lightning were unleashed fiercely toward the demon monk. Because they were trapped in the Blood Sea and blood was pooling beneath their feet, when the lightning was unleashed, Kyodu nearby couldn't avoid the impact and was jolted, feeling an unbearable pain all over his body. After a while, the lightning gradually dispersed. The Blood Sea around also drained and disappeared. But Kyodu had become terrifying, his expression dark, and the system announced that the rage state had been activated. On the other side, Zhang Erha continued forming hand seals and chanting quietly, unleashing another attack, wielding the heavy Vajra early, a spiritual treasure emitting boundless light, illuminating the fiery pond of torment, dispersing the souls of the 9 dark sins, ascending the pure wisdom lotus, granting eternal peace to the soul, invoking the infinite heaven and earth, breaking the hellish curse. Holding the sword crackling with lightning, he charged swiftly toward the demon monk, shouting loudly, "Release!" But just as the sword thrust forward, a shield appeared before the demon monk, blocking all of Niha's attacks. Seeing the sword in his hand shatter into pieces, Trong Niha was filled with panic and terror. The demon monk Vien Kong revealed a demonic eye and spoke proudly, "Just a mortal daring to strike a true Buddha. How foolish." With that, his staff filled with dark energy stabbed straight at Niha. A strike from the demon monk sent Niha flying straight back, crashing painfully against the wall behind him. Though he seemed unconscious, it appeared Vien Kong was unwilling to stop and continued advancing with his staff. Just then, a force swept past right in front of him, startling him and making him silently admire the intense killing intent. Kyodu, wielding a mighty greatsword, slashed toward the demon monk, forcing him to retreat. Although he dodged in time, his health still decreased by 100. A wound also appeared on the shoulder of the demon monk Vien Kong. The system now displayed detailed information and stats of the old man. NBC Executioner, level 30, health at 7,900 over 8,000. Strength 463, defense 192, agility 344, skills including Buddha's voice salvation, hellish blood sea, and diamond demon stance. Along with that came a personal reminder. Vien Kong was originally an outstanding monk who had attained enlightenment, but his intense desire to become a Buddha led him to fall into the dark path after death. Receiving this information from the system made him reflect. This demon monk was almost at the advanced level. Kyodu's expression also shifted slightly, his gaze growing darker. He was a presence almost like a mid-level mortal. If it weren't for the Kim Long blade slash killing it, the ghost lantern would have absorbed a lot of killing intent. And I'm afraid Zhang Daozhang and I wouldn't have been able to handle it together. Behind us, Zhang Erha was now able to crawl up, gripping his sword tightly as he shouted, "Brother Kyodu, since it's come to this, I have no choice but to risk my life. If I happen to die here, please take my body and compass down to Ghost Mountain. I don't want to become a corpse demon or a ghost beast after death." "Thank you." But you still remained very calm, slightly smiling as you spoke to reassure him. "Master Chuang, you won't die, and neither will I." With that, Chan Kyodu stomped hard on the ground and sprang up. Holding the long blade in hand, he quickly rushed beside the demon monk and swung the blade down. But the old man reacted swiftly, raising his staff to block the strike while muttering incessantly, "Amitabha Buddha, Kyodu. The heavy killing intent means you will surely descend to the hell of Avicii after death." Kyodu swung the blade downward, but the demon monk seemed to anticipate it and raised his staff to block the blade. Niha did not stay still either. He appeared right behind the monk, forming a hand seal ready to attack. Even while facing Kyodu in front of him, the monk sensed the killing intent from behind and spun around 180 degrees, startling Niha. At that moment, the demon monk also revealed himself. Both of his eyes were demon eyes, continuously emitting a terrifying red glow. The staff in his hand launched an attack, sending Trong Niha flying backward, crashing hard into the wall. After watching him for a moment, Kyodu silently calculated in his mind. "Those demon eyes, there are 2 of them, and if we can kill the demon monk, a min can gather all 4. In a moment of distraction, the demon monk turned forward, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and uttered, "Amitabha." Then the old man's staff pierced straight toward him. Kyodu's whole body seemed to be suppressed, unable to move. Truong Naihe saw him frozen in place and shouted in panic, "Kyodu, brother!" The staff in the old man's hand stabbed straight into the middle of Kyodu's head, sending him flying backward. His entire body was slammed hard against the wall, the impact causing a significant shockwave. After the attack, Kyodu lay motionless on the ground, completely powerless. At the same time, behind the demon monk, Naiha plunged his sword into the temple and began emitting streams of golden spiritual light, shouting loudly to startle the old man, then drove another sword through his chest while continuously chanting a mantra. Boundless and infinite. The laws of heaven and earth infused with my heart and soul, the sword destroys evil and banishes demons, cutting down and annihilating, returning life to the living. Zhang Erha's whole body emitted a dazzling spiritual light, his face solemn as he stared at the demon monk opposite him. Vian was horrified to see this scene and shouted, "You crazy fool, do you want to die with me?" But Niha paid no attention, gripping his sword tightly and continuing to chant the incantation. He shouted once, and all the calamities turned to dust, then thrust the sword glowing with radiant light straight at the demon monk. The terrifying force surged forward so fast that he couldn't react and could only scream. No! The sword pierced through the ghost monk's body, unleashing energy that caused him an immense pain. After using all his strength to deliver that last strike, Zhang Erha could no longer stand steadily and began to stagger. Kyodu quickly rushed over once again to support him. He was a bit surprised to see you running over and weakly asked, "Brother Kyodu, you're still alive?" You just smiled faintly and replied, "Just lucky, but I secretly thought luckily I was wearing the silver lion helmet, otherwise I would have been seriously injured." As he caught Elder Naiha, Kyodu asked, "Is Vian not dead?" Niha struggled to reply. "I'm not sure, but if it were an ordinary Quizung, he would have been destroyed long ago, eh? However, since he's a Buddha possessed by a demon, one strike from me might not be enough to kill him." After making sure he was stable, he took the long blade in hand and moved toward the other side. "Then I'll add one more strike." But, as he got closer, Kyodu was startled to find no sign of the demon monk, only Truong Niha's sword stuck in the wall. Right at that moment, nearby in the corner, a surge of dark energy erupted, accompanied by cold, piercing eyes and a chilling voice saying, "You all must die." A swirling purple aura began to gather above Kyodu's head. The stream of demonic energy spiraled round and round through the air. After a while, the energy dispersed, and the scene inside the hall changed. At this moment, in front of the two of them, the demon monk sat on a lotus seat filled with demonic energy, surrounded by thousands of followers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Erha and Kyodu were utterly stunned. The demon monk sat on the lotus, surrounded by auras of darkness, his deep voice asking, "Why not bow to the true Buddha?" As soon as he finished speaking, Naiha on this side could no longer control his body and was forced to kneel down. He couldn't bear it and fell to his knees on the ground. Kyodu beside him was also heavily affected, but still managed to stand firm. Feeling that he could not hold on much longer, he called out for help. "Queen, the two demon eye spaces of the two demons are too terrifying. What should I do now?" The voice of the mechanical queen also echoed in his ear. "Why don't you use those demon eyes too? That way you'll have two demon eyes like him, and you might be able to break through the demon eye space." Kyodu immediately pulled out the two demon eyes. Holding them in his hands, he decided, "All right, let's take the risk." Then he quickly implanted the two demon eyes into his own sockets. The moment they were installed, the eyes sent waves of intense pain through him, his gaze flashing with a strange red light. At the same time, the demon monk on the other side raised his hand sharply and shouted, "Despicable!" His hand suddenly grew huge, swollen like a mountain, pressing down hard on Kyodu's head, then slammed into the ground, causing a massive shockwave that shattered the earth into pieces. Yet when the hand was lifted, a giant handprint was left on the ground, and Kyodu remained standing still without moving an inch. The demon monk could not believe what he was seeing, furrowing his brows and shouting loudly, "Impossible." Meanwhile, on Kyodu's head, the Machine Queen created a layer of golden light to protect him from the demon monk's attack. After a long while, once he had gradually calmed down and adapted to the demon eyes, Kyodu slowly opened his eyes. The protective barrier around him was now cracked and nearly collapsing from the blows of that demon. Kyodu had gotten used to the demon eyes, his gaze sharp and intense, and he couldn't help but think that the world seemed to have changed. "I can even see dust particles in the air. Is this the power of the two demon eyes? What if I could have all the demon eyes?" Kyodu remained calm and proud, standing fearlessly facing the demon monk. The old man immediately noticed the change in him. The demon monk was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "The demon eyes! You still have the other two demon eyes?" He laughed arrogantly and asked him, "Do you want them?" The demon monk Vien Kong was extremely excited, wildly rushing towards Kyodu with his staff while shouting, "I'll take it myself." Although the demon monk's movements were very fast, to Kyodu's demon eyes, his actions seemed like they were in slow motion. My vision was maximally enhanced, allowing me to even predict its next move. The staff of the demon monk struck with a powerful Vajra-like force.
Even though the attack was right before him, he remained calm and unshaken. Just as it was about to hit, Q-Do activated his speed-boosting shoes.
Then he swung the greatsword with one hand, striking back. The old man reacted quickly and dodged in time. His gaze grew even colder and more arrogant as he said, "Running away is useless." At the same time, the system announced that Longamlientram had been activated. He casually swung another strike, and the old man quickly blocked it with his jade staff. The system notification continued. Longngam struck once more. Gradually, Q-Do increased his speed and strength. Longamlientram was repeated 5 times. The demon monk on the other side struggled to defend, sensing something was off. No. Each of his strikes was faster and stronger. Another wave of attacks came. But this time, the iron staff in the demon monk's hand was shattered into pieces. As the system announced that Longamlientram had been executed 20 times, a tremendous force appeared right before the demon monk. It kept rushing forward, causing him to retreat in fear. The demon monk's eyes grew increasingly doubtful of what was happening. Q-Do didn't give him any more chances. A sharp sword slashed down, splitting him into many pieces. Even as he died and his body gradually vanished, the demon monk still couldn't believe what was happening. Impossible. How could you not? After the ghost monk Yuen had not completely vanished, a ring of light appeared in midair and the system notification also popped up. Added 400 to the killing intent value. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 2 demon eyes. Q-Do slowly and calmly approached the ring of light in midair and reached out to touch it. 3 cards appeared from the circle of light, and he quickly reached out to take them. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the player for obtaining an A-grade item, the Accept Bandit as Father card, with a quantity of 3 cards. The Accept Bandit as Father card is a one-time use item that allows you to forcibly make someone your sworn father against their will." After reading the instructions, he was so furious he went crazy, throwing the cards to the ground while cursing non-stop. What a useless damn card. What kind of trash item is this? What terrible luck. Just then, another weapon fell out from inside the glowing orb, startling him as he turned to look. Q-Do was a bit surprised. There was still another weapon, but after examining it for a while, he realized something was unusual. Wait a minute. At this moment, the system also provided information about the weapon. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the D-grade equipment Phuong Thien Huakich. Phuong Thien Huakich. When the player wields Phuong Thien Huakich, they can bypass defense and attack their own sworn guardian. In his mind, the scene of him taking an enemy as a sworn brother and then stabbing him to death with a spear immediately appeared, and just thinking about it made his eyes light up with joy. This is the type of weapon, the kind of rule which means I can land at least 3 deadly strikes. Then I quickly ran over to pick up the 3 cards, laughing uncontrollably. Ah, it smells so good. Then he reached inside himself and pulled out 2 demon eyes, muttering, "Next, my sealed memories should come back too." Then he quickly took the 2 eyes and fitted them into his sockets. The moment the eyes were in place, Q-Do's entire body radiated with streams of blazing red light. A familiar figure appeared in his memory, causing him to involuntarily exclaim. Ah, a familiar silhouette. Deeply etched in Q-Do's mind, she stood far away with her back turned, but he could still recognize her presence. Q-Do's gaze grew even darker and colder by 1,000-fold. At the same time, the system also sounded. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden skill level S Ghost Child Soldier Path. The player can consume life value to see through and simultaneously block any close-range skill or attack within sight. The amount of life value consumed depends on the attack or the skill level simulated by the player. Fragments of shattered memories were gradually restored in his mind. Finally, the image of the closest and most familiar person to him appeared. To the left and right, the clearer the memories became, the more furious the aura around him grew, filled with deep resentment. Boktro Huatu Truong Nyi Ha, injured and sitting to the side, saw him like this and immediately called out, "Q-Do, brother, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the call from behind, Q-Do withdrew his aura, his face looking unwell, and turned to reply, "I'm fine, Dao Master Truong. The ghost monk has been dealt with." At the same time, he pieced everything together in his mind, realizing it was very likely that those men in black came from Boktro. It seemed Lam Lang had also become a sacrificial test subject for Boktro against the outside world. Just then, someone came from the forest outside and found them. The few men in black here slowly approached Q-Do, and one of them gave an order, telling the others from the 3 remaining teams to hurry over. He stood proudly at the shrine, watching them approach as one of them threatened, "Q-Do, come with us. Don't force us to act."
Hearing this, he only let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, then go ahead and make your move. He silently assessed them all as mid-level fighters. Seeing his arrogance, the others flew into a rage, drew their weapons, and charged to attack. This brat acted out of turn. Q-Do didn't just stand there and take it. A spear gradually appeared in his hand, and he immediately lunged swiftly toward the group. As he rushed forward, suddenly a fireball flew right in front of Q-Do, startling him. Caught off guard and with the fireball moving too fast, Q-Do could only retreat but still couldn't avoid its impact. At the same time, from behind the fireball, a black-clad swordsman rushed forward to attack Q-Do, who quickly reacted by raising his spear to block the strike. The clash of the sword against the spear sent sparks flying and eerie scraping sounds. He quickly launched an attack, knocking the black-clad man back and dealing 505 damage. As he was pushed back, a teammate immediately healed him, but doubt lingered in his mind. How is this possible? I actually can't beat you. Not giving those guys any more time, Q-Do immediately leapt towards them. One of them, holding a shield, also stepped forward to confront him. You struck the shield with all your might, but it didn't even budge, making you silently admire it. That turtle shell is really something. Just as he was thinking, a fireball was hurled beside him. Q-Do reacted quickly, gripping his spear tightly and swinging to knock the fireball away, but at the same time, another armored man appeared behind him. While he was distracted by the others, the man leapt into the air, preparing to dive attack. Q-Do sensed the danger behind him and quickly spun on his toe, sliding swiftly backward to evade the strike. His expression gradually grew serious. Each of them was as strong as he was, but their coordination was truly flawless. Unless he could take out one person first to disrupt their formation, there was no way to break through their defense. Thinking this, Q-Do pulled out a token with one hand and quickly switched his weapon to the Phuong Thien Bao Kit with the other, then said, "If that's the case, don't blame me for using my trump card." Then he immediately raised the card, declaring himself a traitor, and shouted, "A coward has no spirit. I swear to serve as a loyal subject." The shield-bearer on the other side was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The card in Q-Do's hand gradually disappeared, and the shield-bearer on the other side immediately reacted. What's going on? Why do I feel so close to him when I see him? Seeing it had an effect, he didn't give the other guy time to react and quickly launched the Phuong Thien Fury attack, shouting, "A true man living under heaven and earth cannot always endure being under others. You bastard, we are on opposite sides." The other man was startled by the movement and quickly raised his shield to block. But this time, the turtle shield couldn't withstand Q-Do's strike. The spear in his hand shattered the shield and pierced through his body. Life value 0, attack value plus 150. The remaining men in black turned pale with fear at the sight and stammered, "One strike, killing a mid-level defensive cleric in an instant." Without giving them time to think, Q-Do leapt forward, spear in hand, rushing right beside the healing mage. The healer's skill was fierce, and the nearby black-clad man quickly reacted, summoning a fiery dragon orb. Q-Do dodged all the attacks swiftly and struck the healer, making him cry out. "Hey!" The announcement rang out, adding 150 to the kill value. At the same time, this blonde guy rushed up from behind and launched a deadly strike. The heavenly shadow assassin was very fast, and in no time he had swung dozens of sword slashes continuously at him. He laughed triumphantly. "Ha! You can't keep up with my speed, can you?" But what he didn't expect was that Q-Do was completely unharmed, his eyes blazing red with murderous intent as he charged straight at him. He smiled faintly, then repeated his words. The system immediately kept notifying. Ghost Child. Heavenly Soldier Path. Life value minus 1,200. Rage state activated. Right after that, the blonde guy was surrounded by countless sword energies identical to Q-Do's earlier, leaving him utterly shocked. Why? Why could he use my ultimate skill? Standing amidst the sword aura for a moment, he realized something and wondered. Where is the attack? Why hasn't it come yet? Just as he thought this, he sensed a sharp aura right beside him and turned to look, only to be shocked and terrified. Q-Do swung his spear and cut the man in black holding the staff standing next to him in half. The two remaining men watched this scene with ashen faces, their heads drenched in sweat, utterly terrified. Q-Do now radiated murderous intent like a fierce demon, curling his lips into a cold smile as he turned to face them. There are still 2 left. Seeing Q-Do approach with the spear, the 2 became even more panicked and stepped back. The blonde stammered, "Are you some kind of demon?" He ignored his words, his whole body radiating with fiery energy, his eyes growing even more ruthless as he said, "All of you from the Boktro group deserve to die." Seeing his fury rising like this, the 2 immediately turned and fled toward the forest.
Wait for the others from the 3 teams to arrive. This kid is really strange. Q-Do gradually withdrew his aura and weapon. Having used up all his cards, it was no longer convenient to chase and kill them. Zhang Erha, nursing his injuries, had been watching from the side and finally spoke up. Brother Q-Do, you... Then he smiled faintly and interrupted him. Director Zhang, thank you for this time. Without letting him say another word, he left only one sentence. See you again if fate allows, and quickly escaped the dungeon. At the same time, in another dungeon, in a dark and cold prison, Tahu was chained tightly all over her body, holding a box in her hands, her eyes sadly fixed on the box, tears continuously falling from the corner of her eyes. Suddenly a voice rang in her ear, startling her for a moment. You still broke my seal? Cut to the entrance area of the dungeon. A large crowd is gathering, and as Q-Do gradually appears, someone shouts, He's coming out! A group of people quickly rushed forward to surround him. The white-haired man among them then shouted loudly, Q-Do! Nearby, the head of the Tan family, Tan Thuong Tin, also squinted and looked in his direction. On the other side, Teo Tien Sach glanced at Duong Vo Mu sitting calmly nearby and smugly wondered how the old man would handle this time. Meanwhile, the white-haired man beside Q-Do angrily shouted a question. Q-Do, you killed the Tan family descendant, and now you won't even say a word. Facing his attitude, Q-Do showed no concern and simply said, You're saying it wasn't me? Teo Tien Sach arrogantly retorted, Ha, kid, you say it wasn't you who killed, so it wasn't you? Do you take us for blind men? That brat from the Tan family chased after you and ended up dead. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? His expression darkened, and his eyes grew colder as he spoke to explain. At that time, 2 men in black appeared, one of whom was named Lam Leng. He was originally from the Physical Education Class 2 of the Capital University, currently having joined Boktro. The ones who killed several members of the Tan family are Boktro. But Teo Tien Sach laughed loudly as if hearing a joke. Ha! Ridiculous. After all, no one saw it. Isn't it just letting you take the blame? The subordinate standing next to him also sneered with contempt and added, And Boktro, I am the Keelin here. At that moment, Tan Tien Tweet stepped forward and called out to him. Q-Do, seeing her attitude, you felt a bit doubtful. Sister Tien Tweet, you don't believe me either. She put on a pained expression again. Duong tearfully said, You killed someone from the Tan family. How do you expect me to believe you? As soon as he heard of the answer, his face went a few shades colder, and he only said quietly, Is that so? He never got to finish. Tan Tien Tweet on the other side quickly interrupted, Sorry, Q-Do, as a sharp sword suddenly appeared in her hand, followed by a swift strike that sent fresh blood splattering everywhere. Q-Do trembled in pain but gritted her teeth and endured. After stabbing him in the chest, Tan Tien Tweet was shocked to see he didn't react at all. She stepped back a few paces in fear and asked, trembling, Why didn't you dodge? Q-Do coughed in pain twice, clutching his wound, then replied coldly, This strike is to repay your help in the enemy spirit dungeon, so I did not dodge. But from now on, I am Q-Do and you are Tan Tien Tweet of the Tan family. Our debts and ties are severed, and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. In his mind, the image of Tahu appeared along with the thought that if Tahu were here, no matter what happened, she would trust him. Tan Tien Tweet looked at him from the other side, then coldly turned and walked away, feeling a bit guilty. Could it be that I really blamed him wrongly? After only a few steps, someone shouted from behind for him to stop, and then a group quickly surrounded him, but he remained calm. What exactly do the Tan family want? Tan Thuong Tin said modestly with his hands behind his back. Who gave you permission to leave? Hao Ni, is he the one who killed you? Tan Hao behind him heard the head of the family ask and immediately replied, It's true that I didn't see Q-Do kill with my own eyes, but by the time we caught up, the person was already dead. He recalled what happened in the dungeon and continued telling me that he also encountered those people in black, but it was just a contest of skill, not a life or death battle. He didn't feel that those people in black killed the Tan family descendants. The head of the Tan family darkened his expression and spoke coldly to Q-Do. You heard that, Q-Do. Whether or not you killed someone from our Tan family, you are still the prime suspect. Do you really intend to leave just like that? But on this side, Q-Do remained calm. So, you mean that when Tan Thuong Tien saw your attitude, he immediately frowned in anger. Plain and simple. You must die, and those 4 demon eyes on you must be handed over as well. Hearing this from the old man, Q-Do's expression darkened even more. He laughed loudly and taunted. Ha, the Tan family, 2 for 1 Tan family. Immediately he unleashed a powerful aura, his voice laced with deadly intent. I'll say it again, I'm not the one who killed anyone from the Tan family. His death has nothing to do with me. If you insist on coming after me, then I'll make sure you all die with me. This scene immediately caused chaos all around. Everyone was shocked and amazed.
Is this kid crazy? He actually dared to insult the head of the Tan family and even threaten him. This is completely one-sided, isn't it?
The head of the Tan family on the other side looked at his reaction with a cold face, frowning as he wondered why he had a certain premonition. To him, Kyu-do now appeared like a terrifying demon who could crush him with just a stretch of his hand. If he acted, could this kid really kill him? But his fury made him dismiss that thought and shout out the order. Could it be that the Tan family could be controlled by some kid? Then quickly shouted an order to capture him. Immediately after the command to show no mercy, the subordinates obeyed and shouted loudly before rushing swiftly toward Kyu-do. He pulled out 2 tokens declaring himself a traitor, along with Fuang Tian's fierce attack, their aura overwhelming. Just as it seemed a devastating battle was about to break out, Duong Vo-mu shouted loudly, "Stop!" The old man, full of murderous intent, approached and slowly knelt right in front of Kyu-do, surprising and confusing him. After composing himself, Duong Vo-mu spoke, "Kyu-do is the lady of the Duong family. If you lay a hand on her, the Duong family will declare all-out war on the Tan family." Teotihuacan was also shocked and terrified when he saw the old man standing up for Kyu-do. Has that old man Duong Vo-mu gone crazy? All because of a son-in-law for a moment. Meanwhile, Tan Thuong Tien seethed with anger, emphasizing each word. "Duong Vo-mu, do you want the Duong family to be destroyed in an instant?" But the head of the Duong family still remained calm. "Perhaps so. If war breaks out, my Duong family truly is no match for the Tan family. But biting into the Tan family's flesh as we die is no problem at all. So tell me, when the Tan family is severely weakened, with only a few left, won't it be like wolves smelling blood rushing in to tear your Tan family apart?" As soon as Duong Vo-mu finished speaking, the people from the other clans behind Tan Thuong Tien cheered loudly, making him frown even more in anger. On the other side, Duong Vo-mu continued, "Moreover, the Ghost Mountain dungeon, life and death are fate. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. These have always been the rules. So is the life of your Tan family more precious than the lives of the other clans?" As soon as he said this, he achieved his goal, and the surrounding clans erupted in noise and curses. "That's right, the Tan family is too arrogant. When our people die, it's nothing. But when your Tan family members die, you want revenge." What does this mean? Damn double standards. Seeing everyone around react so fiercely, Tan Thuong Tien was furious but powerless to do anything. Good. Very good, Duong Vo-mu. Your Duong family will definitely pay for what happened today. He stormed off with a dark face, leading the Tan family members away. "Let's go." Tan Hao was also very angry, but he could only leave silently with the family head. At that moment, Kyu-do turned to Duong Vo-mu and spoke with gratitude. "Master Duong, thank you." The old man responded with equal politeness. "If you work for my Duong family, it's only natural that I protect you." Then he turned and walked away calmly, still saying, "Let's go. If I promise to take you into the Duong family's ancestral land, Duong Vo-mu will not break his promise. As for the fate you may receive, it all depends on your own destiny." At the same time, at a magnificent castle, outside bore the seal of the Boktro group. Inside the main hall, a group of people were panicking, and their leader was furiously cursing, "What a bunch of useless fools. 2 mid-level warriors, yet you couldn't even catch a single low-level one. What are you even capable of?" One of the leaders among them trembled and spoke up. "Please punish me, master." The scene shifts to the Duong family estate, where Kyu-do and Duong Vo-mu stand before a hidden door as the old Duong master channels his energy and draws a magical formation. After a moment, the door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling light inside. Once the door was fully open, Duong Vo-mu turned to Kyu-do and called out, "Little Kyu, please come in." The ancestral land of the Duong family lies below. Duong Vo-mu led the way as they both descended the stairs together. The voice of the Machine Queen suddenly echoed in his ear. "Kyu-do, your eyes are normal, so use them less. If anyone finds out you have an S-rank skill, you'll be in big trouble." The door behind you suddenly slammed shut. He furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I understand." The two of them walked one after the other, passing through 9 flights of stairs until they finally reached the underground altar. Around the altar, there are 5 large stone pillars, and in front, a huge stone platform. Looking around in all directions, Kyu-do couldn't help but feel amazed and puzzled. Why does this altar look exactly like the one at the Soul Lake? Duong Vo-mu seemed to sense something, and immediately turned to ask, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" You quickly waved your hands a few times, and replied with a smile, "Ha ha ha, it's nothing, just a bit hot down here." Only now did he begin to reveal his true intentions, flashing a sly smile, glancing at him and saying, "It's nothing. Soon you won't feel the heat anymore." Those words instantly filled him with panic. Old man, what do you want to do? The smile on Duong Vomu's face grew more terrifying, his eyes full of deceit. You should never have interfered with Duong Lam's soul control. Immediately after, the old man unleashed a powerful burst of energy straight at Q-Do, forcing him to step back to avoid it. If you've already ruined my plan, then you'll do as a replacement for Duong Lam. As soon as his body stabilized, he pulled out the token of allegiance with one hand, quickly summoned a weapon with the other, and loudly declared his allegiance. But before he could finish speaking, he felt something was wrong. His whole body went numb and empty. Then Q-Do collapsed to the ground unconscious, completely unaware of anything. An endless dark space quickly engulfed his entire mind. After a long while, Q-Do slowly opened his eyes, a dim, glaring light shining straight into them. Before his eyes flickered the silhouette of someone along with a strange voice saying, "Are you awake?" Q-Do was tightly bound by a strange machine, his mouth sealed, only able to make muffled sounds. Next to him stood a man who seemed to be a scientist. When Duong Vomu saw he had woken up, he immediately approached and spoke. "Stop joking and get to the point." He looked at him with a strange gaze, smiling as he said, "What a perfect body." Then he quickly turned and went to the machine right next to him, still muttering, "Q-Do, I'm about to die of old age. If nothing else, I'll only live through this month. But as long as I erase your memories and upload mine into your brain, I can use your body to come back to life." Hearing this, Q-Do was horrified, eyes wide open, desperately pleading, "Queen, please save me." But in return, you got a rather grim answer. "Sorry, they injected you with a drug that dulls your senses, and I helped you absorb its effects, which made you flush with anger." What? The head of the Duong family kept rambling even after lying down on the machine. Unfortunately, the most suitable person was Duong Lam, my granddaughter, who couldn't be eliminated. But who told you to show up? It seems you hold many secrets, but soon they will all be mine. Saying this, he opened his eyes, smiled slightly, and gave the order, "Begin." The researcher quickly closed the two machines, then used some device to reconnect them through a cable. The machine soon started up, and his whole body began to transmit intense waves of pain, only able to emit a few unclear cries. But after some time had passed, somehow Q-Do managed to break free, his face darkening as a murderous aura radiated from his entire body. "Old man, how dare you erase my memories? Today, if you don't die, then I will." Looking at him standing before me with murderous intent, wielding Phuong Tien's violent strike, Duong Vomu defiantly said, "Such youthful arrogance! I've reached the highest level. Do you really think you can stand against me?" Q-Do ignored the old man's words, pulled out the card to accept the enemy as his father, and shouted, "If you don't give up on me, then I agree to accept you as my godfather." Seeing his strange action, the old man was puzzled and didn't understand. "What is this?" But before the old man could think further, Q-Do gripped his weapon tightly with both hands and charged forward with an oppressive aura. "Foster father, I will see you off on your journey." The force behind this strike from Q-Do was no light matter, filling Duong Vomu with a deep sense of unease. What is going on? Why does a low-level beginner like him stir a sense of danger deep inside me? Although old, he still reacted very quickly. As soon as the attack arrived, he immediately braced his body and used his energy to counter the invincible golden body technique. A golden shield instantly appeared around him, blocking all of Q-Do's attacks, and Duong Vomu laughed loudly, full of pride. "Ha ha, this is a one-time A-rank tool." Even if Ko Bin Duong used all his strength, he still couldn't break through the invincible golden body's defense with a single strike, let alone a weakling. But what the old man didn't expect was that Phuong Tien's fierce attack could pierce his invincible golden body. The shield began to crack, and he was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open like a primitive man. With both hands, he increased his power and shouted loudly, "Old man, die for me!" Phuong Tien charged fiercely, slamming him straight into the wall behind, and his life value immediately dropped by 9,999.99. The moment this number appeared, it made Q-Do curious and unable to stop wondering, what is going on? Why is his life value so high? He took the spear and then looked toward the patriarch recovering on the other side, surprised to see the system information showing an S-rank protective sage tool that eliminated critical damage in one go, sparking Q-Do's interest. Protector sage. That old man actually has a protector sage. Using it on him is really a waste. Why not just die obediently so I can extract it? Duong Vomu was left battered and confused, unable to understand why. Why does this weapon rank seem low but still gives me a deadly threatening feeling? This is really strange. He calmed down a bit and then turned to ask, "Kid, what trick did you use? while Kyodu paid no attention and pulled out another card. Don't worry about that. I want to see how many sages you still have to protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man Duong Vo Mao suddenly vanished without a trace. Turning to the side, I saw a large human-shaped hole in the wall. He ran away. Is this really the old man who only has half a month left to live? The card in Kyodu's hand gradually faded away, and he silently judged that someone so strong would flee directly when facing a beginner like himself. It seemed the old man was truly afraid of dying. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. A mysterious power is protecting your godfather. This attack failed, but you can launch a critical strike once more. He put on a very interested expression, smiled lightly, and said, "Looks like this last card can be saved. The next time we meet will be your death, old man." Then Kyodu broke through a section of the wall and went outside. His lifespan wasn't long. He might not even live to see the next meeting. The system appeared again, displaying all of his current stats. His name was Kyodu, and his profession was Soul Mage. Level 18, Beginner Realm, Power 504, using Virtue to subdue others with Defense, 500, as solid as a rock. Agility rating 9. Spirit Value. Life Value, 6,020, over 620. Plus 5,040, Magic Power Value. 1,800, over 1,800, Experience Value. 1,800, over 1,800. Talent is the brave heart of a sorcerer. Rank unknown. Skills include Ghost Child Soldier Path Level 5. Miracle Power Rank A. Contract Power Rank A. Mechanical Queen's Wrath Rank B. Current equipment includes Ancestor's Ring Rank A. Wind Shoes Speed Boost Rank C. Fuang Thien Hoa Keech Rank D. Golden Dragon Moon Suppression. Blade Rank B. Mad Spider Armor Rank B, Skull King's Ring Rank C, Intelligent Staff Rank C. Items include Ming Vuong Seeds Level 5 and Bandit Adoption Card Rank A. Kyodu clenched his fists with determination. The Duong family, Tan family, Hunter Guild, Boktro. The important task ahead is strength. Having offended so many, without enough power, whatever he does will be very difficult. After quietly assessing for a while, although something felt a bit strange, like he had missed something, he still decided to leave first and return to the school. Inside the room earlier, the scientist was still hiding behind a wall, not revealing his face. After a while, the scene shifts to the school. Kyodu walks step by step into the campus, hands in his pockets, leisurely strolling while thinking that this place is better, not as gloomy as that ghost mountain. Suddenly, a hand appears out of nowhere and rests on his shoulder, startling him. Immediately, Kyodu vanished without a trace, right in the middle of the schoolyard. Moments later, he was teleported to a room inside the school, and seeing the person standing beside him, he felt a surge of anger. The principal. But Ban Duong ignored it, his face darkening as he asked, "Kyodu, did you kill the descendants of the Tan family in the Demon Mountain?" Hearing that, he became even angrier and shouted, "It wasn't me who killed." The principal on the other side just gasped, and then began unleashing his power to attack him. Quickly, his life points were reduced by 2,090, but the number didn't stop there. It kept dropping continuously, and he could do nothing but raise his hand to defend. Only when you reached your limit, with your life points showing 1 out of 6,201,200, did Ban Duong stop. He withdrew his aura, while across from him, Kyodu could no longer stand steadily, staggering as if he could fall at any moment. Principal Ko saw you had calmed down and spoke up. "If you say it wasn't you who killed him, then do you have any proof?" You replied painfully and with difficulty. "No, he was killed by Lam Lang, who joined Boktro." Hearing your certainty, Principal Ko gave you a chance to prove and clarify. "If you say Lam Lang killed him, then bring Lam Lang before me, or present evidence that he is the culprit. I'll give you 4 months, during which I guarantee no one in the palace will lay a hand on you." Kyodu then firmly uttered one word, "All right." After a moment, Kyodu returned to the bedroom. He reached out to push the door open. Hearing a sound, the 2 people inside, who were intently studying something, turned around to look. Duong Huangdit called out loudly, "Andu!" He was a bit excited and happily shared with Kyodu, "Let me tell you some good news. Mafi can use the power of money now, and we've found clues about Tahu." He then asked with some surprise, "What have you 2 found out?" Huangdit pointed at the strange, glowing orb on the nearby table. "Look at this. A beam of light shines from the orb, replaying a chaotic battle scene from some ancient dynasty. In those scenes, the familiar figure of Tahu also appeared, and she was trying to escape." At that moment, Huang Dik spoke up. "The setting of that dungeon is an ancient royal family.
Recalling the previous dungeon, he explained that upon entering, you are assigned a random character. For example, last time Mafi became the chief steward, and the main threat in that dungeon was the risk of a plague. At that time, constant battles raged inside the dungeon, with smoke and explosions everywhere, as a stronger foreign nation came to invade. No matter what identity we assumed, we ultimately couldn't avoid being drawn into the chaos of war. He kept sharing important information he had discovered. That dungeon levels up extremely fast. Last time, Mafi and I almost broke through to the upper intermediate level on the battlefield before even passing the stage. Unfortunately, a twisted boss appeared in the end, and we all failed. Hearing this, Q-Do's expression grew serious as he pondered. So Tahu appeared in that dungeon? Probably to quickly gain experience and level up, right? Mafi remained silent, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. As for Huangdi, I do have some doubts. Maybe that's true, but if she's still alive, why hasn't she come back to find us? Recalling the previous images of Tahu, Q-Do couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Perhaps she is also trapped and helpless right now. He focused intently on the scenes replayed inside the glowing orb, and then said to the two beside him, "Let's check out the dungeon first. Maybe we can find some clues." The scene shifted to a forest where the three Q-Do stood before a space gate, visibly excited as they looked at it. "Found it. This is the dungeon." Right after saying that, we quickly went in to avoid being spotted by the Hunter Guild. All three of us stepped inside. The group quickly disappeared through the dungeon gate. As soon as the three entered, a mysterious figure appeared outside the gate. Inside the dungeon, Q-Do was playing the role of a character lying motionless on the bed, while two servants beside him kept babbling to each other. "I'm doomed, doomed, it's been half a month already." Since the last time the Crown Prince fell into the Queen's bath and was pulled out, he still hasn't woken up. What should we do now? The one standing beside immediately spoke up to remind him. "Hey, do you not need your head anymore or what? His Majesty has already ordered the appointment of a new Crown Prince, and you still dare to call the deceased the Crown Prince?" The other immediately corrected himself. Oh, and hearing this, Prince. Q-Do slowly opened his eyes, looked around carefully, and guessed that this place was the royal palace. At the same time, the system displayed the mission notification for the dungeon, requiring you to reclaim the Crown Prince title and protect your nation from invasion, difficulty level D, with rewards depending on the player's performance. Please note, your current identity is the fourth prince of the Red Flame Kingdom, so be mindful of every word and action. Calming himself down a bit, he sat up from the bed, still unable to shake off his curiosity. Left or right, what exactly did she want to do in this dungeon? But he quickly pushed that thought aside and began to get to know the character. According to the mission background, I am the fourth prince who, shortly after becoming crown prince, got drunk at a banquet and was then found naked in the empress's bath. So the emperor ordered to dethrone the crown prince and then chose a new crown prince from the remaining three princes. Q-Do rubbed his chin, piecing everything together, and couldn't help but think that the chances of being betrayed by the other three princes were very high. He smiled wickedly, a cruel thought rising in his mind. That's right, kill the other three princes, then the crown prince position will be mine. Thinking this, Q-Do couldn't help but rub his chin with pride. No wonder it's me. Without hesitation, he turned to call the two servants guarding the other door. "Hey, you two, come here." Seeing the fourth prince awake, the two quickly knelt and paid their respects, one even happily congratulating His Highness on his recovery, but Q-Do ignored him and got straight to the point. "Where are the residences of the other three princes? Show me the way." The man hesitated slightly before respectfully replying, "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that you are not to leave this place without his command." Hearing this, Q-Do's face turned extremely ugly, and he roared in anger. "What? That old man wants to imprison me?" Just then, a eunuch's voice came from outside the hall. "The Emperor has arrived." The National Lord of the Scarlet Flame Empire, Kwang Shunzheng, clad in a majestic and imposing robe, stepped into the hall. Q-Do looked at him and immediately suppressed his anger, silently telling himself, "All right, this is my old man in this dungeon." But as soon as the Emperor stepped in, his face darkened, and he angrily demanded, "Ungrateful son, do you not intend to explain why you were found drunk in the Empress's bath?" The anger that had just been suppressed flared up again inside him, but he could only curse silently. How troublesome. He wondered if using Huang Tian Huakich could kill him in one strike. At the same time, the sound of a gong rang out. Young Guifei arrived, a beautiful and graceful figure stepping in. This elegant lady is the biological mother of the fourth prince, young Guifei. As soon as she entered, she couldn't hold back and rushed over, hugging Q-Do tightly, her voice choked with emotion. My son, it's good that you woke up. Really good. Although surprised, he still stammered out, calling her mother. Deep inside, I felt touched and warm. Since my mother passed away when I was 6, I had never felt a hug this warm again. Kong Tuan-chin stood aside watching the deep mother-child bond and couldn't help but shout out loud. Enough! Duong Mong Tuyen, do you even know what good deed your son was trying to do just now? Consort Duong saw the emperor so angry and immediately bowed with a hint of grievance. Your Majesty, please calm down. Please calm down. Huang Yi is certainly not someone with selfish intentions. I still hope your Majesty will forgive her. Qiu-du saw his mother looking so wronged, and his expression darkened, stepping forward to stand in front of Duong Kui-fi, softly calling out, Mother? Then he looked at her with gentle eyes and continued, If I did wrong alone, I will bear it alone. If I made a mistake, there's no reason for you to take the blame for me. But when he turned to speak to Kwang Tuan-chin, his eyes became cold and determined. Father, I do not know why I appeared in the Queen's bath after drinking, but please grant me 3 days and I will definitely uncover the truth. Seeing your attitude, he was somewhat angered but still issued a warning. Good, very good. I will give you 3 days. If you do not uncover the truth within 3 days, I will exile you to the borderlands and consider you no longer my son from this day forward. After a while, once the emperor had left, Yang Guifei couldn't help but worry. Your Highness, the king is not joking. If you don't uncover the truth within 3 days, you will truly be exiled to the border. But Qiu-du remained calm and reassured her. Mother, don't worry, I am confident. You should go rest first. Recalling his original intention, his eyes dark and unreadable, he asked, By the way, Mother, do you know where the other 3 princes are? The scene shifts to the Crown Prince's palace, where Qiu-du stands hesitantly at the door, unsure which prince is plotting against him. He stepped up to the door, grinning wickedly, and said, Make sure you don't let me catch you. Then Qiu-du kicked open the door to the Crown Prince's hall and stormed inside, shouting, Let me see what kind of person this Crown Prince really is. Inside the palace, a prince was leisurely lying down, enjoying himself surrounded by piles of food. Seeing the scene before him, Qiu-du shouted out loud, Yang Xiangdi, he is the eldest prince. Still chewing noisily, he reacted as soon as he saw who had arrived. Duka, he happily stood up, still gnawing on a chicken leg, and said, Duka, this quest is great. You start as the Crown Prince, but the mission says I have to help some annoying 4th prince reclaim the throne. Though Huang Dich didn't notice Qiu-du's face turning very ugly. You struggled to speak. Tell me, is there a chance that the annoying 4th prince you mentioned is me? Meanwhile, Huang Dich laughed loudly. Haha, Duka, you said it. We are all princes. So does that mean Ma Fi? Before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared right at the palace gate, followed by a very familiar voice saying, Is there even a need to say? Ma Fi, playing the role of the 2nd prince, stepped into the hall and said arrogantly, Of course, I am also a prince. After a while, when the 3 gathered and understood each other's tasks, Huang Dich spoke up. With this mess, what investigation is even needed? 4 princes, 3 are on our side, so the one who harmed Dua must be the 3rd prince. Qiu-du simply said, Go. The 3 of them advanced toward the 3rd prince's palace with murderous intent. After a while, a gong sounded outside the 3rd prince's hall. 1st prince, 2nd prince, and 4th prince have arrived. The 3rd prince inside the hall anxiously paced back and forth, deep in thought. Big brother, 2nd brother, and 4th brother all came at the same time. Why is that? Could it be that my plan against 4th brother has been exposed? Impossible, I've already covered all the traces, they can't have any evidence. Thinking this, he smiled brightly as soon as he saw someone approaching. I don't know why the 2nd brother and 4th brother suddenly came to visit. Please forgive me. Before he finished speaking, his face was already hit by a powerful punch. His words became unclear as he was not welcomed from afar. The 3rd prince was knocked down with a single punch, rolling on the ground with his eyes wide open. But Qiu-du didn't care and said, Come, dear brother, let your brother show you some love. Immediately after, the 3 of them rushed in to beat him up. The voices of the 3 continued to ring out. This brat is no good. Just beat him up so the 3rd brother can feel our brotherly bond. Oh damn, let me fight too. After a while, the 3rd prince was beaten badly, holding his head and trembling uncontrollably. What exactly do you want to do? Qiu-du still showed no mercy and gave him another kick. Who told you to frame me? Hurry up and confess honestly that you framed me. But the 3rd prince still kept silent. What harm could I have done? 4th brother, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that he still refused to admit it, he turned to the other 2 and boldly continued to beat him, making the 3rd prince crawl up in fear. Stop, stop, I'm telling you! Then he trembled uncontrollably as he pleaded desperately. Sorry, 4th brother.
It was third brother, blinded by demons. Tomorrow happens to be the day father goes out hunting, so I will take the opportunity to speak frankly in front of all the officials. The third prince was so scared his face turned pale, and seeing the murderous looks from the others, he quickly added that father should restore your position as crown prince. Is that enough? The three of them were somewhat satisfied, but Huang Dich still felt a bit worried. Duka, I'm afraid this third prince is up to something. But Q-Du thought it over and spoke up. The three of us are united now. Are we still afraid of him? If we really kill him here, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to restore the position of crown prince. Finding his words reasonable, Huang Dich just quietly turned to look at the third prince and said, That's right. Then let's spare his life for now. The three of them returned to the crown prince's palace together, and at that moment Huang Dich was chewing on a chicken leg while saying, By the way, Duka, there's something you might not know. Last time when you and Ma Fi entered, you discovered and recalled the incident where the two of you accidentally encountered a group of shamans using lightning magic. He said the country wanting to invade Shichviem Kingdom is the Great Vu Kingdom, a land with many shamans skilled in shamanic arts who summon storms and control thunder, somewhat like elemental mages. Ma Fi then added, Based on my and Duong Huang Dich's experience last time, tomorrow the Great Vu Kingdom will attempt to assassinate the emperor at the hunting ground. After the emperor died, the four princes fought for the throne, plunging Shichviem into chaos and civil war, while the Great Vu Kingdom took advantage of the situation to invade. But saying this, he added with a hint of pride, But this time, the three of us are all princes, so there's no need to worry about that. Huang Dich's goofy smile only made the other two fall silent. Hey, that's good then. Once I become emperor, I'll make both of you crown princes. Time quickly passed to the next day, and the hunting ground in the valley was crowded with people. The emperor, dressed in a robe, rode his horse with great dignity. Qiudu saw Yang Guifei, got off his horse, and called out softly, Mother, she also came over to gently check on you. My child, your health. But before she could finish, he quickly reassured her. Thank you, Mother, for your concern. My health is no longer something to worry about. Seeing him like that, she also felt a bit relieved. It's good if nothing's wrong. It's good if nothing's wrong. Just as the two mother and child were talking, the Empress of the Red Flame Kingdom, mother of the third prince, suddenly appeared and spoke with accusations. Fourth prince, did you greet Consort Yang before paying respects to His Majesty? Could it be that in their heart, Duong Qifi holds a higher status than the emperor? Duong Qifi immediately spoke up to defend her son. No, your highness didn't mean that, but Qiudu was blunt and didn't care about etiquette, as he asked, Who are you? Everyone has a horse to ride, so why don't you? Where is your horse? Have you lost your horse? Causing the Empress to turn pale with fear. She angrily shouted, You scoundrel! How dare you speak to the Empress like that? Qiudu stopped and turned away, even cursing. Crazy fool, I'm too lazy to care about people. Then she changed her mind and looked pitifully at Kuang Thuan-chin, saying, Your Majesty, you must take control of this concubine. But the Emperor replied coldly, All right, there are only 2 days left of the 3-day period. If the fourth prince does not give me a satisfactory answer, I will settle all debts old and new at once. At that moment, a eunuch stepped forward to announce, Your Majesty, everything is ready. We can begin the hunt. Kuang Thuan-chin then shouted orders for everyone to set off. He led a hunting party on horseback toward the grasslands, but in his heart, he couldn't help but contemplate great matters. It was said that the crown prince of Daivu and the princess were both talented, young, yet already masters of sorcery with extraordinary skill. The crown prince of Davu can summon countless monsters impervious to blades with just a raise of his hand, while the princess of Davu can freeze 1,000 miles with her clasped hands, which is even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Kuang Thuan-chin glanced quietly at Qiudu riding beside him, feeling a bit regretful. The fourth prince, originally the perfect heir of Shichviem in both literature and martial arts, unexpectedly became so lawless. Could it be that heaven truly intends to destroy Shichviem? After a while, on the fresh green grass, a small deer heard the noise behind it and was startled. Kuang Thuan-chin raised his bow to aim, but as the arrow flew, the deer leapt and dodged it. Seeing he had missed the prey, he turned to Qiudu beside him. Fourth prince, you're usually the best archer. Go ahead and kill that deer, or you'll be punished with 50 lashes. Watching the deer run farther away in fear, he asked, What if I kill that deer? Kuang Thuan-chin laughed heartily. Ha, that deer has already run at least 4,500 meters. You stand still. If you can really shoot that deer, I will agree to whatever you want. Hearing this, Qiudu pulled an arrow from his back and made his request.
The king is not joking. If you succeed, you want me to make consort Duong the queen. Then the prince decisively shot the arrow toward the distant deer, each arrow flying through the air above the soldiers' heads. Everyone silently watched as Kwang Tuan Chin followed the arrow flying over the hill and thought to himself, "It seems the fourth prince has truly changed after the incident in the bath." He drew another arrow, his eyes gleaming with a hint of red, and said with interest, "Archery is pretty fun, isn't it?" While secretly calculating, his demon eyes locked on the target, determined not to miss this time. But suddenly, the bow in Kyudu's hand snapped into 3 pieces, and none of the arrows had been released, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nearby, the Prime Minister of the Red Flame Kingdom, the Queen's father, saw this and burst out laughing mockingly. "Ha ha, I have to say, although the fourth prince has a sharp gaze, he is indeed very strong." Huangditch here can't help but feel a bit worried. "It's over. Duca has no idea how to shoot a bow." Mafi next to him also chimed in, who told him to keep pretending. This time it's really messed up. The little deer on the hill still doesn't know anything and looks around in confusion. Meanwhile, Kang Thuan Chin is so furious his face turns black as he shouts orders. "Someone get over here! Drag the fourth prince down and punish him with 50 lashes. Kyudu remained very calm. "Wait!" The Prime Minister looked down on him and spoke mockingly. "What's the matter? The fourth prince's bow is broken and you still want to die easily?" Kyudu smiled faintly, his eyes turning cold. "Who said a broken bow has no power to harm?" A nearby general, hearing this, scoffed as if hearing a joke, full of disdain. He had fought all his life, but had never seen a broken bow still capable of dealing damage. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm afraid the fourth prince has been sleeping for over half a month, and his brain is fried. He's truly a laughingstock for everyone." Kyudu remained very confident, holding the arrow in his hand, raising it to prepare his stance. He adjusted his horse, pulled the arrow back to gain momentum, and then powerfully and decisively shot the arrow. The force was not light at all, causing the arrow to cut through the air and fly swiftly. The deer on the hill was still dazed, looking around, unaware even as the arrow was about to strike. Very quickly, each arrow struck the deer, causing it to cry out in pain. The 2 generals and the chancellor watched this scene in horror, their eyes wide and mouths agape. "Is that really okay?" Even Kwang Thuan Chin was utterly shocked and speechless. Kyudu confidently rode towards the emperor and spoke up. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my promise. Surely you will not break your word, right?" Kyudu's gaze was resolute, and there was a hint of joy in his heart. If he could become empress, then perhaps the mother of this dungeon would be pleased. But Kwang Tuan Chin here found it a bit hard to speak up. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Qi turned pale with anger and shouted loudly, "How important is the queen's position to a mixed potion? How could the fourth prince change it with just a few words?" Faced with his attitude, Kyudu remained calm and retorted, "I made a bet with His Majesty, so in the end, was it me who shot that deer with a bow?" He still wouldn't give up and kept bringing up more arguments, but who actually fights by shooting arrows directly? As for Huangditch, there's no need to say. He was clearly pleased with what just happened. "Ma Fai, it seems we still don't fully understand Dua. Du is a spirit mage who can also engage in close combat. Using a bow and arrow directly to attack is nothing special. It's completely routine for him." Ma Fi agreed with him. "That's right." On this side, Kyudu spoke up and questioned, "Could it be that someone is about to make His Majesty a man who does not keep his word?" Leaving the Prime Minister speechless and unable to say another word. "You." At this moment, Kwang Thuan Chin also spoke up. "The king is not joking. If I have agreed with you, then of course it will be done. Wait until we return. I will confer the title of Empress on Consort Duong." The Prime Minister again tried earnestly to persuade, "Your Majesty, changing the Empress is a matter of great importance. This cannot be taken lightly. I hope Your Majesty will reconsider." Huang Tuang's face grew even uglier as he furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, "I have made my decision. Do not argue anymore. Return to the palace." Although General Qi was very angry, he could not say anything more or intervene since the king had made up his mind. Cut to the military camp where the Empress is furiously confronting Yang Guifei. "Yang Suoyuan, you are truly bold to raise an immortal child like that and still dare to insult me in front of everyone." Yang Guifei knew her power was no match now, so she could only plead humbly. The Empress calmed down, saying the child was still young and innocent and it was her fault for not raising him well. The noble lady generously spared the boy this time. "But if anything happens, just blame me." And yet the Empress actually did it. She swung her hand and slapped Consort Duong hard across the face, then shouted insults at her. "Remember this well, you wretched woman Duong Mong Tuyen. I am the true mistress of the harem. Duong Kui Fi,
feeling wronged, could only cover her face and continue begging, just hoping the Empress would spare the fourth prince. Just then, Q-Do spurred his horse forward and shouted loudly, causing the two to turn and look. As soon as he arrived, he saw his mother being humiliated and beaten like that, and his face immediately darkened with uncontrollable anger. Seeing her son's sullen expression, Consort Duong also grew worried and asked hesitantly, "My son, why did you come back so quickly?" Q-Do's face remained dark and unchanged. "Mother, your son has been unfilial and caused you trouble." But young Guifei smiled kindly and said to him, "You foolish child, what do you have to apologize to me for? It is I who have wronged you. Mother is old and useless, unable to help you, and even caused you to lose face." The queen could not help but speak upon seeing the mother and child. "You two are crying like this and still expect to keep your dignity? Today is a good day for His Majesty to go hunting, and whoever ruined His Majesty's mood, even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough to atone." No matter what she said, Q-Do here still paid no attention, only coldly uttering two words, "Sorry." The Empress, as if hearing a joke, arrogantly spoke with contempt. "Has the fourth prince gone mad?" "I am the Empress and should not have to apologize to a consort. I am the mistress of the harem," so before she could even finish speaking, I slapped her right across the face. That slap sent her flying back and crashing to the ground, looking utterly disgraceful. On this side, Q-Do cast a deadly glare at her, then spoke coldly. "That slap was me paying back for Mother." The Empress, beaten badly, was furious and shouted curses. "You dare hit me! You dare hit me! Fine, I will make you and your mother pay." After a while, the Empress put on a pitiful act and ran to the Emperor, shouting for justice. "Your Majesty, you must stand up for me. The fourth prince is lawless and dared to strike me." She clutched her face in pain. Every word spoken was meant to drag the Emperor into this matter, showing she did not regard the Empress as a consort, nor respect His Majesty. The Prime Minister standing above also chimed in, calling it a great treachery, truly a great treachery, and that such a person should be punished according to the law. The father and son stirred things up, giving everyone around something to talk about. Unexpectedly, the fourth prince even dared to hit the queen. I think he's truly lost his mind. A beast in human form. Seeing everyone's reactions turning against the mother and son, the Empress felt quietly pleased. "Let's see what you all plan to do this time." Duong Kui-Fi tried to speak up and defend her son after hearing the gossip. "It's not like that, it's not like that. The prince is not that kind of person." Kwang Tuan Chin, who had been observing from above, finally spoke up. "Fourth prince, is what the Empress said true?" Yu-Du remained calm and unshaken, responding steadily. "I struck her simply because she bullied my mother. If I didn't step in, wouldn't that make me a bystander?" The third prince stood to the side, glancing at him quietly. "The opportunity has come, fourth brother. Fourth brother, don't blame your elder brother for being cruel." Immediately after, I stepped forward and shouted, "Father, I can prove that what the queen said is true because I was also violently beaten by the fourth prince." He took off his outer robe to reveal bruises all over his body, then continued in a victim's tone. "I originally thought we were brothers, so if I was beaten, so be it. But I never expected the fourth prince not only to not defend me, but to even go so far as to let the queen hit me. Fourth brother's downfall today is entirely my fault for condoning it. I beg your Majesty to punish me." Seeing this, Q-Do's face turned as ugly as if he had swallowed something foul. "What the hell is this? In this dungeon, each person has on average 800 tricks, and everyone is a movie star." Kwang Tuan Chin, who was seated above, immediately became angry. "Where are the guards?" As the wind rose, Q-Do stood proudly in the courtyard listening to the order to capture the rebellious fourth prince for the emperor, while Yang Guifei bowed in fear and worry, pleading with His Majesty. "Your Majesty, things are not as you think. The prince is innocent. I beg you to investigate thoroughly." But Q-Do showed no fear at all, clenching his fists and saying, "This is really boring. I'm not interested in playing palace intrigue with you." In his mind, he thought, according to Ma Fi and Duong Huangditch, the assassins from Daivu should be arriving soon. Seeing his attitude, Kwang Tuan, filled with righteous anger, shouted, "Minister, are you trying to rebel? Insolent fool! Immediately capture the fourth prince and consort Duong for me, and kill them on the spot if they resist." The three prime minister's family members watched this scene with great satisfaction. A mere fourth prince daring to fight us, truly reckless. The soldiers quickly received the order and rushed to surround the mother and child Q-Do. But at that moment, a terrifying storm appeared above his head. Bursts of lightning and swirling winds relentlessly engulfed him, pulling in even those nearby, caught in the storm. Everyone panicked and shouted, "What is this?" Then, from the sky, waves of heavenly thunder struck down, setting the ground ablaze. The emperor turned pale with shock at the scene. Just as the lightning struck down, the black-clad figures appeared from the sky and rushed swiftly toward Kuang Thuan Chin. Seeing the crowd rushing in, the prime minister panicked and kept shouting, "They are sorcerers! Sorcerers from the great sorcerer nation! Protect the emperor!" Bolts of lightning, ice, rocks, and flames struck directly at the royal guards. The chant echoed urgently, "Your Majesty, be careful!" The guard soldiers were quickly devastated, some burned by fire, others crushed by stones, with countless casualties. The prime minister was terrified by the scene before him and saw that Kuang Thuan Chin was still standing in place. So he shouted, "Your Majesty, please run away!" But the emperor angrily shouted back, "I am the supreme ruler, the divine emperor of the Red Flame Kingdom. Do you expect me to flee in front of the officials? So how will the people of Shichvium Kingdom see me in the future? I am the son of heaven. I may die, but I will never run away." On this side, Q-Do saw that even though the old man was in such a state, he still acted like the son of heaven, which made him a bit angry. This old man is even better at pretending than Mafei. Suddenly, the system sounded an alert. "Key character Kuang Thuan Chin has died. You will never become crown prince. Please act immediately." Upon hearing the announcement, he was shocked and wide-eyed. Could something like this really happen? But he quickly regained his composure, snatched the spear from the soldier's hand, and rushed toward the emperor on the other side. "Let me borrow your spear for a moment." He felt anxious inside, unsure if there would be enough time. Then Q-Do quickly swung the spear in his hand and decisively threw it straight ahead. Just as the emperor was about to be struck by the lightning thief, the spear shot forward, knocking him back several dozen meters, and the spot where he had stood was also struck by lightning, causing a huge explosion. The spear Q-Do threw pinned him against the wall behind, and seeing this, Kuang Thuan Chin also showed a brief look of surprise. The masked sorcerers, frustrated by the failure, grew angry, and one of them spoke up. "Who is ruining our good plan?" The general here was still in a panic, shouting repeatedly, "Quick, protect the prince! Catch the assassins! Don't let those 4 damn sorcerers escape!" One of the sorcerers, annoyed by his constant nagging, waved his hand and unleashed a fiery blast. Seeing a large flame rushing toward him, he looked incredulous and only managed to step back a few paces. What? No. Very quickly, the entire general was surrounded by a large fire. He was burned by the fire and in great pain, but could do nothing except scream for help. Save me. The third prince and the queen mother were terrified and horrified. She quickly shouted, "Father!" But it was no use to stop them. Soldiers quickly arrived and surrounded the 4 demon sorcerers, and Yuan Jiehui ordered to arrest them. Seeing they were surrounded, one of the sorcerers spoke up, "That damn emperor is still alive. There's no way the 4 of us will survive. For the Great Vu Kingdom, even if we die, we must take that damn emperor down with us." But before he could finish, a soldier with a spear charged forward and stabbed him in the chest. Unfazed, he raised his hands to start channeling his energy, then calmly said to the other 3, "Brothers, I'm going ahead." Right after a shout, he self-destructed, his body exploding with a massive shockwave that sent the nearby soldiers flying. Taking advantage of the moment, the other 3 leapt forward quickly, shouting, "Kill the dog emperor!" Q-Do also didn't sit still. He immediately activated his speed boots, leapt up, and charged after the 3 demon sorcerers, drawing his weapon as he went, and the 3 quickly realized he was right behind them. The lead man immediately ordered the one behind him. "He is the 4th prince, the 2nd brother, him. We will go kill the dog emperor." The sorcerer called the 2nd brother immediately acknowledged. "Understood," then stop and block in front of Q-Do. He immediately gathered his energy, several blocks of ice forming in his palm, ready to strike straight at him. "Die for me." But before Chuthuk could even react, that guy was already cut down by Q-Do with a single swipe of his spear. The system simultaneously announced that player Q-Do defeated the NPC Vu Tru, awarding 21 free attribute points and 105 experience points. Just as he finished off one enemy, his left hand summoned another weapon, while silently calculating in his mind. "I can't let you kill this convenient father of mine, or I won't be able to complete the mission." Then he simultaneously gathered his energy and launched the 2 weapons in his hand straight forward. One sorcerer, sensing the danger, shouted, "Big brother, watch out!" The other immediately reacted, casting an earth shield. A large, solid rock appeared right in front of him, but it was useless. The Chao-Du spear pierced through the rock, knocking him backward. The 2 sorcerers of the Great Vu Kingdom were each impaled by a spear and thrown to opposite sides, one landing right before the emperor, causing him to flinch. Before dying, he managed to utter one last phrase to the emperor, calling him a damn emperor. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the other side. "Save the escort!" Someone shouted for help, drawing Kyudu's attention to look over. That sorcerer unexpectedly shifted his focus to the two mother and child standing in a corner. He frantically charged forward, threatening to kill the empress and the prince if he couldn't kill the emperor. The third prince panicked and shouted for help. Fourth brother, please save us." Meanwhile, Kyudu clutched his chest, showing a look of intense pain. "Ah, no, I'm hurt." The third prince immediately panicked and shouted for help. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry, it's Big Brother's fault, please save me quickly. I will explain everything clearly to father later." The empress beside him also panicked and shouted loudly. Yes, Huang Yi. I shouldn't have spoken recklessly and wronged you, come quickly and save us. But the sorcerer was right beside him, creating a huge rock above their heads. Watching the massive stone slowly fall, the two stared in horror, trembling helplessly. The boulder, like a small mountain, crushed the queen and her child, the shockwave shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces, fresh blood splattering across the sorcerer's mask. But at the same moment, Kyudu rushed from behind, striking him in two with a single move. That person immediately fell behind him. Kyudu then approached the emperor and asked, "Are you all right, your majesty?" Kang Tuan-Chin saw you coming and immediately spoke up. "It's okay." His face showed some guilt as he continued. "I heard everything the third prince and the empress said before they died. It is I who have wronged you, and this time you have served with merit. Speak whatever you want, I will reward you." Kyudu, feeling somewhat pleased, immediately said, "Your Majesty, then I will not be polite." He spoke without hesitation. "I want the crown prince position that rightfully belongs to me." The emperor was somewhat surprised and asked doubtfully, "Is that all?" "That's all." He turned and walked away, casting a quick glance back at him. "That's all. I only want the position of crown prince." Kang Tuan-Chin said quietly with a serious face. "I agree, but I feel a bit guilty inside. At a time like this, you only want to reclaim the crown prince title? It seems I really misunderstood the boy." The system immediately announced this. "Congratulations to the host for regaining the position of crown prince. Use your status as crown prince to protect the Red Flame Kingdom from invasion." Without hesitation, Kyudu immediately mounted his horse. Kang Tuan-Chin was a bit confused by his actions and asked, "You just regained the position of crown prince. What are you planning to do now?" He quickly urged his horse forward and loudly replied, "Of course, I'm going to battle to prevent the invasion of the Daivu Kingdom. I will go eliminate them first, and when I return, I want to see Mother become the Empress." Kang Tuan-Chin stood there watching his back as he left, repeating his words with doubt, fearing that Daivu would invade, so he went to destroy them first. As if understanding the meaning, he immediately gave a solemn order to gather our army. Very quickly, night had fallen. On the borderlands, the three of them, Kyudu, Ma Fi, and Duong Huangdik, were rushing swiftly toward the Daivu Kingdom. Huangdik followed closely behind, feeling a bit worried. "Brother Du, just the three of us going, it's going to be fine, right? That boss is really formidable, and I heard Daivu has two peerless geniuses." Ma Fi, running ahead, teased him a bit. "So, are you scared? Are you scared and hiding behind me? Last time, I didn't even finish killing you. I'm just a few hundred experience points away from leveling up to intermediate. Don't steal my experience points later." But he wasn't backing down either. "Wasn't it you who got chased all over by the boss last time? The crazy toad keeps circling and cursing. Why are you pretending to be cowardly?" Up ahead, Kyudu seemed to sense something, his expression turning grim. There was no mistake. The closer he got, the more the aura ahead confirmed his own feelings. He wouldn't be mistaken. Immediately, the image of Tahu appeared in his mind. At that time, the flame burning on Tahu's shield was this very type of fire. Running while thinking for a while, Kyudu finally approached a building. In front of him was a small blue flame burning brightly. He reached out to touch the flame and thought to himself, logically, after the dungeon resets, everything should reset too. So why is this flame appearing now? Could it be that Tahu is still inside the dungeon? The flame immediately ignited his hand, burning it fiercely, and his health points kept dropping continuously. -369, -327. The burning flames seared Kyudu's hand painfully, almost numbing it. He cried out as a Huangdich arrived and saw him writhing in pain on the ground, growing worried. "Du, are you okay?" Kyudu collapsed on the ground, clutching his arm that was being burned by the fire and shouted urgently, "Don't come here, this fire is not something we can handle right now." In my mind, I realized I was wrong. It's not the left or right in this dungeon, but this strange fire is so powerful it can ignore the dungeon's rules.
Then suddenly he turned around and shouted harshly, "Mafi, cut off my hand quickly, or else I'm afraid my whole body will be burned to ashes." Mafi hesitated and felt awkward upon hearing this. "This?" Kyodu clutched his arm in pain and shouted, "Mafi, hurry up and strike! If you're a brother, then cut me down quickly!" By this time, Mafi was no longer hesitant, but instead charged forward with a bit of excitement. "Then I'm really coming. Kyodu, do you know how long I have been holding back?" Just then, a small, round red artifact appeared on your chest. Watching it continuously absorb the flames in his hand, Kyodu was a bit stunned and speechless. After absorbing the flames, the small red orb even let out a faint puff of smoke. Seeing the scene before him, his heart surged. That was a one-time use S-rank item obtained from the Ming Realm dungeon, the Ming King Seed, which absorbs the flames of the Ming Realm. Lost in thought, suddenly Mafi's voice rang in his ear. The first strike of the Bin Duong sword technique. One sword Bin Duong. Excited, he swung his sword down, and seeing the powerful sword energy rushing forward, Kyodu instantly flew into a rage. "Mafi, this reckless fool, the fire has already gone out." Despite being caught off guard, he immediately reacted, shouting loudly as the system notifications rang out continuously. Demon Child intervenes. Life value minus 1,800. Kyodu releases a sword aura identical to Mafi's to counter the first move of the Bin Duong sword technique. One sword Bin Duong. Two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave, with dust and smoke swirling thickly around. Mafi couldn't believe his eyes and immediately shouted in shock, "How is this possible?" He looked at Kyodu in horror, repeatedly shouting in disbelief. "How is this possible? How do you also know the Bin Duong sword technique? This is an A-level skill. After I formally became the principal's disciple, it took him a long time before he agreed to teach me. I've been training since the start of the school year and only just managed to barely perform the first move." "How do you know it so well? You're clearly not a sword cultivator," but Kyodu looks a bit disdainful. "Bin Duong sword technique, isn't learning this just about using your hands? Just one look and you can tell." This sentence was quite a blow to Mafi. He cried endlessly, both terrified and heartbroken. The opponent calmly crossed his arms and said to him, "All right, Mafi, it's okay. Everyone's physique is different and can't be compared. It's like I was furious all afternoon, so it's normal for you to learn a bit slowly, but Mafi here is still so angry he's grinding his teeth. I don't believe it. It's impossible. The first move must be too simple. Just wait. Once I master the moves behind, I don't believe you can learn them too." Kyodu smirked proudly and continued teasing him. Mafi, don't you understand what a true genius is? As long as the blood volume is sufficient, even if it's Principal Ko Bin Duong's own Thientrian Bin Duong sword technique, I can still copy it. Just then, a voice from behind startled the three, making them turn around. The scout at the front said, "3 rats from Shichviam Kingdom sneaked into our great Vu. Unexpected indeed. Truly 3 big rats." The newcomer seemed to be a sorcerer from the great nation, wearing a demon mask, and he looked at the 3 of them, continuing, "What did you say?" "The 3 princes of the Red Flame Nation. The 3 princes themselves have come to our great Vu nation. Truly a rare honor that overwhelms this humble man." He had just started to say, "Please, 3 princes, come with me, no need to resist," when a loud shout interrupted him, accompanied by a flash of light, followed by a fierce explosion. After a while, the sorcerer was lying flat on the ground, his mask fallen off, and Jiang Di nearby sneered, "What, the villainous type dies from talking too much, you know? So foolish." Kyodu's expression darkened slightly as he called out to the 2, "Mafi, Duong Huangdich." Then, looking at the mask that had just fallen to the ground, he said, "I have a bold idea." The next day, in the Great Vu Kingdom, inside the magnificent royal palace, a group of people gathered there. Several sorcerers, who seemed to be high-ranking court officials, stood in neat rows, and one of them began to report to the princess. No one knows why Shichviam Kingdom suddenly gathered its entire army and is fiercely advancing toward our border. The so-called princess is actually Master Theodung. She sat on the throne, stroking her chin. "The Red Flame Kingdom has gathered its army here, and I can't help but feel a bit puzzled. Strange. Wasn't the system supposed to have us lead Dai Vu to invade and seize the Red Flame Kingdom? Why did the Red Flame Kingdom's army come here on their own?" Suddenly a voice called out from below, who said there was only one Red Flame Kingdom. Seeing the person approaching, the high officials of the Great Vu Kingdom all greeted the Crown Prince in unison. Those standing nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "The Crown Prince is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of Dai Vu." So those around him also chimed in. Except for the national preceptor, no one is a match for him. With the Crown Prince here,
The Red Flame Kingdom will surely be destroyed. The one who just arrived is Kotu.
At that moment, he arrogantly shouted, "Don't worry, with me here, even if Shich Kwok gathers a great army, they're just coming to their death." Su Thiodung felt somewhat annoyed by Kotu's reckless words. If Kyudu had said this, I might have believed it, but you'd better leave. Hearing that name, Kotu clenched his teeth in anger and growled, "Kyudu!" But then he suddenly burst out with energy and arrogantly continued, "Ha ha ha, I have broken through to the middle stage. If I meet Kyudu again, I'm sure I can defeat him within 3 moves. He thought again of the man in red, feeling a surge of anger. Kyudu was just a stumbling block on his path to growth. His true goal was to challenge that man. Then he immediately turned around and loudly ordered the Vu Masters, "Go let the Red Flame Kingdom experience the power of the Vu Masters." Everyone listened and respectfully raised their hands in salute to accept the order. At the prince's command, Gotu was about to leave when he sensed something unusual. He quietly turned his head to look back, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Shortly after, at this front line between the two armies, the great forces of the Jichviem Great Vu Kingdom had gathered fully in 2 divisions. Kotu and Su Thiodung stood on a rocky outcrop looking down, while the Vu Masters respectfully saluted and welcomed the Crown Prince and Princess. At that moment, Kotu could no longer hold back and ordered the attack, making the Shichvium army taste suffering. His hand began to channel energy, unleashing deadly moves that haunted his followers. Dark energies, like monsters, surged toward the Shichviem army, causing the soldiers to recoil in fear and cry out in shock. Those were the monsters summoned by the Crown Prince of Devu. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky with white snowflakes slowly falling down. The soldiers of Shichviem noticed something strange and all looked up suspiciously. The snow is falling. It turns out that the snowfall just now was the work of Master Thiodung. She is also here, channeling her energy to create those icy shards. "Monsters, ice elementals, and sorcerers are all ready," Kotu shouted once more. "Kill and annihilate the Red Flame Kingdom!" Sharp ice shards quickly launched continuous attacks on the Red Flame army. Despite their shields, it was still difficult to defend against. Not only ice followed, but then lightning and fire flames appeared, causing the Red Flame soldiers to become disoriented. A general loudly ordered the entire army to hold their formation and not panic. But inside, he was extremely anxious. His Majesty said the Crown Prince would lead our army to attack Daivu. But why haven't we seen him since the beginning? Suddenly, something strange happened on the Daivu side, surprising the soldiers. 3 swift figures moved through the Daivu army, knocking down each Vu Master one by one. With a single swift strike, they took the mask and life of a Vu Master. The system kept announcing that player Kyudu defeated NBC Vu Ho bare-handed, awarding 22 free attribute points and 110 experience. Congratulations to the player on successfully leveling up. Current experience points 50 over 20,000, rewarded 10 free attribute points. Kyudu watched his comrades slaughter the Vu soldiers and couldn't help but feel quietly pleased. He had finally reached level 20, just 1 level away from entering the mid-tier. I really am a genius, even coming up with a way to blend into the Vu army. A scream rang out right behind him, causing Kotu to turn around in alarm, confused about what was happening. What's going on? As he turned around, he saw a group of soldiers behind him, lying flat on the ground, confused about what was happening. He was now extremely panicked and suspicious, wondering why things behind were not right and seemed to be a trap. Realizing the problem, he angrily roared and ordered his troops. "Take off all your masks." The sorcerers immediately obeyed, removing their masks one by one. Very quickly, the entire army had removed their masks, except for the 3 at the back who remained motionless, standing still. Kotu immediately focused on them and suspiciously asked, "Why aren't you 3 taking off your masks?" By this time, Kyudu could no longer hide it. He slowly reached up and removed the mask from his face, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "The 2 of us originally intended to approach you as ordinary Vu Masters, but unexpectedly, what we received in return was distance." All 3 of them simultaneously removed their clothes and masks. Kyudu still wore a slightly arrogant look as he greeted, "Long time no see, surprised to see me." Seeing clearly who it was, Kotu roared in anger. "It's you again, Kyudu." He was so angry his whole body trembled, fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, he still had that casual demeanor as he approached him. "It's me. Long time no see. And you've become the Crown Prince of Great Vu. That's impressive." Then, right after saying that, Kyudu hugged him and struck straight into Kotu's stomach. The sorcerers around were terrified and shouted, "Your Highness, Crown Prince!" After such a strong blow, Kotu still stood firm, his face darkened. He gave a cold laugh and said, "Ha ha! Do you think I wasn't prepared for you? That treacherous little villain of yours, I already sacrificed a subordinate and used assimilation shadows long ago. On the opposite side, Su Theodung quickly landed and called out.
Q Du, her expression unchanged and still very calm, continued. I didn't expect us to enter the same dungeon, and even be on opposing sides. Q Du, on the other hand, ignored her words and shouted, Duong Huangdich, you deal with Su Theodung. I don't fight women, Ma Fi. You withdraw the Red Flame troops. Upon hearing your words, Su Theodung immediately recalled past events and turned dark with anger. You don't fight women? She unleashed her inner power to cast an ice arrow spell while shouting, Die, dog man! Immediately, a loud roar rose as an earthen wall and a large boulder appeared, blocking all the ice arrows ahead. The enemy appeared right in the middle of the rock, then calmly said, Sorry, Su Theodung, your opponent is me. Meanwhile, Ma Fi excitedly rushed out to the battlefield. Where the two armies are fighting, you take your time battling. I'll go earn some experience points. Red Flame Army, don't be afraid. I have arrived, a mere great sorcerer, one sword and you're dead. Kotu has calmed down, and he calls out to Kyodu. Then he immediately cultivated, streams of dark energy gradually gathering around him. Kotu continued, New grudges and old, we will settle them all at once. As soon as the words ended, he immediately launched a sacrificial move, a terrifying attack. His whole body continuously absorbed the surrounding energy, looking extremely painful, but he was still very arrogant, believing that only by overpowering us directly could he wash away his past humiliation. Kyodu, standing opposite, also felt a bit of pressure from his aura. This state of Kotu makes me feel oppressed, even stronger than Lu Wiem Hung. But he doesn't just sit there waiting to die. His eyes begin to turn black with a red glow filled with killing intent. The Ghost Child Heavenly Soldier Path activated, and the system sounded simultaneously. It seemed that Kotu had completed the transformation on the other side of the Ghost Child Heavenly Soldier Path, but it also allowed Kyodu to observe everything. I saw it clearly, very clearly. Swift as a flash, Kotu lunged forward with a powerful punch filled with deadly intent. But Kyodu reacted quickly, dodging every attack, slipping behind him in time and drawing his weapon. Immediately, a powerful spear thrust straight into his back. Take a hit from me. Caught off guard from behind, Kotu gritted his teeth in anger. He turned to steady himself and questioned, You don't value martial virtue? Meanwhile, Kyodu showed no hesitation, holding his spear firmly and responding coolly. Voduk, I am a mage. Following the rules of the craft is enough. Why do you demand martial virtue from me? In this state, you are impervious to blades and spears, so I can only try to find your weak spot. These words immediately drove Kotu into a furious rage. He charged like a wild beast, roaring, I will tear your rotten mouth apart. I've transformed, and this time I will never lose to you. Despite the increased power in his attack, Kyodu still saw through it. He gently dodged aside and delivered a punch straight to his chest, knocking him back dozens of meters, leaving him in disbelief. Then he immediately lunged toward Kyodu, who quickly prepared to counter, but just like the previous two times, Kotu's attack was anticipated, and he kicked him away. Kyodu pulled his leg back just as Kotu collided with the ground, causing a huge explosion. He groaned in pain, struggling to get up, staring at him in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, how can you be this strong? I can see every move you make. As for Kyodu, he clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely teasing him. No, this is not your fault, you have done well enough, but people's physiques cannot be compared as if they were the same. If you were a genius like me, you would understand. He looked confused upon hearing this. A genius? I was once called a genius by everyone too, but just now a sudden noise came from behind, and he startled, turning around to look. If you don't look, it's fine, but once you do, you blush with embarrassment. Seeing Su Theodung in such a dazzling and awkward pose, he shouted, Duong Huangdich, who taught you to shine like that? Huangdit over there struggled a bit, feeling wronged, then spoke up. Duka, her ice magic is very powerful. He sneezed and then asked, Duka, how do you plan to deal with them? Kyodu calmly replied, We should still get them out of the dungeon first. Just then, a voice came from above them. Crown Prince, Princess, please forgive this old man for the delayed rescue. Huangdik scowled when he saw the newcomer and shouted a warning, Duka, be careful. The last boss that Ma Fi and I faced was this old man. Hovering in the air was a solemn sorcerer radiating an otherworldly aura. He was the national sorcerer of the great Vu kingdom. At that moment, Ma Fi rushed over from afar, landing beside the two Kyodu and said, I'm back. proudly boasting about defeating the boss. How could it be without Ma Fi, a level 23 sword cultivator? Hearing that, Huang Dit found it hard to believe. Ditch, just how much experience have you earned on the battlefield? But Ma Fi still maintained his proud demeanor. Geniuses always level up quickly like that. Across from him, the national tutor had also landed by now. He drew something in the air with one hand as he spoke. The Red Flame Kingdom truly has 3 formidable genius princes. A gentle strike carrying a subtle aura swept by, releasing Master Theodung. He carried an aura like an immortal. At that moment, the system displayed detailed information about the boss Shu Thi. Level 25. Demon Beast King. Life value 1,000, over 1,000. Strength 488. No defense, no agility, no intelligence. Spirit 499. Skill is the power of the 5 elements. Another announcement is a friendly reminder about the Granvu Kingdom's national sorcerer. Mastery of the 5-element beast arts means a wave of his hand can cause mountains to crumble. Seeing this information, Kyodu's expression darkened slightly, but inside he felt a quiet relief. Good. The attributes are completely opposite to mine. Su Theodung regained his momentum and stepped forward to defend, saying, "National Preceptor, I'm here to help you." But the National Preceptor frowned slightly and calmly said, "No need, Princess. Take a rest. I alone am enough." The Preceptor then waved his hand gently and turned to the 3 Kyu-Du, continuing, "If you dare to invade my Daivu, then don't leave." After the words water spear, rushing streams of water shot forward like sharp arrows toward the 3 of them. Ma Fi immediately reacted, drawing his sword to counter, cutting through a column of water and feeling a bit arrogant. "Old man, last time you beat me so badly, I will definitely settle this debt." Then he swung his sword and unleashed the first sword of peace. The first awakening of the Bin Duang sword technique, a powerful sword energy filled with deadly intent, was unleashed toward the old national master. Facing the attack, he remained calm, gently raising his hand to perform the shielding wood technique, summoning sturdy wooden pillars as a barrier before him. When Ma Fi's single strike of the Bin Duang sword rushed forward, it was only enough to cut through the first pillar in front of him, with another pillar still standing before the master. Immediately, Grandmaster Vu Quoc launched a counterattack with golden energy. Hundreds of powerful sword energies appeared around him, rushing straight towards Ma Fi, making it extremely difficult for him to defend. Seeing his friend in a tight spot, Huang Dich slammed his hand hard on the ground, summoning the beast to Thufuok, Huang Tuan To. Immediately, a dazzling golden thread appeared around the old Grand Master's body. Taking advantage of the moment, Kyu-Du firmly gripped his spear and dashed forward like a flash of lightning. Even as the spear neared, the Granvu Kingdom's national master remained calm, sneering with disdain, his tricks no more than a dance to fool the eyes, a subtle and fierce earth transformation. The ground immediately cracked open a narrow fissure. After his repeated shouts of retreat, the crack gradually widened. Very quickly, he manipulated the ground to move away from Kyo-Du, causing his attack to hit the air and become ineffective, leaving him a bit stunned. What? Standing at a distance on the opposite side, he then channeled his energy to create a fireball in front of the violent goddess and hurled it straight toward Kyo-Du. The situation before him filled him with sudden panic. Not good. This boss's speed is basically 0, so I can't absorb any speed. But before I could react, a terrifying explosion happened immediately. Thick smoke rose in a haze. After the explosion ended, the smoke gradually cleared to reveal Kyo-Du's faint silhouette, his eyes glowing red with deadly intent. The system announced that the rage mode has been activated. Meanwhile, he is currently in a state of rage. Kyo-Du looked straight at his opponent and said, "It's my turn now." He charged at him with his spear, his mind racing with thoughts. Just one boss with 1,000 health points, one strike is enough to send you to the west. Meanwhile, the Demon King mutters to himself, "Impossible! Hit by my fire god's blazing fury and still able to stand up." In the blink of an eye, he was close to his opponent and said, "There are many things you won't expect." However, the man unleashed the earth-shattering wave, causing the ground beneath Kyo-Du's feet to crack open. Very quickly, a large trench was created right before his eyes. Kyo-Du swiftly executed the Dry Tower King's barrier and shouted, "The same move won't work on a holy fighter." In addition, Kyo-Du thought to himself, the ghost child locked down all the boss's movements, so this strike was sure to hit him. With that in mind, he threw the spear in his hand toward the Demon King, who used extreme metal to create a shield that blocked Kyo-Du's spear from harming him. Moreover, the Demon King used a wall, and the spear was captured by him. At that moment, he shouted in shock, "Is that even possible?" Seeing Kyo-Du had lost his weapon, the Demon King quickly used the golden energy technique. creating tens of thousands of swords that instantly surged toward him, but as objects, they still couldn't harm Kyo-do. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to counterattack inside his mind. What should he do now? Even the card that accepts the enemy as father has to get close to the Demon King, but right now, I can't do that at all. His skills are all ranged attacks, and Quidong can only restore close combat skills. His attributes and fighting style completely counter mine, leaving me no chance for close combat. In addition, Huangdit helped him create a stone wall that not only blocked the sword, but also kept Kyo-do from getting hurt. However, the Demon King released a few seeds and said the wood species will sprout. After a while, long vines sprouted from the scattered rocks, growing larger and eventually destroying the stone wall he had created. Fortunately, Kyo-do managed to escape in time, and when he met Duong Huangdik, he even thanked him, saying that if it weren't for his help buying some time, he would have been killed by that old man. However, Duong Huangdik urgently replied, "It's not good, Du. Wood overcomes earth. Whether attacking or defending, it's all countered by that old man." Damn it, if only that old man's magic power was unlimited. Every time I use a skill, he counters it. But my mana na is almost depleted, and just then, Kyo-do came up with a way to counter and gave him orders. "Wait, Duong Huangdik, what did you just say?" "Say it again," the opponent quickly repeated your words. "Damn it," Kyo-do objected, "that's not the right line." Then he said, "Does this old man have infinite magic power? This is what you really meant." "Yes, this is the sentence." Kyo-do turned to look at the Demon King, silently thinking that using the skill would definitely consume energy. Even high-level skills like the Ghost Child Heavenly Soldier path require consuming life force, so he definitely doesn't have infinite magical power. Besides, Kotuk dampened your morale when he said, "Kyo-do, give up, you can't defeat the national tutor." Although he is only level 25, his skill mastery is just as proficient as those of higher levels. When I fought him, I could barely hold out for 10 moves. Hearing that, he replied, "Just now in my hands, you couldn't even hold out for more than 10 moves, leaving him speechless and unable to finish his sentence. After a few seconds, Kudu suddenly figured something out. No, since chasing here, the Demon King has almost always stood still. Every time I try to get closer, his first reaction is to keep his distance from me. Could there be a secret hidden there? Wanting to find out the reason, Kudu gave him the order. "Face the enemy, use the Earth Dragon bullet at that old man's feet. I'll block his move for you." Ma-fi covered me. The Demon King heard this and said, "Do you take me for a deaf man?" Then he unleashed a series of moves, gold absorbing energy, water turning to fiery flames, and shouted, "Let's see how you fight now." The golden fire and water surged for a moment, surprising everyone. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ma-fi struck the old man from behind with a sudden sword technique. Unfortunately, the Demon King was prepared and created a shield behind him, even telling him, "It's useless." Meanwhile, Geodu kicked Xiangdi away and said, "Here's your chance, go. Your quick actions have confused him a bit." Then a huge explosion happened behind Huangdik, and he panicked, calling Q-Du, "Brother Du, there's red fire behind us, no other way." He had to move forward with the thought flashing in his mind. There's no turning back now. Du, I won't let you down. After having this thought, Huangdik quickly unleashed the Earth Dragon disaster move. This powerful technique took effect as the ground beneath the Demon King began to collapse. In an instant, a stone dragon appeared, and he was standing on its mouth. The Demon King urgently unleashed the furious strike. With one strike, he hit straight into the mouth of the stone dragon. Then, the Demon King gazed blankly upward. He noticed Q-Du, whose arrogance was only singed on his shirt from the previous strike, and said, "It seems I was right." Facing the enemy head-on, Ma-fi realized the source of the Demon King's infinite power was beneath his feet, forcing him off the ground. Immediately, both replied in unison, "All right, he's using the Earth Dragon bullet technique again, and that one is using the first sword style." He looked down on them and said, Delusional dreams. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements united, chaotic infinity, the 5-directional heavenly gate. Despite having created the chaotic infinite 5-element heavenly gate, Wu Yo Vuong still charged towards him. Duong Huangdik unleashed his move, Earthstorm technique, Yellow Spring Earth Tide. Ma-fi launched his move, the first form of the Bin Duong sword, One Sword Bin Duong. The two attacked the Wu Yu King from both sides, while he remained trapped within the formation he created. Moreover, Wu Yu Vuong crushed their morale, giving up. Relying on the attacks of the two, they simply could not break through the seal of my 5 directions heavenly gate. I haven't played with you for this long. It's time to settle this. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was struck with unbelievable surprise. Looking down, Wu Yu Vuong was horrified to see Kyodu lifting him up with both hands. Right after that, Wu Yu Vuong thought to himself, wasn't their attack just now supposed to break the 5 directions heavenly gate? So was it actually to cover up this kid's actions? He decided to finish off Kyodu as he said, just like that after the words die, Wu Yu Vuong unleashed the water face technique. Even so, Kyodu was still holding his leg tightly and even intended to counterattack. The old man has been fighting us for so long, now it's our turn. This statement from Kyodu left Wu Yuwang puzzled, and when he saw his fist, he panicked and used the flame dragon armor, but it was all too late for Kyodu's hand, faster than Wu Yuwang expected. So he was injured. Besides, you even confidently spoke up. When it comes to close combat, this is my home turf. Taking advantage of the momentum, Kyodu continued to strike Wu Yuwang with punches and kicks. Seeing him in danger, Master Theodung said to Kotuk, "Let's act 2. If the National Master dies, our mission will be declared a failure." Hearing this, he replied, "Understood." Not far into their path, Ma Fi and Duang Huang blocked the way, and Ma Fi said, "I think it's better if you two don't act hastily." Both fell silent, staring at him without a word. 1 second later, the Demon King Vu shouted threateningly, "Crown Prince of the Red Flame Kingdom, even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me." The 5 elements clash, heaven and earth cannot tolerate each other, and Kyodu had no idea what he was saying. Then all the power of the 5 elements was successfully summoned by the Demon King Vu. With full strength, he turned back to threaten him. "You brat, if you spare me now, both of us can survive. Otherwise, if the 5 elements go berserk, both you and I will die." Kyodu clenched his fist and spoke. "The only one who will die is him." The power of the 5 elements did not save the corpse Demon King, who is now being pushed back by Kyodu. Moreover, the force of this punch has buried the corpse Demon King deep within the earth and stone. In the end, he was defeated by him. At that moment, the system sent out a notification. By defeating the boss Wu Yu Vuong with bare hands, he received 25 free attribute points and gained 125 experience points. The power of the 5 elements in his body has not yet completely faded, so Kyodu activated the Silver Lion helmet again and said he was counting on it, and the system gave him information about it. The Silver Lion helmet, grade C, increases head defense by 50 points when worn and blocks 1 hit aimed at the head. The 24-hour cooldown limits no profession. Then the 2 people with the ultimate powers of earth and fire met. In an instant, it caused a massive explosion. After the smoke cleared, Kyodu appeared wearing the Silver Lion helmet and said, "Looks like I was right, it really can be worn." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt confused when it showed signs of damage. Very quickly, the Silver Lion helmet also cracked, causing Kyodu to exclaim in surprise, "No way!" The system immediately confirmed that the Silver Lion helmet was damaged. The Silver Lion helmet has activated its hidden effect. When the Silver Lion helmet broke, the level increased by 1. Congratulations to Kyodu on successfully leveling up. Current experience, points 50 over 21,000, received 15 free attribute points. Congratulations to Kyodu for advancing to the intermediate level, rewarded with the passive skill Class A. Super Strength, Class A, where each strength attribute can be converted into 0.5 defense points and 0.5 agility points. A loving reminder that great energy requires sufficient physical strength to control it. After reading the notification, Kyodu still couldn't believe it and kept murmuring, "Have I really reached the intermediate level?" Not convinced, he checked the system again. Super Strength, Grade A, each strength attribute can be converted into 0.5 defense points and 0.5 agility points. Super Strength Miracle Level A, Super Strength Contract Level A, Super Strength Miracle Effect. Each point of the player's strength attribute can be converted into 2 points of attack power. After checking, Kyodu reduced his awakening skill. How could it directly turn him into an existence? Strong attack power, high defense, super agility, and tough as nails too. I'm clearly a spirit mage. You continued to command the system to open the attribute panel. It obeyed your will. Name Kyodu, Profession Spirit Necromancer. Mid-level stage 21, Strength 777. Attack defense 88.5, Iron Wall agility 397.5. Every step like flying, spirit unmatched. Life points 8,000. 780 over 8,000. 780 plus 7,000. 770 magic points. 2,100 over 2,100 experience points. 50 over 21,000 talent. Unknown level, Mage Hero. Skills. Great Power, Miracle Level A. Ghost Child, Invincible Path Level A. Superhuman Strength Level A. Continent Contract Level A. Rage of the Robot. Queen Level B, Artifact Ha like Ming King Level 5. Bandit, Adoption Card Level A. Ancestral Ring Equipment Level A. Tattered Wind Boots Level C. Heavenly Disaster Strike Level D. Golden Dragon Moon Blade Level B. Berserker Armor Level B. Dry Bone King Ring Level C. Wisdom Staff Level C. After the Demon King vanished, he left Kyodu with an energy orb. So he looked curious and said, "Let's see what good stuff the boss drops." Then Kyodu reached out and touched the energy orb. Next, a system book quickly appeared providing information, granting a Level B skill book, Devouring Barrier. It sets up a barrier that devours the life force of all creatures inside and converts it into the power the player demands. The creatures willingly let themselves be devoured. While being devoured, players are not allowed to leave the barrier. Now Kyodu finally understood everything and thought to himself, no wonder the Vu Demon King has such overwhelming magical power. It's likely that the people of the Great Vu Kingdom willingly let him devour them. Additionally, the system reported receiving a one-time A-rank item, the 5 Elements Heart, which upon use grants control over the elemental powers of the 5 elements, but only for player mages. Kyodu held the 5 Elements Heart and said, "If I use the 5 Elements Heart, will I be like the Demon King Vu, just raising my hand to gain the power of the 5 elements?" He thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered the Machine Queen. If he used the 5 Elements Heart, it might be able to replace the Machine Queen's heart. But then Kyodu decided to give it to someone else. Duong Huangdit gave him this valuable item. Receiving it from Kui, he immediately thanked him. "Brother Du, words cannot express my gratitude." Later, just then, Su Thiudung came looking for you. "Kyodu, I have something important to tell you. Do you still remember Boktro? It's the mysterious organization that kidnapped us after the final exam." Kyodu listened to Su Thiudung but didn't quite understand. "Boktro, you tell her," she immediately continued. "Your Kindai has already been infiltrated by Boktro, and not just once. Kyodu really didn't expect there to be more than one. How did she know?" Su Thiudung seriously recounted that your people from Kindai had found us in other dungeons to invite us to join Boktro. That person is very frightening. Ho Tulin too, and I could only fight him on equal footing. Kyodu, not fully understanding, asked, "What is the name of the person from Kindai?" She immediately said a name, Lam Lang. Kyodu had her suspicions confirmed. It really was him. She had been worried about not finding any clues about him, unaware that he had already deliberately attacked Su Thiudung. "You asked, can you still find him?" She replied, "There are many powerful fighters around Lam Lang, and if I hadn't escaped quickly last time, I'm afraid Boktro would have caught me." Then Kyodu offered a grade C item as payment, and she agreed to the deal. Su Thiudung was very happy to receive such a valuable item. "I will find a way to track down Lam Lang. I will inform you of the exact time later. Thanks for your staff." After saying goodbye to her, he was a bit annoyed. Though he didn't get any news about Tatruk, it was still considered a gain. Immediately, Duong Huangdit and Ma Fi arrived. He said that Boss Du had already defeated them. "This dungeon run can be considered a success. Let's leave the dungeon now," Yu replied, slightly surprised. "Is it over already? Wait, I want to go see someone." "That place is your royal palace, Your Majesty has ordered." Duong Kui-Fi gently approached to listen to the announcement. Now consort Feng Duong has become the Empress. The Emperor approached gently and said, "You are the Empress now. Is there anything you want to say?" Consort Duong simply replied, "I am only basking in the glory of His Majesty." The trio standing on the city wall watched her leave, and Kyodu said, "Let's go. There's nothing more to see." Duong Huangdik said, "Du, you came all this way just for an NBC, but when the dungeon resets, everything will be restored." He calmly replied, "I don't know, but aren't they just like real people too?" He wondered if NBC had its own consciousness, could they still be considered NBC? What does this have to do with what his parents left behind and Boktrok's true purpose? And Duong Huangdit told Andu that he was overthinking it. "This is just a dungeon." Ma Fi agreed. "That's right, Kyodu. NBC is just NBC. You understand that too. Maybe it's because I'm overthinking it. Let's go." The three of them disappeared from the dungeon. The three young men standing behind the door suddenly heard one of them speak. "Kill those three, you really know how to hide. That guy is from the Hawk Hunter Guild, and I finally caught you all." Kyodu has always been friendly. What a coincidence with Brother Huang Ung. He quickly sensed that the aura these people emitted was at least mid-level, with nearly 10 of them even higher. Huang Ung seemed provoked, Not a coincidence at all. I specifically led people to block you from leaving the dungeon. Duong Huangdit also laughed. We were wrong before, Huang Ung. No need to be so harsh. We're all brothers after all. He doesn't like to talk like that, just empty words. It's because of you three scoundrels that our Hunters Guild lost all its face and suffered the loss of 2 top experts. They act like they're innocent, but even if you die 1,000 times, you won't be free of guilt. Huang Ung said, Hacker, take them down for me. I want to see them kneel before me. Please release that giant who stomped his foot hard. He's 4 times their size with bulging muscles. The person quickly introduced himself. Hello, advanced level 32 shield user. My name is Hacker. Kyudu thought he really was tall and strong. Huang Ung said, Brother Hack, act quickly. Don't waste words on him. Hacker used his strength to fight Kyudu in close combat. You don't hesitate to fight head-on. Your attribute points have surpassed 2,000, already higher than the average mid-level. Maybe you can barely go toe-to-toe with a high level now. The 2 monsters unleashed their full power in a frenzied, explosive clash. Only those with true strength can withstand such pressure. How can everyone be swept away like this? Anhak is a mid-level tank shield. Isn't Kyudu a mid-level mage? Yet he can fight on equal footing with Anhak. Mafi was also amazed by that strength. Kyudu, you damn dog, how many secrets do you really have? I clearly thought the gap between us had become very small, but unexpectedly it kept growing larger. At that moment, Kyudu felt joyful inside, realizing that he could indeed fight Chao Dai head-on with his bare hands. So when you kicked Hacker, you were a bit surprised by his endurance. Hacker blocked it with his bare hands. Little darling, you kicked me comfortably, now it's my turn. Thanks to his physical strength, he easily pushed you back. Hacker pinned Kyudu to the ground with force, making him uncomfortable under the relentless attacks, then punched him hard. The battle made the ground erupt in waves. Kyudu was pushed back against the beam. He tried to stay calm. Why was this happening? My stats have increased so much already, so why can't I gain any advantage against this level 32 meat wall? What is going on? Hacker never stops. He lunges at Kyudu with a kick. Confidently, Hacker taunts, Come on, my treasure. The 2 circled each other. You attack the enemy. Hacker wants to fight fair. Stop running away. Baby Kyudu seems unable to unleash his full power. He is casually attacked by the giant body, then suddenly Hacker grabs his hand. You blocked it, baby? Then Hacker flipped him over, about to punch him. Unexpectedly, Kyudu immediately activated the Demon Child Heavenly Soldier mode, losing 2,400 life points. It was this mode that allowed him to block that punch, and the 2 truly unleashed their full power. Even using his strongest mode, Kyudu struggled to fight Hacker. He said, Little treasure has some skill, too. Kyudu, exhausted from the fight, activated his berserk state. Duong Huangdik, seeing him unstable, anxiously asked, Duka, are you okay? Kyudu replied, I'm fine, but it's strange, no? With my stats this high, why am I being suppressed in a one-on-one fight? Where exactly is the problem? Kyudu tried to fight to find a solution, but since it's not working now, it seems the only option is to use the card to accept the enemy as his father. The hacker then went into a frenzy, but surprisingly, you were able to keep fighting. Your body is really strong, so I don't have to worry about hurting my little brother. He used a move that forced me to stretch my arms wide. The system said Kyudu grabbed his wrist, then struck his hand with the sword, which is why the hacker was pushed back and couldn't use his ultimate move. He freaked out, you little brat. How dare you make me angry? I have to break your head and stuff it up your ass. He gradually realized, I understand now, his weakness is in the joints. He opened the pressure point using his speed and smaller body to advance. A swift strike hit Hacker's joint. He was struck at the joint by Kyudu and forced to kneel down. Huang Ung couldn't believe his eyes as the young man with glasses stepped forward holding a spear. Meanwhile, Hacker is forcing his body down to use his physical strength. He swells his muscles as Kyudu charges forward. What if I don't read comics? You hit Hacker right in the gut while he's raging. No way he can transform. His body flexed beyond his control. This move didn't feel right. Hacker's arm grabbed Kyudu's neck easily, finally catching the kid. He slammed his whole body down. Little treasure? Mafi shouted loudly, stop! He couldn't help but shout loudly, I advise you to release him quickly, or you will die. He's worried about Kyudu, so it looks like I can only play my trump card now. Those guys are in the middle of Mafi's team, and that kid is about to die but still acting tough. Is his head damaged or what? A middle-ranking guy like that dares to threaten old cow. Who gave that kid so much confidence? Who knows? But maybe seeing his comrades get beaten so badly scared him into being dumb. The hacker noticed Mafi speaking up. Oh, I have to see what that kid did to make me die. Ma Fi agreed to fight him to the death. The whole world is foolish. Does anyone know how profound the way of the sword is? Sword, chi. They see it as foolish to fight against Hacker. And now the sword appears again. Is this kid crazy? Maybe he's just putting on a show for us. The sword, wielded with great power from above, struck down, staggering the Hacker and shaking everyone else. This can't be happening. It's rare for Ma Fi to be admired, so he's enjoying it. This is exactly the cool scene I've always dreamed of. His sword radiates a dark aura. This is Kongo Kim. They are scared. Huang Tiu stepped back. Ko Bin Juong had arrived. Huang Eng couldn't believe it. Kongo Kim is him. Ko Bin Juong. Ko Bin Duong appeared at Ma Fi's head. You rotten kid. I gave you the sword orb so you could use it to save your life in a life or death situation. Right now you don't have a speck of dust on you, yet you still want to shatter the sword orb? At least you should exchange 2 or 3 moves with him. And you too. Your aura is extremely strong, but it disperses without condensing. Empty on the outside, but hollow inside. Didn't I already tell you to investigate Lam Lang? Where have you been? Qiu Du recognized him. Principal, rest assured, I have found clues about Lam Lang and will soon have all the information. You understand now. The principal truly knows where his problem lies. Huang, with an angry face, said, That old man dares to disregard the Hunters Guild members like me. Ko Bin Duong looked at him from a short distance and said, It seems like an interesting guy has appeared. Behind him were Qiu Du, Duong Huangdik, and Mei Fi with strong white smoke, all facing the opponent ahead. Say it out loud. No need to hide anything. The 2 young men looked toward a strong, sturdy man walking over, his face full of surprise. His steps were firm and strong, holding a massive hammer in hand. The former guild leader of the Hunters Guild, Huang Huavu. His eyes burned red beneath his long beard, and behind him flames roared as if furious, glaring at the opponent and saying, Ko Bin Duong, such great prestige. Do you really think my Hunters Guild is out of people? Ko Bin Jung looked at Huang Huavu approaching him, carrying a giant hammer on his shoulder. Who are you? He immediately introduced himself as Huang Huavu. All the young men outside were surprised and exclaimed, Huang Huavu is the former guild leader, so he's still alive. This time Ko Bin Duong is out of luck. The former president is known as the Hammer King among the 8 kings. Huang Ung angrily exclaimed, Grandpa, these bastards have insulted our Hunters Guild time and time again. Kill them all. Behind Huang Huavu, flames blazed up, and his hammer seemed charged with energy. Huang Huavu, his face full of determination and surprisingly calm, said, Firestorm Mace. Then he instantly teleported behind and charged at Ko Bin Duong with the hammer in hand. A golden beam of light suddenly flared up along with the scattered debris of stones. The light grew stronger and brighter. More debris flew out. Huang Huavu held the hammer in his hand, looking up as gray smoke and stone fragments scattered, saying, People say Ko Bin Duong is the top swordsman, but now it seems that's all there is to it. The fraud who stole his fame is now facing the consequences of never provoking the Hunters Guild. Ko Bin Duong stood amid the broken stone surface and drifting smoke. He calmly said, Oh, is that so? The old man looked at him in disbelief and exclaimed, What is going on? Impossible. With this in mind, this was my full power. How could I not have injured him even a little? Ko Bin Duong looked at the old man calmly and said, It's simple. You are too weak. Then all the young men outside stared in shock at the scene before them and exclaimed, One of the 8 kings, Trui Vuong, is called too weak. Just how powerful has Ko Bin Duong become? Ma Fai held the notebook and pen in his hands, hurriedly saying, Write it down. Write it down. This is the most precious fake training manual. Huang Huavu suddenly laughed loudly, his face full of provocation. I am too weak. I haven't heard such a ridiculous joke in years. Ko Bin Duong closed his eyes calmly and said, Just the truth. And then he got angry, his eyes flashing with light. Then let me see what kind of skill you have to say that. Huang Huavu used his strength and the hammer to fly high, preparing to strike down on Ko Bin Duong, who stood with a strong wind, the flame hell divine hammer. Ma Fi and Qiu Du stood behind him with gray smoke watching him. Ko Bin Duong held the sword calmly and said, Ma Fi, look closely. Professions like Tui Tu or Diu Tu rely on strength and power, which are hard to counter for sword cultivators. But remember, the strength of the sword lies in its endless transformations. Huang Huavu rushed at Ko Bin Duong, swinging his hammer fiercely, but he dodged and encountered the hammer strike. If your strength is equal to or less than your opponent's, you must do your best to avoid a direct clash. First, find their weakness before striking. Huang Huavu stood behind him, not understanding what was happening. Ko Bin Duong's eyes were extremely vigilant behind him. Ma Fi said. The teaching scene of the world's #1 swordmaster. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy an opportunity like this. Huang Huavu, a bit tired and injured in his arm, said, Ko Bin Duong, I would rather die than be humiliated. Today I will definitely make you bleed. Ko Bin Duong glanced at him and said, Humiliate you? No, I just think you make a very good teaching material. And then Huang Huavu continued charging at Ko Bin Duong with his giant hammer, angrily saying, Ko Bin Duong, you want to die, he said. The sword has 6 great realms. Ko Bin Duong held the sword in his hand and passed through many stages with his image. Sword elimination, sword energy, sword grip, sword steel, sword stance, and sword intent. He extended the sword around, creating a purple aura. When swinging the sword at high speed, the blade vibrates to create a sound called sword whistle. The fast speed combined with energy flow can cause damage, and the attack range is called sword energy. Sword energy can be controlled to cling tightly to the blade, which is called sword sheath. The condensed sword energy forms a solid entity called sword steel. Dense sword steel carries the wielder's will and spirit within the sword stance. After the sword stance condenses to its limit, it transforms into sword intent. Huang Huavu strikes with great force using the giant hammer. Surrounded by raised golden rays, his face full of hatred and oppression, the old man flew high straight towards him. But Ko Bin Duong calmly stood still watching Huang Huavu. Duong Huang Dit and Cao Du shielded their eyes from the swirling smoke, while Ma Fi exclaimed in amazement, The sword intent is truly powerful. With a faint orange-yellow glow, Ko Bin Duong calmly closed his eyes and said, Ma Fi, every sword intent condensed by a sword cultivator is unique. This is something you need to discover on your own. All I can do is let you see what true sword intent looks like. And then Huang Huavu moved closer to Ko Bin Duong. However, Ko Bin Duong swung his long sword, causing the smoke and leaves to drift in the air. In the nearby forest, the tree trunks were severed by that slash. Q-Du looked on in amazement and whispered. The skills were clearly identical, but the Bin Duong sword in the principal's hand created a completely different feeling. Huang Huavu was cut through the arm by the sword, and the hammer fell apart, as if breathing life into this skill. In the forest, many trees were cut down and fell as smoke rose. Is this the sword intent? Huang Eng saw Huang Huavu lying on the ground and worriedly exclaimed, No, Grandpa! Some of the boys were also shocked and said, He's dead, the former chairman is dead, this is too terrifying. The Hammer King didn't resist at all and was killed just like that. Oh my God, what rank is Ko Bin Duong at now? Coughing sounds echoed as Q-Du spoke up. No, that old man isn't dead. Ko Bin Duong looked at him confused, while Huang Huavu lay on the ground in pain amidst the smoke, slowly sitting up. A sharp needle rose from the ground, something blue rushed toward Ko Bin Duong, and some strange strands flew around him. Duong Huangdikt, Qiu-Du, and Ma Fi suddenly exclaimed in unison with worry, Principal, some strange long cords are wrapping around Ko Bin Duong, with a distant sword intent. However, it's impossible because Ko Bin Duong used his power to break those cords into pieces, and then the cords continued rushing straight toward Qiu-Du, Duong Huangdik, and Ma Fi at incredible speed. Seeing this, Qiu-Du pushed him and the other away from the approaching vine. His leg was caught by the strange object. Qiu-Du was lifted up by the object to the surprise of Ko Bin Duong. Huang Huavu was also entangled by the rope. Seeing this, Qiu-Du spoke up. Principal, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go after that old man first. Suddenly, the ropes wrapped around Qiu-Du tightened around his legs and body, dropping him onto a tree trunk, causing him to look down in surprise. Qiu-Du looked down at his body, about to fall onto a thick branch, and shouted, Principal, sorry, I was just joking earlier. Please save me quickly. Ko Bin Duong used his mysterious dark purple power to break those objects into pieces. He held the sword in his hand as I jumped down to the ground and said, Still good, just a bit more. Then Qiu-Du looked at him and said, Sorry, Principal, I got in the way, otherwise I could have chased that old man. Ko Bin Duong just looked at him and replied, No, you did very well. First we have to save Dong An. Ko Bin Duong was extremely alert and looked behind him, silently thinking, The Wood King of the first star of the 8 kings? In this endless forest and these rows of trees, only he could hide his aura so well to escape detection. Suddenly he glanced and smiled, but being rescued instead was a good thing. Ko Bin Duong swung his sword with a powerful burst of smoke, sending everyone flying into the air. They all fell down on top of each other. Ko Bin Duong walked over, scratched the back of his hand, and said to Qiu-Du Duong, Huangdik, and Ma Fi, From today on, the Hunters Guild will be your sworn enemies. I hope you can become strong enough to destroy the Hunter Guild yourselves and defeat that tyrant king Huang Hua Vu. The three of them stared at him in disbelief. Principal, but that's the tyrant king. Fighting him is like a one-on-one battle with a god. He turned his back and calmly said, All right, the goal has been set for you, so keep moving toward it. Don't sulk. Pressure is what drives motivation. Huang Ung and some of his men lay on the ground as they left in a haze of smoke. Huang Ung, battered and weak, moved his hand tremblingly and said, Just wait. I will make sure you don't rest in peace. One afternoon in the dormitory, Ma Fi sat on the bed looking at him, while Qiu was searching for some book. Duong Huangdit lay back on the bed, sighed, and said, The dorm is still comfortable. Suddenly, he sat up, looked at his phone, and said, Oh no, Ma Fi, you two come take a look. What I see on this phone is terrifying. The Tang family, one of the 4 great clans in the capital, was wiped out overnight with no survivors. Not even a single body was found. Qiu looked at the phone in shock. The Tang family was wiped out. How could that be possible? After the last trip to Ghost Mountain, the Tang family's status among the 4 great clans was solidified. Who would dare to mess with them now? He suddenly remembered a man named Duong Vo Mu. Unless Duong Vo Mu himself took action. Qiu's eyes were very serious, wondering if he had gone mad. To live a few more days but lose all humanity. He once again thought of someone in silent worry, wondering if Duong Lam was all right. Duong Huangdit held the phone and said, Undo. The gossip about the wealthy family is just for fun, and has nothing to do with us. Qiu turned away in agreement, thinking he was right. Ma Fi stood up and said, All right, you two go ahead. I have something to discuss with Mr. Van. He turned away, thinking to himself that if the principal mentioned his health issue, Mr. Van might be able to answer him. Van Li Hao and Qiu met in the afternoon near the building where everyone passed by, and he said, The prince who skipped class is finally attending school? He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, asking Teacher Van not to tease him anymore. Principal Ko told me to come find you. Van Li Hao crossed his arms and looked at him, saying, Go. Qiu said this, I have a friend who is only level 21 intermediate, but his total attribute points have exceeded 2,000, yet his combat power doesn't match someone with 2,000 attribute points. Do you know what's going on? Van Li Hao crossed his arms and asked, Level 21 with total attribute points over 2,000. Are you some kind of monster? Qiu frowned and said, Teacher Van, I'm talking about my friend. Then he laughed and unleashed his power, saying, All right, let me show you my total attributes. His system panel appeared, showing the name Van Li Hao, Profession Martial Cultivator, Rank King Level 45, Strength 1,535, Defense 1,024, Agility 506, Spirit 89. Qiu exclaimed in surprise, Above high rank is King rank, Master Van. Have you already broken through high rank? Van Li Hao looked at him and said, My rank is twice that of your friend, and my total attribute points are just over 3,000. Having over 2,000 attribute points at level 21 definitely seems off. As he spoke, he recalled a young Qiu holding a gun in his hand. There was a conversion rate between attribute points and actual combat power, and Qiu's case was like a kindergartner holding an AK-47. Powerful but unable to unleash its full potential. He said in surprise, So that's how it is, Master Van. What should I do to fully unleash the power of these 2,000 attribute points? Qiu looked at Van Li Hao intently as he spoke. It's simple. Either you quickly level up by merging your own strength instead of just enhancing your weapon power. At this moment, his eyes serious. He thought to himself that the mage's brave heart talent was his greatest trump card, and increasing attributes instead of leveling up was like doing the opposite. The system panel appeared, showing the mage's brave heart effect. When player Qiu defeats an enemy in close combat, he receives attribute points as a reward. The only active effect allows the player to raise all other attributes to the same value as a specific attribute. He out Master Vaughn if there was another way. He looked very serious, smiled while clenching his fists, and said, Of course, if you can't level up quickly, just keep increasing your attributes. A large enough change will definitely lead to a breakthrough. Then Qiu clenched his hands tightly and thought, That's right, the conversion rate doesn't matter at all. If 2,000 attribute points can't defeat others, then increase to 4,000 or even more. He thought about a plane crashing into the building, causing massive destruction, realizing that as long as the weapon in hand is strong enough, even a kindergartner could wipe out everything. Van Li Hao crossed his muscular arms and said seriously, But as far as I know, no one in the underworld has ever exceeded 2,000 attribute points while still at the intermediate level, not even the principal back then. Qiu declared clearly, Then I will be the first. Then he remembered. smiled and corrected himself. No, I meant my friend. Van Li Hao crossed his arms and stared at him silently. And then Q-Do left. Thank you, Teacher Van. I understand now. Van Li Hao approached, grabbed your shoulder, and said with a dark expression, Wait! You glanced at him. Teacher Van. He looked at you with hostility and calculation. If your total attribute score has exceeded 2,000, then you definitely have to participate in this global underground tournament between universities. Consider it your contribution to bringing glory to the school, and I won't pursue the matter of you skipping classes anymore. Q-Do turned halfway around in confusion and looked at Van Li Hao. What is it? In the quiet space, leaves falling, Q-Do turned his back, thinking the battle tournament was meant for third and fourth-year seniors. He recalled that Long Tuong had also told him to join back then. Li Hao looked at him and replied, Well, some first and second-year students who are better will also participate because the battle tournament is divided into team and individual competitions. The team captains for the group competition have already been selected and have been training for a while. So, for now, it's not suitable to arrange for you to participate. If you want to join, you can form your own team and show up. Li Hao stood with his hands on his hips and said, I mainly want you to join the individual competition. With over 2,000 attribute points, I believe you can secure a very good position in the individual contest. Q-Do smiled excitedly and clapped. What are the benefits of joining this tournament? And then he angrily punched you in the head. What more could you want for the glory of the school? If you achieve a good ranking, you will naturally be rewarded. Li Hao looked at Q-Do seriously and said, I'm giving you two choices. One is to complete the exclusive dungeon to qualify for the battle tournament registration. His gaze threatened him. The second option is to fight me. Q-Do silently and helplessly looked at him and said, Teacher Van, how is your second option any different from just telling me to go die? Li Hao's eyes sparkled as he crossed his arms and replied, Who knows, he said. All right, then I will attend this conference. Just think about it. Both the principal and Mr. Van have helped me a lot, and without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. Q-Do's gaze darkened, but there was still one more issue to resolve. The branches and leaves let the sunlight through in a very poetic way. The endless forest. There are two people standing and talking. May I ask if her information is reliable? It is reliable. Su Thiu-Dung crossed her arms and looked at him. I already made an appointment with Lam Lang. Tonight we'll meet in the endless forest at 8 o'clock. He will come. I've already taken your staff of wisdom. How could I possibly sell you the schedule information? Q-Do said seriously, I know, thank you so much this time. The bright moonlight in the green forest at 8 o'clock. In the middle of the vast forest, a young man stepped forward and said, Su Thiu-Dung, you really have clear thinking. Trust me, after joining Boktro, you'll have a completely new perspective on the whole world. Su Thiu-Dung said seriously, Thank you. Being able to join Boktro is my honor. The man with the black scarf turned his back and called out, Follow me, and I will show you the true face of this world. She spoke up, the ice wall cage closing in. The young man's eyes brightened, sensing something unusual as he turned his back. Suddenly, sharp tall stones appeared around him. Su Thiu-Dung held the staff in her hand, with a brightly shining stone above her head. She called out, Q-Do, I've done everything I can. Q-Do soared high, holding the sword ready to strike him down. He pulled off the hood, revealing his face, and suddenly said, Q-Do. Lam Lang's arm suddenly transformed into a strange skin. Q-Do stood on the ground, swinging the sword forward, but missed. Lam Lang quickly dodged the clenched fist with anger in his eyes. Q-Do, the Ghost Mountain dungeon? I spared your life once, otherwise you would have been captured long ago. So why are you confronting me now? Q-Do slung the sword over his shoulder and said, If we meet again, we'll be enemies. Besides, I can't bear the injustice of the death of the Qin family's disciple. Lam Lang clenched his cloak in anger. Q-Do, do you really think you can defeat me? Then he threw off his cloak, revealing a solid body with strange blue skin. You simply don't understand. He stuck out his tongue, his eyes gleaming. How great the power of the White Swamp truly is. Q-Do looked ahead and thought to himself, compared to the last time in the Ghost Mountain dungeon, Lam Lang looked even less human. Do you think it's worth becoming something neither human nor demon for that kind of power? Lam Lang used his strength to become a strange monster, with blue skin, a massive body, and sharp long claws. Of course it's worth it. How could you understand a kid like me who came from a poor place with no money and no talent? If I didn't become like this, how could I have gained such power? You spoke up in protest, saying you didn't understand anything. Q-Do gripped the sword and charged forward with fierce determination. Lam Lang, you're hopeless, so don't blame me for using forceful methods. He charged forward, swinging his blade powerfully, creating a flash of light. Lam Lang raised his sharp hand toward him, the dragon claw technique. However, Kyo-do had already gripped his wrist tightly. Kyo-do was furious. How could this be called a dragon? The system panel showed that Long Ngam Lin Tram had been activated. Kyo-do swung his weapon at him repeatedly, creating flashes of light. Lam Lang recoiled in fear. He gripped the blade tightly with both hands and struck down hard at Lam Lang. The dragon chant slash was unleashed. Lam Lang's eyes suddenly lit up as he gritted his teeth. How can this be? Kyo-do unleashed a powerful beam from his blade, striking down with a loud explosion and black smoke. He watched him collapse to the ground amid black smoke. Lam Lang slowly pushed himself up, and his system panel appeared. Level 25, health points 412 over 6,000, strength 421, defense 235, agility 266. Skills: Phantom Dragon Claw, Dragon Transformation. You said this is Kyo-do recalling a girl with a strange figure. The situation exactly like Tuan Dong's condition in Van Dok Quat. His eyes were full of surprise, silently thinking that she was an NBC fused with a boss back then. Could it be that there is also a boss inside Lam Lang's body? What exactly does Boktro want to do? Lam Lang's eyes lit up with anger. Kyo-do, you're the one forcing me into this. Then he unleashed the powerful dragon transformation. Lam Lang became a giant monster with a long tongue, sharp claws, and teeth. The system display showing strength over 842, defense over 470, agility over 532. His body was muscular, with a terrifyingly strange smile looming behind him. Using this dragon transformation would bind him permanently with no chance of recovery. Kyo-do, you forced me to use this move. You really are hateful. Lam Lang climbed over the scattered rocks, and in just a brief moment, he teleported forward with a flash of light. His sharp teeth gleamed as his eyes lit up and he lunged at you. Kyo-do darkened his face at Lam Lang. Now you were a monster neither human nor demon. When I was an apprentice, I already killed a guy like this. He reached out to grab you, but you quickly flew up high. The system board was full of ailments. Kyo-do thrust the weapon in his hand straight into Lam Lang's body, causing him pain and a cry. Ah! A loud explosion rang out in the forest, flashing bright lights. Your weapon pierced Lam Lang's skin. He lay on the ground with the weapon stuck in his shoulder. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary person like you suddenly become so powerful? Lam Lang thought of the black dragon surrounding him in painful shock as he lay on the ground, honed. This is not fair at all. For this power I now have, I have almost sacrificed everything. To merge with this terrifying dragon, I had to endure endless pain. Lam Lang's face darkened, but with the power I risked everything to gain, yet I became weak before you. This is not fair. Kyo-do looked at him, believing there was nothing impossible. He thought that, as Master Van said, his current combat power might be a bit hard to handle tall enemies, but it was more than enough against mid-level foes. Is this the ultimate power that breaks all laws? Kyo-do held the sword, leaning on it as he looked down at him lying on the ground and said, I won't kill you. I will take you back to help me erase this injustice. Can you change back? I don't want to carry a giant lizard on my shoulders. Lam Lang lost his temper, struggling and arguing. I am a Jiao Long, not a lizard god. Then Kyo-do punched him in the head and asked, What are you? Lam Lang trembled and said, A lizard. Then he transformed back into a normal person. You looked at him and said, All right, come with me. Let's go home. Just as Kyo-do turned his back, he heard someone speak and quickly turned around, face darkening. Where do you think you're going? In the quiet forest at night, it was just him and you. Kyo-do looked deep into the forest, where a strange group of people were covered head to toe in cloth, and one of them wore a mask, pacing back and forth until his shoes were worn out, and yet it came to me without any effort at all. Kyo-do, we were still struggling, with no chance to catch you. But unexpectedly, you just showed up right at our doorstep. Kyo-do looked at him and smiled. Oh, are you sure you can catch me? Then Huang Dich and Ma Fi also arrived. The three of you were extremely cautious of their group when surrounded. He said, you useless Lam Lang. Kyo-do glared at him. If I'm not mistaken, the group that appeared in the Ghost Mountain dungeon is also you guys, right? He raised both hands and said, You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Their group rushed out to surround us, and he shouted to attack. Ma Fi charged at them with his sword, sweeping like the heavenly general. However, they had shields and blocked the clean beam of light from the sword. Ma Fi suddenly exclaimed, Damn, not hurt at all? Kyo-do kept attacking, ignoring them, determined to take out the support guy in the back first. One of them shouted as the three holding shields rushed toward Kyo-do.
Hurry! Stop him! The enemy suddenly charged with weapons, casting the radiant earth spell, binding the ground with blinding soil. Lights surrounded them with white smoke, and red flashes like someone had just flown up to kill that fat guy first. The three people beside him jumped high and aimed at the enemy target. He used his power to get ready. Earth flame burst. The ground was split in half after using his power. He was surprised. Earth magic could be used like that. Kyudu used his power to charge at them. Some defended. Others raised their shields, shouting, "Hurry up! Stop him!" The system panel appeared when using the Bone-Dry King realm power, showing a guy there blocking with a shield and strong armor. However, unexpectedly, the shield was useless, and his weapon pierced right through him. That shield was shattered by Kyudu. They all stood there, looking at each other in shock. Is this kid off somehow? Kyudu stood clearly in front of him. I'm really curious, what are your numbers in Boktro? As far as I remember, Boktro ranks people based on their strength. He crossed his arms. Me? Number 233. But you know us at Boktro so well, why don't you want to come back with us? His eyes burned red behind the mask. Kyudu, you must have a lot of questions now, right? Just come back with us to Boktro and all your doubts will be answered. Suddenly his face darkened and he threatened you, like saying he knew where your parents lived. Kyudu opened his eyes wide in shock at his words. Huangdich and Mafi stared at each other in disbelief. Kyudu's face darkened. My parents live in Boktro. What do they have to do with Boktro? He closed his eyes. If you come with us to Boktro, you'll find out the answers to these questions right away. Suddenly, an unexpected blow from the boy caught him off guard, causing him to lose his balance. Kyudu's face darkened with anger. I will find out the truth myself. Clenching his teeth in anger, he silently wondered what their relationship with Boktro really was. Why is there always no news? If Boktro and my parents are enemies, then I cannot go to Boktro. With my current strength, going there would be nothing but a suicide mission. He has already fallen to the ground. Kyudu stood lost in thought. You all. He behind him looked at him like the next prey. He was stunned. This is a good chance. The three men wielding staffs took turns attacking with the flaming spear, the holy sword Aurora, and the earth-shaking gale. The power from their staffs spread out and converged at a single point. A massive surge of power flew towards Kyudu. A golden light radiated, creating a huge explosion. His face was filled with murderous intent, the state of rage activated, the demon child guarding the soldier's path. He spoke up. Binduang sword technique. First form. One sword, Binduang. He struck down the people in front of him, while behind him the cry of the divine meridian echoed. Saving. Du kept swinging his staff and shouted loudly, I need to see whether your babysitters are faster, or I am quicker with my sword. The crowd cried out in pain and the previous voice rang out again. Divine Meridian, he jumped high and struck down two people below with one blow. The crowd cried out, Please, don't punish me anymore, just let me die. Kyudu frowned and replied, Still swinging the staff, underestimating my efficiency? Long Ngam immediately struck down. You jumped higher and struck more blows. After nearly finishing, Kyudu turned his back and smiled, saying, Looks like I'm still better, huh? Hopefully your babysitter can heal you faster. The people in the distance watched in horror as you ran away. How is he this strong? Something's not right here. Run quickly! He swung his staff and watched them respond. Here comes another strike from me. The power from the staff spun a few times before flying towards them. They startled and cried out. Everything was taken care of. Kyudu turned around and swung his hand. A voice echoed from afar. You said everything has been taken care of. Let's go back. Everyone moved towards Kyudu, and he continued. The matter with Boktro will end sooner or later, but first let's take Lam Lang home. At Ken Capital University in the principal's office, Kyudu brought Lam Lang before the principal and said, Principal, I've brought him back. Lam Lang's body was exhausted, slumped over the desk. Binjung, to you, in this form, what happened to him? Kyudu replied, Principal, indeed, Lam Lang was momentarily angry and went down the wrong path, but I think the root cause is that an organization called Boktro has bewitched Lam Lang. That is the real cancer. They specialize in researching techniques to merge humans and bosses, and more. Then you explained in detail to the principal about the encounter with Boktro. After hearing it, Bin Duang clenched his fist and thought, Boktro, all right then. He reached out his hand, a flash of golden light appearing. He said, Because I'm busy with work at Kin University, I can't protect you directly. This is called a sword orb. No matter where you are, as long as you crush this sword orb, I can sense it. If Boktro comes to you again next time, a strong sword aura will cover the space. Thank you, Principal. You hold the sword orb and think, with the Principal's help, dealing with Boktro will be much easier. Bin Duong then presented another item and continued. I also give you this peer-level necklace. The A-grade peer-level necklace is enhanced to +6, increasing spirit by 150 points, boosting the player's skill power by 35%, increasing casting speed by 30% with no class restrictions. Kyudu replied happily, Principal, are you really giving this to me? He grumbled and hit his head, shouting, I'm just giving it to you because you did well this time, so keep it safe. This item has been with me since I was in the middle rank, and if I manage to enhance it successfully one more time, it might even awaken the spirit energy. But teacher, if you give me the same rank necklace, what will you do? Will this affect the battle strength? Bin Duong sat down and replied, Me? It's fine. I can handle it no matter what. Congratulations to Swordmaster 2 Bin Duong for binding a new S-rank equipment. The reward is 50 free attribute points. Kyudu was speechless. On an island where the waves gently lapped, a fishing hook was cast, and a fish quickly took the bait. The Sword King stepped forward and said, Oh, Elder Bach, why are you in such high spirits? Going fishing too? A voice replied, The Sword King? How is the Tyrant King doing? Sword King replied, He was saved by Wood King, but he lost half of his body. The voice spoke again. Do you understand now? It is impossible to defeat Bin Duong in a one-on-one fight. We must choose the right time, the right place, the right people, and work together if we want a chance to kill him. Bin Duong is tough. He really must be eliminated. As for the battlefield, let's set it in Tuthan, the hometown of Kyo Anthan's son. The Sword King replied, I have no objections. He turned and said, Elder Bach, then I'll be going first. Suddenly, a sharp hook flew right in front of him. The other person's voice spoke up. One more thing. Surround and kill Bin Duong 8 kings. How many of you will take action? At the capital university, in the pitch-dark shadowy figures knock on the door. Lai Hao opened the door and said in surprise, Lam Lang, you continue. Come with me. The principal has already talked to me about this. Lam Lang hesitated for a moment, then the two of them left together. The two quickly moved. Upon arrival, Lam Lang looked around and said, This is the Phase 2 training site for evading the stinky swordfish. Li Hao drank a bottle and said, If the teaching is not strict, it's the teacher's fault. He continued, You are my student. No matter the reason you became who you are today, as your teacher, I find it hard to deny my responsibility. He handed him a bottle and asked if he wanted a drink. Lam Lang grabbed a bottle and drank hastily, spilling it all over himself. Lai Hao paused thoughtfully and said, I have a bad temper. I like fighting so much it became a habit, and I don't feel right if I don't fight every day. They call me a battle maniac. When I was young, I caused quite a bit of trouble and was hunted by many people. Who would have thought that someone like me, clearly not cut out for teaching, would end up becoming a teacher at the capital university? Lam Lang thought in surprise. Could teacher Lai Hao really have such a past? He touched his head with a strong force, bending down. He slowly said, If someone had told me before that I, Lai Hao, would become a teacher one day, I would have definitely slapped them hard enough to twist their mouth. It's ridiculous. How could someone like me become a teacher? So why should I frown and worry? What can young people not overcome? Mistakes must be acknowledged. It's just about starting over. The truly strong are those who dare to face their own mistakes. Lai Hao scratched his ear and continued, I'm really not that good at preaching, but I think you understand what I mean. Lam Lang frowned and admitted, Teacher Van, you're right. I was wrong, and I will accept the school's punishment. He drank a bottle of water and said, I will start my life over. Lam Lang, slightly drunk, asked the teacher, Teacher Van, do you think I can reach Q-Du's level? Hearing that name, Lai Hao laughed and replied, Q-Du, don't dream about it. That guy is a pervert. Elsewhere, Q-Du put on his mask and asked Lich, Brother Q, why are you wearing a mask? Q-Du replied, I'm getting ready to join the university battle tournament and don't want to be stopped by others when entering the private guild dungeon. Ma-Fi continued, A global university battle tournament? Such a grand event can't possibly be without me, Ma-Fi. Huang Dit commented, but the team battle requires 5 people, so they decided to recruit more. Tu Nguyen was surprised. A global university fighting tournament? But I'm afraid I'll hold you guys back, Ma-Fi said confidently. It's okay, Tu Nguyen, with me here, even a blind dog can win. Tu Nguyen was startled and angrily asked, What do you mean? Ma-Fi forced a smile and replied, I mean you're even stronger than a dog. Tu Nguyen hit Ma-Fi twice on the head. Huang Dit smiled quietly, and in a run-down, dilapidated place, the 4 of them gathered together. Tu Nguyen wondered, Isn't a team supposed to have 5 people? Then why not call it left? She was cut off by Huang Dit before finishing her sentence. The private dungeon seems to be called the Silent Town. Let's go in. A spatial gate opened, revealing the Silent Town dungeon.
The underground ruins of an ancient civilization hold mysterious supernatural power. You can witness countless events of humanity's destruction. This force has been distorted and merged with darkness. Suddenly a voice spoke up behind Kyudu. "Hello, brother." The red-haired guy appeared out of nowhere and smiled. "Are you guys going into the quiet Lang Town dungeon? If not, let us go in first." Kyudu didn't understand, but enthusiastically shook hands and said, "My name is Thiet Tru, a fourth-year student at Thu Kung University. You're here to qualify for the battle tournament too, right? What a coincidence. So are we." Kyudu replied cheerfully, "Hello, I'm Kyu Dai Fao from the Van Lee General Academy." Kadap Thiet Tru suggested, "Why don't we enter together? Having more teammates means more support, right?" Both sides looked at each other, and Thiet Tru also introduced the members of his team. Suddenly, the cat girl from Thiet Tru's team showed disagreement and spoke up in protest. After a back-and-forth exchange, seeing the tension rise, the tall guy there stepped in to lighten the mood. "Sai, we're all teammates here. No need to be so tense," Kyudu said with a smile. "It's okay, Thiet Tru, don't worry. We're not bothered." Thiet Tru scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. "Sorry for making you laugh. Let's enter the dungeon together. Everyone will be transferred elsewhere." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Kyudu's mind. "Do you believe in the power of blessings? For example, on your birthday, you might wish for your family's safety or a happy holiday celebration. It could be just a passing thought or a gentle reminder. Actually, you didn't realize it, but you believed that your will could bring about a good outcome. But can everything really change just because of your will?" He thought to himself, "Who is this will speaking?" Startled, he opened his eyes. At that moment, Kyudu realized he was tightly bound to the table. The system quickly updated as well. Silent Town requests a mission to investigate the cause of supernatural power in Silent Town. Difficulty level D. Mission rewards depend on the player's evaluation. A friendly reminder: trust in your own will. The faceless ghost appeared beside Kyudu. He opened his eyes wide, unable to help but exclaim, "Is this dungeon really this intense?" Suddenly it lunged right in front of Kyudu, making him startle and curse. The faceless demon woman, holding a knife, was about to rush forward and attack him. She swung down, but Kyudu managed to dodge in time. He swung his body up, breaking the chain. Then a blade pierced straight through it. The system immediately appeared with a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the faceless demon woman. Spirit points increased by 100. Kyudu stood there and said, "I think I've arrived at a pretty terrifying place." Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the hundreds of faceless female ghosts appearing all at once. Kyudu stared at them, ready to strike again, still trying to scare me. He swung his blade continuously at them, gaining 100 points of killing intent. The faceless female ghosts fled in panic. Kyudu laughed and said, "Don't run, I still need more killing intent." He kept swinging his blade everywhere. Each ghost struck and gradually vanished. Killing intent points increased by 100. Only after Kyudu defeated them all did they calmly turn and leave. "We need to regroup with them quickly. Triu Nguida's support, and it's very difficult for her to handle these faceless monsters alone." He walked to the wooden door, then opened it and went inside. "It seems there are others who have also been teleported here." Kyudu, suddenly startled, turned around and heard footsteps. The person who just rushed in saw him and shouted, "Brother Cannon, you got separated from the team too?" Before Kyudu could answer, a distant cry for help was heard, a desperate scream for help. 3 people are being chased by a giant spider. Shouting towards the enemy, "Brother Fao, help!" Kyudu charged forward with his blade like lightning. He bent down and thrust the sword straight at the giant spider. Thiet Tru looked at him admiringly. "Well done, great kill, brother." Kyudu was on high alert, but there was no attack warning for me. The wounds on the spider healed very quickly. The system displayed the monster's info panel. Zombie spider with a human face, 998 revivals left, level 22, 4,000 over 4,000 health, 351 strength, 122 defense, 233 agility, soul-gnawing skill, dazzling spider silk, revived and triggered a new warning. The terrifying part is that it gnaws on living souls to survive. Every time it swallows a living person, it gains another chance to resurrect. It prefers beautiful faces. Huang Dit exclaimed a few curses in surprise. "What is this thing?" If the 998 revivals don't completely use up the faces on its surface, then it can't be fully killed, right? "Chill, right?" Kyudu said, holding a sword. "Everyone go ahead. This thing is very strange. If it touches you, it will suck away your soul and become one of its resurrection counts." Although Triotu Nuit followed his advice and ran with everyone else, she was still worried. "Kyudu, what about you?" He calmly replied, "It's okay, everyone, go ahead. I have a plan." Q-Do's footsteps cracked the ground beneath him under heavy pressure, and with a single strike, he sliced the human-faced spider in half, causing it to collapse to the ground. Q-Do quickly left the area. His shadow flashed by like a lightning bolt, leaving no trace, and moments later, he was already out. The enemy cheered. "Finally, Do has arrived." "I'm fine, that's really good." Q-Do hurriedly asked him, "Where is Tiet Tru?" Huang-like replied, "He has joined the team and arrived at the back gate ahead of us." Already inside the quiet town, they looked up at the wall in confusion. "Whose record is this?" Then one of them read aloud the different words on the wall. "My name is Wang Deng, and just by stepping through this stone door, you will enter the true quiet town. Ahead lies true hell. If you truly have a reason to enter the quiet town, please remember this incantation. It can only protect you when facing the supernatural phenomena of those green light monsters, not against normal attacks." Q-Do listened, puzzled. "Does everyone find this record trustworthy?" Huang Liet crossed his arms and said, "I believe it, but I can't read half of the 8-character incantation." Ma Fi spoke up. "I'm still a bit better than Xiang Di. I know 6 characters. Zhao Ziyue, standing nearby, added, "I can't read it all either." Q-Do touched the wall, unleashing a whirlwind, ignoring it. "If we don't understand, let's just move forward directly. You tell everyone to go." Their group slowly moved forward into a ruined city. Zhao Ziyue shivered from the cold, then suddenly looked down and picked up a photo of 2 people. But then the man's face in the photo suddenly turned terrifying with a horrifying smile. Trio Tunguiet startled and shouted,
"Ah, everyone! Ask her what's wrong!"
"Ask." Tunguiet pointed and said, "There's a ghost inside that photo." Q-Do replied coldly, "Oh, is that so? That's good news." He held up the photo, looking at the man inside who was smiling at him. Q-Do watched for a moment, then smiled slightly before swiftly slashing the photo in half with a single strike. He said disappointedly, 50 points, that's too few. Can you get a bit more?" Zhao Ziyue thought in surprise. "Haven't seen Ju-Do for a while. How did he get even stronger?" From afar came the sound of hurried footsteps, and the person shouted urgently, "Pull me out! Help me!" Huang Dich turned his head quickly to look. The little girl hurriedly ran over saying, "Help me!" Her face was full of panic and fear. "Help me," Ma Fi warned. What could possibly be good inside a dungeon? "Everyone be careful. Definitely don't fall into their trap." Q-Do said, "Of course there are still some." Then he bent down and asked the little girl, "What's wrong?" She said happily, "Please help me." The little girl tearfully choked out, "Brother, my mother fell. She's inside the house now, and I can't help her up." Q-Do confidently patted his chest and said, "I'll take care of it for you." They walked together to the building. Standing in front of an apartment, the little girl quickly ran inside, then pointed and said, "This is my home." Q-Do looked on and replied, "All right." Without hesitation, he kicked the door open, his eyes quickly scanning the room inside. Inside the house, the shadow of a demon waited. It bared its sharp teeth to intimidate when it saw people appear, then flew towards Q-Do's group. He calmly said, "Is that all? Do you have any demon brothers or sisters? Bring them all out." The demon opened its mouth wide, emitting a deadly aura. Q-Do held the sword in his hand and gently swung it toward it. Killing aura increased by 100. The little girl watched in stunned amazement. He turned to her and said, "Little sister, I've already solved your family's problem for you." The girl replied, pale-faced, "Really? You're really amazing." Q-Do stared again and continued, "But where is your mother? Wasn't that just now your mother?" Then he aimed the blade at her and stabbed through her body, catching the girl off guard. Ah, that girl also vanished into black smoke. Sharpness points plus 50. Huang Dich said admiringly, and sure enough, Trio Tunguit asked curiously, "Q-Do, how did you determine that something was wrong?" Q-Do pointed and said, "We've seen too many tricks like this. These 2 demons work together. One lures people in, the other kills the unlucky ones." Ma Fi said worriedly, "It seems the number of monsters in this dungeon far exceeds our expectations. Maybe this dungeon is not as simple as we thought." Trio Tunguiet spotted something and shouted, and they all turned around in surprise. "What's wrong?" Trio Tunguiet pointed and stammered, "Something just flashed by." Q-Do heard this and excitedly rushed forward. "Don't run! That's my aura point!" Huang Lich hurriedly chased after him. "Do! Wait for us!" Q-Do excitedly shouted at the strange aura ahead. "Don't run!" Suddenly, an old man with white hair appeared before him and said, "Be careful, my friend. That is a 100-year-old Lequi, extremely vicious." He raised his hand and chanted the Yang Wu Lei spell. Thousands of lightning bolts were unleashed, striking the Lequi directly and engulfing its entire body. causing it to scream in pain. Then, the liquid disappeared, and the old man withdrew his technique. Q2 panicked and said, "Who let my aura points loose?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "Seems the power of my Yangwu thunder has not weakened much." Q2 asked him, "Who are you? Introduce yourself first." "I am Tom Du, the current successor of the Dao sect. You can call me Dao Master Trung." Q2 thought seriously. Is this Dao sect NBC similar to the Kwai Sun dungeon? There are quite a few spirits in this quiet town, and this NBC should be able to help a lot. Tam Du looked around, sensing ghostly energy ahead and seeing many streams of black smoke gathering in the distance. Q2 quickly ran over, thinking he couldn't let this old Dao master steal his killing aura points. The killing aura of the Golden Dragon Crescent Moonblade was about to burst out. He warned, "Young friend, don't act recklessly." Then he jumped onto his sword, saying, "Your mortal weapon can't harm the demon." Q2 seemed not to hear and shot forward like an arrow. Tam Du was surprised and thought to himself, how is that possible? What kind of spirit has this kid become? I'm flying on my sword faster than he's running on foot. He stepped onto the rooftop of the apartment building. Q2 looked down and saw the aura spreading everywhere. He clearly sees below is Iron Pillar, who seems to be in trouble. Zombies are appearing everywhere, and Iron Pillar suddenly reminds everyone, "Do you still remember the inscription on the wall?" He chanted the spell. Then he closed his eyes and murmured, "Miao fo yan ne, shin am do kong." The whole group chanted together, "Miao fo yan ne, shin am do kong." The light around them glowed, forming a circle that surrounded them along with the continuous chants. The ghosts, hearing this, were all terrified and immediately fled. Someone shouted, "The demons have retreated." Q2 suddenly glanced over as a strange gust of wind swept by. Tam Du rushed over to Thayat Tru's group and had asked, "Hey, where did the strong demon energy from earlier go? Why did it suddenly disappear completely like this?" He looked around, wondering where the little sword-wielding friend had gone, then asked, "The closest person here is Thayat Tru. Kids, did you see any ghost objects just now?" The person next to Thayat Tru said the old captain's name is Tam Du, and his power level suggests he is an important NBC. Only by accompanying him can the main storyline be activated. He replied, "I understand." Thayat Tru approached and said, "Taoist Truong, I am Thayat Tru. The monsters were all dealt with by us earlier." Tam Du was surprised. "You've already dealt with them?" Thayat Tru sincerely replied, "Yes. If the sect leader also has a kind heart to exorcise demons and bring blessings to the world, then why don't we journey together? Normally, the person I respect the most is someone like the sect leader." Q2 stepped forward from afar, his aura intensifying with each step. "Brother, Thep Tru," he said coldly, "before, when I was blocking the human-faced spider, you didn't wait for me, and now you want to ruin my plans too?" The system notification appeared, showing a kill score increase of 1,500. Q2 thought to himself, luckily I killed the demon quickly, otherwise I would have definitely been tricked away by that old sect leader. Thayat Tru scratched his head and replied, "Oh man, Big Bro Cannon, sorry. I thought going ahead would clear the way for you guys, but as soon as I stepped out, it was already a quiet town." He then asked, "But if you just chant the spell and go straight, that path shouldn't be dangerous, right? Why did you guys arrive late? Could it be that you didn't chant the incantation?" Q2 crossed his arms and replied, "We just don't bother using that spell." He thought to himself, "We can't let them know we can't recite the whole spell. But if this spell only drives away demons, it's useless to me. I just hope all the demons in this dungeon come here." Thayat Tru forced a smile. "So that's how it is. Sorry about that." "My brother, the great Canon," Cao Hin spoke up. "Thayat Tru, you're really useless, yet you still bow down to those from a shady university like that. They hurriedly chased after us here, just hoping to be protected by our Thuong Kung Academy. Does no one see through their scheme? Ridiculous." Huang Dik shouted angrily. "Damn it, what do you mean?" she said sarcastically. "Oh, really? Only guys like you want to start a fight?" Thayat Tru stepped forward to break it up. "Brother Cannon, don't take it personally with her. Here's the plan, we go together. You guys follow behind us. If there's any trouble, just leave it to me, okay?" Q2 stood aside with a serious face, deciding to trust him for now. With their current abilities, they can't cause any trouble. Tam Du reminded them, "If the cursed objects have been destroyed, what are you still hesitating for? If you guys won't go, then I'll go first." Thayat Tru quickly replied, "Please let the sect leader guide us. They're heading to the abandoned apartment complex." He spoke up with a strange question. "Hasn't this town been abandoned for a long time? So why does it now seem like many people from other areas have come here?" Tam Du led the way, speaking coldly.
Let's just hope we don't wake that thing up. Tiet Tru asked, Master, what exactly is that thing you mentioned?
He growled in response. The demon lord of the quiet town is like a type of yin energy spreading throughout the demon land where demons fight and devour each other until the strongest demon lord is born. Kohin also wondered, is that demon lord very strong? Tamdu asked back, strong? Strong does not begin to describe the terror of the demon king. But any demon king that is born is a disaster for all living beings, I beg you to understand. He said, I remember that year my father once encountered a demon king, and it was only with the help of another enlightened master that they barely managed to defeat that demon king. You must understand, my father was a great Taoist master, far more powerful than I am, and that demon king was a high monk who had strayed deep into the demonic path. That battle, Kyodu suddenly thought to himself, a high monk who has strayed far into the demon path. He suddenly remembered something and shouted, What was your father's name? Then grabbed Tamdu by the collar and yelled. Hao Hin frowned and spoke irritably. Kyo Dai Fao, what are you so angry about? Let the leader go now. You saw her shouting. Tamdu immediately said, Grandfather, Trong Nhi Ha. Kyodu was surprised to hear that. Trong Nhi Ha, why is it like this? You thought Trong Nhi Ha wasn't the NBC of the Ghost Mountain dungeon. If the Truong Nhi Ha mentioned by the old Taoist is indeed the Truong leader of the Ghost Mountain dungeon, then is this due to the different flow of time between the two dungeons, or is there another reason? Cao Hin said sharply, Kyo Big Shot, how dare you yell at me like that? Do you know who my father is? He's just a country college student, and yet you dare to yell at me. If you make me angry, I won't let you off. Huang Dich also reassured him, Kyo, maybe we should release the sect leader first. Tam Du was surprised to hear that. Big Gun Kyo Ka, your name is Kyu Du, the enlightened master he mentioned, and you are the one who killed the demon king? Kyu Du calmly replied, That's right, you and his father killed the demon monk, and I am Tam Du. Said with admiration, My father has been gone for over 50 years, yet you are still alive and so young. It seems my father's guess was right. You suddenly asked back, guessing. Guessing what? He solemnly recounted that before my father passed away, he told me he had grasped the truth of the world and had seen through your origins. At that time, his father said, Tamdu, I finally understand why, after the battle at Ghost Mountain, I couldn't find anyone in the world named Kyu Du. He looked up at the sky and said, Because he simply does not belong to our world. Tamdu wondered, Father, what do you mean by that? He raised his hand and replied, He originally came from the main world, just as bolts of lightning appeared in the pitch-black sky. Tamdu panicked. This is Thien Kayan, the sky of punishment. His father stood up and laughed loudly. You're scared now. Seeing a dragon swoop down, he looked up and said, Trying to threaten me? What does old man Truong Nhi Ha fear about death? As the heavenly thunder struck right where he pointed, he barely managed to say, Tamdu, remember this? The last fortune I saw foretells that you will meet someone named Kyo Du. I will tell him, instead of my father, that the world Kyo Du lives in is real. And the world I, Truong Nhi Ha, live in is real too. Both of your worlds have been deceived. Tamdu shouted, Wow, back to reality. You stand before Kyo Du, that's how it is. I never expected that at my age I could actually meet you. Kyo Du listened with doubt, wondering if Master Truong and the Machine Queen were both NBCs awakened to independent consciousness. No, if what Chief Zhang said is true, then they are not NBC at all. But with my current strength, I still can't uncover the truth of this world. Right now, everyone cautiously notices, Brother Q, is something wrong around us? The demons were frantically rushing towards them. Kyu Du said excitedly, Leave it to me, it's like being sleepy and someone brings you a pillow. In his mind, he thought that his Golden Dragon Crescent Moonblade was only 500 points away from reaching the critical kill energy threshold. Kyu Du swung his blade, adding 100 kill energy points, followed by a series of strikes, adding another 100 points. The kill energy had reached 10,000 out of 10,000. The talisman effect was upgraded, and the talisman damage against soul entities increased by 200%. Warning, lethal energy points are too high. The weapon cannot withstand it. Please upgrade the weapon as soon as possible. Kyu Du was pleased. Finally, the lethal energy points have erupted. Tamdu shouted loudly, Senior Kudu, be careful. The demonic aura around here hasn't disappeared at all. Facing the enemy with Mafi, they were also startled as a bony hand appeared from nowhere, followed by hundreds of other skeletons, causing everyone to panic. What the hell is this? Tamdu looks at the black smoke. The aura is truly terrifying. The Demon King has appeared and uncovered the source of supernatural power in the quiet town. This dungeon quest is complete. Players are advised to leave immediately. He holds the talisman in his hand, the left talisman with 6 nails and the right with 6 shields, the yellow god in front and the music general behind. The divine spirit strikes without evasion. The divine demon's 7 strikes are off balance. Tamdu shouted loudly, then threw the talisman toward the demon king. Her eyes blazed red. The hidden mission was activated, the dungeon closed, and they left the passage. The hidden mission requires everyone to cooperate in dealing with the supernatural power source and restore peace to the quiet town as before. It is a level C difficulty with an extremely powerful force causing an explosion. Thietru hurriedly said, "Quick, chant the spell." He and his teammates clasped their hands together, mocking Buddha and the heart-sealing needle of Do Huang. But none of that affected the Demon King. She spoke as she knelt down. Immediately, Thietru's group fell to their knees. "What's going on? Why can't I control my own body?" The Demon King continued to command, blinding eyes, crushing legs, breaking arms, making them scream in pain. Tamdu panicked, saying that a spell that manifests through words is just a spell that manifests through words. It can't be. It's just a demon. How could it possibly create such a spell? Meanwhile, Kyudu's group remained unaffected. Huang Dik wondered. Could it be that he wasn't affected by the spell because he was handsome? The Demon King gritted his teeth in anger. "Impossible!" She screamed wildly, blind, limping, with broken arms and bones, but only Thietru's group was affected. Kyudu sneered. "Looks like the words left on the door were made by you yourself, right? Give it up. Your language-based magic won't affect us." Then he quickly jumped up and charged straight at the Demon King. "Then die." The Demon King looked at Kyudu, the reckless kid, and prepared to strike back. He closed in on her, covered in wounds. She panicked, and Longgam struck her down. Kyudu landed on the ground after slashing the Demon King multiple times. Thietru looked up. Has the Demon King already died? But at that moment, Tamdu spoke up. "Senior Kyudu, be careful. The demonic energy here has not dissipated at all." You replied, "I know, but the mission isn't over yet." The blood pool behind you swirled into a vortex, flying toward Kyudu and injuring his arm. Triotungwit used her skill, praying that her ability would help Kyudu heal his wounds. Suddenly, black smoke rose from the blood pool. The system announced the information. Level 28 boss, Corpse Maiden, Resentful Spirit. HP 5,000, over 5,000. Strength 235, Defense 56. Agility 183, Spirit 307, Skill, Incantation Law, Ability, Immortal Body. When alive, she was a pitiful woman, after death transformed into a resentful spirit maiden with a blood pool in her hands, immortal and indestructible. Kyudu thought to himself that it was an immortal body, so it seemed that its immortality was connected to this blood pool. He turned and said, "Xiangdi, find a way to drain this blood pool." Huang Dik spread her hands. "I understand." The earth cracked open, splitting the ground beneath the vengeful female spirit, while Kyudu quickly launched his attack. She changed her target and charged at Huang Dik, die. The blood pool was gradually disappearing, and the earthquake ground slammed down, making her scream in pain. Taking advantage of Kyudu and Mafi's attack, one strike calms the chaos. The vengeful spirit vanishes, leaving only drops of blood. "I will not forgive you." Moments later, she resurrects again. "I am immortal and indestructible." Enemy direction reminder. Du and Mafi, leave the blood pool to me, the rest is up to you two. The blazing earth binds him. Without another word, the vengeful spirit woman lunged at him. "You damn fatso, I'll kill you first." His blinding earth binding is wrapped around me. Facing the enemy, gritting his teeth, he couldn't let the 5-element heart that Duka gave him go to waste. The fire god's violent flame explosion shattered the ground. The iron pillar exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? That wood mage can actually use the power of the 5 elements?" The vengeful spirit woman keeps screaming, "All of you will die." Kyudu appeared from behind and slashed her, leaving the vengeful spirit woman wide-eyed in shock. "This can't be happening. How do you have such a terrifying aura?" Kyudu jumped up and kicked her in the stomach before landing. "No other way. Who told you this is my specialty?" The vengeful female spirit screamed without time to respond as he raised his sword. "Become a Buddha. Let me help you transcend." The finishing slash made her only have time to let out a scream. Tamdu had a puzzled look. Salvation. Isn't this my responsibility? Besides, is this really what you call salvation? The body of the vengeful shrine maiden spirit dissolved into the air. The hidden mission was complete. Achieved S rank with 1 level bonus. Free attribute points increased by 100. 1 equipment upgrade stone, and 1 equipment awakening stone. Kyudu held the 2 stones in his hand in amazement, hitting S rank. Unexpectedly, illiteracy has such benefits. Use them all. Your weapon glowed, successfully upgrading the B-grade Kim Long Yen Nguyen blade to an A-grade weapon. The Truk Long Yen Nguyen blade was successfully used, awakening the Truk Qam spirit energy. Kyudu looked at his sword. Bamboo Dragon. Crescent. Moonblade. Class. A. Bamboo. 9. Yin spirit power increases simultaneously. The Bamboo Dragon Crescent Moonblade effect can switch between night and day states. In night mode, agility increases by 50%. In day mode, critical hit rate increases by 50%. Enchantment damage increases by 20% against otherworldly creatures. And damage against creatures with souls increases by 100%. Players wielding this weapon possess a natural suppressive power that repels all creatures. Creatures related to dragons will have their strength reduced by 20% when facing a player wielding this weapon. Kyudu held the saber in his hand, truly top tier. This greatsword is really perfect for a spirit mage. Looking back at the others, he thought, it seems they've gained quite a lot too. Theat True stepped forward and said, Brother Cannon, we only got through this time because of you. Thank you. But in the battle tournament, when I face you, I won't hold back. Cao Hin looked at him with envy. The next day, Ma Fi spoke up to remind him, Amaku, you have to be careful with the person named Cao Hin. I saw the way she looked at you back then. It was so dark. Kyudu said as he walked, Don't worry, I'm not afraid of a spoiled rich girl like her. After walking a bit, the enemy went ahead. Duka, then I'll go find the magic system teacher the principal arranged. According to previous reports, Ma Fi went in a different direction. While I was personally instructed by the principal, Kyudu wondered which teacher the principal had arranged for special training for him. Name, Kyudu. Profession, Spirit Mage. Rank mid-level 22, power 88, no backing down in a fight. Wind defense 944, iron wall, agility 444, one step like flying, spirit 150, life 9890, over 9890 C. 8,880 mana points 2,200 over 2,200. He walked while thinking, could it be Master Lai Hao? My current attributes could scare that teacher to death. A giant hand grabbed me from behind. Who's there? Kyudu couldn't break free, furious beyond words. Then it vanished without a trace. Kyudu lay cradled in the mysterious hand, unable to move. What is going on? Could it be that Cao Hin is looking for someone to take revenge on me? The harder he tried to escape, the tighter the grip became. Kyudu worried, thinking that with such power, it definitely couldn't be an ordinary college student using it. He suddenly shouted, Who are you? If you have the guts, come out here! Suddenly, that hand let go of him. Kyudu looked around, but found nothing. A moment later, he stepped forward. Where is this place? Why is the old table appearing here? Kyudu held up the newspaper and read, unable to hide his shock. You widen your eye as you see that the picture in the newspaper is of your father. Kyudu can't help but feel suspicious. My father founded the Boktro company, and my mother's name is Bok Thuk Ha. What is her connection to Thuktim? Kyudu slammed his hand on the table. Is there really a connection between this Boktro company and that Boktro organization? What is this all about? The scene shifts to Bin Duong's room, where suddenly there is a knock on the door. Come in? Li Hao entered, and Bin Duong asked in surprise. Hey, Tuvan, has the issue with Lam Lang been resolved yet? Li Hao asked seriously. Principal, that kid Kyudu is in trouble. Bin Duong wondered. Trouble? What kind of trouble could that kid possibly have at school? He thought to himself. Besides, I even gave him a perfect sword core. Suddenly Li Hao charged forward, his eyes blazing red. Bin Duong watched with a cold, stern gaze, then created a whirlwind that sent Li Hao flying backward. Li Hao sat up. No wonder he was the top sword cultivator. His power was truly overwhelming. Bin Duong noticed and then asked, You're not Li Hao, who are you? The imposter laughed and replied, I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. He revealed himself and extended his hand, saying, Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 8 kings, called the Disaster King, one of the 8 kings. Bin Duong continued to question him, No matter what kind of king you are, I just need to know what you did to Kyudu. At that moment, there was loud laughter outside. You still worry about him? A man stepped in holding a giant hammer, saying, Why not take care of yourself first? One of the 8 kings, the Water King. Bin Duong growled at them. Dare to lay a hand on our school's student no matter who you are. You must die. Another person stepped in and added, Bin Duong, oh Bin Duong, I like this sharp look of yours the most. She is one of the 8 kings. Mok Vuong, are you curious how we managed to bypass your school's restrictions and get in? She raised her hand to her mouth and said, Guess how many of the 8 kings showed up this time? Bin Duong remained expressionless. You brought a lot of people here, but they're just a bunch of useless fools. Immediately, one of them launched a direct attack. The Hammer King charged forward, shouting, Bin Duong, this time I will definitely avenge last time. He struck once, causing the room to explode with fiery fury. Bin Duong quickly escaped, dodging his attack. The Mace King raised his voice. Bin Duong, today is your reckoning. Bin Duong gripped his sword, refusing to back down, his blade flashing crimson, when suddenly the Water King shouted, Watch out! Fire King laughed and replied, Bin Duong basically had no idea, although the disguise and sneak attack failed. When I got close to him, the poison from the Poison King had already silently taken effect on him. Moments later, the members of the 8 kings appeared, one after another. This person is one of the 8 kings, the Poison King, and she said he's already poisoned. This time, even if he grows wings, he won't escape. Very soon, the poison will completely erode his strength, and he will become easy prey for others to carve up. Next was one of the 8 kings, the Shadow King, who gave the order to begin. Then came one of the 8 kings. The Poison King appeared, followed by the Fire King gradually revealing himself, and finally one of the 8 kings, the Sword King. They formed a circle, then combined their strength. The 8 kings gathered carefully, the divine phoenix of destruction. Bin Duong quickly drew his sword to attack, releasing a massive surge of energy, and the clash of the two forces caused the ground to explode. Those standing outside were thrown far away as the explosion shook everything around. Through the smoke, Bin Duong stepped forward with his sword in hand, quietly thinking that the poison could still be controlled for now. The Sword King shouted while defending, Impossible! We are all at the same saintly level, so how can he fight 8 at once, especially while poisoned? The Fire King spoke from behind. Without Elder Bok stepping in, it will be very difficult to catch him. We must bring Elder Bok here. At the same time, behind Kyodu, someone approached and asked, So? Have you found the answer you were looking for? Kyodu, he patted your shoulder. Kyodu turned to look at him, startled. You are the one called Thuktem. He stared intently and said, You cannot call me by my name directly. Kyodu asked, confused, Why? He replied, Because I am your uncle with a bloodline connected to you. The boy exclaimed in surprise. An uncle? Kyodu thought to himself, the 2 people who created Boktro, one is the father, the other is the uncle. So why did Boktro send someone to capture me before? He looked up and asked, You say you are my uncle, so do you have any proof? Thuktim was surprised. Proof? Then he explained, Your mother, Boktro, is my biological sister, so what evidence do you need? Kyodu continued to question. So what is your purpose in locking me up here, and why did you send someone to capture me? Thuktim replied slowly. The first reason I captured you was to force that Confucian scholar Kyu Anthan to face me, but now I've changed my mind. He touched your shoulder and said, As your uncle, this is our first meeting, and it wouldn't be right if I didn't give you something. Then let me give you a little something. With that, Thuktim punched him right in the stomach. Kyodu was caught off guard and was thrown backward. Thuktim said coldly, Be serious. Could it be that you and that Kyu Anthan are both scholars? If this keeps up, he might get so angry that he kills me outright. Kyodu struggled to get up, gritting his teeth, thinking that this guy was serious. He really wanted to kill him. Thinking that, he decisively charged forward. If he didn't use his true strength, then what was there to be afraid of? Kyodu punched hard at him, suddenly realizing, damn, no way. His hand couldn't reach Thuktim's body, yet his punch was right in front of Kyodu's face. If he froze like that, he could die. Kyodu was thrown back once again, but he still advanced with the weapon in his hand. Thuktim looked at his weapon in admiration. Oh, a long-range weapon of grade A, and it seems to have awakened a very strong spirit energy too. Interesting. And you even have both of these eyes. You seem to have quite a few secrets, don't you? Come here, As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, then suddenly reappeared with a lightning-fast punch. Let me show you your full power. His punch landed straight on Kyodu's face, unleashing immense power. Kyodu was in pain and unable to resist. Black auras appeared everywhere, surrounding the awakened corpse. He looked at him and said, Swordcore, I didn't expect the old man from Bin Duong to value you so much, even giving you this life-saving treasure. Kyodu struggled to get up, thinking that if his defense wasn't strong enough, one punch could have taken half his life. Even the principal's sword technique couldn't trouble him. What should he do now? Over in Bin Duong, the sword ring has been activated. This is bad. Could they have already rushed to Kyodu's location? Returning to the awakened, he asked Kyodu, Is Kyoanthan's bloodline only this powerful? Kyudu's eyes blazed red, followed by hundreds of rapid punches from the awakened. Kyudu had no way to defend himself, damn it. He helplessly wondered, what kind of martial art is this after all? Even if I used all the ghost children, I still couldn't see his moves. Inside I felt uneasy, as if facing a raging storm. Kyudu held the card in his hand. Accepting the enemy as father, I agree to acknowledge you as my foster father. But using the card to accept the enemy as father has failed. He was surprised. What? Tuk Tim struck him with a blow. Kyudu lay motionless on the ground. Tuk Tim spoke coldly. Too weak. So weak. You also reminded me that if from now on you give up your family name and change it to Boktro, then I will teach you this martial art. Kyudu lay collapsed on the ground, speaking with contempt. I spit on that. You're mocking him. Why don't you change your name to Kyu Thuk Tim instead? Only then can we be considered family, and you can teach me the martial arts, right? Tuk Tim couldn't help but kick Kyudu. He talks just as stubbornly as your old pirate Kyoanthan. At that moment, someone called out. Old Bok immediately replied, Can't catch the big fish now? Tuk Tim bent down and said, You little brat, I'll give you one more chance. You are after all her son, and if you agree to chase them away, then my promise still stands as before. With that, he vanished without a trace. Kyudu angrily shouted, He's gone? Damn it, Tuk Tim, why didn't you let me go first? Meanwhile, Principal Bin Duong's side was fighting against Kiem Vuong. Bin Duong threw him back behind the wall. The Sword King stammered, Elder Bok, you still haven't made a move? Thuk Thim then turned his back and said, What's going on? Are you trying to teach me how to fight? The Sword King trembled and replied, I don't dare, Elder Bok. It's just that we really can't beat Bin Duong. Bin Duong looked at Thuk Thim with unease. This person was even more dangerous than the 8 kings. Thuk Thim said he originally planned to let them wear him down so he could conserve some energy, but unfortunately. Actually, it's normal that you can't beat him because his level has long surpassed even the Saint Realm. The 8 kings were shocked. What? The Tyrant King exclaimed in surprise. Isn't level 60 to 70 considered a Saint level powerhouse? And right now, the highest level among all professionals is only level 70, isn't it? Bin Duong asked sternly, Who are you? What have you done to Kyudu? Moreover, what is your goal? Tuk Tim replied, I am Thuk Tim, the leader of the Boktro organization. Hearing this, Bin Duong gritted his teeth and said, Boktro, you remember the past. It was them who did that to our students. You hide your head but show your tail, and yet today you dare to appear before me. At this moment, the poison in Ko Bin Duong began to glow. The Poison King spoke, 7 steps to death, Bin Duong has been poisoned. Tuk Him shouted arrogantly, I don't like being the center of attention, so this time I'll definitely kill the principal to remove the obstacle in my way. Principal, please die for me. Meanwhile, Kyudu was screaming loudly, You bastard Tuk Him, let him out now. He wildly swung his weapon everywhere, demanding to be released. Strange patterns appeared on Kyudu's body as he collapsed in pain, surrounded by a toxic haze. It gradually took over Kyudu's body, turning him into a different person with a terrifying gaze. Kyudu struggled against the tentacles, discomfort rising within him. Hot, too hot. What is this fire? Could it also be a trap set by Bok Thuk Tim? No. I think this is the fire I always carry with me. Kyudu looked down at his hand, which was being wrapped by those tentacle-like appendages, and thought to himself, no matter what this is, I will stand tall and shout loudly so I can get out of here. Cut to the capital, University Square. A loud scream echoes. He's poisoning them now. The people above rushed down, shouting, Without the ability to fight, take this chance to kill the old man. Ko Bin Duong laughed loudly below. It's just poison! What can it do to me? He raised the sword in his hand. Today, my full power blazes fiercely with Ko Bin Duong's bold declaration. You will witness my strongest strike. In the air, waves of energy surge like a powerful storm, overwhelming everything. This is your honor. Tik Thiem Ko, stay strong and shout out. Ko Bin Duong, are you crazy? But burning the attribute points for power, if you do this, you'll definitely die. He sneered and said, It's just death. What's so scary about it? Even if I die, I must deal with them first. The vermin of the great Jia Empire. He now turned around with a panicked look and shouted, His power is only enough for one strike. Let's work together to stop him, or we'll all die. Ko Bin Duong raised his sword, pointing the tip down as he channeled his strength, sword energy raging for 30,000 miles, one strike shining over 19 continents. Kungo Quan Hong, a cosmic catastrophe, one sword to quell chaos, swift as lightning. Tham Kien Tu was startled when he saw this. This was the sword swing, with Ko Bin Duong's eyes blazing fiercely, with the murderous aura of Kongo One Sword Ping Duong. A powerful strike cut down below, shaking the battlefield and cracking the ground, as Thuk Team clenched his fist and shouted, "Flowing water, 100-flower palm," then slammed a mighty punch into the earth, the force throwing everyone around violently, dust rising thickly to obscure all sight, leaving only ruins and debris around. A little blood was already flowing from the corner of Thuk Team's mouth. He clenched his teeth tightly. Despite having prepared thoroughly, he still underestimated Ko Bin Duong. The smoke faded away, and Ko Bin Duong appeared from behind. The furious man seized the opportunity to raise his fist, ready to strike down. "Even if I die, I will crush your bones to dust." Suddenly, a surge of aura swooped in and wrapped around his hand. "What?" Tuk Tem startled and leapt upward when he noticed what was right next to him. "This is bright fire. Why is it appearing here?" Kiu Du suddenly rushed over, shouting, "Damn you, White Tuk Team, get away from the principal's body, Ko Mao." He didn't say much and launched an attack while the man quickly dodged to the side in confusion. "It really is Manhwa. Could it possibly break through my space? Why is Manhwa on its body?" Tuk Team Ko tried every way to dodge the attack, wondering in his mind. Although he didn't know what kind of demon fire this was, Bok Thuk Team didn't dare to engage. Seeing the energy weaken, Kiu Du panicked and begged, "Damn it, don't go out on me at such an important moment." Seeing this, he immediately regained the upper hand. It seems you still haven't fully grasped it. As expected, a useless person is just useless. Finishing his words, the spirit unleashed a powerful attack, the flowing water 100 transformations. Fist. Suddenly, a shape like a whale surged forward, directly countering his strike, leaving him stunned. Damn, this thing is something I summoned. Am I really that powerful? As the dust settled, Tham Kien Thu stepped out and said calmly, "Luckily I arrived just in time, otherwise I'd probably be sitting in Ko Bin Duong's chair by now." Kiu Du exclaimed in surprise, "It's Master Tham," then clutched his chest in pain, deep in thought. Tham Kien Thu, the strongest spirit sorcerer, although he used all his strength to kill him, the loss was still too great. He suddenly sprang up and issued a warning. "Kiu Du, the next time we meet will be the day the world's laws are overturned. Until then, don't die." After finishing, Thuk Team and the others left while he seemed indifferent, suddenly remembering something and turning his head to look back. Kiu Du sat down to help Ko Bin Duong up, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the principal still has a pulse. Tham Kien Thu observed and concluded that he was poisoned, and the toxin is still spreading, so immediate detoxification is necessary. Cut to the medical center where Aunt Lan rushes inside, calling out loudly to Ko Bin Duong. He turns his head and whispers, "I'm not dead yet, why are you crying?" She grabbed the empty sleeve, angrily asking, "Who did this?" Ko Bin Duong sighed. "This is a long story." Aunt Lan shouted, "Then just make it short." Kiu Du scratched his head, puzzled. "It seems like the dorm manager and Principal Ko have an unusual relationship, right?" Tham Kien Tu reminded, "Adult matters. Children shouldn't ask." "You analyze it, but let me explain. The attackers of Principal Ko are the 8 kings of Boktro and their leader. Bok Tuk Team. Bok Tuk Team is the creator of Boktro, also my uncle, and I have already involved Principal Ko in this." Ko Bin Duong turned to scold gently. "You foolish kid, what is there to be sad about? If I can still live, then I am very lucky already." Aunt Lan stammered at his strength. He gently closed his eyes, his voice softening. "There's no need to waste any more strength. My right hand no longer holds a sword, and now even Ngo's staff is broken. I am nothing but a cripple now." Tham Kien Tu set this glass down on the table and spoke, identifying the one who poisoned him. "The Poison King is dead, but the deadly toxin still remains in his body." His eyes hardened, but it was only a temporary suppression. Only the champion prize from the Global School Combat Tournament, the Mermaid's Tear, can detoxify the poison. Mermaid Tears, a mermaid who sheds only 1 tear in her lifetime, can cure all poisons in the world with it. Aunt Lan is so worried that she becomes more irritable. "The champion from the Global Inter-School Competition. Forget about our great Shia ancient kingdom. Even the entire Eastern Alliance has never won a single inter-school tournament," Kiu Du interrupted. "Champion, there will be one this year. You declared that I will participate, and even if I die, I must win the championship." Outside the arena, Tham Kien Tu spoke up. "Everyone already knows the situation with Principal Ko. We have to win the national tournament championship to save him. But winning the championship is very difficult, extremely difficult. With everyone's current abilities, it's still a long way off. So starting today, Each of you will undergo a personal hellish training course, guided by the top instructors of Qin University. Can you all handle it? Young Xiangdi scratched his head and smiled wryly. I wonder if the special training takes care of meals. You need to eat well to have the energy for training. Ma Fi also said that my sword could no longer hold up. Zhao Ziyue promised, I will do my best and won't hold everyone back. Qiudu also suggested that the special training in hell is one-on-one and not guaranteed. He clenched his hand nervously and said that Duong Huangdich, Ma Fi, and Trio Tu Nguyet have been arranged as your special training instructors, and they will come to pick you up soon. So just stay where you are and don't go anywhere. As for Qiudu. At that moment, large claws emerged from below where he stood, but instead of surprise, Qiudu showed only helplessness. Not again? It quickly grabbed him, along with the voice of Tam Kien Thu. You will come with me directly. Then it dropped Qiudu to the ground. He looked around in confusion and asked, Where is this place? He said, This is the place where you will receive special training. Welcome to my spirit realm, Tham Kien Thu continued. If you can master the soul mage among these professions, it clearly means you have a connection with this path. He flew up high and declared, Whether you agree or not, you must learn my soul magic. Your talent must never be wasted. At that moment, a bone-covered beast appeared before Qiudu, while Tam Kien Thu's voice continued to ring out above. I remember you once said that to train your body well before becoming a spirit mage, you should show me your cultivation results so far. He waved his hand and shouted, Dragonbone, rise up. If you want to live, fight back. He quickly grabbed the staff, bent down into a ready stance. The bamboo dragon swirling moonblade, the two clashed head-on. Qiudu's eyes blazed with fierce killing intent as he swung his hand to strike Ko Longcott, then exclaimed, Damn! It's even tougher than that step-uncle's bony hand. Tham Kien Thu, watching from above, found this blade quite interesting. It seems like there is spiritual energy inside it. At that moment, Qiudu's eyes darkened, his pupils blazing red like a demonic soldier, and he launched another attack. The system clearly notified a status increase, raising the critical hit rate to 50%. However, Qiudu was quickly countered by Kot Long, who unleashed a powerful aura that sent him flying high into the air. Qiudu then slid along the ground, deep in thought. The dragon's aura is really strong. At this rate, I basically can't fight up close. He braced his hands down to resist the force of movement. Where is your soul magic? You're a soul mage, but all you know how to do is throw punches? Qiudu raised his hand with a cold glare. Forget it. While there's still water, keep bailing. Immediately, a gate appeared, and he shouted, Summon Spirit Knight! The man witnessing this was a bit startled. He could already summon Spirit Knights? Next, show me your combat skills when controlling the Spirit Knights. The knights charged forward under Qiudu's command. The knights obeyed, charging together with me. Killing Tam Kien Thu is strange. There's no such thing as a Spirit Mage who charges faster than a Spirit Knight. Is this kid stupid? A notification appeared. Regeneration status activated, increasing agility by 50%, plus the Thief Clan ring stealing 50% of the opponent's agility. Below, Qiudu observed that if he could block Longcott, he would have time to break through. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide open. A red alert appeared, showing a critical hit of 2,333, and he knew this was the moment. The crack in the ground suddenly tore apart like a sheet of paper. Qiudu laughed loudly. It worked, but then his smile faded quickly as the large claw lifted him up. Hey, you speak up. That's enough. Tham Kien Thu praised him, saying that as a mid-level mage, his close combat abilities were incredibly strong, even comparable to some newly promoted warriors, but his use of spirit magic could no longer be described, deemed as crude. He sat down near Qiudu and said, Even a dog would shake its head at this. From now on, I forbid you from using this sword or any close combat skills. I need to train you properly in using spirit magic. Now, summoning a dry skeleton soldier outside, you then just sit down and softly respond with a quiet yes. At that moment, he suddenly tossed a pouch to Qiudu. You were confused and asked, Master Tam, what is this for? Tam Kien Thu unrolled the mat and said simply, I want you to embroider a cross on this Qingming Shanghai painting. Qiudu doubted, cross-stitching for me. He pointed to the bone soldier beside him. Not me, it's him. Tham Kien Thu closed his eyes, knowing that spirit creatures are not mere shields. Even though they are all spirit creatures, being controlled by different spirit mages can unleash power on vastly different levels. As a spirit mage, the most important thing is to be able to control your spirit creatures as easily as using your own arms. His hand cast a spell, and if you can control the undead creatures to perform delicate tasks like following the cross, it means you have entered the threshold of the basic principles of controlling spirits. You cannot leave here until you achieve that. Keep it up, young man. Once the special training is over, I will teach you how to open your own spirit space. As he finished speaking, he vanished, leaving Kyudo startled as he reached out and called after him. Professor Tom, wait, at least teach me the decisive skill. Then he turned to look at the bone soldier, which looked back at him. Suddenly, Kyudo had an idea. Men can't say no. It's just embroidery. How could it possibly be too difficult for a true hero? He shouted loudly at the dry bone soldier, but it suddenly froze in confusion and turned back to the hospital. Ko Bin-juang asked, "How's the training going with the kids?" The voice of the master instructor rang out, still far from the goal, especially since that kid Kyudo clearly had talent but was wasting his chance to train. His magical skills were extremely poor. To make him seriously pursue the career of a spirit mage, I have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Ko Bin-duong reminded, "Training is training, but don't go too far. The title of national champion in the combat tournament is not easy to achieve. Don't put too much pressure on them. Those kids have this kind of heart, and that already makes me very happy." Tham Kien-thu doubted. What is the old man saying that sounds so discouraging? Can we really win the championship? We have to fight a match to find out. The first-year students' strength isn't enough, but we still have the second and third-year teams. I have faith in them. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, thinking to himself. There are always others beyond others. Geniuses from other schools are no strangers to competition, and though Kindai has challenged many times, they have never reached the finals. Perhaps Ko Bin-duong truly doesn't have much time left. A month passed and the gate opened with a loud call. Kyudo, he stepped out and asked, "How's the progress?" "Half of the noon stitching is done." Seeing Kyudo sitting silently without responding, Tham Kien-thu comforted him, saying there was no need to be discouraged. Even a genius like him took 2 months to finish the embroidery back then. You rolled up the paper, rested your hand on your knee, and softly said, "Professor Tam, I have met many geniuses." But Kyudo confidently opened the scroll and said loudly, "They all call me a genius." He stepped forward, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How long have you been gone? How could he possibly finish embroidering just by relying on one dry old soldier? Kyudo glanced back. There wasn't just one, I called 3 to follow him. At that moment, 3 dry corpses appeared behind, which shocked Tham Kien-thu. He managed to master multitasking even without my guidance. His talent for spirit magic even surpasses mine. He reached behind his neck and smiled warmly. If he said he would win first place, how could he be defeated by something as simple as following the rules? Professor Tam, let's just move on to the next part. Thinking to myself, combined with his terrifying physical talent, he might become a flawless spirit mage in the future. Kintu continued the training session, saying, "If you have mastered the most basic skills of focused multitasking and energy control, then we will move on to Phase 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a burst of power that surprised Kyudo in tactical training. Meanwhile, he was still stunned. During the tactical training, Kien-thu explained that different spirit creatures have different skills and combat methods, similar to the coordination and division of labor between the pieces on a chessboard. The chessboard will help you develop your combat strategy and train your tactical thinking. He added that next, you will control your 3 dried creatures while playing chess with me. Before we start, Kien-thu reminded Kyudo that on the chessboard he would not treat him like a beginner. You might keep losing, and all your past glory could be completely erased. Can you handle that pressure? Yet Kyudo showed no fear at all. Pressure brings motivation. Professor Tam, just come at me. 3 months have quickly passed, and the two are still deeply reflecting on the game, summarizing their matches. Over these 3 months, they have played a total of 107 games controlling the dry bones of each side. I won 107, you lost 107. Kyudo, although you haven't won a single game against me, I believe your strategy and skills have improved tremendously. Kyudo did not forget to express his gratitude. Yes, fortunately, it was thanks to Professor Tam's guidance. Originally, the apprentice only dared to be surprised inwardly. It was unbelievable that after 3 months of intense battles on the board, he still hadn't won a single game. He had observed his opponent very carefully, but an ordinary person's resolve would have shattered long ago and could not be restored. But the more he sat, the braver he became, his temperament growing calmer, completely shedding his innocence and naivety. And the master had great faith even though he had long placed many expectations on him. Then he announced that just now, his dry bone soldier had for the first time drawn against my bone soldier. The outcome of the 108th game will be decided in our match. As long as you can defeat me in the 108th game, your 3rd special training phase will be considered complete. Are you ready? Kyudo replied confidently. Ready, bring it on. Kintu immediately made the move cannon to 2-5. Kyudu angrily countered with horse advancing 3. A hint of tension appeared on Kienthu's face, before he quickly blocked with cannon retreating 2. This time it was Kyodu who found himself in a tough spot. But in the blink of an eye, he turned the situation around with cannon to 6-5, only to be blocked by Kienthu. Chariot 7-5, General. In the end, you have to admit it. It seems I still lost game 108. Kienthu suddenly denied it. No, have you forgotten your own card? His serious gaze made Kyudu even more confused. The card master slammed a piece down on the table, cracking the outer shell to reveal a red piece inside. It was only then that Kyudu suddenly realized he had overlooked the rule of relying solely on the physical body. Then Kienthu reminded Kyudu not to forget the biggest difference between him and other spirit mages. He possessed an incredibly strong physique. He said your general won't be confined to these 4 squares. It can coordinate and fight alongside its soldiers. That is why your path is different from other spirit mages. This is a path no one has ever taken before, and you must discover it on your own. And Kyudu had to admit in amazement. That's right. His goal was never to become a powerful spirit mage, but to be a truly comprehensive and all-around 6-sided warrior. The black chess piece remains under the table, free from the constraints of the rules. Only now, having realized the truth, can Kyudu step onto the path of the strong. Your body seems to be infused with new strength. I can feel the surge of magical energy flowing through me much more than before. Kienthu gave high praise, saying you have broken through your own bottleneck. But he emphasized there is still one final step before becoming a true spirit mage. Kienthu suddenly pointed at your forehead, advising you not to confront my power directly, but to use your mind to sense the world of the spirits. He transmitted a bit of magic into Kyudu's consciousness. Go and feel the world hidden deep within your body, the world of the departed. His eyes full of vitality slowly opened. Kyudu looked around suspiciously. This is my soul space. Curious, you reach out to touch the void, but a barrier stops you. What's going on? I can't get through, Bin reminded him. The soul space of each person opens differently, so use your brain to figure out how to open the space that belongs to you. So Kyudu pushed the barrier with all his strength, focusing all his power to open it. The barrier showed signs of cracking, and soon it shattered into pieces. Kyudu couldn't contain his happiness. Professor Tom, I did it. At the same time, the system announced congratulations to the player for successfully opening the spirit space. I'm at a loss for words. I told you to think it through, not do it like this. Forget it, forget it. As long as the spirit space is opened, that's what matters. He continued, as the level increases, the new spirit space gradually expands. Kienthu explained that your current spirit space can only hold up to 5 or 6 headless knights. The rest will have to be summoned on the spot. Then he opened the magic chest. These are all the spirit magic spells I have collected over the years. With your level of understanding, I no longer need to tutor you one-on-one. You can figure it out on your own. Information about this B-rank, frenzied, tied beast, a necromancer who channels magic into the bones of various predators to bring them back to life from underground. Rank Destruction Legion. Legend has it that even Ares, the god of war, could not completely destroy the fearsome Destruction Legion. A cursed necromancer can summon the Destruction Legion back to the real world bit by bit. Kyudu exclaimed happily. Oh wow, Professor Tam, have you really taken everything out of the house? Each of these skill books is so valuable it could spark a war in human society. But then you refused, saying, Master Tam, this is too precious. I can't accept it for free. Kienthu calmly replied, there are only 2 necromancers in the entire scripture. If I don't give it to you, then who else would I give it to? Take it, and if you want to repay me, then win the National Martial Arts Championship. Kyudu spoke clearly. Kienthu smiled brightly. All right, now there's only one thing left to do. A magical vortex swirling in the space. It's here. Kyudu observed the new location, realizing he had been here before. This place is the C-rank dungeon, the Dark Forest. Kienthu said he was only half right, then explained, this is the heart of the Dark Forest, and what we are looking for is right here. The dark magic staff casts a gloomy shadow over the area. The system announces a wild beast corpse. Black Jiao Dragon Life. Points 10,000 over 10,000. Power 563. Defense 502. Speed 544. Skills, Dragon Majesty, Dragon Aura. The system warmly reminds that this existence is the overlord level of the Dark Forest, with an endless thirst for blood to complete its evolution. Kyudu also felt the power of the dragon's fury. This Black Jiao Dragon is much stronger than Professor Tam's Dragon Bone. From what you know, the Black Jiao Dragon is the guardian beast of the dark staff ant tree behind the cheering crowd. Come on, fight. After 4 months of special training, let me see just how strong your full power really is. The system reports the wild beast the Black Jiao Dragon, health 10,000 over 10,000, strength 563, defense 502, skills, Long Ui, Long Tuck, Dragon God, transformation. Long Ui lets out a terrifying roar. Long Ui. Its aura forced Kyudu to admit that Long Ui was truly strong, as if his body was about to be torn apart. The system updates the status of the Bamboo Dragon Crescent Moonblade, currently in recovery mode, with the Long Ui suppression effect neutralized. Oolong's deep red eyes lock onto Kyudu, but that did not make him afraid at all, just a black dragon, even if it was a true dragon. So what? How could Long Ui compare to Truk Long? Oolong soared through the air like tearing wind, ready to launch an attack. Kyudu quickly used the AK gate magic and summoned the Headless Knights to strike. The knights charged forward at the command, but Oolong only needed to flick its tail lightly to sweep them all away. The Headless Knights couldn't even injure it. Then try this. Kyudu quickly switched to a different move, Pham Hat Chi Tun. The way this skill is used, Pham Hat Chi Tun, level B. Under the incantation of the Spirit Mage, the spirit creatures are empowered, entering a berserk state. The spirits move swiftly and surround Oolong. Seeing this, the ant beast was stunned. This is the magic from the skill book I gave him.
Since when did he learn that?
Kyudu exclaimed excitedly. It's not over yet. Blood-like spring rush. Immediately, the wyvern took severe damage. Blood, like a spring stream, rank B, was effective. Within a certain range, any injured creature cannot heal itself, and blood will start to flow from the body. In pain, it spits out a large mouthful of blood, and its body begins to convulse violently. But at that moment, Kyudu used the Soul Swap spell, flying high while controlling it with magic. Information about this spell. Soul Swap, rank C. After chanting for 3 seconds, the mage can swap positions with any undead creature, in a stealth state, planted on the Bone King's ring. With just this attack, Oolong suffered severe damage, a brutal critical hit. Minus 3,966, Oolong's vision began to blur. Its body was surrounded by the swapping magic, the light blinding the entire space. The level of the undead skill Black Dragon God transformation. Only then did Kyudu realize, this is too much, but Kienthu remained calm and said, go outside. Then he summoned the Death Knight, delivering another powerful strike that caused Oolong intense pain. This time, it truly had no strength left to struggle. Then Kienthu assessed that you had just learned advanced spirit magic, and being able to force the Black Blood Dragon to use its ultimate move was already quite impressive. Meanwhile, Kyudu was still in shock. The Death Knight is one of the highest level spirit creatures. So is it really that easy for the master to summon it just like that? I'm truly curious. What terrifying level has his spirit magic actually reached? Then Kyudu made a request. Professor, can I have the finishing blow on the Black Bone Dragon? Kienthu agreed. All right, but you really lack experience, don't you? Siishtu. Kyudu just smiled knowingly. You'll understand later. System notification. Congratulations to player Kyudu for defeating the wild Black Dulong corpse monster with sheer muscle power. Free attribute points increased by 63. Experience points increased by 6,650. Congratulations to player Kyudu for defeating the world's first high-rank wild monster with sheer strength, earning a level-up bonus of 5. Now Kyudu steps up to the staff tree and cheers. Go ahead, take your exclusive staff. He has a firm belief. A spirit mage with close combat abilities, given enough time, can definitely bring about a world-shaking transformation. System updated Dark Staff, rank A, increasing the player's spirit and position by 20, reducing spell casting time by 50%, and boosting all attributes of undead creatures by 20%. Job restriction. Undead Mage Kyudu. No wonder the staff is guarded by level executioner beasts. The additional effect of this staff is truly extraordinary, clearly a divine blessing. Kyudu, your biggest weakness right now is your low spirit and intelligence. You'll need to find a way to improve them going forward. Kyudu spoke seriously. He figured that with the heroic heart of a mage as his trump card, he just needed to keep boosting his strength attribute and use the talent activation effect, and the other attributes would naturally increase as well. At the same time, elsewhere, Mafi unleashed his ultimate strike with the Bin Duong sword. After achieving the feat, he joyfully announced, Principal Ko, I did it. Bin Duong sincerely praised Mafi, saying that in just 4 months, he had mastered the 4th level of the Sword Steel realm. He really is quite impressive. When you can transmit your own will into the sword energy, you can become a true 7th level sword cultivator. Mafi replied, Thank you, Principal, for the guidance.
The enemy stood to the side, covering his mouth as he laughed. Brother Ma is really not bad, just a little behind me. After all, I completed all the special training content within 3 months. Ziyue added, I think I have improved very quickly, but I still can't compare to you guys. But I can't lose to the nanny. Ma Fi keenly sensed something approaching. Someone. Not only that, he also managed to counterattack in time. Looking at the group surrounding him, Ma Fi felt a bit uneasy. Headless knights were no joke, so he provoked them. Where did this rat come from? Let the Ma family teach you a lesson. The headless knights charged forward in a frenzy. Huan Tao Tian Quan, Ma Fi has no idea what's going on. What? Bin Duang immediately recognized this as the one-character formation discharge formation. Ma Fi fought alone against the headless knights, so that's how it was. These headless knights continuously wore down their opponents by constantly changing the formation. He stubbornly insisted, I don't believe it. Bin Duang took a second step, then launched another sword move, Quan Tru Hong. A voice suddenly rang out. Not bad, Ma Fi. The headless knight I summoned is no match for you at all. As soon as he saw Q-Do, Ma Fi was upset, saying he had summoned so many headless knights, yet they were only your summoned undead creatures. Tun Wiyat couldn't help but admire him. Q-Do, you actually learned how to summon the headless knight? If Huang Dich thinks that, won't he be at a disadvantage later on? That's way too unfair, Ma Fi silently judged. The most terrifying thing about this kid Q-Do is his physique. Now he even masters spirit magic. Even if I risk everything and give it my all, I probably only have a 50-50 chance of winning. Bin Duang stepped forward to praise. You're really good, mastering the ancient formation like that. It seems that old fool Professor Tom has already handed you the coffin. I'm about to dry him out, Q-Do said modestly. No, Principal, but Professor Tam has truly surprised me a lot. I have learned many things from him. Bin Jung noted that all 4 of you have made incredible progress in just 4 months. However, you still have 2 issues to resolve before you can participate in the National Martial Arts Tournament. First, the fighting tournament is a 5-on-5 team battle. You're still missing 1 member. Have you chosen anyone yet? Speaking of which, Q-Do felt a bit awkward. When it came to choosing someone, I really couldn't think of anyone who could work well with all 4 of us. A voice suddenly spoke up. Principal, can the last team member use a luxury tank? Q-Do heard that voice and turned to look, shards of glass suddenly shattering along with the heartfelt call. Q-Do Tahu stood in the distance, head bowed, slowly announcing, I'm back? He looked overwhelmed with emotion as he ran over to hug her tightly. Q-Do confessed without any hesitation. Tahu, you finally came back. I missed you so much. Tahu couldn't hide his feelings either. I missed you too. Sweet words kept pouring out from you. Your heart was beating fast. Can I kiss you? The 2 lips slowly touched, making the atmosphere suddenly calm, as if the distance between them deepened their connection. The boy watching the scene was so shy, he covered his eyes with his hand. I feel like there was a dog just sleeping across the street, only to be kicked out of nowhere. The atmosphere seemed to still, leaving only the deep kiss between the 2. Suddenly, a strong punch sent Q-Do flying far away. Bin Duang gasped in shock. Q-Do! Ma Fi also spoke up. Brother Q, a quick warning was raised. Be careful, someone is attacking from behind. Everyone anxiously called out loudly inside. Who's there? From inside, a hand reached out to tear the mirror apart and step through. Thanatos emerged, clad in a majestic and imposing outfit. Bin Duang regained his composure and cautiously asked, Who are you? Showing up uninvited. What is your purpose in coming to my capital? Thanatos calmly replied. Don't be tense. I mean no harm. I'm just disciplining a child who behaved improperly. But Thanatos' actions angered Bin Duang. The students of my academy haven't had their turn to be disciplined yet. Thanatos saw the situation was beyond saving and had to go on the defensive. A dazzling move that lit up the sky was immediately unleashed. 2 streams of power collided with equal force. His face showed unwavering determination to win this battle and maintain his dignity in front of the students. The battle grew fiercer amid the principal's deafening roar. After a while, everything here transformed from serene to terrifyingly desolate. Thanatos withdrew his hand, maintaining that calm expression. The space was now filled only with thick white smoke. Bin Duang and Qin Tu also stopped, standing in the hazy smoke. Thanatos frowned in thought, surprised that this world still had a spirit mage who could barely block one of his strikes. At that moment, it seemed like there was some internal conflict. Qin Tu pointed at Bin Duang and shouted, Old Ko, don't you realize you're injured? Try what? But he calmly replied, I could feel you coming anyway. Q-Do stood outside watching and thought to himself,
Principal Ko and Teacher Tam, working together, barely managed to block one of his moves. What kind of monster is this man after all? Thanatos spoke reassuringly, but his hands were hurting others. Don't get agitated. I mean no harm to you or your group. Thanatos seemed bitter as he said he only harbored ill will toward him. Kyodu was frustrated. Damn it. He immediately pulled out the card to adopt the enemy as his father, but unfortunately nothing went his way, and he couldn't use the card to adopt the enemy as his father. Kyodu's body was injured, but his mind was always searching for a way to counter. Damn it. Facing such a huge gap in strength, I can't do anything. Thanatos quickly mocked the helpless scene he saw. And yet you still want to mess with me. You've got courage but no brains. Tayo couldn't just stand by and called out to Thanatos. She ran out, spreading her arms wide to shield him. The demon proudly raised his eyes, reminding me of the promise. He agreed not to lay a hand on him. Thanatos suddenly replied softly, I agreed, but this depends on whether you remember the promises you made and your current identity. The demon is determined to protect Kyodu to the end. I haven't forgotten, but he is my last limit, and I absolutely won't let you hurt him. Those words only made Thanato angrier and more arrogant. Do you think you can stop me just because of yourself? Kyodu's teammates quickly stepped forward, saying, We're here too. We're a team, moving forward and back together. If you want to mess with Kyoka, you'll have to get past us first. Everyone, I haven't even defeated this Kyodu yet, so how could I just let you kill him here without any clarity? Both Bin Duong and Kin Thu are also standing up to protect you. No matter who you are or what your purpose is, I, Thammo, even if I die today, will risk my old life and absolutely will not allow you to harm my student. Thanatos looked helpless and said, Turn it off. Thanatos let go and said, Consider this a warning. If there's a next time, I'll personally deal death to this useless guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanatos vanished like a wisp of smoke. Huangdich collapsed onto the grass, letting out a sigh of relief. Oh my God, you scared me to death. I really thought our little life was going to end here today. Ahu asked worriedly. Kyodu, are you okay? Kyodu's face was covered in wounds, but she still tried to act okay and said, It's nothing, Tahu. Who is that guy? What did he force you to do? She avoided his gaze and refused. Kyodu, can we not talk about this now? I'll tell you when the time is right. Kyodu gently rubbed her head and obeyed. All right, you being alive and standing in front of me right now is already the best news. You always think about yourself. Because you are too weak, Tahu couldn't reveal the truth to protect you. Thanatos, one day I will make you pay. The thought just crossed Kyodu's mind before his injured body collapsed onto her shoulder amid the hurried calls. Kyodu, Tahu was very worried. Professor Tam Kin Tu stepped forward to examine and said there was no major problem. It was just that he couldn't withstand the direct pressure and malice from that person. So he fainted. But deep down, he had many thoughts. If it were someone else, their organs would have been completely damaged by now. He just fainted like that. How strong is this kid's physical power after all? Everyone quickly lifted him up. Let's take him back to the treatment room. Kin Tu kept murmuring as he watched. In this world, there appeared someone so strong they could arrive without making a sound. What exactly has this child been through recently? Bin Dung stepped forward and said, Old Tam, if that guy shows up again, can you pull him into your spirit space? He closed his tired eyes and said, If it's a sneak attack, maybe you can catch him 3 out of 10 times. But if it's a direct fight, the chances are almost 0. As soon as he heard it, Bin Duong made a decision. No, old Tom. You watch over the school and these kids, but I have to report this matter to the higher-ups. Everyone is worried about your health. Kyodu, do you have a headache? Do you want some water? But because his mind was unsettled, Kyodu suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly. I already said I don't need it, so stop acting like I'm paralyzed. Everyone keeps teasing you, but you can't have anything happen to you before I beat you.
Brother, but Q, if you leave, I will take good care of your left and right, making Kyodu even angrier. Damn you!
Kin Tu spoke slowly. Kyodu, is your body okay? You're fine now, so there's no problem going into the dungeon, he said calmly. Then I'll summarize it briefly. This battle tournament will be led by my teacher. According to the rules, each university can only send 2 teams, and our 2 teams from the capital university have already been decided. The instructor specified every detail, so you must defeat both teams from the university to qualify. Titles and duties were clearly explained by him. Triu Tungwit is a mid-level healer mage at rank 21, with incredible healing abilities that can restore each individual's health even up to 1,000 HP per second. Duong Huangdich is a mid-level elemental mage at rank 24, wielding the power of 5 different elemental forces. Ma Fai, a sword cultivator warrior of intermediate rank 25, has mastered the 4th heavy realm of swordsmanship. Qianthu seriously explained, the spirit mage of intermediate rank 23 is a prodigy, and as for Tahu, I don't need to introduce him, right? The Dark Ally also joined in, introducing himself. Dark Ally, heavy armor shield bearer, mid-level rank 29. Skill is damage reflection, able to absorb enemy damage, accumulate it, then reflect it back, and I can also resist all kinds of toxins. Si Yue and Ma Fei were very interested upon hearing this. With a Dark Ally joining, we can face 2 teams, and we might have a chance to win. It's time to show the results of our training. Huang Dit also chimed in, Brother Q, you're not allowed? How come your level is even lower than your girlfriend's? Being teased like this non-stop, Kyodu couldn't stay happy. Did I ask you to take care of me? Qianthu cleared his throat, focused everyone's attention, and he said, First, don't celebrate. The demands aren't over. Everything has been arranged. Kyodu, before the semifinals, I forbid you from using your muscle strength and that sword. Little Bantu, you can only use the fire and earth elements. Huangdik seemed to disagree and retorted, Master Tham, how can I impress the audience and attract the girls if I don't give it my all? You're different from Kyodu. You've never even held a girl's hand before. But Qianthu calmly explained, Young man, don't be so short-sighted. If you're going to participate, aim for the highest goal. Trust me, hiding one hand now will give you a chance to amaze everyone later. After a moment, everyone quickly moved into the training ground. Qianthu turned to signal, and the 2 Capital University teams stepped forward, each member coming out in rows. He spoke seriously. Let me introduce briefly. These 5 are your freshman juniors. Kyodu, Tahu, Ma Fi, Duong Huangdit, Triu Tu Nguyen. A young man who seemed excited spoke up. Hao Ni? Long time no see, huh? You're making everyone uncomfortable. What the hell is a first-year student like that doing here? Qianthu calmly explained, They came to challenge you. With their 5 people and your second team, only 1 team can enter the battle tournament. Thuan Ngoc confidently asserted, Our second team's spot will definitely not be given to the freshmen. Qianthu was genuinely excited, saying, Very good, as the captain of the second team. That is the spirit you need to have. You will definitely be able to deliver an outstanding elimination match. Here is the information of each team member. You probably have 3 hours to discuss tactics and preparations. Kyodu also carefully studies the information of each member of the opposing team. The detailed information about the opponents is in Kyodu's hands. Team Captain Loi Thuan Ngoc, 24 years old, Thunder Mage, rank 30. Vice Captain Tan Hao, 20 years old, Sword Cultivator. Doctor, rank 26. Team member An Dai Ni, 24 years old, Shield Trainer, rank 30. Team member Trang Pham Nhu, 23 years old, Assassin, rank 29. And team member An Thien Van, 24 years old, Priest Mage, rank 29. You frowned while discussing strategy. Lei Chuan Yu, the captain of the second team, is definitely the key strategist. We have to deal with him first if we want a chance to win. Huang Dit also voiced his opinion. Kyoka, you can't rely on brute force. I'm limited too, so how can we deal with that, Loi Thuan Ngoc? Kyodu smirked confidently. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Kyodu's team information was also recorded in detail. Ma Fi, 19 years old, Sword Cultivator, mid-level warrior, class 25. Kyodu is 19 years old, a mid-level spirit mage at rank 29. Triu Tu Nguyen is 18, a mid-level healing mage at rank 21. Duong Huangdik, 19 years old, elemental mage, mid-level rank 24. Tahu, 18 years old, tank class, mid-level rank 29. The elder looked intently and said, Boss, these guys are all much lower level than us, so why did Professor Tam agree to let them challenge us? Pham Nhu also seemed to underestimate them, thinking that based on level alone, they couldn't even block one of my strikes. Thuan Ngoc looked at the reality and said, I have to advise you, it's best not to underestimate the opponent just because of their level. Professor Tam arranged it this way because he definitely feels the opponent has the strength to fight us. He pointed and reminded, Don't forget, this is Kyodu with the same profession as the son of Hua Tin University. Thuan Ngoc knew well to look deeper into the issue of the top-ranked mage system from last year's college exam, the high-level 32 Spirit Mage Co-Men. He knows very well that Kyodu is participating in the battle tournament and will definitely have to face that man. Fighting Kyodu will allow us to observe the various tactics of a Spirit Mage in advance. Tan Hao spoke coldly. Captain, if you have a plan like that, you might be disappointed. This Kyodu is not a Spirit Mage at all. His body is very strong, and his fighting style relies entirely on muscle. Thuan Ngoc, A bit worried, immediately said, "A spirit mage with such strong muscles, fighting based on physical strength?" Tan Hao smiled cunningly. "That's right, so we should adjust our battle strategy a bit. The atmosphere here has already become livelier. Have you heard? 5 freshmen want to challenge Team 2 in the fighting tournament. Although Team 2 is not as strong as Team 1, they definitely cannot be defeated by a first-year team. Place your bets. Place your bets. I bet on Team 2 to win." Keen 2 stepped onto the stage and spoke. "I won't say much. The winning team will represent the capital in the grand battle tournament. Everyone cheer. The duel begins." He raises his hand as a signal to start. Thwangok took their serious battle positions. Without assassins, they could only attack head-on in a T formation. Before the fight, Kyudu suddenly glanced at Tahu and immediately cast the shield charm. Many moves were unleashed one after another. A strike called Hoan Tao Thien Quan, a Bin Duong slash, and the sword of the Crimson Commander. The battle grew more intense with many moves unleashed: earth destruction magic, earth dragon bullets, and blazing fireball techniques, leaving Thwangok's team stunned and confused. Thwangok asked curiously. The whole team excitedly discussed. What are these 5 first years doing? Have they already started to give up knowing they can't win? Then why would you attack your own teammate? Especially someone as small and cute as her. He immediately seized the opportunity to boost morale, ignoring what they wanted to do, striking first to knock them down before talking. Thwangok's body suddenly became more imposing, executing the thunderclap strike. Pham Nhu also countered, moving with a ghostly grace. The Lord joined the fray, steady as a rock. Tahu stepped back to brace, her power so overwhelming it left her stunned. The right and left sides focused intensely, muttering, "The damage is considered sufficient. Quickly give the order. Deploy the team," as a combined force rapidly advanced toward Thwangok's team, leaving him stunned. One guy, Wong, was seriously injured, not protecting his teammates, yet he charged forward carrying a shield. What was going on? "The boss still underestimates the enemy, Chief. Tell me, are these 5 freshmen idiots or what?" Suddenly, something was rushing right in front of Thwangok. The left and right quickly deployed their techniques, and he was so uneasy that he blurted out, "Sir, stop her!" Her face was cold as she slowly executed the move, copying the energy script, while the scene grew even more intense amid the loud shouts from the left and right. "Release him!" Thwangok shouted at him. "Sir, stop her!" Immediately he yelled loudly, standing firm like a mountain, delivering a powerful strike from above that caused a loud explosion, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Thien Van raised his hand forward. A surge of blue energy flared up and rushed straight toward the Lord standing there. He immediately shouted, "Divine protection." On this side, Kyudu raised his hand to block. Beside him were Tu Nguyen and the enemy leader, their eyes fixed ahead. Pham Nhu was in a defensive stance, eyes never leaving the target. A shout rang out, signaling an ambush. Kyudu's group remained standing there as a voice rang out, "Got it!" Suddenly, he turned around, gritting his teeth, his cold gaze and the sweat dripping down his cheek, making his face even more tense. A series of blue lights suddenly descended from above. Kyudu immediately raised his hand to block them, surprising Tu Nguyen and the enemy. A scream echoed. Corpse Flesh Technique. System notification. Level D Flesh Technique. The Spirit Mage's skin gains 100 defense points and increased durability for 1 minute. During this time, any potentially fatal wounds become less dangerous. Kyudu thought, I can't rely on muscle. What skill should I use? Kien Thu crossed his arms and looked at him, saying, "You rotten kid, are you trying to use a hidden move on me?" Pham Nhu dashed forward at incredible speed, thinking to herself, so she managed to block my strike with just her flesh. Thwangok stood still, eyes fixed, contemplating the move. Why is that? Pham Nhu continued to reason. The intelligence from Tan Hao was correct. This person really is a powerful flesh and blood warrior, who basically doesn't know spirit magic. She watched Thwangok and thought, then decided there was no need to be cautious with this person. Just attack head on. A shout echoed, the 9 heavens thunder disaster. Many blue lightning bolts descended, causing a huge explosion, flashes of light everywhere, and the ground cracked into large pieces. Facing the enemy, he raised his hand to form a seal and shouted, "Earth Concealment Wall!" A large rock slowly tilted toward him. A loud explosion followed by a surge of blue energy created a powerful force that made Kyudu's group raise their hands to shield their faces and minimize its impact. Kyudu's group was very excited watching the scene before them. The young man said, "The lightning magic of the senior is really strong. So cool." The guy next to him also said, "These guys are definitely going to lose." Thwangok, weapon in hand, looked at Pham Nhu and said, "A necromancer who doesn't know magic is only this strong. One more strike and the fight will be over. He gathered his energy, ready to attack her. Suddenly, Thuan Ngoc turned around, wondering, what is that sound? A man appeared with a group of war horses charging at incredible speed, surrounded by a bright green light. Thuan Ngoc gripped his weapon, channeling green energy as he shouted, the headless horseman charging forward, while someone nearby whispered in horror, "What is that?" He wasn't supposed to know spirit magic, was he? The Lord charged forward, shouting, unmoving like a mountain. He shouted as a white energy blasted him away. A voice echoed, "Lord An, eliminated." Keen Tu stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, thinking, that's right. This is the fighting style that we spirit mages should have. Tan Hao bit his teeth in horror and whispered, "No way. How could he suddenly know the magic? It must be an illusion." The master standing below looked at him and shouted, "Illusion my foot, you little brat dared to provide false intelligence."
Tan Hao shouted back, "I don't have it." Q-Do, eyes fixed ahead, spoke as if giving an order, and the headless knight continued the attack. Tan Hao charged forward with his sword, shouting, "Captain, I'm here to support you!" Suddenly, Ma Fi rushed at him, yelling, "Your opponent is me!" Tan Hao looked at him and exclaimed, "Bin Duong sword technique, first form." He shouted loudly, striking with a powerful sword slash toward Ma Fi, who quickly countered with a shield. Tan Hao and Ma Fi both took their stances, ready for the upcoming battle. He exclaimed in surprise, "He actually has a sword skill too. How can this be?" Thuan Ngoc spoke up. "This won't do." An Thien Van replied hurriedly, "You sound like you're giving orders. Bring me all the corn." Thuan Ngoc raised his weapon and shouted, "By the power of the Thunder God!" As a swirling blue energy gathered behind him, surrounding him, he looked at Ma Fi and called out, "Let's see whether my thunder strike or your knight will win." With a loud shout, the shield of the Bright Lord appeared, and immediately, Tahu thrust both hands forward as a white energy surged out, followed by a loud explosion. She gritted her teeth, sweat streaming down her cheek as she poured all her strength into the energy. Tu Nguyen is giving her all to support, shouting loudly, her muscles straining wildly. Ahead, Qiu-Du is also trying hard, encouraging her with words. "Hold the left and right positions." Qiu-Du shouted, "Pham Hach Chi-Tan!" A red aura flared fiercely on his hand. Thuan Ngoc quickly turned around when he heard the knights approaching him. Both young men were thrown to the ground by the knights riding on horseback. The sound of the bell rang out. Loi Thuan Ngoc and An Thien Van were eliminated. Ta Hu sighed in relief, almost unable to hold on. Tu Nguyen continued, "Luckily, Loi Thuan Ngoc and An Thien Van were already eliminated, so it would be easier to fight next." Pham Nhu looked at Q-Du's group and thought to himself, what a joke. I never expected to be pushed into this situation by a bunch of freshmen. He continued speaking. "He likes to ambush." Q-Du looked at his opponent and spoke, originally intending to communicate as an ordinary mage, but unexpectedly was ambushed. "No more pretending, I'm revealing my hand." He channeled his energy with overwhelming force and shouted, causing the ground to crack violently. Pham Nhu was struck and fell, her weapon slipping from her hand. She couldn't maintain her balance on the high platform and seemed about to fall. The sound of the bell rang out. Trang Pham Nhu was eliminated. Tan Hao stood silently watching, his gaze fixed quietly on Qiu-Du's group. He thought to himself, why is this happening? This doesn't make sense. Qiu-Du stood with his arms crossed and said, "Nephew, without you we wouldn't have won. Whatever you want, I'll make sure to bring it to the celebration tonight. If you don't come, no one else will dare touch the food." Thuan Ngoc angrily glared at Tan Hao and shouted, "What do you mean by that? Did you deliberately give us false intelligence?" Tu Nguyen spoke up and asked, "Tan Hao, you and him are in cahoots." He replied awkwardly, "I didn't." Irritated, he pointed his sword forward and said, "Qiu-Du, you're spitting blood at me. Do you want to die?" Tahu quickly raised his hand and shouted, restoring his reserved energy, then continued to release it. Immediately, Tahu unleashed the energy toward him. The announcer's voice rang out again, "Tan Hao has been eliminated." He continued, "Qiu-Du's team wins and earns the right to represent his Team 2 in the National Combat Tournament." A young man spoke up. "Winning like this, why does it feel like they won so easily?" Someone else added, "Damn, this freshman class is really defying fate." The girl standing nearby also spoke up, feeling that their strength was not inferior to the first team. Someone said, "For the National Battle Tournament, I have to cheer for this new second team." Qiu-Du winced from the painful knock on his head and could only smile awkwardly in silence. Qian-Thu looked at Qiu-Du and said, "You rotten kid, I already told you not to use your body, yet you still charged forward with corpse magic. What spirit mage would use corpse magic to harm others? You think I'm an idiot?"
Kyudu looked at him and lowered his head to admit his fault. Teacher Temp, next time I definitely won't use the power of my body anymore, I promise. He didn't reply, but just stared at the smoking object in his hand with amazement. In the end, Kienthu clasped his hands behind his back and left after saying, "Next time, I'll hang you up and spank you." Kyudu wiped the sweat off her forehead and stood silently watching his figure. He was intently looking at the system board and thinking that based on the conveyor belt and the token the principal gave, he only had 150 spirit points and had just started learning soul magic. 4 months of special training added another 100 points. He continued to reason, but an average mid-level mage's combined strength and spirit points should be at least 800, so he was still far behind. Kyudu looked at his teammates and thought to himself, if his power was limited, then he would have to win through strategy. Long Tuong stood watching Kyudu's group from above and smiled with satisfaction. He whispered, "They actually managed to defeat Loi Thuan Ngok." Long Tuong continued, "I remember Kyudu used to rely only on physical strength in battle, but now his fighting style has changed in an interesting way." Tui Lu adjusted her glasses and spoke up. "A spirit mage relying on physical strength to fight is useless." Tungu approached him quietly. "Long Tuong, if they are all your fellow townsmen, then please help introduce them a bit, since we will have to fight together next." He turned to look at her and replied softly. Startled by Long Tuong's call, Kyudu responded happily, "Senior brother Long Tuong, long time no see." He spoke up. "Congratulations on securing your spot in the battle. I introduce my senior brothers and sisters to your first team." Long Tuong introduced each person present to Kyudu. "This one is senior brother Von Mao, a high-level assassin at rank 31. This is the rank Katin, a dual-element wind and fire mage of high level 31. This is the rank Doi Tungu, a white mage Hu Trukfuk Trung of level 30. And this is our team captain, senior brother Don Tui Lu, a heavy infantry warrior of rank 32. Tungu looked at them and said, "Hello, junior brothers and sisters." Kyudu's group also spoke up in response. "Hello, elder." Kyudu broke out in a sweat, standing silently as he watched the man's figure. Tui Lu spoke up. "All right. With less than 3 days left until the battle begins, what are you still standing around here for?" He continued, "Remember this. Our opponents from start to finish are only the first team of Hoathan University, and that man named Komen. We absolutely cannot lose to them. Everyone follow me for training." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." Kyudu thought, "Komen, why does this name sound so familiar?" A panoramic view of the Jingdu Gymnasium from above shows the competition area set up in the center of the court. A young man speaks up, saying the opening of the Eastern Competition Zone in the battle is all held at Jingdu University. It's all about saving face. The person sitting nearby spoke up. "I spent 100,000 yuan just to buy a ticket, all to support Capital University." The young couple sitting in the front row are arguing. Capital University is number 1, but my Huathan is the real top. A girl stepped forward, holding the microphone, ready to speak. Lok Nok began to speak. "Hello, everyone. I am the MC of this global university battle. I am Du Lok Nok, and I welcome you all to join our battle this season." Her voice continued as the contestants appeared. "We now invite the players." The announcement sounded as Kyudu's team entered. Capital University took the field. The fans' cheers kept ringing out. "Senior Long Tuong is so cool. I love senior sister Doi Tungu. Please marry me." Tahoe was surprised, eyes wide open as he observed and said, "There are so many people." The person next to him also said, "Not only the elder of the great Jia ancient kingdom, but powerful figures from the entire Eastern Alliance have also arrived." Kyudu remained silent, observing without saying a word. The crowd cheered loudly. "Huathan University has arrived too. Brother Fate Master Komen, I want to have children with you." At this moment, Komen's group was also entering, and a young man spoke up, "On, just die." He responded as if in agreement and sympathy. Long Tuong turned to Kyudu and said, "You are the strongest in this class at Hoathan University, also the top mage of that class and a spirit mage like you." Kyudu looked at them thoughtfully. "Komen, I heard Ko Tuk has a very formidable older brother. Could it be him?" Suddenly he cast a sharp, meaningful glance at him, and Kyudu also looked toward Komen, as if trying to probe something. He thought to himself, this guy must be Ko Tuk's brother. He really looks like a carbon copy. The judges sat behind long tables near the back of the arena where the empty stands were. Kyudu leaned back in his chair, looking thoughtful, and asked, "Master Thame, is the person on the platform really—" He looked on and replied, "That's right. He is the current leader of our great Xia ancient nation." Elder Jian Shu thought to himself, he is the strongest person in great Xia ancient nation. The ancient great Xia kingdom becoming the top power of the Eastern Alliance owes much to this person. Lak Ngok spoke. Dear audience, now before us are all the players of this Eastern tournament season. They will engage in passionate duel on the arena floor. Her voice continued to ring out. The matches of this season will consist of team battles and individual stations. First, the Alliance qualifying matches will take place. Winning the qualifying match earns 2 points. Losing costs 1 point. Lak Nok announced that the Eastern and Western Alliances will each produce 16 top teams and 16 strongest individual players advancing to the advanced qualifiers. She spoke up, saying they would use a random draw to arrange the brutal qualifying matches. Lak Ngok's voice remained steady. Finally, in the finals, many will witness the strongest team and the strongest player crowned as the king. Kyodu thought to himself, the battle will not only have countless spectators on site, but will also be live-streamed, with many world elites beginning to make their names through the fight. Lak Ngok pointed forward and said loudly, Next, we invite Tong Than Son, Elder Tong of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, to give a speech. He stood up and spoke evenly. I, Tong Than Son, on behalf of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, declare that the Eastern competition area of the global university battle inside the world now officially begins. Hopefully, amid the cheers from the crowd below, everyone will shine. Huathan dominates the arena, defeats them, and brings glory to Capital University. Fight for my Great Xia Ancient Kingdom and earn honor. Kyodu stared ahead, then spoke passionately before Lak Ngok continued, thanking Elder Tong and wishing our players great success and satisfaction.
Next, the second teams of Capital University and Huathan University will compete in the first match of our qualifiers. She gestured toward the screen. Let's see who their opponents are. On the screen appeared Huathan University second team versus Ancient Forestry Academy, Capital University second team versus Istone Business Academy.
The vast square scene viewed from above shows 2 groups standing apart on either side, voices echoing. These are our opponents. They look pretty weak. Huang Diek spoke up. Are they here for a duel or to shoot an idle video? What I hate the most are those who are more handsome than me. For the first match, I have only one request. Use the fastest speed to catch the opponent so that everyone watching won't see the style of our Capital University class. I understand now. The loud shout echoed.
The second team of this business university is entirely made up of freshmen, which makes us very curious about what surprises they might bring. Everyone in the stands is still buzzing with chatter.
I remember Elliston Business School being quite weak. They can hardly even form a team to join such a grand business competition. First-year students are participating. They're really lucky to have encountered 5 big fish. There's no other way. This is fate. Heaven wants them to find this convenience. A girl suddenly let out soft moans. She smiled confidently, originally just wanting to participate in the tournament for 1 round and then go home.
Unexpectedly, our opponents are all freshmen, and their skill level is about the same as ours. We can win.
The young man beside her cheered as well. Yang Dan set a record in history. It is today that the starting whistle sounds. Competitors, please take your positions. Lak Ngok raised her hand to get ready. She shouted loudly to start. As Lak Ngok finished speaking, Kyodu launched a powerful attack. The earth shattered violently, and the ground blazed brightly. All the people from Alliston School were shocked and confused. What was going on? The attacks surrounding the whole group left everyone stunned. This chubby guy is really fast. What is happening? Isn't he a first-year student? How is he so strong? Lak Ngok quickly turned to the commentator. The second team member from Kin University immediately launched an attack. How will Alliston's business leader respond? Below the stands, everyone was in an uproar. Where's the meat? Push forward. Counterattack quickly. Kyodu continued to unleash a powerful attack. The Earth Dragon combined with the Fire God Flame Fury, and the Earth Dragon charged fiercely like an arrow toward Allison's group. The loud explosion and blazing fire erupted as he shouted, Summoning Dry Dragon! Ma-Fi dashed forward quickly as Kyodu finished speaking. The final move is mine. He swung down with his sharp sword, the Bin Duong strike knocking everything away, quickly silencing the arena in an instant. Kotbin scratched his head, full of confusion and question marks. You're nagging, but shouldn't you at least leave one alive? Otherwise, do I look like a fool? Everyone in the stands was stunned. Is it really over just like that? It seems like only about 3 minutes have passed. Just 2 minutes, actually, Lak Ngok shouted excitedly. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Despite the doubts, Kindai's second team proved their strength with a decisive victory. The first match of the qualifiers. Kindai's second team wins and earns 2 points. Everyone below cheers and applauds. Give them a round of applause and cheers. Tham Kien Thu praises. Well done. You all did extremely well. He scratched his head, wondering. Really? What was so good about it? He quietly replied, You summoned that little dry bone. Very intuitive. Thamkien too placed his hand on Kyudu's shoulder to reassure him, It's okay. Tomorrow's individual competition will bring you many more opportunities to shine. As the scene shifted to the next day, the sound of jade chimes rang out again. Welcome, viewers. Today is the second day of the battle tournament, the first round of the individual preliminaries. Next, please welcome Kyudu, captain of Team 2 from Kin University. Min-Nghia stepped out to face Loi Min-Nghia from Team 1 of Van Hai University. Mao, sitting above with his arms crossed, wondered yesterday's match between Kandai's Team 2 was truly amazing. However, this person only summoned a small dry corpse before leaving the stage, so his true strength is unknown. Tungu beside him judged that as the team captain, his strength must not be weak. I'm definitely betting on him to win. The blue-haired guy sitting cross-legged above gave his opinion. Loi Min-Nghia is a mid-level warrior specializing in dealing with spirit mages who have weak defenses. It's still uncertain who will win. I bet on Loi Min-Nghia. Min-Nghia snapped his fingers, acting cute, and shifted his hips to the side, acting spoiled. Baby, can I invite you to dinner? Kyudu couldn't help but feel sad and get goosebumps seeing this scene. Bang. You anxiously turned and asked, Hey, can the referee start now? Lakngok waved his hand to signal. All right, both sides get ready. She shouted to start. In Kyudu's eyes now was the image of Min-Nghia rushing forward at great speed. He threw a powerful punch with fierce determination in his eyes. Remember this well. The one who defeated you is named Loi Min-Nghia. A powerful punch landed with a loud bang, but Kyudu's face remained unharmed. He couldn't help but be startled by what he saw. Min-Nghia pulled his hand back in shock, but his face was twisted into a sinister smile. What? They felt just as confused. Are they seeing things wrong? The spirit mage blocked a punch with his face and came out completely unscathed. Is he really a spirit mage? Kyudu turned with a wry smile. I can't be blamed. I didn't use my body. That kid rushed at me on his own. Tham Kien Tu sat quietly on the side, watching the fight. Inside the yard, he turned back and pointed the staff straight ahead, coldly saying, Don't waste any more time. I'm serious. Kyudu shouted, Summon the Dry Bone Legion. Immediately, the bone soldiers burst out from inside the staff, biting and tearing at the righteous man, who cried out in Pinchto, You shameless villain, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Kyudu replied, several times with a casual tone, voluntarily wanting to fight me one-on-one. I've never seen such a strange request in my life. His eyes changed with a sharp gaze. Then as you wish. The spirit took over. Kyudu swiftly lunged at Min-Nghia and slapped him, sending his face twisting to the side. Min-Nghie's whole body flew backward like a balloon being popped. Everyone was stunned. What did I just witness? A spirit mage, just one slap and the opponent was knocked out. I must be dreaming. He leaned back against the chair complaining, It's annoyingly destructive. 19 days have passed. Whether in team or individual competitions, the Kyudu members have been incredibly lucky. Basically, they haven't faced any really strong opponents yet. In the end, they achieved an outstanding record with 9 wins and 18 points, ranked 4th in the East District Battle Tournament. At this moment in the second team's lounge, Tham Kien Thu spoke up. You should give up on the final qualifying match. After all, with the current points, even if you forfeit, you will still qualify for the promotion match. Mafi slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Teacher Tam, we've had a streak of 9 consecutive wins these past few days. Our reputation is soaring, and we even have a fan club. How can we give up now? Yang Xiangdi agreed, That's right, we should press on and win our 10th consecutive match. He picked up the card and said softly, I'm telling you this because your next opponent on the card is the first team from Huatan University. Tham Kien Tu turned to Kyudu. Kyudu, listen carefully. In the Huatan team, there are 4 tall elites and a high-level spirit mage who can unleash devastating destructive power. You probably know this very well, too. You consider the high-level talent combined with Huatan University's resources, the Fate skill might unleash an S-rank spirit skill, summoning true top-tier spirit creatures. Coming this far, no matter how strong the opponent is, I will never give up. If this were a solo match, I definitely wouldn't give up, but this is a team battle. Kyudu raised his hand. I can't risk the safety of my teammates. But suddenly, Mafi grabbed his arm. Kyudu, could it be that the first team of Huatan University scared you so much that you're ready to give up? He analyzed. When we were still students, we dared to unite and defeat the Dream Suppression King boss, and now we're even stronger. Yet you want to give up? Don't make me, Mafi, look down on you. He also laughed teasingly and said, "How come I remember it was Brother Q who defeated the boss back then?" Trio Tu Nuit stood up to express, "Q do. If you want to fight today, I promise that as long as I'm alive, no one will fall." Q do said softly, "Master Tem, we will not give up this battle today." He clenched his fist tightly, determined to fight even if he couldn't win, fighting until they were afraid. Tham Kien Tu found this eager and resolute attitude quite pleasing. "Good, this is the spirit of the young." He declared that if you want to fight, you have to fight well. "Q do. I'm giving you permission to use that sword. Give it your all." Q do slightly curled the corner of his mouth. "No, maybe even without using that sword we can still win." Moving to Hwathan University, the first team's resting room, a loud voice echoed. Old leader Luke Bao held the phone with a panicked expression. "The capital's second team has actually accepted the challenge." The person sitting opposite calmly replied, "What's the rush? Whether they respond or not, what difference does it make? Aren't they all just being suppressed anyway?" Tanthian eyes stretched tiredly. "All right, if they want to fight, then let's settle this quickly. My mother is still at home simmering pork bone soup with corn, waiting for me to come eat." Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Tanthian E suggests calling her mother to say she doesn't need to wait for her, because she probably won't be able to come home for dinner today. Everyone turned around in surprise to look at the figure standing nearby. This was Tanthian Hao, the president of Hwathan University. Everyone said in unison, "Hello, principal." She stood up and forced a smile. "Father, you're not the principal, so why are you here already?" Tanthian Hao spoke softly. "If I don't come, I'm afraid everyone might underestimate the enemy and get hurt again." He believed that although these 5 were only mid-level, they were all geniuses. "Before, I wanted to specially recruit them into Hwathan, but the capital beat me to it. Especially that person named Q do. You all must pay close attention." Tanthian E smiled softly. "Principal, are you joking?" He told everyone to pay attention to a mid-level spirit mage, but since everyone here is advanced level, he's basically not worth mentioning. He lowered his voice and said that when this person was still an apprentice, he knocked Bui Huang Quok away with just one punch, and by the time he reached the beginner level, he had already successfully survived and escaped from the enemy soul lake of the dungeon. In the Ghost Mountain dungeon, when facing the young heirs of the great families, he managed to capture all 4 demon eyes. From what my father knows, the destruction caused by the Tang family seems to be somewhat connected to him. Do you still think this mid-level spirit mage is not worth mentioning? Then Qin Tianhao turned and left, warning them to be careful and not to talk bad luck around that Q-Do's body anymore, then slammed the door shut. Luke Bao was confused. "Old Master Ko, what should we do now?" The principal said Q-Do's body is very strong. Komen furrowed his brows. "A spirit mage chasing a strong body is completely confused, just a savage after all. This afternoon's match will definitely win several rounds in a row." Outside the arena, the sound of jade chimes rings out loudly. "Hello viewers, good morning. I'm very happy to be the MC for this exciting match today. Applause to welcome both teams. Hwathan is number 1. Hwathan wins all, winning 10 matches in a row. She is bitter, Kyodu. He can already stand on the same stage as my brother, whom I have worked so hard for, and I can only be a spectator. Su Thiu-dung reminds us not to get too upset. It's completely normal not to measure up to a demon like Kyodu. Just watch the match. Today's game is definitely going to be spectacular." He thought, "This Kyodu doesn't seem that impressive, nowhere near our captain." "Over here." Kyodu only owed a smirk as if he wanted to glare at his opponent. Below, the cheers kept ringing out non-stop. "Kyodu is so handsome." "Kyodu, I want to have your child." "Capital University Team 2. Don't lose." Luke Bao Kam growled, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome, and don't cry later if you get beaten badly." Lak Ngok raised his hand and shouted loudly, inviting the players from both sides to take their positions, ready to begin the second round of Bin Duong sword duel. At that moment, Ma Fi charged forward, unleashing a powerful slash, the sword glowing crimson. On the opposing side, 2 raised their hands together to form a protective shield, their low skill triggering the 4 symbols 8 trigrams. The 2 forces collided fiercely. A red alert appeared. Attack nullified. Ma Fi froze. This was impossible. Suddenly, Tan Thien Yi appeared from behind, but before she could do anything, Q-Do launched an attack. The aura from the ring on her hand spread out. The ancestral ring. She quickly recovered and warned her teammates that the ring on that brat's hand could steal quickly and quietly. "Be careful." Luke Bao sneered and reached out. "It's fine. Let him try to steal from me." He shouted, "Blood spirit poison. My poison has no antidote. let's see how you run. He gave the order. Yang Shangdi no longer held back and took action. Yang Shangdi quickly obeyed. Got it! He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Water spear, metal blade, fire flame, earthquake, wood strike. A great wave surges and rises. The power of the 5 elements amazes everyone. The 5 elements. There's even a 5-element mage in the ranks of Capital University's second team. My God, this is truly shocking. The arena quickly became devastated. 5 types of elemental forces appearing in one person. Is this really possible for a human? Qin Tianhao watched anxiously, originally thinking the most dangerous in Capital University's second team was that Qiu-Du. But unexpectedly, this fat guy had been hiding his power so well. If I had known earlier, I would have answered the call sooner and taken them all in. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making all 4 of you turn your heads. Grr. Ko-Men stepped forward with murderous intent blazing in his eyes, yet he still couldn't defeat them. He fired countless bone soldiers into battle. The Skull Legion, with Go-Men's cold eyes burning like hellfire, all the bone soldiers' eyes glowing bright red. Qiu-Du felt intrigued, finally forcing him to make a move, but he only used 2 low-level skills, and even with the reinforced Skull Legion, they couldn't stop Duong Huangdich's 5 elements power. I'm a bit confused. What exactly is Ko-Men trying to do?